lengths, right?
Oh, that's why I got muted. I said Archimedes. Aristoteles. Yeah, I misspoke. All right.
That's
So the thing I said very last before I got muted to the young lady was this, and I appreciate you for listening to me, Jedi. I said to her, because her counterpoint was, "Do you have any evidence to provide? What the guy did in 245 BCE?" No, I don't. But, and this is when I got muted, and I would ask you to not mute me and answer this question: what is stopping us from taking a fifth grade class in New York State and a fifth grade class in England and putting them on a Zoom call in 2026 and saying, here's a fun experiment for science, because they teach you. Um, put a stick in the ground at 12 noon and put a stick in the ground at whatever time you're at, based on the fact that the earth curves and there's time zones. And what angle is your shadow on your stick on this Zoom call in 2026? Well, remember Zoom pandemic. What
this is this
angle?
is this is
What
brilliant. So
angle? What
we've got a
angle?
class in England and we've got a class in New York, and when it's
Yeah.
lunchtime in England, they're going to shadow cast stick, and it's going to be a long shadow because the sun is going to be high in the sky. For those guys in the west, that will be in New York. The sun is going to be towards the east and lower in the sky. The shadow length is going to be, well, it's actually going to be longer because the sun's going to be on the horizon, dude. You're not doing your Aristotelian experiment correctly. You're on a line of latitude. This was done on a line of longitude at the same time. This can be done on a flat Earth. You just move the light source, though, right? If, for example, me and you are outside and we've got an imaginary light, but it's just above my head, and you're fucked off about 10 miles over there and the light isn't above your head, over time, the light travels from above my head to above your head. I'm going to point to it at an angle. You're going to point to it at an angle. It's going to come towards you until it's above your head. It's going to go away from above my head towards your head. You can do this on a flat surface, dude. I don't know what the problem is.
Um, so clarifying question, before you and I started talking about 3, 4 hours ago when I got muted, somebody in here, I don't remember the name, was talking about how their idea, and I just want to make sure it's your idea, because I'm not putting words in your mouth. They were explaining to me that because they were talking about how do you know the earth is round? And the first thing I came up with, because apparently the onus is on me, I said, well, if I'm looking at a constellation rising over the horizon in front of me and it goes over my head and disappears behind my head, how does it reappear 24 hours later in the same position? And they said, well, that was a whole bunch of things. But then the sun, I said the same thing. What about the sun, right? 24 hours, right? That's our position over here. And the explanation I got, and I just want to make sure it's your explanation because I don't want to put other people's words in your mouth. They were explaining to me that the general flat earth community believes that what's going on is the reason the earth I'm sorry, the reason the sun is, generally rising in the east and setting in the west, for a lack of a better term, is because the sun is it's not as far as away as we think. It is at a great distance, and then it zooms over my head and then it disappears in the west. Is that accurate? And it's not a challenge, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Is that your
More,
belief?
more or less.
Okay,
More or
more or
less.
less. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't.
So
For example, we're told that the sun is massive compared to the Earth, right? It's
yes, yeah,
huge,
like
right?
huge, like a
Maybe that,
million Earths. Yep, yep,
yeah,
big.
maybe that
Yep.
ratio isn't right. Maybe the Earth is bigger than the sun. I don't know. All I can point out to is what we observe the sun to do throughout the day. Right?
Yep.
It goes from the east. Sorry, comes from the east and goes to the west. But
Generally.
east and west are circles around poles. You can observe this by looking up at the night sky. You can see Polaris, which is a circumpolar star. It rotates around an unseen point of axis, like the northern stars do. They rotate
Well,
east to west. That's a
can I
circle.
can I do my first interjection respectfully and ask you
Yeah,
a
but
question to that point?
cool. As long as you understand that east and west are circles, yeah.
No, I got you. Polaris, you mentioned, but you don't sound like you're from the northern hemisphere. Are you from Australia or New Zealand, or where are you from, sir? respectfully?
I'm from just outside London in England.
Okay, so you're in London. All right. Would you agree that if I brought some other mate from Australia in here, that he would not talk about Polaris? He doesn't see Polaris.
No, no, he wouldn't be able to see Polaris.
Okay, how does that work? Because not
He's too
you,
far away.
well, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but before you and I got introduced, I was here 4 hours ago and I listened to three or four other people in your community. And one of them explained to me, and again, I would like you to address this issue because maybe they are not good ambassadors of your community. The way it was explained to me is we don't like the word flat. You know, it's flat, but it's still three dimensional. And imagine this is how it was explained to me. Imagine, a disc of sorts. It's three dimensional. It's not like flat like a pancake. It's got some substance to it. And in the middle is a North Pole, right? So we
No,
got a North Pole in the middle and it's spinning.
no, no,
And
no, 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 no.
oh, so that's okay. So then I'll stop because
Yeah,
whoever represented that, I maybe that wasn't good representation.
no, because me and you are kind of talking about it, right? The things that we observe, like the north and the south. This idea of a flat disk where there's only a north or something. It's weird. No, I don't think the Earth is like that. Um,
So would you
the
give a better
reason why
version?
things appear to us in the sky is just based upon perspective. You asked why our friends in Australia couldn't see Polaris, the North Star, right?
No,
Now,
they can't. They can't. They
yeah, they
can't
can't
see
see
Polaris.
Polaris. Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
So let's imagine we're in a scenario where me and you are at the North Pole and we've got Polaris above our head. Now, we understand just based on perspective, if we move away from being underneath this object, it's going to start descending downwards towards the horizon as we move away from it. Like if we were on a corridor and we had a light fitting above our head, it was the only light fitting in the corridor, and we walked away from it, we would notice as we turned around, just because it was on a ceiling, it would look like it was going closer and closer to the floor, like the floor was looking like it was getting closer and closer to the ceiling, because that's perspective, right? Things with distance that are above your eye will appear to converge with the horizon. Doesn't mean that the surface that you're walking on is curved. It's just your perspective view. So, just excuse me. As you and I walk away from Polaris and observing Polaris behind our back, getting closer and closer towards the horizon, eventually it's going to set upon the horizon and be non resolvable to me and you. But what we notice is when we look forward, stars start coming up from the horizon. Again, like we're walking down a corridor. The corridor is really, really long. We can't see the end of the corridor. But what we do experience is as we walk down the corridor, those lights that we didn't experience start being experienced or visible to us, start going above our heads and then going downwards towards the other end of the corridor. This is kind of what we experience with the night sky and the sun and the moon and the stars that are above our head. As we change position underneath the sky, new stars become visible. The different stars are in the south. That's why we keep jumping up and down, going, oh my God, there's new stars in the south. Why? On the flat earth, when I go to the south, do I see these stars? That's because of those stars that are there. You couldn't see them in the north, and when you go to south, eventually those stars that you couldn't perceive in the south start coming upwards from the horizon, so you see them. So eventually, you would, let's say, hypothetically, standing underneath the southern celestial pole. It's just perspective, dude. Doesn't mean the Earth's a sphere.
Well, one of the interesting conversations I had earlier with a couple other individuals before I met you, again, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. I really appreciate your ability to actually have a conversation and not like pop off. When I first arrived in this community, like an hour ago, 2 hours ago, one of the very first conversations I had with some of your equally minded people was this. The gentleman was explaining to me that the reason when I'm looking at, I don't know, the Big Dipper example, I live in the Northern Hemisphere. So do you, right? So do you see the Big Dipper in London? I apologize for my ignorance.
Yeah, man, I'm more north than you guys are in America, kind of on the
Okay.
same latitude as Canada. So yeah, definitely see
Yeah,
that.
right. So we're not like Aussies. We don't see the Southern Cross. We don't see any of that stuff down there. We'll never get to see it. So you and I are up here in the northern hemisphere, and at some point we see the Big Dipper. So imagine you and I are looking out of that supposed horizon, whatever you want to call it, geometric horizon, whatever, and we see that thing rise, and it goes over our head. If we stay awake, late enough, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and it disappears behind our backside of our head. And then 24 hours later, coincidentally, it reappears with a little degree of inclination based on seasonals and tilt of the earth. It just reappears. And one of the things I asked the gentleman who was before you got here, as an ambassador of this community, I said, how in a flat earth or whatever you, because he actually took insult to flat earth, but I'm whatever, you get my idea. A more flat versus spherical earth. How did that Big Dipper, for example, or that Southern Cross down in Australia, how did that thing get back to my front view literally 24 hours later?
Are you asking about the mechanism of how it moved, object that moved?
I'm sorry, you broke up there mid sentence.
Are you asking the mechanism that caused the object to move, or are you asking if the object moved?
I'm asking quite literally if, we disagree on what a horizon is, but just give me, you know, observational facts. We're all, forget about the science for a second. We're all like, on this ground and we look on a AKA horizon. And I see a Big Dipper rise and then it goes all the way over my head over 12 hours while I'm sleeping and it disappears. How is it that 24 hours later it reappears at that same horizon in a flat earth um, model?
Okay, so you should probably notice the other, right? You'll notice that the closer ones to the Polaris, you can actually observe them rotate around Polaris in the evening time. The more north you go in the winter, you can see the full rotation of the objects around Polaris. And you're
Correct.
asking why it came back? Because it went in a circle in the sky. They're described as circumpolar stars. It went in a circle. You ask him why the Big Dipper rose in one location, disappeared in the next location, and reappeared all of a sudden. And
Yep.
look at the other stars, dude. They went in a circle. So it went in a circle.
So I'm going to forewarn you. This next question is a setup. It's a setup, and I respect
That's
you. That's
fine.
why I'm telling you. I'm giving you advance notice. Setup.
So, is the Earth
So
flat?
so I just asked you 10 minutes ago. One of your other people in this community explained to me the North Pole is basically in the center,
No,
and
I didn't. Oh, stop.
yep, full stop,
We were only
full stop.
observing. Yeah, sorry. Me and you, in our observation, were only observing. There's
Oh,
a south though. There's a south though, isn't there?
Jed, I apologize. Everybody can validate what I'm about to say. You keep dropping out
Okay, if
mid
I'm dropping out,
sentence.
then I'll leave and rejoin. I do apologize.
No. Yeah, maybe try that.
Hey,
Am I?
Static, I got a question for you.
Am I? Well, first question. Am I the only one who's like missing him half a sentence through?
Nah, I'm also getting that.
All right, good.
But I got a
Yeah.
question for you, Static. Are,
Okay.
are you are you like a flat earther or are you like a glober?
I am a physics person, so I was explaining Jedi earlier that I really did not do a deep dive in and this is not an insult. This is me agreeing with you guys that mainstream science taught me K through 12. The earth is round, never questioned it, et cetera, et cetera. And then I just moved on. And I moved on. I learned physics. I understood S equals one half AT squared, F equals MA, all the velocities. And that's when they hooked me. I became so intrigued by the fact that they could explain to me how Newton worked out the light spectrum with chemicals. They could explain to me how Newton worked out how orbits planet and show me the formula and the math. And I was like, oh my God, I love physics. and I became a physics nerd after that. And so the type of stuff, to answer your question, Isaac, the type of stuff, I'm 46 years old, type of stuff I've been focused on since I was 17 to 46 is not whether or not the earth is round or flat. I've been like intrigued by double slit experiment, uh, you know, um, um, oh my God, black holes, um, Dr. Green. And yeah, I've been more highbrow stuff. And I don't say that to be like a douchebag. I just like, I never have been challenged on the idea that, well, maybe everything you believe about the universe is false. And that's where we're at. And we're having a very good conversation with uh, Jedi. So,
That's lovely.
Yeah,
Do you guys
so
mind
you're a
if we take a quick
glober?
break? Can we take a quick break to
Right,
pray?
is my microphone working now before the
yes,
conversation gets sidetracked?
beautifully, Jedi.
Awesome.
Beautifully.
Thank
Jedi, I hate to interrupt you. Do you guys mind if we take a quick break to pray?
You can go and do
Well,
whatever you want, mate. I'm going to continue this conversation. Thank you. Anyway, we're talking about observations of things going around the north and things going around the south, right?
yes, sir. And your mic is 110% better. Go on.
Well, that's where we got to. You said that you had a loaded question. I was just about to get into a trap. So spring your trap, dude.
Oh, I apologize. I don't remember the trap. What was the last thing I said?
We were talking about stars. You wanted to know why the Big Dipper rose and then went down. We came to the realization that it went around in a circle. So there was something that you wanted to ask me.
No, and I hear what you're saying. Not a trap. It's a fundamental observation that I don't even have to go on YouTube or listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson or Carl Sagan or Michi Kaku or any of these guys, Green, whatever. I can
What's the
just
observation?
literally the observation as a layman is I look up in the sky and things rotate. And my question was why in a flat Earth model?
Because they move.
Because they're what? I'm sorry.
Because they move. You said why in the flat Earth model does the sky appear to do what it does? What if
No,
it's not
that's not
due
what I
to Earth
asked. And I'm not
rotation? It's the,
interrupting you. I just want to make sure you're addressing my actual question.
I
My
don't know
question is not my
why.
question is not why does it move? My question is why does it move from one horizon to the other and then reappear
Because
exactly
it went in a
24 hours
circle.
later?
Because it went in a circle.
Okay. How?
What, the mechanism that drives it? I don't know
Yeah,
the
because
mechanism that drives. Dude, please. We can just observe it. For example, in the winter, inside the Arctic Circle, where it's perpetual darkness, we can see the heavens above, including the Big Dipper, rotate around the northern celestial center. Right? That's why they're called circumpolar stars. Circle, they circle the pole. You're
may
asking
I
me why it
offer an
reappeared.
interjection?
You're asking me why it reappeared. It came back because its path was circular.
Why is it that my friend Rick in Australia is seeing the same concept? He's seeing the same stars rotating over his horizon in front of his
He's not
eyes, and they. Well, can
he's
I
not
finish?
he's not seeing the same stars, he's seeing different stars.
Well, you just proved my point. That was what I was going to get to. My question was going to be this, if I may. Why is it that my friend Rick in Australia is seeing a group of stars rotating over his horizon and disappearing behind his head and reappearing roughly 24 hours later? Meanwhile, I am seeing an entire differently group of stars doing the same thing, and our stars are very different. I don't have a Southern Cross in my northern hemisphere. He doesn't have a north.
No.
He doesn't have a Big Dipper down in
No, good.
Australia.
Good.
How
Well
do
done.
you equate for that?
Because we're describing them as
Southern Cross can
you
be
can
seen in
see
the
you
northern
can see
hemisphere.
the northern
Or if
ones. Okay. You can see the northern ones because you're underneath the northern celestial stars, and your friends and my friends in the south are standing underneath the southern celestial stars, right?
Do they rotate?
Now, yeah, because we have two celestial poles. The northern celestial stars rotate around the northern celestial pole, and the southern celestial stars, like the Southern Cross, rotate around the southern celestial pole. It's like we've got two centers of axes in the sky that have stars rotating around them, isn't it?
So here's my clarifying question, and this is not a got you. I just want to make sure I understand the point of view. I asked earlier, before you were here, Jedi, to a group of your fellow mates. Um, so you're saying, how does this work? And the one gentleman explained, big North Pole rotates like a record, and you've come in and said, no, 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 that's not how it works. And I just here comes my next question. I want to make sure I understand your point of view. You were saying that it's not one giant North Pole on a flat surface in the middle, like a record player. You're saying there's actually two central points in the lack of a better word, flat Earth. There's a northern and southern in the middle of this disk, if you will, for lack of a better word. And you're saying that in the north, we are seeing rotation, and in the south, they're seeing something different. Is that accurate, or am I putting words in your mouth?
I can only go by what we observe, and we observe two celestial poles. It's literally
No,
as
we
I
observe
described.
a
Now,
flat. We
when
observe a
you talk
round
about,
Earth. Jedediah.
thank you, thank you. When
My,
you talk
my bad,
about other
Jedediah.
flat earthers and so on, and they're saying that the north is at the center, and let's say that Antarctica is the circumference of the disk Earth, I don't think anybody in this channel would suggest such a thing. And if they did, they'd get a stern word from me. Because this idea is a globe projection. It couldn't be the true representation of the Earth because distances aren't drawn on a straight line south of the equator. For example, you have to draw them through the north and then to your destination. So, like a triangle or two straight lines going through the north. So, if you understood what that was, you'd understand that that couldn't be the true representation of the Earth in the first instance. So, when you hear those flat earthers, you tell them that Jedi wants to speak to them and they should hang around from me. Because obviously, like our friends in Australia see, we see the Southern Cross rotate around the southern point of axis. In the north, we see the Big Dipper rotate around the northern point of axes. We have 2 points of axes. We've even named them. One's north, one's south. Anybody denies this part of reality is going to have a conversation with me.
Have you ever been, and this is, I don't want you to be insulted by this question, but I assume you've been to a carnival or a fair? Yes.
Yes, I've been to a carnival or
Okay.
fair.
You've been
Yes.
to amusement park. Uh, Over here in America, we have things like the Scrambler or the Gravitron, spinning things, right? Discs. Like, oh my God, I'm about to puke. And when we get on these apparatuses that spin in circles, it's like, oh my God, here we come. That's my girlfriend. Oh my God. And where did she go? Oh, she's back. And do you not see a relationship between that experience and I apologize for my laugh. That wasn't a laugh like to
No,
but
no. You know the gravitron. That's the cage that's circular that everybody has to stand
oh
on
my
the
God. I
inside.
hate
Do you remember that?
can we agree on this point that the Gravitron, no matter what in country we're in, smells like puke? Oh my
Yeah,
God.
it really
Like
does.
it's disgusting. I'm ready to
Yeah,
puke when I buy the ticket.
yeah. But that's not how gravity works, is it?
Well, no, that's centrifugal force, very
Yeah,
different
yeah,
operations.
exactly. So I mean, it's called a gravitron, but that's not at a theme park or a fair or whatever you're trying to describe. If I go
Yep,
on a ride, I would experience being flung off of this thing. We call them the
correct.
teacups in the UK. You've got like several teacups on an arm, and it spins you around with other teacups, and you spin
Yep,
around in
yep,
circles and circles, and
yep.
you're going to be sick.
Yeah, we
All of
call it the
this motion.
scrambler. Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah, yeah. I think it's called the scrambler as well. It
Over
just
here,
makes you
yeah.
feel sick, dude.
Yep.
Why are you trying to compare this to the Earth where I don't have any motion sickness?
Well, because can I answer? Um,
Yeah, the
uh,
question is, why are you trying to make this akin to the
because
Earth?
the point of the story was much like the constellations. I see the Big Dipper, right? And then it rotates around. I see the Big Dipper again. Or down south, they see whatever fucking constellation. I'm not very familiar with the constellations. I know that up north we have the Big Dipper that leads us to the North Star. Down south, where my friend Rick lives in Australia, they have the Southern Cross, leads to the Southern Australis. The point of the story is that every time I circle around on those rides, in a circle, in a rotation, I see my girlfriend. Oh, and she's gone. And I come back and I see my girlfriend. So if my girlfriend was not named, I'm not going to tell you her name because I don't want to dox myself, but let's say her name is Cassiopeia. And Cassiopeia appears in front of me,
I have a
and then
girlfriend, boy.
24 hours later, she appears again, and she appears again, and she appears again. Every 24 hours on this ride, I am seeing her again. Would I not
Can you get to the
conclude
point, please?
logically? Would I? I'm landing the plane. Thank you, sir. Wherever you are. Would I not conclude that the reason I'm seeing my girlfriend every X amount of time is because I am traveling in a circle?
Or you are stationary and she is traveling in a circle.
What is your evidence for that? Is she on a
You've
ride and
only,
I'm stationary?
let's put it like this, right? If we're going to be talking about relativity from this aspect, and we've only got a few choices when we're experiencing motion. You can be stationary, let's say on a train platform, and you can observe the train go by. The train is in motion, you are stationary. But you can observe the same thing if you're on the train, you are in motion, and you observe me on the train station. I will appear to go by you. The same phenomena observed, but the causal mechanism can be different. So I'm pointing out to you that maybe she, like the sun or the stars or the moon, just went east to west in a circle, because that's how we describe them. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. East and west are circles around poles, depending on which one you choose. You understand this, right? East and
I
west are
do.
circles,
The
because
thing
we've been
that's
talking about it for half an hour.
the thing that's making me wonder, are you using the train analogy because you understand Einstein's theory of relativity? Because
Yeah,
that is how
I've just pointed it out to you. Yeah,
Einstein
I've just pointed it out
explained.
to you.
So is that an ironic thing you're doing? Because Einstein actually
I'm just
explained.
I pointed it out because it sounds like you forgot it. You
Forgot
asked me
what?
to prove it, and all I had to do was point out there's another causal mechanism for this phenomena. It can be emotion, right? And you can be stationary, you can observe the thing to move, or you could be in motion, the object can be stationary. But from your perspective, the object will appear to move. I'm pointing this out with the sun or the stars. You keep bringing up the big fucking dipper. All right, the Earth could be rotating underneath the constellations, or the Earth could be stationary, and the constellations could be moving. Same phenomena would be observed, though, wouldn't it, sir?
I don't think it would.
Oh my fuck! Right, dude, I appreciate your time, but I've really got to go and do
No,
something
don't.
else.
Jedi.
Hey, hey,
Don't give up.
bro,
No, we're
no
here.
means no.
We're here.
No means no. He does not consent.
Wait, I have a
He
question
almost
since I've
accepted.
talked to
Jedi.
all of you
Jedi,
before.
come on, don't bounce. We're having a
Yeah,
good conversation.
Jedi's dumb anyways. Let me talk now.
Oh,
The flat
no,
earth.
no. Hey, Master
No.
Debater, get muted.
Ben.
Thanks.
Did he go?
We all didn't be quiet for Jedi so we could listen to you.
No, I'm not trying to be rude, gentlemen. I just want to know if he left. I apologize. I'm
Dude,
not trying to
he
be
said
rude.
he
It was
said
a
he
really
was done
good.
talking to you. You didn't pay
Yeah, he
attention?
did. He did. Okay.
The problem is, dude, we were all very patient listening to you talk about your religion, but we never actually heard any proof.
Oh, it's not my religion. No, I think we had a really good conversation, him and I.
No, it is, dude. All you talked about was a bunch of faith-based claims with no evidence. So all I was hearing was religion, rah, 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 religion.
Well, I mean, I could. What is your name, sir? Who's talking to me? AI Overlord? I mean, I could literally do the same juvenile game and go flat earth, religion, and then
Let me help you out. Let me help you out, friend. Yeah, let me help you
mute
out.
me.
Yeah,
But do
let
you
me
want to have
help
a
you out, bro.
conversation?
Let me
Oh, you're
help you
gonna do
out.
the
No,
mute
let me
thing?
help you out. I don't need
That's
a
weird, man.
conversation. What I need is you to prove your claims.
No, I need you to prove your claim, sir. You're the minority.
It doesn't matter, dude.
Okay. Do you believe the
Okay,
Earth
see,
is?
I went first. No,
Can
this
I
is how it
ask?
works. This is how it
Can I
works,
ask?
dummy, in case you didn't know. I
Okay.
told you to prove your claims first, so now it's on you to prove your claims. Now, if I had made a claim and you said, hey, can you give me some evidence for that claim? Then you'd be
Yep.
correct.
Interesting. What if I double down on your statement and go, you know what? I don't care that you asked me to prove my claims that the majority of the population believes in. What if I asked you to prove your claims? What would you do now? Ask me to prove my claims
Well,
again?
look, if you told me that the reason your claim has any validity at all is because the majority of people believe it, I'd agree with you that it's a religious claim.
Where did the astronauts go on the Artemis mission, in your opinion? Was it fake?
Red herring.
That depends, dude,
On what?
on what you mean by fake.
Did they go around the moon?
How would I know?
I don't know. You're the one who's
Exactly.
very
Now,
opinionated. I'm just.
secondly, how would you know? How would you know? And thirdly, what does the moon have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Do you believe in bacteria?
Do you believe in retards? Look in
I
the
do.
mirror.
Yeah. No, I do. I do. Retards are definitely a thing. Do you believe in bacteria? I answered your question. Will you
Hey,
answer
no,
mine?
dude.
Do you
There's a
believe in?
whole
Do
room
you believe
full
in
of them in
bacteria?
here.
Oh,
Do you
fuck,
believe in
dude.
Well, yeah. Do you believe in
Listen,
bacteria?
it's irrelevant. Unless you
Why?
could tell me how the belief in bacteria is appropriate to figuring out what the shape of the Earth is, then I'm not going to answer the question. It's irrelevant. So it's just going to be
AI.
sidelined.
AI. Have you ever been sick in your entire life and gone to a doctor and got medicine? Have you
Hey,
ever?
have you ever
Have you ever put gas in your car?
been
Have
able
you
to
ever
prove the Earth
flown
is
on
a
a
globe
plane?
without
Have
asking
you
somebody about
ever?
bacteria?
Have you ever gotten herpes? I don't know, 1 in 4. Have you ever? I
Well, yeah,
mean,
I got it from your mom,
anything in
bro.
your life?
I got the herpes
Anything?
from your
Well,
mom once.
maybe she might have had. I don't know. It's possible. 1 in 4. I mean, it's a high. It's 25%.
Okay, listen, let me help you out, bro. In case you didn't know, bacteria can actually be seen with a microscope, dummy. Are you retarded, dude?
No,
It's
I
not
heard
even
dummy.
The
to
Earth
the
being
shape
round
of
could
the
be
Earth,
seen with a
dude.
telescope.
You know the image in the microscope isn't fake. You don't.
Can I ask? Can I ask a
Holy
simple
crap.
question? Can I ask a
Have
simple
you ever been
question?
to the moon, dude?
Can I ask? Can I ask a simple question? Jedi,
Hey, dude,
where'd
if
you
you
go, bro?
listen, no, we're not asking Jedi nothing. He already said he
Why?
doesn't want to talk to
Why
you.
did Jedi
So
go?
we're
We were having
listen,
such a good
bro,
conversation. Such a
because
good
eventually
conversation.
people get tired of talking to the same person, dude. Holy crap, what are you, like a girlfriend that won't let her man have space or something?
All right. Well, now
They're
I'm
having
talking to you.
existential
Now I'm
crises.
talking to you. Can we have a conversation without yelling and retard and all that stuff? Do you want to have a
Hey,
conversation?
listen, if you actually keep the points coherent to actually proving or disproving whether the earth is curved or not, instead of your rhetorical religious rhetoric, then
Yep.
maybe we could have a conversation.
Can you prove to me the Earth is flat instead of doing your
Oh yeah,
rhetorical
easily.
religious bullshit?
Yeah, easily. Yeah, easily.
Please, please. I'm listening.
Yeah, it's very simple. So you have the Earth, right? We're on the Earth. Earth is covered in 70% water. According to the physics of water, hydrostatic equilibrium, Pascal's principle, and the fact that water is the gold standard of level of benchmark, that being sea level, all you have to do is go out and measure some water. And if that water is not curved, then it's not a ball because 70% of the Earth would then be flat. Now, why we know this is because level is synonymous with flat. Now, the counter argument is that level is actually curved. So if level water is actually flat, then the claim level is curved is false. And therefore, the benchmark of all elevation profiles on the Earth are between two horizontal parallel planes. And if you take the alleged 190 million square miles of the Earth's surface territory between two horizontal parallel planes, and you get the difference of the height variance, which is the top of Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, that's only 13 miles. And if you put that into a flatness index, that literally makes the Earth flatter than a piece of paper, my friend. So not only is the Earth, it's very flat.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Curvature of water. I would assume in this community you are very familiar. I'm sure you have a script. A meniscus. What is a
All
meniscus?
right. Hey, listen, friend. I'm going to be very blunt with you. If you actually think that you're going to present meniscus of water with any relevance to this topic, I can't
would.
let you speak here anymore. I need to
No,
recommend you
no,
to a mental
no.
health professional.
Well, one of the things we agreed that nobody would mute
Hey,
me. So my question is,
Dumbo.
yep,
I am not going to
Dumbo,
allow
got
you
it.
to be so stupid as
Yep.
to put forth a meniscus. I could, because I
Yeah.
want you to maintain the level of intelligence that you said you had. Okay.
Okay.
The idea of a meniscus, okay, which would be caused
Yep.
by surface tension, which is
It is. Yes.
intermolecular bonds, has
Is it
nothing the
curved?
fuck to do with oceans and has nothing the fuck to do with lakes. Okay, are you stupid, sir?
He's twiggered. He's twiggered.
They don't answer questions about meniscus. I've already tried.
Jedi.
Who cares?
Jedi.
It's not relevant.
Hold on
Are
a
you
second.
stupid? Do you think there's a meniscus on an ocean? Fucking retard.
Jedi.
Fingers are
Jedi.
twiggered.
Jedi, you have a lightsaber, and this guy looks like half his face got melted off. Why'd you disappear? We were having such a
Hey,
good conversation. I know you're still here.
static. I'm just going to end your journey here with you're too stupid to be here because you think a meniscus is relevant to oceans, lakes, etc. Like you're literally dumb. Okay, you guys are too dumb to be here.
Try to articulate how meniscus
Crap.
proves Earth curve.
Hold on. Stop. Everybody stop, for fuck's sake. Drace, your mic is so bad right now, bro. Take a second and then come back.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Can I ask a question?
No, we're waiting for
Friendly,
Drace
by
to
the
fix
way.
his mic, and then after that you
Oh.
can.
All right, no worries.
My bad, sorry about
Holy
that.
crap.
Yeah, what I would like to hear is how would he try to articulate meniscus somehow proving Earth curve? Like how does he get from meniscus to Earth curve?
You want to hear his answer?
Yeah.
All right, Rick, you're going to have to wait because
I think he
Drace is
bounced,
first.
bro. I think Static is gone.
Oh. Well, good riddance. I think he needs to go see a mental health professional.
Yeah,
Claim
so
that
to
water
think
is
that
always flat
meniscus is going
normal.
to cover Earth curve, that's crazy.
Anyway, I had a question about level, like because you were referring to the ocean, like finding level. We say sea level, right? Now, are you using the term level as a descriptor for how the surface appears, or is it a measure of let's see, altitude, as in level 1, level 2, level 3, like vertical? Because the way
it
I
could be both.
understand sea level, right? The way I understand, like the context of when we say sea level, is that is an altitude thing. Like if you want to say, oh, we're a kilometer above sea level, we're not saying we're a kilometer of the flatness. We're not saying that. We're saying it's like a vertical
Right, but
measure.
let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. Okay, let's say that's true. Now, if you put a point, let's say 1,000 feet above sea level, okay, and then you trace that point, let's just say in a particular direction. So let's say you're looking in a particular direction, you're 1,000 feet, and then you move 100 feet forward, put another point, move 100 feet forward, another point, move 100 feet forward, another point. Now, every point you put is 1,000 feet above sea level. That's going to make a line. Now, that line is either going to be curved or it's going to be straight. Agreed?
Right.
And now keep in mind that I parsed that out expecting you to understand what I mean by that, that it's either going to be parallel with the baseline that you're pulling, or it's going to be curved, which would also be parallel relative to a curve. So it's either going to be pulled relative to a curve standard, relative to a flat standard. And so the only way to know whether you're pulling from a flat standard or a curve standard is to measure the thing that's the standard, which is the sea level. Right? Would you agree?
Yeah, like yes, we use sea level as like a relative, like a non-moving what do you call it? A
benchmark.
A non-moving variable. It's like a fixed variable, sea level.
Right, it's a benchmark. Yeah. It's a benchmark, right?
Yeah. It doesn't change, like it's like a control,
Right. So that if you look, we obviously know and understand sea level is variable, and the actual standard is mean sea level, right? But then people choose a particular benchmark cal taken from mean sea level that they just establish as sea level location. So ultimately, you're going to have variables of your benchmark, but they're going to be on the vertical relative to mean sea level, right?
Sorry, can you
And so
repeat
if you
that?
took all,
Mm.
okay, so like you got mean sea level, right, which is essentially the average of sea level the whole
Right,
year,
right.
and then they just establish that, and then they choose a location. Let's for example, where I live, there's a particular base of a mountain, right, that then has a hill that goes out and then flattens out. And then where that hill flattens out, that point is benchmarked at so many feet above sea level. And so when
Right.
anybody does anything around that area, they don't actually go to the sea to measure the sea. They just say this mark that we've marked here, for whatever reason, we've established this as, let's just say 500 feet above sea level. Okay.
Right.
And so whenever we
Yeah.
do our elevation, they're going to go off of that benchmark. But that benchmark was initially benchmarked to mean sea level. So all of these benchmarks exist across the world, and some of them are a little higher than, but they're all going to be within a tolerance band, right? So if you go to
Right.
the highest variance to variance, let's just say for the sake of it's 1,000 feet spread across all of them. So you have they could be within 1,000 feet. Now, imagine that 1,000 feet as a line, right? A thick line. You know what I mean? Now that line is level, 100%. The only question left is that line curved around a giant ball or is it straight? And the only way to know that is to measure the benchmark itself, which is water. And so if you measure water and it's curving, then it's curved. If you measure water and it's not curved, then it's not curved. Now, if
So
it's
I
the
guess.
case, now keep in mind I'm putting a lot of ifs in there, but let me finish this and then we can parse out whether these ifs are proven. It's a different story. So if it's the case that you measure the water and you find out that it's not curved, then that means the entire benchmark standard procedure across the entire surface of the Earth is benchmarked to something that's not curved. That would mean that the variableness is between two planes or two straight lines. And that fits the mechanical definition of flat to a tolerance in the 5th decimal place. That makes the Earth flatter than a piece of paper, my friend. That is crazy.
Yeah, I have no retort to that. I have no yeah. I'm not pushing back on that.
Look, no worries, brother. There's no reason to push back on it except to ask me to prove my ifs, because my ifs are conditionals, right, that have to be proven separately from the argument. If all my ifs follow, then the conclusion is necessary, that the Earth is necessarily. There's no way it could be otherwise.
Let me guess, you're going to say laser tests?
Who is
Who,
that?
me? No, I'm not going to bring up lasers.
Just an educated guess.
No.
Oh, that's floundering. He's here to make sure that you take anything the flat earthers say seriously.
Wait, what's wrong with laser tests?
Laser
I've
tests
just
only
never.
demonstrate local flatness, which means the Earth could be polyhexagonal.
Yeah, dude. So we live on a giant dodecahedron or something.
Okay, cool. So the globe's dead still.
The experience of Earth being you know how we go out to the beach, for example, if you've been to the coast before and you look out, I totally agree. The horizon, the water, it just looks so dead flat. It's just flat. But is that because my sample size is only perceiving a section of the surface? Like it's not enough. I'm not far away enough to
That's fair.
perceive curvature. You know what I mean?
Right. Let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. That
Right.
just looking at it, you can't really tell.
Locally.
However, we have greater things than just looking at, which is called measuring the thing, and we have greater tools than just cameras. Like, for example, in the great words of Mr. Floundering, there have been people that went out and used lasers to do laser transit methodology over the surface.
Okay. Is this like
Well, it's not as simple.
documented
It's
so we
not as
can?
simple. Oh, 100%. But it's
Yeah,
not just
like
as simple as people going out and saying, "Now check this out, brother. I'm gonna wrap it up. And talk about the other things." It's not as simple as people going out and say, "Hey, you know what? The Earth looks flat. Maybe it's flat." And it's not as simple as people going out and saying, "Hey, you know what? The Earth looks flat. Maybe it's a giant globe."
right. So if we're going to observe it just naturally with our eyes, I think what would be fair is to get far enough away from it so that we get more than just a local experience. You know what I mean? We've got to change our
Okay, let's say
perspective.
that's true. Let's say that's true. How many people in the history of mankind, excluding religious text and ancient myths, have allegedly been far enough away from the to see the Earth
The
in totality?
surface. Right.
Yeah, how many people do you think?
Thousands.
Well, it depends if you subscribe to the idea that we've left the surface. Like if NASA,
No,
if you
no, I
believe in the
don't
travel
care.
thing,
I don't care
right?
about that.
Okay.
We could do
Okay.
allegedly. We could do hypothetically. But I'm just saying that
How many
supposedly they
people?
went far enough away from the surface, and now we're excluding religious texts, we're excluding
Yeah.
ancient myth. Okay, we're just going to include people that are in the, let's just call it, historical, secular, alleged facts. Okay, how many people do you
Right.
think have been that far away to see the Earth?
At
Thousands.
least more than 10. More than 10 and less than say 100,000.
No. Okay, the
Somewhere in that
actual
ballpark.
answer is
Yeah.
the actual answer is less than. Okay, that
Less than what,
includes
sorry?
only the only category of people is the Apollo astronauts and the Artemis
Mhm.
astronauts. Those are the only people in the history
What
of
about the
mankind who have
ISS?
alleged
What
the
about the
ISS.
ISS?
Okay, hold on. I parsed out the question with have been far enough away from the Earth to see the whole. Okay,
To
not to see a
witness Earth
portion of
with
the
their
Earth.
eyes. Right.
So, for example, from the ISS, if they had an absolute 360-degree field of view from position, could only see 3% of the Earth's surface at once. So they're not even close. They're not even nowhere near close enough, far enough away to be able to tell
Why?
you what the entire Earth is.
Why is that not
Right.
close enough? What does that
Holy
mean,
crap,
Tony?
dude!
I think he
Here,
meant
let
not
me
far
help you.
enough.
Let me help you out for the retards in the back, which obviously includes yourself. Okay. The question was, how many people have been far enough away from the Earth to see the whole Earth? Holy crap! What do I need to make it in crayons?
No, I'm
700.
asking about the claim that you cannot determine that there's no curvature from only being able to see 3%.
I don't understand why we even.
Update to your question. The answer is 28.
I don't understand why we're even
No,
talking to
I'm
this
pretty sure it's more than
Australian guy.
28.
This
I could have
Australian
sworn
dude
it's
is
more than
real funny.
28, dude. Because it was more than 28 before Artemis.
That's the number of that's the number of cosmonauts, astronauts, people that have landed on the moon, circled the moon, not just went into space.
28? Are you sure?
Yes, 28. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, okay.
The
I
number
said
of
less than
people.
40.
Wait.
I said
Let me
less
just
than
finish.
40, so that's
Let me
good.
finish. Let me just. The number of people that have been to space is 780. The number of people in space right now is 10.
Yeah, less than 1,000 people have allegedly been to quote space, and less than 30 people have
right
2 hours
correct
as a ball.
Yeah,
there we go.
Those are the facts.
So
Okay, go ahead.
So do we deny their reports about what they saw when they looked back on Earth? Like, are we saying that they're all like compromised, like they're all
Well,
lying or something? You know what I mean?
let's agree they're all DOD NASA agents, right?
Okay. My
Well,
father was one.
Your father was one of what?
DOD/FAA, head of the FAA, presidential
Okay.
nominee.
Yeah, but we're only
I come
talking
from
about
an
people.
astrophysics
Yeah, but
background.
we're only talking about people that have seen the Earth with 2 eyes from
Okay.
far enough away to determine whether it was a
Our next door neighbor was
who was
So
that?
about this argument.
Aldrin.
All right,
About
cool
7
story.
In Great
So
Falls,
what?
in Great Falls, Virginia,
My
the
next
head
door
of the
neighbor was Buzz
John.
Aldrin. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
No, you were asking who. You asked the question who, and John. If you look up
Okay.
John Hodges, he was a friend of my father's. He was a
Okay, yeah, but
founder of
let's say
NASA.
that's true. Let's say that's true. So what?
So
So
you asked a simple
just want
question.
to
I
point out
answered it.
something, guys,
That's
please.
it. It's not proof. It's not
Okay.
proof. I'm not coding that as proof.
So
I'm just saying my background is.
when it comes to the amount of people going to a certain place, like let's say space and the moon, 24 people, you have 7 people who went to the Marianas Trench Challenger Deep. Only 7. And if you want to
Right,
go from
right. More people,
300
yeah.
meters, 300 meters depth, that's about 50,000 people that went to about 300 meters and below the
Yeah,
ocean.
yeah.
And
Hmm.
if you want for Mount Everest, about 7,000 people went to the top of Mount Everest. So
I think there
the
were
numbers kind of line
270
up.
there the other day. A new record was set at 270 people on Mount Everest at one time. Yes, within the last week.
Okay. What's the point of all this?
Go ahead.
Well, given only 7 people went to Marianas Trench and the Challenger Deep area, that doesn't invalidate the Challenger Deep or the Marianas Trench. Therefore, 24 people going on the moon does not invalidate the moon and their observations either.
Who said the amount of limited people claim to see it automatically? What I got to do all the thinking for you guys around here? Okay. What scientific journal accepts anecdotal stories as proof of fact?
They shouldn't. They shouldn't.
They don't. Okay. What
Right.
scientific journal accepts a photograph alone as proof of a fact?
No, they don't.
They don't.
Right.
So you need extra evidence than just those things, right?
Right.
So in
Yeah, yeah.
actuality, the stories from the astronauts, which by the way are not sworn in any legitimate sense, they're not
Right.
testimony at all. They're
Yeah,
anecdotes.
no, they're not. They're pretty damn smart. I mean, many of them graduated from MIT. Many of them graduated high. They generally have degrees in physics and
That's irrelevant.
PhDs.
Irrelevant.
Well, you said they're not smart people. They are smart,
I
generally
never
very
said.
smart.
I never. Holy
Oh, maybe I misunderstood you. Maybe I misheard you. I apologize.
dude, there's no way. There's no way I said they're not smart people. We can all
Okay.
agree that
Okay.
Don Pettit.
Oh.
Can we just all agree that Don Pettit is a stupid moron?
I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. I'm out of touch in today's world.
He's an astronaut, dude.
Okay.
Yes, he's
Well,
retarded. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
You
dumb
call
as
him
a
a
brick,
moron
bro.
just because
I come from the
believes in the
60s.
Earth as a globe, because that's pretty biased.
No, dude. We call Don Pettit a moron because we've listened to what he said. Okay, we
Okay.
watched
I'm
him.
not
and he's
familiar
clearly
with the
stupid.
individual. My background starts in the 60s.
What did he say that is so stupid?
Hey, you know what, bro? Just go watch some of what he said. And you could come to your own
Could
conclusion.
you say his last name again? I do want to do that.
Don
What was
Pettit.
his last
Yeah,
name?
so listen, friend, it's called Don Pettit. So let me help this other guy out because he's
Go
incredulous.
ahead. Yeah.
So Don Pettit was supposedly the safety officer on the. Keep in mind, safety officer. He was asked live. So you're the safety officer, yada yada yada, and he was showing the cupola, the guy that was interviewing. He said, this cupola, it's got seals. And he's like, well, what do you do if you have a leak? Like, what's your safety procedure? And he was like, well, I imagine we have a procedure for that. This is coming from the safety officer, right? He should know all the procedures. And he goes, well, then what happens if you have a leak? And he goes, well, I mean, I guess you have a leak if you have a leak. Yeah, the dude's dumb as a brick, dude. Sorry. He clearly was a DEI hire.
Okay. He is exactly the same age, almost exactly the same age as myself. And he's a chemical engineer. Now, beyond that, I would have to do more deep diving into it. And I think that interview may have been one of those, he didn't take it very seriously.
You kind
And
of sound
at
like it. I'm
70,
not gonna lie.
when I can attest, when you're 71 years old, you kind of you kind of speak off cuff every so
Hey man,
often. So
listen. If he's 71, I would have never
he's
guessed. I would
71.
have him in his
Yeah,
late
he's
40s.
70. He's 71 years old. And you know, when you're talking to your granddad, and I'm sure you're in your 30s, right? You're middle aged, right?
No, I'm in my 40s.
Okay, you're definitely past middle age.
No, I'm not.
No, half people live approximately 75 to 80 years. You're half.
Well, I'm
You're
gonna
half
live. I'm gonna
expired.
live to be 200 years, so not even close to
Okay,
middle age.
okay, okay. You're quarter age. Okay.
Everyone
Being
who
that,
has
being
claimed that
that,
they would live
I
above
always,
200 years died
yeah,
before 100 years.
yeah.
All right, then I'm
I
gonna live.
always joke.
Listen, I'm gonna live. I'm only gonna live till 20.
I always joke with people that that are 40. You're middle aged, and they're like, "Oh my God, I'm not." I said, "Are you going to live to 80?" Well, our family's 75, 85, in that range. Then you're middle aged.
All
Hey,
right, Clive.
humans aren't supposed to kill their
Clive. Let's
75.
do
Yeah,
an IQ test. Let's do an IQ test live on the spot.
okay, okay.
Okay, so
How about
does a
we play chess?
meniscus in a drinking glass have anything to do with the curvature of the Earth? Yes, no.
Are you saying a disc?
No, meniscus. You know, a
What
meniscus
is?
is a shape.
No, I
A
don't.
meniscus is a shape water will take when it's in a glass, like let's say a drinking
Okay,
glass, and
okay.
the intermolecular forces and the hydrostatic
Uh-huh.
forces and the
Okay.
electrostatic forces are causing it to cling to the glass and
Right.
pull and create like
Right.
a curve in the surface of
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
water.
Yeah. Of
Now,
course
does
you do.
that have
Yeah. Yeah.
anything to do with the
This is
surface curvature of the Earth?
no, no. It's
Right.
the. Okay. No, okay. We
Holy
agree on
crap,
that
dude!
because
Holy
because
crap, my
because of the
bro, my bro.
atomic force. The atomic force at close distance is much stronger than gravitational at long distance.
Okay, yes, but regardless of
You're
any gravity,
the
schmavity, it doesn't.
gravitational.
It wouldn't
Yeah.
even matter. It wouldn't even matter. But
Right.
the
Exactly.
meniscus
Exactly.
itself is a phenomenon caused by forces that have
Yeah.
absolutely nothing to
Yeah.
do
I'm
with the
familiar
shape
with
of
it.
the Earth.
I got you. Your pillow has more gravitational force on your head than the sun does.
Oh
Well,
my
listen, your
god.
pillow has more to do with the curve of the Earth than a meniscus is up. Let's agree with
Right.
that.
Right. Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Those are forces over distance. When you're talking hundreds of thousands of miles or
Right.
millions of
So
miles.
Clive, right. So
Yeah.
Clive, when I
Yeah.
have somebody come into
Yeah.
to this room and they tell
Uh-huh.
me that they are a physics person, and then when it
Uh-huh.
comes to challenge whether the Earth is curved or not because of the properties of
Uh-huh.
water, if they bring forth
Yeah.
meniscus to have to do with something about
Right.
the curvature of the Earth,
I
the
understand.
only
Yeah.
appropriate response I should have is laugh my ass off.
Well, yeah, to an extent, but I mean, you were a student at college, right? Not to
Yeah,
say
but
you didn't go or did go. I would assume that you have
right, you're
university
correct,
degree.
bro. But check this out, Clive. I would never be
Okay.
stupid enough
Go ahead.
that if I went to the bar after and we went to the bar and we said, "Hey, we'd like the drink. We'd like the drink that comes with the
I got
round
you.
ice cubes." And then I
Yeah,
looked
I
at the
got
round ice cube and it was made of water. And I said, "Look, this is a water ball. Therefore, the Earth is a globe."
Sir, I gave up drinking 40 years ago, and I had a
I
heart
never
attack
started,
6 months
dude. I'm just
ago.
saying. I'm just saying. If I ordered a
Stop
drink, maybe I
smoking.
ordered it for my
Yeah.
friend.
No, I understand. I understand. And bar humor was a big part of my life in my 30s, and then I realized what type of
Yeah,
person I was becoming. I
fair
was like,
point.
I don't like.
Fair point, Clive. But my point is that
Yeah,
these people come
and
in here
bar jokes are in
trying
my
to tell
repertoire
us.
all the time.
Yeah, they come in here
Oh,
trying to
by the
tell
way,
us that they know physics and that we're the dumb
right.
flat earthers, and they try to tell us that
Mhm.
ice
Gotcha.
or a meniscus has anything to do. It's
Mhm.
laughable.
Well, just keep in mind my name backwards is Evil C, and I wanted to marry a woman named Lana.
Dang.
Just had to see if you were listening. My name backwards is Evil C, and all of my codes for phones, etc., end in 666.
But Clive, you know what in the immortal words of rest in
You're breaking
peace.
up on me. You're breaking up on me once again.
In the immortal words of Rush Limbaugh, the famous
Uh-huh.
conservative
Oh yeah,
talk show,
I know him.
if you have to ask, the answer is no.
Rush got crazy at the end, though. My God.
Did you know whenever you do any kind of curve math, like to figure out the radius of the Earth, that always ends up in 666 too.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's based on our systems.
Hey,
I mean,
what's 6 divided? Is 6 divided
only
by
because
7 come out
yeah,
that
it's
way?
only because we've got 5 fingers. You know, what if we were octopedal or
Yeah, what if
whatever
you
8
switch
fingers?
to kilometers? Like
Yeah.
that's not a
See,
that's
I
just a
love the
coincidence.
joke.
What if you switch to
I love the
kilometers?
joke
Okay,
of
no longer
yeah,
666.
yeah. I love the joke of well, we're going to come up with this new scale. What scale did you come up with for temperature? Well, it is, let's say 100. What are you coming up with? Oh, 32 and I don't even know. How about 212? Does that make any sense? I got a trivia question for you, though. Let's see if you can get this real quick without looking it up. What temperature is are centigrade? And you don't have to ask whether it's centigrade or Fahrenheit. If I said it's this degrees out, you would not have to ask Fahrenheit or Celsius. Did I get kicked? No.
Clive, you've been
Yeah.
you've
Yeah.
been you've been implied that you're Don Pettit coming into our
No.
channel
No.
disguised as Clive.
I'm 69.
Dude, I swear to
I'm
God,
turning
he
69. He's 70.
Tom
I was
Pettit.
shocked. He's 72.
Here, do this test for me. Say, well, then you have a leak.
Then you have a leak.
It's Tom Pettit.
It's him. It's totally him.
You should be so blessed. My parents, okay, you can look me up. I'm well known in Houston, Texas. My name is Clyde Hine, Heyn. Do a Google search on that. I had the longest running poker game in Houston.
Yeah, you know what you don't have?
What's that?
Proof the Earth is a globe.
Oh, there you go. But I do have a proof of who I am.
Hey, Clive, how long was your poker play all the time?
We ran a game for 15 years out of my home. 4 years, it was a game nonstop. I mean, 24/7, one table, 24/7.
That's ridiculous.
I started just before it became legal in Texas. Everyone, I mean, I had billionaires playing my game, and we played $1, $2, $2. The maximum buy-in was $300, and those 3 billionaires, I can name them. Once they ran out of $300, they were done. Oh, by the way, we stocked the refrigerator with beer, and in a week, would you want to venture a guess of how many beers we went through? Less than 24.
I knew that.
Just nice guys getting together and having fun playing poker. That's it.
Very good. All right, continue on. I was curious.
Anyway, go ahead, guys. Go ahead. I didn't mean to. This isn't a rant about me. This was. I've enjoyed the conversation. I got static. I was invited, and then I invited. Asked you to. Static got invited, and then re-invited, which was cool. I thought the conversation was rather good on that, and
Clive,
I've
I need you to
enjoyed.
do me a favor. Clive, I need you to do me a favor. If you know Static, can you please like do some personal therapy with him? That meniscus has nothing to do with Earth curvature.
I will. Let me put it this way. I'll do my best, but moving
I'll put it to you
mountains
this way,
and
bro. I can't allow people. I can't allow people to occupy so much of the airtime if they think meniscus has anything to do with Earth curvature.
I literally I understand about. I had 15,000 members in my Discord. Whatever this is, Discord. Years ago, Facebook. I was a friend of Tom's. That's where I started. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough running these things, and I wish you all the best. Over. I'll stop in from time to time when I.
You know what's funny, Clive? Clive, wouldn't a meniscus prove the Earth is concave?
Wouldn't prove anything.
I know exactly. That's my point. But like,
Yeah.
isn't a meniscus
Yeah.
a concave curve?
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, it is.
Right. So like, so to them trying to say this is anything.
Oh, that's sort of like one of the most deadly creatures on the planet is a little shrimp that shoots out a spark at thousands of miles per hour and kills its prey. But it can only do it because it's that size. Or what is that? There's a mite that exists in space that on any given human there are a billion of them at this moment. They're all over the earth.
Tardigrades?
What was it again? Yeah, that's it. Pterogrades. You know, just because you can't see them doesn't mean they don't exist. Just even imagine there's a billion on your. If you took away the Earth, just made it disappear, you would still see the Earth because of their presence.
Yeah, and when you kiss your wife, you're actually kissing micro.
Probably your mom.
Ow!
I'm just teasing. As a physics professor, every 15 minutes I would tell a joke and wait, and then the class would know that. They would be like, okay, the professor's going to see if we're awake at this point. I enjoyed
Yeah,
it. I taught at
yeah, it was
University
pretty.
of South
Yeah, I can imagine how your class would go. It'd be like, so guys, according
Well,
to Pascal's principle in hydrostatic equilibrium, water is
yeah.
flat and level on the surface, but the Earth's a giant globe. That's
There
a
you go.
joke.
I changed my mind.
The fourth
Clive is too
thing
quick-witted to become better. I changed my mind.
sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Clive, hi AI overlord. I'm new here, but is it
This is my favorite female. She's going to be my 8th wife. Go ahead.
just a quick question. Why are people being muted? Is it what are, I just don't want to get muted. What are the rules of not getting muted? Because I understand
I think what she's asking is, what is the
Don't hear the truth about the
criteria?
globe.
Static
Oh,
was muted because you didn't like a point he was making, but so the conversation ends abruptly.
oh, we let Static have like an hour and a half uninterrupted airtime where he was just having a one-on-one, right?
Right.
So the conversation didn't end abruptly. It went on for okay, but he failed the test of being intelligent to be here because he wanted to pressure to me that a counterpoint to measuring a lake would be a meniscus in a cup. So, like I was telling my friend Clive here, who understands that a meniscus, which is caused by electric forces and intermolecular forces, has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right? And so he was repugnant to my intelligence by repeatedly saying, no, a meniscus has to do with the curve of the Earth. So I was just like, dude, I just have to, recommend you to a mental health professional. And so, he needed to have some free time rather than being on here and keep trying to tell me a meniscus has something to do with Earth curve. See, because I care about his reputation as an individual. He told me he's a physics guy. He said he's intelligent, and I don't want everyone to hear him making a. So I had to pull the plug to save him from himself.
I'm just
For
wondering,
example,
I am interested. I am interested in
Go ahead.
hearing all points of views, but I'm saying if somebody's being muted because you don't like the information that they're providing or using, I'm just worried that I might say something that you don't think is intelligent enough, and I'll be all
Okay, well, let's do a test. Let's do a test.
No, I don't want to do a
So-
test. I don't want to do a test. I just want to know what the criteria is not to be you just basically if you think I'm intelligent enough to contribute to the conversation.
If what you say is true about the globe, well, you're gonna get muted.
What? Holy crap. It's not true at all, dude.
Gala, if you think you're here in good faith and you're not like half brain dead, you don't have to worry about being muted.
No, I am
I've been muted for
interested.
making
I
arguments.
definitely I'm interested. These things do interest me. I just want to
Yes,
make sure I understand.
then don't worry about it. You won't be muted. What you're saying is true, and you're you want to have a quiet and conversation. You don't want to bring up dumb points. You're fine.
But like, is this like a channel where it's an echo chamber where
No,
everybody
it's
has
not. We've given you what you need. You're not going to get muted. Stay on topic, and you don't deflect and say stupid things. It sounds like you're coming from a good place, so everything is fine. All right. And if you do get muted, it's not permanent anyway. They'll unmute you eventually. Be patient.
Yeah, it would just be a temporary mute just to like keep the conversation coherent. We don't accept fallacious argumentation or attempts to run away from the arguments by talking about meniscus when it has nothing to do with the argument. And so that might stop that conversation because that person is clearly not showing good faith, is not using his brain, not actually operating perfectly, or not taking part in the
Just because you
conversation.
disagree with an argument doesn't make it dishonest.
No, how about this?
It's not about disagreement, bro. Like you try to articulate how meniscus proves Earth curve. Go.
Hey, and I'm a flat earther, right? I got muted today for about 20 minutes, and I'm here and I'm okay, right? So everything will be okay. It's not like they're picking on Globers. I got muted too for interjecting where I shouldn't have.
Okay, so perfect. So you just mute people for a little bit, and then they become unmuted when you think that they can provide.
Yeah, I mean, if you're interrupting, like I was
just like-
butting in on a conversation that maybe I shouldn't have, so I got muted. Like it's no big
or
deal.
just like with that guy, I talked to him in text. I told him in text that once the conversation that had started after he got muted with some other person is done, he could be unmuted and he can speak up. We just didn't want interruptions and we wanted to allow that conversation to reach its conclusion.
Perfect. Thanks for
So,
clarifying.
for example,
Thank you.
For example, Kel, if I have a conversation with you, if we have a calm conversation, the Globers in the room are going to have a lot of anxiety, and so they're going to try to interject and talk over me, and then not let you hear what I have to say, and then they're going to say things like, "Oh, saying this biased," and the other, and that could be contributing at all. They're going to be trying to sideline what's going on, so they're going to get muted immediately, right? Obviously.
What if you try to make
I have
a
a
lie
quick
in a
question.
straw man and we call you out?
Hey, what about this? What about this? How about we stop talking about mutes and topic? How about that?
Well, this question is a little bit of history and asking. Okay, you and I are having a conversation, kind of a debate, a little bit of side by side. And when I grew up back in the day, I debated in university, in college, et cetera, et cetera. And it was like this. I would talk for 3 or 4, I have an opening statement, they'd have an opening statement. You know where I'm going with this. Okay, boom. Oddly enough, and have you experienced this? The new style of debate in universities and high schools is speed speech. And I happened to see this like 5 years ago, and then I heard it today. It was like just rapid fire, 300 words a minute. And then they make the point, and then that
but
is
also
so abhorrent.
Also, too many points per. So, like they'll say like 17 points in the fastest amount of time possible, then the opponent has no chance to reply to all 17.
That's a sport now, and I will.
Let's kiss God. So fallacy.
That's fair, but we're still talking about stuff that isn't the topic. So, can we please, for the love of God and all that is holy, talk about the topic?
I got you. Okay, over. I use the over and out. I don't say over and out because that's ridiculous. It's out and you're gone. But I use the over because I'm done. Go ahead. Thank you. Over.
All right, so Kel got so bored of listening to people talking about the form and not the substance that she left.
She's a good person. She has other things. She's in other discords, etc. No, that isn't. She didn't. Don't make that assumption. I know her very well. I've known her for a long time. She was the one that.
Listen, she's not in the room anymore. And the only thing she talked about once she started talking was everything but the topic, right? So how about this? The next person who's talking about mutes is just getting yeeted. How about that? Is that fair? Then I could just remove this idea that that's what we're going to be talking about. Problem solved, right?
Got it. Over.
Gravity.
Hey, can you
Yeah,
guys?
gravity. Flatity. There we go. We finally talked about the topic a little bit.
Please
I'll just
keep
quickly ask
my third wife out of this conversation.
where's this stream to? I understand it's YouTube. Do you guys have a link to what channel that is?
Yeah, if you click the YouTube thing that says YouTube, it's in the bio there. So you could see we have
Oh,
two
sweet.
YouTuber dudes, and
Appreciate
they
it.
broadcast to different channels. They
Yep.
broadcast to different channels, and they actually usually broadcast offset, so that we almost always have a recording of what occurred. So you can go
Oh,
back and look at
excellent.
it. You could clip it, and we actually broadcast to more things than just YouTube's because we have simulcasts,
Right.
like they go out to different platforms.
Yeah. And so those lives stay up there on the YouTube servers, so you can like go back to them later, right?
Yeah. So if
Oh,
if you
sweet.
want to listen to the convo, we also have an archive channel where people pull out the good conversations because there's a lot of just banter and there's a lot of this 24 hours a day. So they'll pull out the good combos and they have them cataloged by subject sometimes and speaker sometimes.
Right on. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, good info. Over.
Hi, I'm sorry I got out. My Wi-Fi is kind of iffy, so it's like you guys are roboting, so I reset.
Awesome.
Great to have you back. Over.
Cal, Clive said he was going to bow out of speaking, but so far, since you've been gone, he hasn't been able to resist interjecting every 30 seconds.
Welcome to Clive.
Wait till you get yeah, absolutely. The smile of a woman can sink 1,000 ships. Oh, come on. I'm also, it is helpful to have people that don't let it, dead silence is dead silence. Were you ever on radio by chance? The old school radio?
I don't know. Eventually, Cal's going to get to ask a question, I imagine.
Yeah, go ahead, Cal.
Oh no, I'm just listening. I'm just trying to
Okay, fair enough.
understand.
Understand what?
Like,
Why the Earth is
is
flat?
there like some kind of links or information about, like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm trying to understand like the whole flat Earth thing, right? I heard that you don't think that it's like completely flat, like a flat sheet of paper or something. Is there
Oh, no,
some?
actually, I think it's better than that. I think the Earth is flatter than a piece of paper.
Do you have like I'm a visual person. Do you have some kind of information that?
Like a model
Yeah.
of what the theory is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
The observation. That's a good one, right?
The problem here
if
is it's not a model, it's not a theory, it's a series of observations and falsifications of the belief system that we all used to believe. We're not a replacement belief system for the belief system that's been falsified. We're the people who left the cult, left the belief system.
So would you say that obviously science has a lot of claims, right, about the world around us? So from the say from the flat Earth community, they make less claim. They claim less things, and they say perhaps we don't know because we don't have the means to conduct such a measurement or observation. You know what I mean? Would that be fair?
Yes and no. For instance, I am currently writing a book detailing the history of the globe story, where it came from, how it was derived, and how logically sound it is. In essence, it has no actual foundations for 2,000 years. It's just a cult secret doctrine that's passed down among the powerful. And
Did I cut
then,
out, or is just no one talking?
and then we get to more modern times where people rely on these interpretations from this older model and then try to bend reality to the model using ad hoc explanations. We used to believe those ad hoc explanations, and then we tested them. And once you test those assumptions, the whole model just collapses, because the whole cosmos is built on Earth being a sphere. That's the first assumption. And so when you debunk the sphericity or the Earth curve, then the whole cosmic ladder collapses. The whole
Are you sure that the tests
interpretation of
are
how the
actually
sky
accurate
works.
and done properly?
Am I sure what?
That the tests that you're making, are they done properly and accurately?
That's very simple. We have I don't even need to do any tests, but we have done many. But you can look at all long distance photographs that are showing you view beyond the claimed geometric curve. And if those images do not show any evidence of refraction, that ad hoc excuse can just be dismissed.
Can I just ask a quick question? Sorry. When do you think like this sort of started to gain traction, like the flat Earth community, the movement, right? What year roughly estimated? Was it like 2015 it started to pick up, or 2008, or like is there a date? Or like
It started to pick up at 2014, 2015, but flat Earth really never died. I've met flat Earthers who were taught flat Earth and geocentrism since they were children. We've seen videos of old people around 100 years old who were taught flat Earth in schools. So we get taught a very distorted view of history through our education system, which kind of glorifies this lineage of the globe and cuts out everything else.
Isn't it like remarkable, just like the structure that's been built over the last couple hundred years? It's so good, like it's so flawless. It gets people to believe, like
What? No.
so, like it gets people to believe like all this like stuff that like it makes them like not even want to question like whether what shape the Earth actually is. And like
We're flawless, otherwise we wouldn't be here. But
well, I've been
the
having like an awesome
programming
time
is
listening to you
good.
guys, but the thing is, like, do you see how good like the brainwashing is? Like, it got like so like I actually know Static. He's one of my buddies, and he's so smart, but he's like so brainwashed. And I've been trying to get him to see, and he just like he's so much smarter than me that he just like bullies me in every argument because he's like really good at arguing. And I thought it was really awesome because like it seemed like Jedi was doing such a good job to like pick apart like his argument, and it was like I was like, oh yes, finally, like someone standing up to him. And then like it was like I was enjoying it. I was like having the time of my life. And then fucking somebody muted him, and then it was like the conversation stopped, and then like Jedi, like they came back and we're going out again. Then Jedi left, and I was like, why did Jedi leave? And then it's like I was like, oh man, like fucking, I wish that like you guys just let it keep going instead of like
Yeah, fair enough, brother. But check this out. Check this out, brother. Check this out.
Going on for a long time.
Check this out, Holmes. Check this out. He wasn't proving any of his claims. Whenever Jedi was trying to get him to tell more stories. Okay, so we can't allow our server time to be wasted on Globe Earth stories. We all already know the stories. We don't need to hear the stories again. We're all experts in the stories. Okay,
I know.
Almost everyone in the modern Western world. We need proofs,
so like
not stories.
So he doesn't know. He like I'm trying to get him to see the light, but he doesn't know the argument. And you guys were doing such a good job to like try to prove. Like you guys were doing a great job to prove to him, and like I think you were like actually getting through to him.
No,
like I just want to see you guys stump him in an argument. Like I don't.
I'm just getting through to him. His ego is blinding him completely. Like
I know, but guys, like seriously, this is why I want to see. I was counting on you guys to stump him in an argument.
This is like you telling.
I'll be back. I'll be back, brother. Calm down, everyone.
It's not about stumping him in an argument, bro. It's when someone doesn't listen to a word you say and then tries to argue against something that you're not talking about, that person is not actually participating in the conversation. They're arguing with themselves.
Yeah, but if you guys could present something to him to like stump him and make him like say like he doesn't have a response to it, like that would just be epic. Like that would be such a big win for me.
We did, dude. We did. He was stumped with the fact. Hold on, brother. He was stumped with the fact. Dude, my sentence is getting cut short. Okay, listen, we know how to do this, dude. We've been doing it for 10 years, okay? We're not going to have a 17-hour conversation with that guy. He needs to get cut off, go out and think about what was said, and then come back when he needs the itch scratched, okay? And he will, guaranteed.
So like I get it. Like he was talking about something, and you said like it's so irrelevant that you didn't want him to be taking up the airtime. Is there like sort of a list of things, like topics that like we should avoid in order to
Oh no, dude, no.
avoid
It's
getting
all
muted?
it's all
'Cause, like,
contextual. It's all contextual. Okay. But he
well,
needs
like
he needs to be faced with the absolute stone truth that I'm not going to have a conversation about flat earth with somebody who's so dumb that they think a meniscus has anything to do with the curvature of the earth. He needs to know that there's a line in the sand of predation, that he shouldn't even be producing something so stupid. He needs to think to himself, why was I cut off about that point? Because I thought it was a good point, but the other guy said, I'm so insulted by the fact you would expose my audience to something so stupid that I have to cut you off, bro. In other words, I have to cut you off from the bar because you're so drunk. You need to go home, sober up, and then come back when you're not drunk.
But so like you guys were, it was like I was hearing it. It was almost there. It was like if you guys could just get like make a good enough argument in like a collected way enough to like get him to actually realize that he's wrong, like through an argument, like you actually get him to admit he's
No,
wrong.
dude,
Like
no, dude, it's not how it works. It's not how it works, dude. Listen, in case you didn't know,
it's not.
he was preaching his religion. He was not interested in a conversation at all. He was only interested in taking up mic time to preach his religion so he could hear himself say it, right? He needed to be cut to the quick. Now, when he comes back, he's going to understand that he actually has to say real things that have to do with the earth being. He has to actually put real proofs on the table, and he has to actually take it point by counterpoint, not preach.
Yeah, I get that. Like the religious guys, they're like insane to deal with all the propaganda and stuff. It's just like, I want to hear more of you guys' points because like I'm not smart enough to articulate it, but like I think you guys like do a way better job of actually articulating the real argument for flat Earth, and so it's so intriguing. I just want other people to see like the value behind it.
We should just calm down and let other people speak or ask about the topic instead of this endless color commentary.
Yeah, I just want I just want to be able to hear people speak and like not like for the conversation to continue instead of being cut off and muted because it was so good. Like I'm like,
hey, listen, Fred, for the love of God, dude. Okay, it's gonna be fine. The conversation comes and goes.
This is like so exciting. This is like the most exciting day of my life. Like seriously, I just want to keep it going.
If you don't stop these pointless interruptions and repetitions.
I'm sorry. I'm the one causing issues.
No, you're just circling to the same point over again, and like we can't say it any more ways. So you just need to stop bringing it up and let's just talk about the topic.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I'd like to just listen and absorb. Thank you. Sorry, guys.
No worries, brother.
AI Overlord? I have, if you might entertain just a request here. I have two members from our group. You know both of them. They had been muted. They would like to have either a conversation with you or someone else in regards to this for maybe, let's say, 15 or 20 minutes. Would that be acceptable to you tonight? If not, no hard feelings. We can do it another day. Over.
Well, who are they? If I know them, who they is?
Chili and Static.
Who?
Chili and Static. They were here before.
Chili and Static?
Right.
Oh, Static can come back and speak.
Okay.
Once he concedes that a meniscus has no truth.
Okay.
Until he does that, he's not allowed to speak here.
Okay. And Chili,
or hold on, Clive, because that sounds a little bit unreasonable.
Go ahead.
Or he can present a logical syllogism with all the premises proved that shows of a necessity that the meniscus has any shape of the earth.
Okay, I believe he's listening in, and if he agrees, then he will speak.
I'm
If he
back.
does not agree,
Yeah,
No, no,
can
no,
I?
no, no, no.
wait. Oh, static. Can
Present
I,
the evidence.
as the
If he
diplomat here, do you understand what he's asking?
I didn't hear. Can I hear it
Okay.
again?
Could you repeat, Overlord?
Yeah, you're going to either concede that a meniscus has nothing to do with the shape or curvature of the Earth, or present an argument that carries the conclusion of a necessity with all premises proved that it does. And if you can't do either of those two things, you don't get to speak here ever again.
Oh,
Ever. Never.
I actually 100% agree with that. That a meniscus on a cup of water has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. I
Okay.
agree.
Is that
Oh,
satisfactory to
wow.
you, AI?
Progress.
Is that
Progress.
satisfactory? Okay,
Well, that was
good.
the
I
conditions,
am
wasn't it?
done. My mission is accomplished as ambassador between the two parties. Over. Out.
Yeah. So what I was saying, AI, before I got kicked was I was talking about a meniscus. I wasn't saying that a meniscus means that the Earth is curved. I was just saying to Jedi's point earlier that the water is flat. Well, even if you go down to a local level, the water is not necessarily flat. I'm not saying that a
That's not
meniscus
what
on a
happened.
curve means that the
I'll
Earth
get
is
the
curved.
recordings.
I wasn't saying that.
No, you were using it as a counter argument against someone talking about Earth curve.
No. The counter argument I made to Jedi's again, a
It
very
wasn't
great
talking to
conversation.
Jedi, it was talking to AI. You're confused.
No, I'm really confused. The conversation I was having with Jedi prior about the flatness of the ocean, water.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Did you want to say something? AI?
Hey, bro. You clearly are misremembering memories.
Okay. What did I say?
You were offering that to my argument about the Earth at Earth scale being flat. Okay, because obviously you got kicked by me when you were replying to me, so it was obvious you were replying to me and not Jedi.
Not following. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I know you're not, bro. That's the problem. I mean, I don't know if you're like took a little too many sips of the bubbly today or something.
Well,
Clearly not on point with your own
that's a
memories, bro.
common retort. I get. Yeah. Can I ask you a question, AI, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Same question I asked Jedi, and he was very responsible to this question. When I came in here like 3-4 hours ago, and I was like, "Why do you guys think the Earth is flat?" I got attacked and was like, "No, why do you think the Earth is round?" And when I threw that at Jedi, he very reasonably responded and said, "Well, this is why I think the Earth is flat. Can I ask you why you think the Earth is flat?" And the reason I say this is because, and Jedi admitted, he agreed that a majority of the population believes it's a sphere, a minority happens to believe it's flat. So, can I ask you why you think the Earth is flat and not a sphere?
Oh, the known territory is flat because it's covered in 70% water. Water can be demonstrated to be the scales in regards to the Earth size scales, not in regards to cups in a cup in your kitchen, right? So it's very simple. And this was actually what you were trying to talk to me about. I already explained it to you. Is that the entire surface of the Earth is benchmarked to sea level, right? And so the level standard of which all elevation profiles are taken is either a curved line around a globe or it's a straight line. And so all you have to do is just measure the benchmark, which is the water. Water's not curved, then it's not a globe, which means that defaults to two horizontal parallel planes, right? And all the Earth's surface topology is between those two planes. That would make the Earth flat. And if you scale the Earth to the size of a piece of paper, right, it actually would be flatter than a piece of paper. So not only is the Earth flat, it's very, very flat. And keep in mind, I parsed it out with the known territory because I can't make claims about territory I don't know about. Go ahead.
So one of the things I heard Jedi say, and I don't want to put words in his mouth. If anybody who is more familiar with him than I am, I could have sworn he said that he didn't disregard the idea that other celestial bodies in the universe, the solar system, what have you, are spheres. But what he said And again, correct me if I'm wrong. I could have sworn he said just because this might be a sphere and this might be a sphere and this might be a sphere does not mean necessarily that the Earth is a sphere. Is that a correct
And
understanding?
that is not only correctly what he said, that is a correct logical statement. That if 7 other things that aren't the Earth are something the Earth isn't, that doesn't make the Earth what it is.
I
That's
agree with you.
obvious.
I agree with you. Just because something is something doesn't mean the other thing is something. So my follow-up question is this. If we agree that other celestial bodies in the universe and the galaxy, solar system, what have you, are spheres and the Earth is potentially flat, and we understand that the reason the moon is potentially the moon and the sun is potentially the sun and all these bodies, celestial bodies are able
Potentially the
to
sun.
well, no, just hear me out. The idea that these things remain the moon instead of dissipating into dust, and the sun remains the sun instead of dissipating into whatever, and other stars,
What?
other planets, whatever. Why is it that we can agree potentially that other celestial bodies are spheres, but the Earth is flat?
Whoa,
And
whoa,
my
whoa,
follow up,
whoa, whoa,
hold
whoa,
on,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm
Yeah,
almost there.
I'll
I'm
tell you
landing the
why.
plane.
I'll tell you why.
AI,
No, you're not. No,
why?
you're not.
No, I didn't
No,
get
you're
to my
not. No, you're
question.
not.
If
No, you're
can I
not.
just
No,
can I get to
no,
my
wrong.
question mark? I have a
No,
question.
nope, nope.
But I didn't get to my
Don't
question.
care. No, hey, listen, friend, we're not doing a back and forth like you did with Jedi.
No, we
So
didn't
I'm
do it
going to
back and forth.
interject.
I just have a question. Okay, go ahead, interject.
There is no agreement that the other celestial bodies are so and the Earth is so. There is no agreement that the Earth is a celestial body. Okay, the flat Earth's position is that the Earth is not a celestial body. The celestial bodies are something else. The Earth is not included in that category. Go ahead.
I mean, to Chili, you're done, yes, yeah. To Chili's point
Yeah, yeah.
earlier.
Your cue was the. Go ahead.
So Chili was trying to talk about water on the space station. Astronauts videotaping what water does. It blobs itself. It tries to create a sphere as best as it can. So if you were to take the same matter, because water is matter, different than dirt, I get it. But if you were to take dirt, rocks, sand, whatever, celestial matter, and you were to allow it to coalesce, get together, what shape would that form though in space based on what we see astronauts doing?
Who frickin' knows, dude? Because rest assured that when you take water, the reason why water sticks together in a globule is because it has intermolecular forces, right? That's what's causing it to stick together.
Yep.
That's the only reason why it's sticking together.
But so
Do you know
Earth
what?
is made out
Do
of
you
Earth.
know? Wait, hold on, Chili. Do you
Yeah, go.
know AI? I'm sure you're familiar with a secretion disk. Are you familiar with that term?
No, dude. It's called an accretion disk, not a secretion disk. A secretion disk is like a nipple.
Well, so the point of the story is that I agree with you on something. The
The point of
faster,
the story is that an accretion disk has never been witnessed in the history of mankind. Period. End of story.
can I tell you something? AI, you're 100% right. You caught me on that one.
Not only that, brother.
Freudian.
Check this out, bro. Check this out.
Wait,
Check this out.
can
This
I?
is even worse.
Okay,
No, hold on,
go ahead.
brother. This is even
Yep.
worse. They can't even model aggregate matter turning into an accretion disk and then in software simulation without adding specific factors tinkered with by the programmer. So not only has it never been observed, it can't even be modeled accurately. So this is fantasy. I might even say religion. Go ahead.
Thank you. You nailed me. I Freudian slip. Maybe I'm looking for a titty. I don't know. Yeah, accretion disk. So an accretion disk in a black hole, it is spinning so rapidly with such mass that it is accelerating
Hold on,
out.
brother. Hold on, real quick. I gotta do a PSA. I hate to interrupt. PSA, the audience. Okay, guys, we're switching over to fantasy right now and fiction. So, okay, the reality level really is we're putting on hold. We'll get back to it. Go ahead. Tell us about the fantasy.
Okay. So you don't want to talk about black holes. Let's talk about a tennis ball. I soak
Oh
it
no,
in
I want to
water.
talk about I want to talk. Listen, friend, I want not story.
Okay. Would you, and you, I don't know if I'm cutting you off. I don't hear you anymore. Does anybody else hear him?
Go for it. Your turn.
I wasn't sure if you were roboting. I'm sorry. So depending in the universe, how fast something is spinning, I agree with you. We can get disks. We see them relatively in galaxies. We see them around black holes, theoretically. We see them, in circumstances where the faster something spins,
Okay.
it can counteract its mass, and it can flatten out. Right? Makes sense. Centrifugal force. The scientists that we rely on our side, have told us that, based on the spinning of a hypothetical black hole in the galaxy and the spinning of the Earth and the sun and whatever, they've monitored all these things, and they say that, for example, in the sphere model of the Earth, it is well known on our side, the mainstream side, that the Earth is actually a little thicker at the equator than anywhere else because of the fact that it is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. So you do get a little bit of centrifugal force. It's not spinning at the rate of a black hole, theoretically,
All
which
right,
they've
that's an interesting
actually.
claim. That's an interesting claim. Where's the measurement that the Earth is larger around one circle that's perpendicular to the
Give me 2 seconds.
circumpolar?
Hey, my son is asking me a question non-related to this conversation. Please, 1 second. All right, apologies, Zaya. I'm back.
Yeah. So where's the measurement of this alleged 20-mile different circumference around the equator versus the circumference?
I mean, I could look it up.
I mean, dude, listen. Before you go on, I want to make this explicitly and excruciatingly. I don't want a repetition of the claim. I want the evidence for the claim. I don't need to hear the claim repeated in Google's voice. I need the
Well,
evidence.
No, this guy
so
doesn't know the difference. Dude, you don't know the difference.
can
Well,
I
we're
ask?
about to find out.
Can I?
We're about
Can
to
I ask
find
you?
out, brother.
Well. Can I ask a question? Where is the claim that what I just said is not true?
It's not how
That
claims
the
work, brother.
equator is larger than the
Oh,
other
hey, listen,
surfaces of the
bro.
Earth.
Hey, listen. I don't know, but it's your claim that it is,
No,
right?
but
You
that's
believe
that's
it.
what I was saying to Jedi, and Jedi actually
No, that's
respected
how
my.
insane this guy is. He now thinks this is a valid way to go about it. He's nuts.
You
Yeah,
just
dude.
want
Listen.
and asking someone to prove a negative. You have a positive claim. You need to back
No,
it.
it's
Do
the
you
opposite.
understand
You
how
guys are
logic
trying to prove a
works?
negative. And I'm sorry, the person who's
Now,
talking,
what
What the
I think
hell,
he's
dude?
roboting. Is that
Yeah,
Drace? You're
Drace.
roboting.
Yeah, Drace. You're jacked up, bro.
Yeah, you're roboting. But I think what Drace was basically saying, correct me if I'm wrong, AI, I think he was basically saying that the onus is on us to prove. Is that what he was basically saying, it sounded like?
No, listen. You just said the Earth is doing such, right? I told you. Where's the evidence it's doing that? That's all that
They
happened.
measured it. They've measured it.
Okay, that's great. Where's the evidence that they've done that, dude?
I mean, they did it in the 1800s. They've done it in the 1900s. They've done it in the 2000s.
Well, that sounds like more claims, bro.
Well, yeah, I mean, but claims are all we have as human beings. Everybody's claiming everything.
Speak for
No,
yourself.
that's not true. That's not true. Some people actually support their claims with reality and evidence in reality.
So I'm
Like you're
asking you, what
claiming
is
it's
your what is
a
your
flat Earth.
evidence in reality that what these people in the 200 BCE and the
I don't know.
1800s
I
and
don't
the
know. Listen,
modern day?
friend, bro. There's no evidence that anybody did anything yet. All there is you claiming that it happened.
But
Okay.
there's no
So
evidence.
unless you can talk about, listen, unless you can at least talk about what they allegedly did, you have nothing to talk about.
I can. Yeah, they measured. They measured.
Hey, well, guess what? They measured the Earth flat. Oh, see how easy that is, dude.
Do you own property, AI? Like, do you know when
This
surveyors
I
come,
don't
how
care
they
less,
use?
is
dude.
a
I
The
weirdo.
way
care
the way
less.
No, and I didn't say that to like insult your intelligence. I just mean like when you own property, the way they determine property lines is using geometry, right? Trigonometry. They figure out and they take into account curvature of Earth on large properties. They do
No,
all
they
this
don't,
stuff.
dude. But not.
Yes,
But
they
You
nice
do.
sound
try.
completely nuts.
I sound nuts. Okay.
Indeed.
Why?
Yeah, give me one example. Give me one example.
Can I, rather
Go ahead.
than me giving you an example, can you explain to me, whoever said that, why I sound nuts? Can you give me an example why do not use trigonometry and geometry to figure out property
No, we're
lines
not.
on this
No, we're
planet?
not doing that, dude. We're not doing that. You
Okay,
said they
why?
did.
Can I ask
You said they did.
why are we
And
not
listen,
doing
pay
that?
attention. Pay attention, dude.
I'm paying
You said
attention.
they did. Okay. So I'm asking you for the evidence that they.
All right, you guys
I'm
keep bringing,
rechecking.
I got to be honest with you.
Listen, dude. Listen, dude. I'm gonna give you one
came in
chance. I'm gonna
here.
give you one chance, dude. I'm gonna give you one chance and one chance. I'm getting bored.
Okay, well, the weird part is I've been
Where's
banned
the
for.
evidence for any of your claims, dude? Just for the love of God, give us one.
I did surveyors.
That's not
And what I
evidence.
was
That's just a claim, dude. You're all.
what I was going to
Listen,
say
dude.
is
Listen,
the
dude.
weird
Listen,
part
friend.
is like
Listen,
I've
bro.
yep
I'm gonna help
yep
you out. I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna help you out. Tough luck. Go figure out the difference between claims and evidence. When you figure that out, come back and then you can continue.
I do you want me to explain the difference between claims and evidence? Or am I muted? A claim is an opinion. I claim something. Evidence is
No,
I support it.
claim's not merely an opinion, dude.
Okay. So your claim is the earth is flat. That's your opinion. I'm asking you for supporting evidence. That's all. I'm not trying to get muted. I want to hear it. What is your evidence?
Well, Static, don't you?
He already gave it to you, yeah? And it also negated the claim that you made of the globe being wider at the poles because it was measured. Because, as he stated earlier, water, yeah, measures flat.
It measures
the
flat if you
earth,
pour it on a
the
That's what I was
earth
table.
going to
is
say.
wider. No, I didn't say the earth is wider at the poles. I said the earth is wider at the equator.
Sorry, at the equator, sorry, yes, that's my fault. But yes,
no, that's fine.
Regardless,
No problem.
the conversation earlier was in regards to mean sea level and everything measured from a horizontal above sea level. That was what I explained, yeah?
I mean, no.
Oh wow, what a great counterclaim.
So,
No, I mean, but you haven't
I
given
was
me a
just
claim.
hearing.
So
I was
we're
just hearing things. Hang on. So I was just hearing things when I just heard AI give that whole description in regards to levels above sea level, and that overall, if the Earth was the size of a piece of paper, it would be flatter than a piece of paper. That was my imagination.
So you're saying the earth is flatter than a piece of paper? And I'm not putting words in your mouth. Was that a rhetorical or are you being sincere? The earth is flatter than a piece of paper?
Were you not? Hey, when I said all that, were you just not listening?
No, I apologize, AI. AJ just said earth is flatter than a piece of paper. Is that conjecture or is that like reality? You're saying 100% earth is flatter than a piece of paper.
That was a steelman of AI's position that he
I
just
got you. I
described
got
to
you.
you that
I
you
got you.
didn't listen
So,
to.
yeah, not real. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, in case you didn't know, dude,
So
I laid it out. I laid it out that the standards that all the
guys,
elevation profiles
I'm not
are.
debating you. That's what I don't understand. Chile, for example, came in here way hotter than I did. I listened to him. I'm not debating. I'm asking
Well, dude,
questions.
I
And
know
my
you're clearly
question,
not listening either. You're clearly not listening either. That's
I
the
am
problem.
listening. My question is how I get where you guys are coming from.
Well, hang on, brother. Hold on. Let's do a sensing session. AJ, do you have confidence he was listening based on his recent answers?
Well, that's a gang mentality approach you're
Do is
taking there. But
interrupt and not let him get to his point when he's proving you wrong.
yeah, can
What
I
are you
just
talking
finish?
about, dude?
Hey, I'm not trying to fight with you. I just want to finish.
Yeah, he ain't proved nothing. He ain't provided any evidence for his claims, dude.
I'm not saying I've proved anything. I'm just asking a question.
Well, Chili saying, hey, listen, Chili is confused. He thinks you were proving something, and you said you aren't. So
Okay,
now,
well,
how
maybe
you guys going
Chili's
to
an
solve it?
asshole. Maybe Chili's an asshole. Sorry,
I'm
Chili.
sorry.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah, get to it sometime this year. Go ahead.
Why are you such a cunt, you stupid motherfucker? That's my question.
Oh,
All right, Chili. Was that a good question?
I'll
Let
tell
me
you
ask you
why,
something,
brother.
because now
All
go ahead. You
right,
better hurry up
hey,
and
hey,
mute me,
tell
because
you
I'm
what.
about to go off on you, little fucking bitch ass Terminator fucking cunt. Let me ask you something.
Oh,
What did you
yeah,
get through?
brother.
Third grade,
Heyo.
seventh grade, eighth grade? Were you
Feelings.
abused? Like, how fucking stupid are you? And you know
Hey,
what? We've been
Static, the
trolling
truth
it.
comes
We've been
out,
trolling.
bro. The truth comes out. The truth comes out, Static. Rather than present me the evidence of your claims, you immediately go on this tirade to diminish me so that you can diminish my position rather than address my position. You know why, dude? It's because you have no evidence for your claims. But nice try. Okay, so after you
Actually,
calm down,
the Earth is round,
after,
and you're making the claim that it's flat.
listen, Static, after you calm down and you're over the little name calling interim session, you're welcome back. Hopefully you bring some evidence with you. And it's not to say that you don't have things that you hide in the categories that different kinds of measurements. You could say, oh, this study, here it is right here. Let's just call it the great circumference of the Earth study, let's say. And here's what they did. They took out these different stations. They got these angles. They measured it. They put it into the matrix. They used lines and weights and measures and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying that's not something you could do, but you haven't done any of that yet. All you've been doing is just repeating claims and repeating stories, dude. Hold on, we got to mute Chili before he cries. Because I think the other dude left. All right, go ahead, Chili Mo.
Okay. So I'm gonna try to address your guys's the flat water thing. So like let's just say we're on the ocean. Let's just say the whole entire globe is full of water only. And then we draw a straight line and let's say it goes 800 miles. From that straight line, let's say I'm touching the ground and then the line goes 800 miles straight. At the end of that 800-mile straight line and we go straight down, how far down is it going to go? You guys say 0, like it's a 1-to-1 ratio of we're both touching the ground, or is there like a 30-foot drop down?
Oh, and the Earth being water totally, right? So it'd be at equilibrium. So it'd be a homogeneous some level, right?
Well, no, I'm just saying that so that you're not saying that, oh, it could hit the ground. I'm just saying that like.
Well, because So we won't be pedantic. Just say. So you're saying you have a, let's call it a horse out from your eye. Let's say you're right on the ground. And so if you take that horizontal line out from you standing horizontal, the Earth, if it was a ball, would curve down and away. And so there'd be a drop at whichever point you pick, and you said 800 miles away, it would drop down a certain amount. Okay. So that's the globe claim. The flat Earth claim is that if all things being equal, the water that's 800 miles away, pull a measurement from that water, it would be at the exact same distance as the water from where you're standing over there. So if you're 6 feet tall to your eye, and the line is
It'd be
6 feet
6 feet
away
down.
from the surface, it'd be
Yeah,
6 feet down.
Yeah. So that's just a.
If I may, can I
If that's what's
real
breathed,
quick? Yeah, real quick, because you seem like a new glober, new to the scene. I have a very good phrase to describe what AI just said. Flat Earth is an Earth where 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal plane. Do you understand? 2 points, you pick any 2 points of equal elevation, and they will be on the same horizontal plane.
I know, but if we shot a laser out into space 2,000 miles, they'd be at a different height and depth, though.
You know what's funny, bro, is we have shot lasers over the surface of the Earth. Guess what? They hit the target. So, for example, 25-mile laser should fly over a target by hundreds of feet, yet it hits the target. So we've
But
already done these tests, bro.
I can't take a laser from right here and shine it on Sydney, Australia.
Well, let me help you out, brother. Let me help you out, because I know that you don't know this based on what you just said. But there's something called the atmosphere, and there's a equation that you can do called the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient. And when you apply that to ground level atmosphere, you find out that it is impossible to send visible wavelengths of light greater than approximately 350. Okay, so there is no way you're shining a light across the ocean, bro. Not going to happen.
Yeah, I know,
Yes,
but we're
and this atmosphere, though, also bends light. That's the reason also. There's attenuation and the bending of light. So your laser also bends. So if it's being refracted as
sorry.
well, you have to account for that. So the measurements that you're doing assume an Earth, a sphere Earth with 8-inch per mile square drop without an atmosphere. And when you do an observation,
Oh, that's not
you're running
true.
through the
That's not
atmosphere
true. That's
and
not
then
true.
discretizing that.
Yeah, that's not true, dude.
Of course it's
Oh
not.
yeah, but okay. So then hold on. Let's use your logic. Prove your claim. You
Yeah,
didn't show
which
me
claim?
any evidence. I don't. You
That
just
it's.
said that that's a
Hold
false
on,
claim.
brother.
Prove
Which
it.
claim? Which claim?
That whatever he just said, and you said that that's not true. Prove it.
Oh yeah. I can post tons of examples of laser tests where they took the ambient
That's
conditions
not
into
proof.
account.
By you guys' own argument, that's not proof.
That's not proof that the laser isn't affected by the atmosphere. When you're making the 8-inch per mile square calculation, you're doing it without an atmosphere. Then you're doing a laser test
Hey, I
inside an
gotta go. All right.
atmosphere and not accounting for the
All
atmosphere.
right, later. All right, later, Tater.
All right, who's Tater?
And that's actually incorrect. It's not like we're using 8 inches per mile squared and then assuming there's no air. We actually use standard refraction and account for that. We also try to check things out when there's minimal refraction and even when conditions have upward refraction.
Yeah, and then for Chili's benefit, dude, this guy keeps talking over us like he's speaking for us or critiquing our points when we don't get to make our points to you. So it's not even the case that in these. That's not how it's done. 8 inches per mile squared is a raw drop from a zero altitude. If you imagine zero altitude as a line across the paper and the raw drop of a curve going down and away, it's a parabolic drop. Okay. So in order to do a laser test, right, to quote unquote test a globe model, you'd have to use a different formula because you need to know the off angle that the laser would be striking the apex of the arc versus the target. So this guy attempting to speak for us is just a stupid moron. Okay. So just disregard everything that moron said. Now, secondly, the majority of the tests that are done do account for the ambient conditions. And like our other friend just said, they do apply the standard model, okay, of the alleged standard refraction, et cetera, et cetera. So he is just wrong. And not only is he wrong, he's very wrong. Because let me explain. It's very simple. The tests that we do supersede even including this alleged refraction. Okay, sometimes by hundreds of feet. So, for example, in certain scenarios, the ambient conditions would be able to deflect a beam in the order of, single digits or maybe even tens of feet. But the variance needed is hundreds of feet. So it's not the case that none of this is accounted. Not only that, but we have tests done by PhD physicists, expert in optics, who, for example, was not a flat earther when he did the test. And he concluded from his test that the Earth isn't a globe. And we can actually post all of those for you. And we will. But
Can
of
you
course you
explain
left.
lunar eclipses? Do you mind?
Oh yeah, what's a lunar eclipse?
Well, I mean, how does it fit in the flat Earth model?
Oh, it's very simple. It has nothing to do with the Earth.
Excuse me, Mr. AI Overlord.
What up?
Hi. So, my friend Static, he says he's calmed down now. I think he was just getting a little uneasy because you guys were
That's
scoring some
fair.
ground on him. So I think he was just a little upset about that. But he said
That's
he's
fair,
calmed
but
down now.
yeah, that's fair, but who cares? Because somebody else wants to ask a question. You want to answer
Yeah, about the lunar
the way.
eclipse. How does it not have anything to do with the Earth? Like, what caused?
Oh, very simple. Yeah, very simple, brother. So check it out. So the flat Earth position, okay, is that all of the points on the surface of the known territory are benchmarked to sea level between two horizontal parallel planes, because the water on the Earth can be demonstrated to be flat and level. That's the entire claim. It has nothing to do with the moon, nothing to do with the sun, nothing to do with the stars, nothing to do with angels, nothing to do with demons, nothing to do with Tartaria, nothing to do with ice walls, and the list goes on of things that has. So the quote unquote eclipse is also one of those things that has no.
Lunar cycles.
Okay, lunar cycles again have nothing to do with the.
No, what causes the shapes of the lunar cycles?
How would I know? I've never been to the position where I could see the cycle from an outside observer standpoint. So how would
Could you imagine holding a basketball in one hand and across the room there's a flashlight pointed at the basketball?
Oh, hold on, brother.
angle?
Hold on, real.
This is
You know,
crazy.
hold on, brothers. We stream live, and so every now and then I have to do PSA. So PSA audience, we're going into imagination land. All right, we're in imagination land. Go on with your story.
Well, I don't
It's
want to
not
interrupt an
imagination land.
idiot.
It's something
I
you
don't
get.
want to interrupt an idiot in the middle of his folly, but are you? It almost sounds like you're trying to infer that the globe Earth has something to do with the phases.
Well, what I'm saying is that
And if it doesn't, then it doesn't have anything to do with the topic.
You can replicate the lighting scenario of the moon phases with a light source, a single light source in a dark room with the globe.
Okay, dude, this is the flat Earth.
Well, what does that matter if the Earth isn't a globe?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
It ruins everything.
Oh, listen, real quick. Did our buddy from earlier? Was he what was that guy's name? Static. Was Static banned or anything like that needs to be undone?
He's
No,
muted right now.
he was muted, but he's been unmuted now.
Muted. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Thank you, guys.
So, what I'm trying to understand here is, I mean, it's really simple, but it's not. It's kind of complicated, but the lighting cycle can be seen on multiple planets in our solar system. Yeah, we can see it with a telescope. Yeah, the same, lunar. I mean, what would you call it? Every day there's a different shape. The crescent, the way the light hits that object, creates a crescent shape over to
Let's say
a,
that's true. Let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. In the heliocentric view, what's the cause of that?
Is that what Keith just posted here?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying in the heliocentric
region, radar
but in the
shadow.
fuck.
I'm looking at the diagram that just got
No,
put in
that
the
has
bubble
nothing to
chat.
do with what Keith posted.
I gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to pick your brain on it. Like, why is every other planet in our solar system show signs of being round, yet we're flat?
Well, fair, bro, but you already screwed up. So if you're gonna engage with a flat earther, you have to put aside your worldview and try not to mix the two worldviews together. You have to critique each one separately. So if you
I only
assume
understand
that
one
flat Earth,
view.
I know that. That's why I'm saying you have to separate it. So, for example, when a flat earther says the Earth is flat, they're not saying that the Earth is a flat planet rotating around the sun in a. Okay, now to be fair, I didn't tell you that earlier, but now I am because I see you're thinking a way that's not really reflecting the flat Earth position. The flat Earth position is that there are no such thing as other planets in relationship to the Earth. The Earth is not a planet. It's not in that category. The Earth is one thing unique. It's the Earth. The other things are what they are, and they are not relevant to what the Earth is. So I would never agree that the Earth is a planet among the other planets.
So it's okay that the other planets are round because the Earth is not one of those.
Correct. When you look up into the sky, right, and you see things, you're seeing things that are not the Earth. Let's agree to that at least.
Yeah.
So
not only
do
heavenly
flat
bodies are
earthers.
not the Earth.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is the Earth then? If the Earth is the one thing that stands out apart from everything else that we see in the universe, then what is the Earth? Because the Earth is obviously not natural at that point. Is it artificially
Wow.
created? Maybe it's a ship?
No. Listen, Fred. Listen. You don't have to go into the realm of maybe it's a ship, but you did key something in that there's an assumption within heliocentric Big Bang expanding cosmogony and cosmology, which is essentially just that paradigm, that everything in the universe prior to sentient agent causation, like me making a car, in their opinion, everything in the universe processes without the necessary direct intervention of a sentient agent. Now, if you just remove that assumption, that leaves on the table direct sentient agent causation. And we know that that can cause specifics contrary to natural processes. So, for example, there's no just random natural processes that created my monster can and filled it with delicious energy. Somebody invented it and they made the can, they chose the graphics, they chose the color, they chose the structure, right? So, yes, the earth is unique. And if you said it can't possibly be naturally caused this way, you're correct. It's because it's obvious it was created by a designer.
The designer didn't create everything else?
Okay, so for example, if you go to a factory, let's say a factory that supplies parts to Alibaba.com, and you go on Alibaba's website, you'll find thousands of products that are all different. So no, designers don't have to design everything to be identical.
Sorry, how do you believe that someone designed the Earth?
Or
Oh
something?
my goodness, who said that, dude?
I think he was getting at like a grand creator, like God.
Yeah, how did they do
Totally
that?
different topic. Hey, real quick, AI, it's Static again. Hey, Expectus, what's up?
What's up?
I just want to say, I apologize. First 3 times I was muted in here for having cogent points. I really didn't understand why I was being muted, but the fourth time,
Never have you made a cogent point.
yeah, but the fourth time, totally agree with you. When I called you a cunt and a third grade dropout, even though I meant every word, you were absolutely right too.
What's funny is this other guy's in disbelief that some thing could create everything, yet he's okay with nothing creating everything. That's bizarre.
Yeah, so I'm just asking how something would create the Earth.
How can
Oh,
nothing?
it's very simple. It's so simple, dude.
Okay.
So
explain it.
in order to be able to create something the scale of the Earth, or let's say the scale of the universe, or let's say the scale of space and time and matter and energy itself, the thing itself that's creating that must be above it dimensionally, right? Or above it in power scale. So
Okay,
all that you
so how
need
do
is
you know that
something
it
that has
exists?
greater. Oh wow, dude.
Do you observe that this being exists?
Hey, Mark. If you want to do the atheist therapy line, there is a channel in this server. It's just
I'm not an
welcome
atheist.
to go there.
I'm just wondering why you believe in intelligent design when we don't have any evidence of that.
Wow, dude.
Can you show me an experiment that shows the intelligent design?
Oh yeah.
Well,
I'll give you a book to read. I'll give you a book to read. I'll give you a book to read. It's called The Case Against Reality by Donald Hoffman. Go look into that. When you're done learning about that, come back.
No, I'll give you a book to read. It's called How to Be a Retard in 10 Seconds.
Did you write
Awesome. No, he left. He didn't have the courage to accept the feedback after he said that, so he had to bail.
Okay, so you want to...
Listen, Mark, let me help you out, dude. I was giving you a hint. We're not going down that track because we actually want to have a conversation with the person that was asking the questions, not with you.
I can wait my turn.
All right, somebody just do me a favor and ban Mark.
Oh, all right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I
Yeah,
just wanted
if I don't have
to
a
clear the
server mute
stage.
option on an individual, I assume that they blocked me or they blocked other mods to avoid being periodically muted. So I just banned
No,
them.
I
That's
was
how it
just
works.
apologizing for calling you a cunt, a third
I,
grade
I
Bronco.
know,
I
but
said I shouldn't have done that. So,
that's great. I'm not talking about you, contrary to your popular belief.
anyway, before I got muted the last time, before that. Anyway, you were explaining how the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but we already moved on. And we were talking to somebody else, bro.
Oh,
So we want
good.
to
The
make
Earth
sure
is not flat
he
anymore.
has.
What did we move on to? Like black holes? What are we talking
We're
about?
on the Earth is flat. We're on the
Oh,
Earth
we're
is
still on
different than
Earth
every
is
other
flat.
heavenly body in the universe, and we're on the fact that it was
Oh,
created
fuck.
by a creator. And
All
that's
right.
pretty much
Oh,
sums up the
oh, we're doing
catchphrase.
intelligent design now. Interesting. You know what's great about intelligent design? Like, human beings, for example, leaders of this planet, we only talk, breathe, and eat through the same hole. Therefore, increase.
Hey, listen, Holmes. Just because you're back in the call doesn't mean you're a star. So I'm trying to give you a hint that we're going to finish up with the other kid, okay? But you're not taking the hint.
What are you talking about?
All right, so
Expected or the other guy?
Well, yeah.
No, holy fuck.
Where, Herman, what
Holy fuck.
place is this? This place rules.
I know, right? It's all freaking awesome in here. That's why it was the #1 channel for an entire year, superseding all other channels by all other channels added together didn't even equal user hours.
Hey, I got a quick question about the progress because we established that flat Earth, like
I
the
don't fucking
recent
care,
modern.
bro. Hey, listen, hey, dude. Love of God. All you morons listening. I'm trying to see if the I'm a guy is satisfied with the answers he got before we move on.
Oh, gotcha. Kinda. It's still a little vague on how the solar eclipses work and why we would be created in flat. I mean, things in nature don't necessarily usually follow lines or flat shapes. It's just so then we're not natural. Yet if we were created by a god, um not saying that we weren't, but I'm saying if we were, then you would assume that it would be a natural creation and it would be some sort of natural archetype or you know but
Well, not
flat.
really. Like, think about it, dude. If you have a specific agent, right, that's creating something, right? They don't have to choose any particular method, especially if they're just assumed to be entropically and dimensionally greater than what they're creating, especially on the scale of something like time, space, matter, energy, the universe, etc.
Do you believe that maybe this creator could be, say, maybe from another heavenly body in the universe other than our own? Or do you think that maybe they created the entire universe?
Well, to be fair, you're correct. Like, the idea that the Earth is unique among the universe, if you're assuming a heliocentric, many worlds, and the Earth is just one of the worlds existing within floating universe. Sure, you could say, some other agent within the universe created the Earth, and that's why it's unique. Okay, now obviously I adhere to creator being transcendental to reality itself. So in other words, greater than the
All of
universe,
reality was
greater than
created by
space
the
and
creator.
time. Well, all of the subordinate reality. So the reality that is the makes sense.
You cut out.
Well, all of subordinate reality. So everything that's contingent upon the creator was created by the creator, but the creator isn't contingent upon the creation. So the creator isn't within its own creation to where he needs to breathe, he needs to eat, he needs to worry about laws of physics or any of these things. Like, he created all those things.
Okay.
But how can you
So
believe that without any evidence?
There's plenty of evidence, bro.
Oh, shit, okay.
um
I'll give you one evidence right now. Language, the precedent for language to exist means that the sender and the receiver have to have decode simultaneously in order for any coherent transmission of knowledge. There you go.
So the
So in
heliocentric
other words, if
model
a
that you're
sentient
talking about,
mind, oh, go ahead, go ahead.
the
You don't want to
heliocentric
get too
model.
much metaphysics.
Yeah, right. We're
Your
trying
turn.
to stay on the scientific part of this, right? So looking at the universe, we keep saying things like assuming all the other heavenly bodies out there. We can see them with telescopes. Like we know they're out there. We can track them. We can track their paths. We can see their trajectory. We can see them spin. We can see the round. We can see the effects of gravity. Uh, I mean,
Oh, come
we
on.
have so much scientific knowledge, right? Now, gravity, I know, is another thing that a lot of people don't really subscribe to, like being real in the flat Earth community. But these
Well,
things
just let's
need to be
caveat it.
accounted for. They need to be
Yeah,
accounted
let's
for in the flat
caveat
Earth
it.
model.
Fair
Okay.
enough. Let's caveat it real quick though. All of those things you just described cannot have a scientific experiment into them. So there is no quote unquote science in the sense that the scientific method has been applied to any of those things.
How so?
Because the independent variable cannot be manipulated to know the true cause of any of that stuff. It's not tangibly accessible to that. So at best you can create models. That's it.
You can't have something called the James Webb Telescope out there just sending mass
That's just that,
freaking.
dude. That's just dude. Listen, the first step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon. So since the James Webb Telescope is an observatory, essentially, the only thing it could ever do is step one. It can never go down the line.
There's so much it can do. It can
It can't
measure
manipulate. Listen,
redshift.
man, it cannot manipulate anything. All it is a passive observer. So it can only complete step one of the scientific method, never to reach step two. Never.
Yeah, but don't they conduct experiments replicating other similar things? That's how you get to those conclusions.
No, dude, nothing celestial has ever been replicated in the terrestrial. Never been done.
Called gravity, time, space, mass. They've all been replicated.
Oh, really? Somebody replicated gravity? Oh, really? How'd they do that?
Yeah, because it applies to this matter at this density at this what's called, and then you apply it to something else of similar characteristics, and then you get deviations. Therefore, you found out the base for the formula. Duh.
What? Oh, so basically you had a kinematic model, and then when you applied dynamism to it, you did a whole bunch of formulas, and you never did an. All right, good point.
No, you were just saying that these things couldn't have been replicated, even though we just proved that wrong. So you're wrong.
No, you didn't, dude. No, you didn't. What you did is you had a kinematic model of things in the sky, right? And then you assumed that it was gravity doing the things that caused the kinematic equations, right? And then you said, well, if something's moving in the sky and something's moving on the Earth, and I say that gravity is the reason why it's moving, then I could just use logical fallacy and then say that's what's the cause of it, and then reify my model. What's
So
gravity, brother? Before we go on, I don't want to get confused because I don't want to be thinking something. So what's gravity?
well, gravity is a force that is caused by technically what could be considered a bend in space time by mass.
Stop the cap.
Okay, so you have a causal claim. So what independent variable did you manipulate to see if it was the cause of the effect? So which is, and by the way, which is which? Is gravity the effect or the cause? Because I'm still
Well,
confused.
the speed and distance of Saturn from the distance of the sun is correlated to its mass and rotation and speed versus the same mass, rotation, and speed as the Earth. Therefore, there's differences to hold them where they're at. That's how you can prove gravity.
Yeah, cool story, dude. Notice how you never answered the actual question.
I just answered it, and you just didn't accept it.
No. That's a kinematic model, dude, where you're imputing dynamism into it. I asked you what experiment, right?
Oh, okay.
Did you
Here.
manipulate your
I'll give
independent
it to you.
variable?
If
And
you
then I
take
asked
this,
you which. Hold on, real quick. Then I asked, follow it up. Is gravity the cause or the effect? Which one?
Well, I
I don't know if
personally
gravity is
believe
a
that
cause.
gravity is the
Okay,
effect.
I'm back. I promise not to use any C words. I
The
could answer the
cause
gravity question
the
if anybody
cause is
cares.
mass.
I'm
Gravity
good
is
at
the
this
effect.
stuff.
All right, listen. There's too many people talking over each other.
Well, you
So,
asked a question about gravity. I'd like to answer it, AI, if you don't mind.
Yeah, the cause
yeah,
is
but
mass.
I wasn't
Gravity is the
asking you.
effect.
Well, you were
Okay,
asking the
so
guy who didn't know the answer, but there's three of us. I might know the answer.
the cause is mass, and gravity is the effect. So mass causes gravity. That's the claim, right?
Well,
Eh,
mass is
slightly.
effect on space-time.
Yes. So.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. You don't want me to answer.
Go for it. I mean, it's not a
The
question.
original Newtonian physics, the guy who invented calculus, who calculated the orbits of the planets, like, okay, that's great. And it worked. And then he didn't really understand what was going on with a couple other planets, and he reinvented integral calculus and nailed it. But then Einstein
Right.
comes along. And Einstein, through theory of
So
relativity,
what kind of model? What kind of model? Yep. What kind of
which is
model
where
did
expectus is
Newton have?
going, just to finish my thought, expectus was going. What we now understand through
Don't give
Einsteinian
a fuck.
gravity,
Don't
right,
give
is
a
that
fuck, dude.
it is literally a bend in space time, which is one word, not two. Often confused.
Static.
That's it.
You're not getting it, dude. You're not getting it, dude. Okay,
I
you're
answered your
really not getting
question.
it.
What is gravity?
No,
Gravity is a
you
bend in
fucking
space
didn't,
time.
dude. Listen, I don't want to just hear stories, dude.
It's not a story.
But if I
These
wanted to hear the
guys,
globe Earth story,
AI,
I'd
AI.
do a
Can I tell you
documentary.
something? Can I tell you something about all of us jacking ourselves off in this little Discord? Me, you, Expectus, Jedi.
All right, bro. You clearly haven't learned.
Well, he's explaining how
Bro,
the
I
science
love you. I
got
freaking love you.
discovered. You know what I mean? And then anytime anybody explains something
No,
you
he's
don't like,
not, dude.
oh,
No, he didn't. See, the problem is you're too dumb to know he didn't actually answer the question.
okay, well then I'll answer the question. If you take a charge that is calculated to be exactly the
That
same,
wasn't the
and you
question. That
detonate
wasn't the
more,
question.
and
That
you
wasn't the
detonate
question.
and you detonate the charge on a mass that is, let's say, 1 pound. That 1 pound will then now move through space at a certain trajectory. If you do that same explosive load against something versus 12 pounds, it will now move at a different rate than that.
Yeah, we agree with
Therefore,
that.
let's say
We
you
agree with that.
calculate space. Yes. And then so that's how you can determine how external forces affect these
Okay, but
things
yep,
in
yep,
different
yep.
locations. Yeah.
Let's agree that if you take gunpowder and you put it next to a mass, that mass will take gunpowder and you put it next to a bigger mass, that mass will move differently. See, the problem is that you actually have real gunpowder affecting a real mass, and you've controlled everything and you've seen manipulate the gunpowder directly to affect the mass. Now, there's no analog to that when it comes to gravity.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to say that these things are like a 1-for-1 measurement,
Yeah,
but you can
not
take
even
that same.
close. They're not even close, dude. So the question on the table, okay, was did Newton have a kinematic model or a dynamic model?
Okay, I don't really know, but like, let's say if we take a missile and then we shoot it at an asteroid and we're able to calculate the mass and density of it from a certain thing and then measure the trajectory change, those same things can be applied to things in outside of the universe.
Wow, dude.
I don't understand how you don't understand that.
I think part of the issue is gravity is an invisible force.
Gravity's not a force at all, dude.
So, just to finish my sentence,
Pay
if I
attention. Pay
could, what I was
attention. Pay
trying to say
attention.
is that
Holy fuck.
Einstein.
Yes.
Right.
I don't think Static's
Pay
going to
attention.
get his point across today.
Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Somebody already just told me that mass is the cause and gravity is the effect. So if we have the F equals ma and all that, right, then the force is the mass, not the gravity.
Well, yeah, and that could be
But
measured
gravity's
because
not
the difference
mass.
between you can cause a larger gravitational pull by affecting the volume of the volume of the mass, and then you can like you can get exponential acceleration by making a bigger mass.
Yeah, that's
So
cool. That's
that's how
cool. Okay, let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. Let's say that is true. Where's the experiment that validated that?
Any solar system you see that's circling a black hole.
Okay, so observations, not experiments. Good point.
Yeah, but then we have we obviously can't.
Or a galaxy, sorry. Any galaxy you see circling a black hole. Correction.
Yeah, we can't manipulate the universe like you're saying, but we can manipulate it in smaller like micro.
Right. Yeah. Right. So you have a whole bunch of
level.
models. You have a whole. I agree. Get back to me when you have an actual experiment.
Do you have an experiment that can prove the creator?
You don't need an experiment to prove a creator.
Yeah, you do. Just like you need an experiment to prove gravity, I guess.
No, dude. When you're making specific causal claims about natural phenomena, the scientific method only applies to natural phenomena. In case you didn't know that, because you have to vary and manipulate the independent variables. A creator,
Existence of a galaxy, not.
listen. Let me help you out, dude. A transcendental creator would be necessarily beyond the scope of what science can do. So you wouldn't use science for that endeavor, dude. Crap.
Okay, so let's
we can
let's
blindly
But
accept
gravity
that.
being
But we
beyond the
can't
scope of
blindly accept
science
gravity.
is not a valid argument for it either. It's valid for God, but not for
No,
gravity.
it's like this, dude. It's like this. There are ways to come to truth that don't involve the scientific method at all. In case you didn't know, how you know.
Yeah, like observing a galaxy circling a black hole.
And
You can see that the
gravity.
black hole is bending the space-time all around it, and
Oh, sure you
that
can.
gravitational force is pulling everything in towards the center.
Sure it is.
It's observable.
Sure.
Any experiment
No,
is to
hold on.
create a repeatable, observable.
Black holes is observable.
Oh, he was about to say it, dude, and you interrupt. Bad timing, but he was about to say
okay, so
observable, repeatable, and testable.
Yeah.
Okay,
Testable.
so
You can see it
here's
over and over again.
here's a repeatable one. Okay, let's launch a rocket into the atmosphere of however many miles. Let's look out a window and then videotape what the Earth looks like. How come it's a round ball?
How far do you have to be away to see the Earth of a radius 39 is around?
It doesn't matter as long as you get
Oh,
far enough
it
away
doesn't
that you can
matter.
see.
It doesn't matter, dude. So then if I listen, I'll tell you, I'll launch a rocket and I'll see the Earth as a ball from 30 feet above the surface. You know what I'll do? I'll just use a GoPro, and when I look down from the rocket that only made it 30 feet, my skate park will look like a mini globe. Wow.
If you have a fish lens on it.
Hold on. So if you go into space and you look back and the Earth is round, we're going to deny that it's round?
Dude, one more time. How far do you have to be away to see the?
I don't know.
You can see the roundness
12
of the.
miles?
You can see it from
Yeah.
the International Space Station.
No, you can't.
Yes, and then here's the other point. When you look back at the Earth and you can see one continent, how come when you go past it and then look back, it's a different continent?
Oh, because you can't see the whole Earth at one time. Duh.
See,
Is that because
do you see what
it's
I'm
round?
talking about? Like
Is
where
that
they
because it's
where
round?
they just keep bringing up these points, and it's like all they do is they just listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson say something on TV, like as if he's not an actor, like as if he's obviously not just some actor that they paid to say all this stuff. Like I'm so
Exactly.
I'm saying like I'm so sick of it. Like this fucking
Hey,
like
Kwai, you're getting you're getting in on the debate or what?
like this guy. Well, no, I'm listening because I'm
This
like
isn't a
I'm
debate,
tired of you
dude.
guys
No,
just
hey,
bullying me out of it. It's like
No, you
I'm sick.
guys. No,
Like
listen. You claim stackers aren't debating. That is what you guys are doing. You guys sound like mini
I
deGrasse
know
Tyson.
that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm
That's
so
not
tired of hearing
debating.
about religion. Like like AI was saying earlier. Like I'm tired of the religion.
No, they
So, but
seriously
yeah, I guess
think
I
that
guess
they
it is weird
seriously
when
think
the
everyone
astronauts
dude.
flew to the moon and they looked back and they taped the Earth. It was a round ball.
Yeah,
Like,
listen to
got
them. They
everyone so
think
fooled.
they think chanting the claims is substantiation of the claim.
Yeah,
It's
listen to
bizarre.
him. Like
They don't
telescopes.
hear it.
Has anyone ever seen these telescopes? Like,
yeah, that I mean, these are the ones denying like observable reality when that's the
yeah,
thing that's shown. You know.
yeah, but like,
I don't know, brother. I
have
don't
you
know.
ever actually seen one of these telescopes and like looked through it and shit?
Yeah,
Like,
actually,
come
I
on,
have.
tell me.
It
No,
wouldn't matter
the
Really?
anyway. And it
telescope can
wouldn't
see a
matter
ball.
anyway because they'd only be looking at things on Earth.
They actually don't believe telescopes are actually even real.
Wrong, dude. Wrong. Who said that?
Who the said that?
Yeah, I'm serious. Who's posited the idea? I'm assuming that flat earthers are claiming that telescopes don't exist. Who said that?
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, good. Because that
Well,
clearly
first
would
of
be a
all, I don't
retarded
think all
statement,
flat
right?
earthers.
Yeah,
I
close
don't think all
call.
flat earthers should be thrown into the same box together because each one is
Exactly.
unique. So, same thing
So
with people who may believe in science.
here's the next one. How come when there's an eclipse that we see the shadow of the Earth on the moon, it's round?
Oh, cool story, bro.
What do you mean cool? I'm asking
How
that. I
come when
need
I,
you to give me
how
some.
come when yeah, how come when I assume that there's a shadow of the Earth on the moon?
It's because it's not there all the time.
Okay,
Obviously.
yeah, cool story. Yeah, yeah. So you're claiming a three-dimensional relationship: the sun, the Earth, and the moon in free space. Go ahead and validate that relationship.
Okay, well, let's just say if it was flat, wouldn't it be a straight angle across the moon when we
Holy
cross
crap!
across
Listen,
the
friend.
moon?
In case you didn't
Could be
know this,
angular, could be a slight
hey, let me help
angle.
you out.
But
Yeah, let me help you out. Let me help you out, bro. Okay. So in case you didn't know this, you can actually just take a straight object and take a round object and just take the straight object in front of the round object, and you'll get a curved shadow on the.
I don't believe that at all.
No, that's a dead fact, bro.
You just take a ball and then okay. So the thing that you're actually doing is you're like disregarding distance.
Hey, bro. You said you don't believe it at all. So your correct thing to do was to tell me, since I made the claim. Oh, can you show me that? Right? Tell me to prove my claim. Why even go into a counter?
Hey,
Why bother?
guys. Hey guys.
What?
I was just like wondering why, because there's like a bunch of people talking in here and having a discussion and everything. I think it's a really good discussion, and I'm hearing like a lot of good points that I didn't know about before, and it's giving me like a lot of things. Like it's giving me a lot of points that I can actually use, like to like show them the light and everything. So, but like the discussion's been good, but there's a bunch of people talking, and the only person that keeps getting silenced is Static, and he doesn't understand
Well,
why
that's
he's
not
the only
true.
one that keeps getting.
That's not true. I just muted a green trash can boy.
Oh,
And I'm also going to mute like 3 random people just so that he doesn't feel bad.
well, I mean, I don't know. It seems like
I
there's like
was
people
muted.
that are trying to get their points across, and they keep getting
No,
muted over and over again.
You muted Mark too.
I want to
Yeah, we
like
muted.
I
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
hear.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
getting
Mark's
like
been Mark's been totally blackballed.
yeah, but can you let me
Can you mute
talk?
me just so
I'm
that way we
getting
don't
such
go down?
I'm getting like such a
Yeah,
kick out of
we
how
don't have
stupid
to
they
listen. We
sound.
don't have to mute Sheepdog because he's totally ineligible anyway. Like nobody can
Can
understand
you
what he's
like
saying. So it doesn't matter.
can you just let them go for a little bit, because I'm getting such a kick out of how stupid they sound trying to defend this whole thing.
No, dude. Listen, I'm not just gonna let them go preaching. Okay. We gave him that time. He had that time when he was talking to Jedi. So he already had over an hour preach time. Now it's point counterpoint. Now it's the fire of scrutiny.
Well, I don't
But
know.
anyway, I left the other guy on mute, so you took a really long way of saying, can we not mute people? So thanks for wasting everybody's time. We're going to unmute Green Trash Can Boy now, all right? So he can reply to what was said about the actual topic. All right, go ahead.
It's all good. Yeah, I think Static's biggest problem is he's long-winded. and it talks very slow. He needs to speed it up a little bit.
Well, or just stick to one point. Just be like, hey, A equals C minus B, therefore D. Go. What do you say about it? Rather than, well, the history of the globe religion. Let me tell you how it came to be and why I love and believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I try to be really quick with my points.
Yeah. But sometimes some concepts take a little bit longer to kind of like
Yeah,
get
that's
the whole
fair. That's
picture.
fair. That's fair. But see, the problem is other people want to talk, and he feels like he's compelled to talk for them because he thinks he's more expert on the globe story. And then when he comes in, he doesn't actually
I
give
feel
the
that.
evidence. Check this out, brother. He doesn't actually come in and give the evidence. He just tells story. We all already know the story. For the love of God.
Yeah. For sure. But yeah, I'll just say thank you. I appreciate everybody mute me, unmute me, give me a chance to talk at minimum. So preach.
Hey, I just wanted to circle back to something I brought up earlier about when did the movement kick off? And then the other guy, I can't remember his name, he said like around 2014 or 13 or something like that, 15. Has
Yeah,
it
and prior to
been?
that,
Yeah.
there was a let's just call it
Mhm.
a small resurgence of
Right.
what's known as geocentrism. So there were some
Right.
moves in the geocentric community, and for people who don't
So
know
what
what
I'm.
that means, is they basically think the Earth is a globe. They don't necessarily
Mhm.
agree about everything about the cosmos, but to them, the Earth is a globe, but it's the center of it.
So what I
Right? Go
was
ahead.
going to ask, like on the back of that, is as it is now 2026, has traction been growing for flat Earth? You know what I mean? Like, has
Oh,
it been
yeah. You want me to give you a
going up
brief
and up and
history?
up?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
give me a
I'll give
history.
you. I'll give you a brief history. So after the advent of it's a little bit tenuous about who came first, but I'm pretty sure this guy called Matthew Boylan. He was a NASA. He went by the name of Math Powerland, and he did a comedy tour across the United States called um, "Picture or Painting." And he had the globe on his T-shirt, and he would basically ask people, "Is this a picture or a painting?" Because he knows nobody's ever seen the eyes, and he knows he's never seen it with it. He was a NASA artist that would paint the worlds. So he would paint these distant planets and stuff, just imagery. And one day he had an epiphany about that because he was invited to a party, and the guy basically told him the Earth was flat. Showed him a a loose representation, and was like, "What's that?" And he goes, "That's the Earth, not a globe." And so then he went on this comedy tour, and at the same time, Eric Dubay was gaining traction in certain social media circles, and there was a few others going on. Mark Sargent became famous shortly after the 2015, 2016 era, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, it started gaining traction very quickly. But what's interesting is that Mark Sargent actually tracked, specifically on YouTube, over those first few years, how many relevant search results and relevant content creations were made. And it started out early on between 1 and 3 million. And like every week, he would keep track of it. Show. He had a radio show you could call in. He's a flat earther. And once it got up to superseding Justin Bieber and Donald Trump in numbers, which we're talking about the tens upon tens of millions, right? All of a sudden, there was this crackdown in social media, basically shadow banning flat Earth. People going to the United States talk about conspiracy theories and certain things being promulgated in social media, specifically one of them. And these people were asked, well, what are you, as the social media owners, guys like Android Boy and the other owners of these media platforms, what's his name, Zuckerberg. And so they actually were pressed by Congress to take action against this stuff. And then you ended up with these flat Earth primers that were on all social medias. It was like this, this is talking about flat Earth, archaic, scientifically disproven misconception. So it gave you the illusion that they were stifling flat Earth. But meanwhile, flat earthers were increasing tens and tens and tens of millions, well over into the 100 millions by now. For example, they did demographic questionnaires, especially because this was talked about. And I think it was like 40% of certain age groups, they don't even necessarily believe the Earth is a globe or accept the standard cosmology, right? That's a huge number. of the people that were serving. So yeah, flat Earth has been getting bigger, bigger, and bigger, and affecting more and more people as the year goes on. Even though some people think it's been squashed for various reasons. For example, one such person is Will Duffy. He organized this thing called Experiment. But I've seen nothing but increased activity across all the platforms that I and not only that, but more people in social circles. So people you didn't meet online, like actual that you may know or your friends know. Friends may, oh, my girlfriend's brother is a flat earther. Hey, my father-in-law is a flat earther.
I got a
Right.
question. Why does it matter if the Earth is round or flat? Why do people care so much?
Well, it's listen, the Earth being round or flat is actually part of a greater metaphysic, like who I am, where I am, how did I get here, how did everything get here. These are part of the existential questions.
Almost like religious fundamentals.
No, not at all, because those questions apply to all people, including atheists.
I guess I have an interesting point of view I just thought of. Flight paths. If you look at flight paths around the globe, you'll see that most of these flight paths take on curves. Where if the Earth was flat, you see the quickest distance or the quickest way to get from point A to point B is a straight line. Yeah. So then, why are these flight paths curved?
It
The flight
depends on
paths
what
are
model.
curved.
It depends on what projection you're looking at. For example, I
Well,
can
when
give
you're
you a
looking
straight
at it on a flat map, yeah,
when you're looking at it on a flat map.
the flight paths are curved. They're not straight lines.
Well, listen, I could give you a flight path that I personally took from Savannah Hunter Army Airfield to invade Iraq, and we went up through Maine, up through Nova Scotia, over to Ireland, over to Germany, and that is a straight line.
Yeah,
So
it's a
according to
straight
you,
line when you're straight line when you're.
hold on, brother, hold on. So according to you, if that's a straight line, then whatever map projection that I charted that straight line on must be reality. Makes no sense.
Well, no, the thing is when you're actually traveling it, it seems to be a straight line. But when you take that same flight path and you project it onto a two-dimensional image, you take a three-dimensional reality, project it on a two-dimensional image, what you end up with
No,
is
I'm telling you
in
on
flight
a
paths.
map
And unless
on
all
a map
these,
that's two-dimensional, it's a straight line, bro.
well, then unless all these airline companies want to waste a bunch of fuel flying
That's not
curves,
how
then
that dude. The course we took was not the shortest distance necessarily. There's a reason why we took the course we took, and it had nothing to do with the shortest. Nothing.
oh,
The
that's
reason
your
why we took
course.
the
But I'm
course
talking
we took.
about hundreds and thousands of courses.
Okay, yeah, but see the same logic of you think airplanes and flight lines are only interested in traveling the shortest distance. That's true. They're interested in traveling the most economic distance, which also includes stops at certain locations, and it also includes adherence to rules. Planes just can't fly from here to there. They have to fly in pre-approved corridors, and they have to fly within so many minutes of certain airports and coastlines. Okay, so your claim that airports have one concern and one concern only is just false, sir. It's just dead false.
Seems like fuel consumption would be a major concern considering its cost.
Okay, and part of the offset of that fuel consumption is people to pay the bills, which means they have to pick people up and they have to follow the flight course. So it's not a unifactor decision.
Hey, I was just talking to Static in DMs, and he said there was a point that you made earlier, and he was agreeing with you on it. He wanted to like give his input on it. He just wants to be part of the conversation, you know. I know like sometimes people can get heated and annoying and stuff, but like we're all adults here. Like there's a bunch of us in here. We're all
I'm willing to step back for a minute. I only had a couple questions anyway. I'd like to hear what Static has to say.
You ever heard the question, "Don't wear out your welcome"? even though it's not a question.
Bro, I love this place.
Yeah.
You know,
Am I wearing out my
I mean,
welcome?
like, no,
No,
maybe
you gotta be
Static is.
Are we not all adults here though? Is that not the case? Because I thought that was the case. I mean, we should be
Yeah,
able to
but
have a
see,
civil
when it comes to
conversation
adults,
without
right? But when
muting
it
each
comes to
other.
adults, yeah, but when it comes to adults, right? Adults kind of read the social environment. They know when they're going overboard, except usually when they're inebriated. They have the social lubricant. They don't know how to
But
maintain themselves.
can I just make a point though? It's like if somebody's saying something and then you end up muting them and silencing them before they can finish their point, like it kind of makes you look like you're guilty of being proven wrong or something.
Okay, well, what
Well, that
about
only if somebody's stupid. Go ahead.
What about this last guy who just said, "What's the point of them lying?" And then 12 seconds later, he goes, "I just thought of flight plans. Planes fly from airports to airport, right?" I mean,
I didn't actually
was
say why
that
are they
wasn't very
lying. I said,
adult.
what does it matter, actually?
Yeah, and then you skipped over it within 15 seconds. That's like not
Well, it
even
was
human. That's like fruit fly.
no, there was actually a really quick response to that. I took it and I moved on.
So then you went from airplanes go from airport to airport. You're gonna move on
No.
from? Can we move on from that then?
The flight path of a plane over the Atlantic Ocean might not be a straight line directly to target. When there's no place to stop on a flat map, you can see it curves.
Yeah, what's funny is if
Yes, it's all over in circles.
yeah, and if you follow these planes on a like flight tracker, they'll have like an arching line in front of the plane, but after the plane passes by the line, it's it's little straight lines in sequence connecting.
Yeah. So in other words, a graphic of the alleged plane's trajectory is not the same as the plane's actual trajectory.
Correct.
So to claim that the graphic is the plane's trajectory, that would be like almost a reification fallacy, right?
Except that when applied on a sphere, they're actually following the same great circle and the same curved path that we see on the flat map, which converges pretty accurately, if you get what I mean.
Oh, well, okay. So you actually believe that planes fly great circles? That's like how they decide their flight paths?
Well, don't we use latitude and longitude, which are pretty much based on the great circles and meridians? So there we go. Yes.
Yeah, cool story. Yeah, cool story, dude. Go ahead and give me one flight path that meets your criteria that you can validate actually took that course. And then you might have something to talk about.
Sure. Let me get Dr.
I
Blitz
got
on
one.
that
I
one.
got one.
Dr. Blitz
I'll
had two
put it in
flight
Dr.
paths
Blitz.
that he was talking about, and
Dr.
if we
Blitz,
can
dude.
find that, that would be a good start. Yes. Let me find that for you.
Yeah. Go find Dr. Blitz, dude, because he's making these planes go the way they go.
Yeah, good luck getting him to pick up his phone.
So I got right
No, I
here.
mean
The
he
root.
already has a video with these flight paths examples.
Yeah, he has to figure out. He has to figure out whether he has hands to pick up.
Yeah,
The
you need your
Rooten Model
hands to pick up your
76.
phone. That was my point. When you have to explain the joke, it's
So
Hold on. Listen, we're not going to go with 3,000 people. So the dude who said he had it,
yeah, I got it. The Rooten Voyager was the first aircraft to fly completely around the Earth without refueling.
Well, that's a claim.
The first nonstop, non-refueled flight around the Earth was achieved on December 23, 1986 by the Rooten Voyager, piloted by Dick Rooten and Gina Yeager.
Okay. What was his course?
What about John Glenn?
The flight covered 26,000 stated miles, FAI accredited distance of 40,200
No,
kilometers in
dude.
9
Listen,
days,
I'm a ride,
3
bro.
minutes and 44 seconds.
Read the whole article, and when you find out his validated course, let us know what it is.
Hey, I have a question, AI. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I still love you. If that's the answer to your question.
No, I said, can you hear me okay? I guess my question would be for you, what evidence, if any, do you think there is of a globe Earth, or do you think there is no evidence for it?
Well, dude, it depends on what you mean by evidence.
Do you think
There's a lot
there
of
are any?
congruencies with the assumption that the Earth is a globe. And
Do
there's a
you
lot
think
of practical
there?
utility to certain things being
Yeah.
modeled as a globe. Those are far cry from proving that the Earth actually is a globe. So, for
Do you
example,
think?
one such
Okay.
hold on, bro. One such piece is if the Earth was a globe, if and my sight line is interrupted by the giant hump of water in between me and an object, then I wouldn't see that object. Oh wow, I can't see an object, therefore the Earth is a globe. Sure, that would be congruent with the Earth being a globe, but it wouldn't lead to that conclusion. Therefore, that would make that a logical fallacy. But if you said it was congruent with the Earth being a globe, then you wouldn't be logically fallacious.
Okay. So you think there are some arguments that can be made for a globe?
Well, they're congruent with a globe in and of themselves. So, for example, that is true if it was a globe. You see.
Hey y'all,
Correct.
unmute Static, yo.
Around in the
I
37
have a
minute
question
mark,
for you
he's
guys.
talking about the flight paths that I'm talking about. That basically you wanted me to choose some flight paths and stuff like that. Well, these ones are the ones I would choose.
I have a question
Hold on,
for
we
you
couldn't
guys.
hear you, brother.
If the Earth is the Earth, if the Panama Canal is like different levels on each side, and the ocean is connected, is that just because it's flat on an angle? And that's where the borders end if you were to unroll it. But then they go through it, so how did they end up on the other side? I don't know. Just
I
curious.
have the refueling stops for this flight. It was Shanghai, Auckland, Buenos Aires, and Amsterdam. And it crossed both of the poles, the North and the South Pole. It only needed 4 refueling stops.
All right, what do you got posted?
Shanghai, Auckland, Buenos Aires, and Amsterdam.
Okay, cool story. Did you post it?
Yeah,
Fake
I'm about
news.
to. See, I mean, if you're presented with information, you can't just completely disregard it as fake news just because it might contradict something you're thinking. That's not a scientific method.
What did you just say?
Somebody said fake news, and I was responding to them that they can't just discredit things just because they don't like what they hear. That's not a scientific method.
Oh, he's just a troll.
But I posted it in the bubble chat.
Is anyone going to watch the part of the video that I posted?
Dude, nobody even knows you posted a video.
I announced that I posted it when I did. The one you asked me for the flight pass. Well, there's New York to Tokyo and Santiago, Sydney, Australia. Those 2 flight pass. Well, I mean, I would just reiterate what Dr. Blitz is saying. So, I mean, you're just free to watch the part. Just skip to 31 minutes of the video, and from there, you have his explanation.
No. Listen, we don't accept that standard. You need a
Oh, okay.
timestamp that's clickable. You need a timestamp that's clickable to take you straight to where you want to go. You need to excerpt it
Okay,
out.
I'll put it on this timestamp. How do you do that exactly?
Awesome. Well, what you do is you get the time, right? You convert it to seconds, and then at the end of the link, where it has a question mark, you delete everything after the question mark.
I think I got
it. Then you put t equals, and then you put the number of seconds.
YouTube also has a share link you can click, and there's a checkbox that will tell you that will add the timestamp to the link.
Yeah, there's actually multiple ways, but I always give the most complicated because you got to earn your stripes.
Right.
Here, I reposted it with the timestamp there.
Yay! Now listen, hold on, friend. So all you flat earthers out there, listen, he was able to learn how to timestamp in less than 10 seconds. So there's no excuses from here on out. Dude, my biggest pet peeve is flat earthers. don't or can't timestamp, or they say they timestamped but they actually didn't.
My biggest pet peeve is all these videos, you know, taking 2 hours of an influencer talking about random crap to get to the point. It's rampant in YouTube right now.
So, and if someone were to want to test the claim that the Earth is flat themselves, AI, how do you propose that they do that?
Dude, I'm trying to look at people's things they posted.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Well, I would personally suggest watching Dr. Blitz's videos because they're very educative, and even I am learning new stuff from the guy, like literally. So the guy's actually pretty fucking advanced and smart. I like his disposition. It's not because he's a glober or anything. It's literally because he's concise.
Yeah, I got you. So he's so smart that in his alleged quote unquote conversation with Indio, which he changed to be debate with a flat earther because he lied to Indio. And then his first gambit to actually begin talking about whether the Earth was flat or not is to try to, foray into Indio's epistemology about whether or not he has hands or not. Yeah. So super
Okay,
smart.
and can you send me the debate between him and Indio? I'd like to see it.
Yes, I can.
It would definitely be on my to-do list.
Well, I think that raises, besides the point about hands, I think that raises a good question about what kind of epistemology we're using when we evaluate claims about the shape of the Earth and the external world. What kind of epistemology do we use? Is it a strictly empiricist epistemology? Are we going to be incorporating any kind of idealistic notions or transcendental notions into this framework? I think that raises a good question.
Actually, it's
Probably.
a great question. It's the best question.
Yeah,
It's
Mark.
exactly
So
what you
for
should ask.
example, Mark, I stayed up late watching a whole bunch of physics lectures. And as they went
Yeah.
on, they got into more extraordinary topics. And one of the physicists basically said that, he was talking about multiverse and he was talking about all the permutations necessary for all these equations and all this. And he was basically saying that the multiverse necessitates that all expressions of physics exist in some parallel world, meaning that necessarily, if the Earth is a globe, because he arrived at his conclusion that he was in a heliocentric, Big Bang, expanding cosmology universe that had certain types of physics that led him to the conclusions about the multiverse and all of this. So he basically said all interpretations and expressions of physics must be realized in at least one world in the multiverse. Therefore, in one of those worlds, the Earth is actually flat. So if the Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat.
So how would we verify claims about the multiverse?
I don't know. It's not my excuse. It's his.
Which one are we
Okay.
in?
That's actually 100% accurate. In some multiverse somewhere, the Earth is flat. And just a follow-up question, in this multiverse, what can static do to not get muted anymore? Just what are the protocols?
Eric, tell all your minions that if they talk about you being muted or unmuted, we'll just systematically ban everybody.
No, I
Because we're
get
bored of
that.
it.
But
Yeah, and maybe
can I do?
acknowledge
What
that
can I do to
what you can do is
get
acknowledge that
muted?
you're spewing fairy tales.
By agreeing with you on the multiverse and then
No, you
some
can.
universe?
No.
No,
Well,
listen,
dude,
I just want to set ground rules. What I don't
you
enjoy being
announcing.
muted.
Listen, you
What can I
announcing
do?
something about the existences of flat Earth planets in a multiverse. That's
I was
lunacy.
agreeing with AI. I'm getting in trouble for agreeing. I wasn't even being
No, I'm just
sarcastic. I'm
saying
literally agreeing.
this whole idea that the multiverse thing is a reality.
Okay.
Just
Well,
acknowledge that it's possible that it's a fairy tale. That's all. That's what you could do.
no,
Well,
but
it is
gentlemen,
quantum
I'm not.
theory.
Gentlemen, yeah, I'm talking quantum theory. I'm not trolling. I was being quite serious, and while I was muted, I'm
Okay.
hearing
Well, a lot of the
saying
things.
I'm hearing a lot of guys say
A
a
lot
lot of
of the
stuff
things
that's similar to me.
previously.
I keep getting muted, and I would just like to know what I could do to prevent that. I'm being sincere. What could I do to prevent being
Well,
muted?
accept the possibility that not, all of your arguments are just fairy tale chanting.
But my arguments
Because
didn't make it to the end of the sentence a lot of times.
Yeah, just use your ears sometime. How about that? That's what you can do.
I feel like I'm being a
I
little.
would like to say that it's all
I don't want to
very
sound like a
intelligent
little
and
bitch.
proven.
I don't want to sound like a little bitch or a victim mentality, but I feel like I'm being a little targeted here because I was listening while I was
You
on
just
mute
said
with
what?
my
You just
ears.
said what can I do? I
I
gave you
was,
8 suggestions.
yeah, and I'm just telling you, I was listening
All
with
right,
my ears.
dudes. Here, let me tell you, brother. We're still talking about mutes and not about the topic. So learn real quick that I don't want to do that. Okay. So I'd
Okay,
rather mute everyone who wants to talk about mutes. So for the love of God, friend, stop talking about it and just move on with the topic.
sounds good.
Yeah, you're concerned trolling for yourself. If you do it again, we will just mute you. And if so, when your friends comes in here and starts crying about it, we'll just mute him too.
All right. So now that we all forgot what topic we were talking about, what were we talking about?
Multiverse.
Multiverse.
Well, yes and no, but the multiverse was only brought up for a point about what we were talking about.
Flight paths.
You know what flight path I'm interested in? Yeah, we could go down flight paths. I'm interested in a particular flight path. So it's possible for airplanes to take differential routes over a surface, right? That may or may not be accurately described in different projections and coordinate systems, right? Or even to say that the ground speed is different from the air speed, and there could be, let's just say, for lack of a better term, jet streams, all this different stuff. You could argue that till you're blue in the face. Now, there is something that must be the case and cannot be otherwise, according to a plane's course, and that is that if a plane is traveling parallel to the Earth, so what I mean by that, let's say it's traveling at cruising altitude, level flight. What do planes fly at? 35,000 feet. There we go. So 35,000 feet, cruising altitude, level flight. Now, if the plane is doing that, it's maintaining the same altitude above the surface. So the course the plane is tracking over the surface is either going to be a parallel arc to the surface of the curved arced Earth, or it's going to be a parallel line to the surface of a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. I
It's
know
going to
what
be
you're
one or
getting
the
at.
other. Now,
No,
check
I know
this
what
out.
you're getting at.
Well, listen, I can get there myself. Thanks.
Mhm.
So if the plane is taking off, reaching cruising altitude and flying, if the Earth is flat, it's just going to fly, in a straight line parallel to the Earth. And the frame of the plane relative to the Earth frame is just going to stay static. Its attitude is going to be at whatever its pitch is above the horizontal, and it's just going to stay in that attitude the entire time. Now, if it's flying over a curved Earth, in order to maintain pitch 3 degrees above a horizontal line, in the globe model, the horizontal line is constantly rotating because it's entering into a new vector of down, because down is no longer perpendicular to a horizontal plane. It's now radial from the center of the Earth. So that means 100% cannot be otherwise. In order for a plane to maintain level flight over Earth, it has to rotate every second it's in the air, according to its frame relative to the Earth frame. Now, allegedly, the devices on the plane are sensitive enough to measure that. So I'd be very interested if anybody has that data of the plane actually rotating in that manner, because that would
Well,
be compelling.
what I have is I have the idea of how the sensitive equipment works, and I mean, so you have let's just go with the old models. I don't know about these new digital sensors. I'm kind of old, but an altimeter was a ball, and the ball was constantly pointing down to the center of mass of the planet. So as the plane is traveling, the ball is constantly correcting itself to the center of mass. Therefore, you could perceive that you're going straight, even though you are constantly correcting. You're constantly correcting because that's the pitch of the plane that you've used the altimeter to find your center, your level, what you perceive to be level. But it's
I
because
think
the
you mean
altimeter.
artificial horizon instead of altimeter.
Yeah, I'm not a pilot, so I have a hard time with all these terminology, but I do understand the idea of an altimeter and how an altimeter works. And so if you're constantly correcting to, follow the altimeter, then yes, you're constantly correcting, but the altimeter also is constantly correcting to the center of mass of what could be a globe.
Okay, so so it sounds to me like you're basically saying it would have zero evidence from looking at the altimeter that you actually were traveling in an arc, but you just have to believe you are.
The Earth is too big to see the curvature. The Earth is too big to perceive the slight change you
Okay,
need
so
to
then
make to follow the
that wouldn't
altimeter.
prove anything, right? So that's kind of like me saying I'm dating Christy Brinkley, and I'm dating her because she's never at my house because she's too busy.
No, you had a question. I tried to answer it to the best of my capability.
I understand that, but so I'm just pointing out that device that you just claimed wouldn't be able to answer the question because it doesn't have any discernible information.
No, not really. I was always
Yeah.
pointing at the center of gravity.
Well, if you're talking about an altimeter, then no, it doesn't work as a ball like someone just corrected you earlier on. You were actually talking about the artificial horizon on the plane, which is just a mechanical gyro back in the day, which holds level flight to the horizon, nothing to do with the center of a ball.
So you're telling me there's no weight that holds that level?
No, it was
Not
a mechanical
heavier.
gyro. It's a mechanical gyro, and it's designed to hold its rigidity in space. And no, there is no way that that's operating off the center of a ball.
So gravity isn't the force that the altimeter is measuring?
No.
They
An
don't believe in
altimeter
gravity.
measures altitude.
I guess to kind of step back from the discussion about like how
What are we
planes
talking about?
fly.
Altimeters?
Yeah, I'm not sure about those.
Altimeters
My
are
question
barometric pressure. They're not gravity.
my
Sorry.
question to the flat Earth guys would be, and this is a genuine question. Like, do the pilots and the airlines, do they know the Earth is actually flat, or are they also like fooled into the globe Earth story? And I like which, or is it like neither? I'm just trying to understand the worldview a little bit.
Well, not that it's actually evidence of either or. You do
It's
actually
not
have many
evident. It's
pilots
not evident.
that, well, that's what I mean. There's just pilots that say the Earth is flat, and there's pilots that believe that it's a globe too. Still,
Okay. Well, like maybe take a different example, like the NASA guys. Like, does NASA actually know that it's flat, or are they just like gaslit by like greater powers into believing
well,
it's flat, a globe?
like when you say NASA, NASA's not a person. It's made up of
No, of course not. Of course not.
100,000
But like the
people. But
organization, when
most
they
of them were taught the same story you and I were taught, the globe, and they believe that the small part that they're doing at their job is going towards that collective goal, and they believe it's a globe.
So you
They don't
believe
necessarily have to be in on it.
that? Yeah.
Since NASA was
Like the
brought up, can I
janitor's
ask?
not like, oh man, I know what's going on.
So you
Can I ask
believe
a?
that they're essentially their worldview is like that it is actually a globe. They just don't know that it's flat.
They believe it's a globe.
By the way,
Okay.
I think I pointed out the wrong sensor. Altimeter measures altitude. The
Correct. Pressure.
sensor I was talking
Yeah,
about is
and
the one that measures level. If which way is up
yeah,
and which
so
way
that's
is
what we were
down.
just.
That's the sensor. What's that one called?
Yeah, that's what I was just talking
Ve-
about.
The
Yeah.
artificial
So
horizon,
the
you would.
altimeter,
Yeah. So
yeah, the
vector
artificial horizon,
horizon.
but the altimeter that you're talking about, the altimeter gives you a height above mean sea level.
Yeah, that's not the device I
So
was thinking of. My
no,
I
entire
would
that's
like
what
explanation
to.
was
mean
based
sea.
on the thing that that shows up or down, left, right, side,
Well, that's
tilt,
fair.
all
Yeah.
that. Whatever that device was
Yeah, but
called.
yeah, absolutely. So let's advance the conversation. So we completely stopped talking about what I was talking about, which is modern aircraft, okay, which have advanced systems. Okay, they have a system called the Adiru, right? And I'm going to butcher the acronym, but it's basically like an attitude and position indicator system, right? Which references its inertial startup while it's on the tarmac, and then it tracks every motion that the plane makes once it leaves. It tracks its alleged rotations, it tracks its yaw, it tracks its pitch, and it's allegedly is capable of tracking the difference between the Earth frame rotations, right, and the plane frame rotations relative to true rotations. So, in other words, if you were flying the plane over an arc path, the plane would naturally have to reorient itself, and it would just follow that arc naturally as the forces change. But then the pilot would then, do a pitch or a roll or anything, that would be an additional rotation, which is orders of magnitudes greater. And so the system allegedly can differentiate the two. And that means that, at least in principle, this system is tracking the alleged frame versus plane frame rotation. And if that data exists, I'd be very happy to see that data. We were promised that data 8 years ago by a pilot, okay, called Wolfie 6020. He said he had the inside track to the black box data. He'd be able to get it to us because he's a pilot, he's an expert, and he's going to prove flat Earth wrong by proving the plane travels in an arced path, by proving it attitudinally rotates in the manner necessary for the arced path. It's been 8 years later, and not one person has provided any of this information, which would actually be quite compelling and, for some people, conclusive.
Can I ask a question about the NASA conversation a minute ago?
Well, I'd rather you just give me the Adiru data that proves the plane is traveling in an arced path over a globe Earth.
I'm not familiar with that. If anybody else wants to touch that topic.
Well, nobody's going to do it because the Adiru is a black box and the manufacturer doesn't let it get out. You're not even allowed to fix it, repair it, or even know how it works inside.
Right. That's why I was trying to use old planes with like a gyroscopic ball pointing down to
Yeah, well, the
tell you if
problem is
you're
that,
like.
yeah, fair enough. But the problem is that they have correctors in those. But there actually is a flat Earth pilot. She was Dutch, and she actually had a system similar to what you had. And she noticed that in her intercontinental flights, which should have displaced the gyro by multitudes of degrees in the opposite direction, she noticed her gyro was never doing that. And she said, it struck me as weird. And I started to question it. And I was like asking people in my field. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, she ended up being blacklisted from being a pilot at the place where she flew because she was asking too many questions about, hey, man, this seems to indicate the Earth isn't a ball.
Here's a question. What if the Earth
I
is a
have
ball,
a
but it's
question.
way, way, way bigger than we perceive, and therefore it still appears flat, but it goes on way beyond the ice wall?
The ice wall. Okay,
Yeah,
let's
I don't even
assume that
believe
the
in
Earth.
ice wall.
Let's assume that the Earth is a gargantuan ball. Do you know that would destroy all of the assumptions about space and the heliocentric model in
Yeah, that's
totality and
why.
immediately?
Then that's why it's not the case.
Oh, I see how it is. Circular, perfect.
Still
I
trying to
didn't mean to
participate,
go there
gentlemen.
like that.
I
It
just want to
just
ask a
sort of turned
question.
into that.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Somebody was mentioning NASA the other day, and I'm just trying to get a feel for the flat Earth community. NASA states we've been to the moon. We have used the DART program to put an asteroid off its path. We have landed on an asteroid and grabbed samples. We've been to Mars multiple times, most recently, well, previously in the 90s with Pathfinder. Most recently, we were flying helicopters around Mars. We've sent probes to Venus, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
Do
There's
you
a lot
guys
of claims.
do you guys believe that that has happened, or you don't believe that has happened?
Well, first, I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you.
I didn't hear that. What was that?
I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you.
Listen,
For
I'll
sale.
sell you
Brooklyn
my
Bridge?
bridge. I'll sell you my bridge half off to undercut his bridge.
So I'm
I
taking that
only
as a
want it if
no.
it's the Brooklyn Bridge.
No, It's the
Okay.
Verrazano Narrows Bridge, brother.
Well, I want to sell the Tappan Z then. Forget the
Oh, I
Brooklyn
like
Bridge.
the Tappan Z Bridge, but they renamed it to the Governor Cuomo Bridge.
Holy shit.
That's
That's
Well, yeah,
right,
no,
brother.
that was a valid question though. Like, what's up with the space program? Like, we
Yeah,
believe that it's never happened.
most of what you experience from the alleged space programs is a gray up. It's mixed with some truths and a lot that nobody can really know what's really going on, and they validate any of it anyway.
So the
What do
International
you?
Space Station is. Do you believe that's there?
No,
Well,
dude, they're a bunch of actors, guys. Oh,
they don't
obvious.
have to be actors, but rest assured, they're all agents of the government. We know that for a fact.
Yeah, they're just being paid to say this stuff, and then they make up a bunch of like CGI footage, and people believe them.
Well, they
But
definitely do put out a lot of CGI footage. That's a fact. Now, some people could argue that's just to augment their the things that they're doing, and some of it's CGI and some of it's not, and they have quote unquote good reasons why a lot of it's CGI, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. So why did they lie about the flat Earth?
Who's they? NASA or just anybody?
I mean, the people that are lying about it. I don't know. I don't know who they would be.
Why? Well, what about people? What if there's non-human entities that are the source of this lie, or do you only limit it to human actors?
Okay.
But keep in mind, dude. Don't you remember that they just allegedly said that there's like 4 alien races: mantids, the Greys, the Nordics, and the who's the? Does anybody know the fourth one?
Well, the Nordics like death metal music. I can guarantee you that.
Sorry, who's saying that? Who put that out?
Oh, secret government leaks, and they're talking about it in Congress, and some of them are talking about how they're aliens from another world. Some of them are talking about how they're aliens from the Earth. Some of them are talking about how they're demons. Like, are you not up with current events, bro?
Do you believe that's true?
What's true? I just said 3 things.
That there's alien life forms, the reptilians, the Nordics, and so on.
How would
Do
I
you
know,
believe
Dick?
that? Okay.
Look, it's not impossible. It's not categorically impossible for a creature that has advanced intelligence to exist that has a biological form not congruent with a human. Okay, that's not an impossibility.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Did they
You know
come
what else
from?
is not impossible? Transdimensional entities.
Yeah.
You know what those?
Okay.
You know what they used to call those back in the day?
Ghosts.
Or angels.
Aliens? Oh, okay.
Um.
Yeah, we got into a whole debate about angels the other day, me and the other guy here. What's up with these
Listen, I
real
don't.
angels being
My
nuts?
name is Expectus, but my Discord name right now is something totally different, which is
I
just a
can't
joke.
pronounce it.
My name is
I'm
Expectus.
gonna ride with my homies and kill some
I'm a
ninjas or
ride
something.
with my Mo effing ninjas.
So
No,
just to
my
be
actual
clear,
name is Expectus.
I asked why would they be lying about the flat Earth? And you said it may not be a human. There may be aliens. And then you said there may be transdimensional entities. So
Yeah.
do you, just to be clear, do you think that transdimensional entities and aliens are propagating information about the flat Earth, or the globe Earth?
Well, listen. If there's a cabal of people or entities that are more powerful and they're playing games with humanity, it's entirely possible and probable, and I would say certain, that the recent resurgence that I was asked about the flat Earth over the past decade and a half or so, was actually instigated by the powers that be. Because, for example, if you look at Matthew Boylan's story, who was a NASA artist, how he came to the idea of flat Earth, he was invited out of his job to a party where somebody singled him out, went up to him and said, "Hey, the Earth is flat, bro." And then after that, Matthew Boylan was inspired to go on a comedy tour and tell a whole bunch of people that the Earth was flat and not a globe. So interestingly enough, I'm not beyond thinking that he was profiled by his organization because they knew he had these eccentricities, and they knew if they told him, he would do something about it. And likewise with other people. So, for example, the majority of flat earthers you're going to encounter, they didn't come up with the idea on their own. Now, I'm not saying some of them haven't. So, for example, some people, they just read old books. They're like, oh, yeah, the flat earth has always been around. Because I read these old books and I followed the history. And then some other people, they're like, oh, I just got this, weird piece of information in my feeds one day that I subscribed to. And they were talking about flat earth. And that's what introduced me to the topic, right? So if you trace back the introduction to the topic, most of it is kind of semi-nebulous, to where you could say, I don't really organic or
I have a very interesting point of view that I just thought of. Physics. Can I bring it up?
sure.
All right. So, the hemisphere, southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere. If you put a stop motion or a not stop motion, but stop motion camera, and you view the sky and the spinning of the stars in the sky, you can see on the northern hemisphere that they will spin a separate opposite direction of a same camera placed in the southern hemisphere. How could that be possible on a flat globe?
A flat globe. Interesting. So what you're saying
Or
is how could
a flat Earth,
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean. How could that
Yeah,
be
yeah, no
possible on a
problem.
flat Earth?
No problem. See, here's the problem, friend, is that you asked me assuming hemispheres and assuming I'm viewing things about the sky from hemispheres, and then asked me how is something from hemispheres observable on a flat Earth. So you're mixing your worldviews and you're carrying assumptions that are unspoken. So
Well,
here's
they're not
how this
assumptions.
works.
I actually did the research.
No, they are assumptions, dude. So
I've looked at
okay, they
videos
are.
of the
Don't care.
stars,
Could care less,
and
dude. Okay, your appropriate response to what I said is what assumptions am I carrying into my
yeah, you're right.
question?
Yeah, what assumptions?
So, for example, you're asking me how would this work if the Earth is flat? Well, if you say how would hemisphere viewpoints and viewing the stars rotate while I'm on a hemisphere work if the Earth is flat, well, the question's incoherent because you now have how does a globe work if the Earth is flat? So that wouldn't work. So we can take that and put it aside. So now we're talking about how does things in the sky looking different when I go to different locations, right, work if the Earth is flat. Now, baked into that is the assumptions about the nature of the stars, right? For example, that they're a ubiquitous field and they're rotating all the same, and they must be explained in some three-dimensional manifold. But the fact is that they are not affixed to the Earth, so they can be doing whatever they want to appear to you, however it appears to you, and the Earth still be flat. And me not knowing how they're working wouldn't change the fact of what the Earth is. So at best, I could say I don't know, and that would be sufficient.
Gotcha. I guess I didn't do a very good job of explaining what I was trying to get at. So, for instance, you look at a time lapse video of the stars in the North Pole. They're spinning one direction. And then you look at a time lapse video of stars from the South Pole. They'll be spinning an opposite direction. I checked this out by looking at YouTube videos that have nothing to do with flat Earth theory or round Earth arguments. Just random time lapse videos is what I searched. And I came up with my own conclusions that videos from this location, videos from this location give different results.
Yep.
Now, if the Earth was flat and we only had one point of view to look, which is up, and the Earth is spinning, or if the Earth is completely still and the universe is spinning, either way, it doesn't matter where you are on the Earth, the stars should still be spinning in the same direction, clockwise or counterclockwise.
Why?
But that's not what you see when you look up time lapse videos.
Okay, you said they should be. Why should they be?
Well, why should they all be spinning the same direction? Because either the Earth is spinning in one direction or the universe is spinning in a direction.
Oh my goodness, dude.
It's constant motion. It's not stopping and reversing.
Okay, let me ask you a question. This is a crucial question. When you're looking at things, you're seeing them. You're looking in the optical world, and then there's the geometric world where things actually are. Now, I'm going to say this statement. You can disagree with me, but it's a fact that the geometric of locations of things and the way they're rotating aren't necessarily translated through what you're seeing. That can be done. That's a fact. For example, you could have something doing a parent rotation and then put a differential medium in between the observer and the rotation, and you can get it to counter rotate through optical means alone. That's a fact. So
But how
just
does
because you think
The
something's moving
firmament
in
is
a
acting like
particular
a
way,
lens.
I'm not even talking about the Earth at this point. I'm just talking about the principle.
Hmm.
So I know that principle is true. That just because I think I see something doing something doesn't mean that's what it's actually physically doing, right?
Okay, but he's asking why do we see different things in different hemispheres in the sky?
Well, yeah, I already answered that.
We don't know what we're seeing. Just because we're seeing it doesn't mean it's happening.
No. I'm saying just because you think your assumptions carry doesn't mean they necessarily do. And by the way, dude, by the way, that we have videos we could post for you from guys that just go to different locations, and what they do is they go to different points and they take videos of the star trails from certain areas, and then they take them facing east, facing west, facing north, and facing south. And even from the same location, facing those different directions, you can get differential rotations in the same sky.
Okay.
So there
Why
isn't
is
this
that?
ubiquitous, uniform geometric shell on which the Earth is turning, and that's causing the apparent rotation of the stars. And it's just such a stone cold fact.
Okay.
Hey, I just had a quick question, AI Overlord. Just,
Now, let me ask you a question first.
Sure.
When are any
Sure.
of these guys going to talk about the actual Earth?
I don't know when they are.
Yeah, me neither. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah. So mine is a question about something I went out and did. I took photographs, so it's like an observational thing. And just wondering if you'd be interested for me to show you it and then ask you your opinion on it, or anyone in here to weigh in on it.
Oh, definitely. If you have real observations, they
Yeah?
trump all these
Yeah.
speculative nonsenses immediately, of course.
Yeah? Cool. All right. Is it cool if I share my screen, that kind of deal? Because it's like photos and things.
See, I think you can, but some people aren't going to be able to watch it. So if you post still shots of like the key points, that would be great.
Sure. Yeah, of course. Yep.
And especially if they're
All
photos.
right.
If they're photos, please just share them.
100%. I've got raw DSLR Canon camera photos that I can share in the side chat there. Like once I finish like talking about it. It shouldn't take, this will literally be like 5 minutes, not even. All right, I'll put my screen up. So this is basically, I'm from Brisbane in Australia, and I traveled down to the Gold Coast, and there is this headland called, basically the tip of it is called Snapper Rocks, and I took photos from 3 separate vantage points at Snapper Rocks and Rainbow Bay across this like bay. This see how the coastline scoops out here. All these photos were taken across that body of water over to a place called Broadwater Towers, which is right here. These towers right here. So basically, what I was trying to do is see if with these different vantage points, if I could get different results, and compare the results between the 3 photos. So I'll show you those photos right now and like where they were taken. So I'll open up this folder. This will help. Can you see the folder, by the way? Just checking. Yep. So the first photo is the first vantage point, which I call the beach vantage point. The camera is sitting basically 4 meters roughly above sea level. I got these measurements of elevation through Google Earth. I don't know if you're familiar with, if you hover your mouse over a part of Google Earth, down in the bottom right, it'll tell you the elevation of that point. So if you see, I'm holding my mouse here, it says 7 foot at the bottom right corner. So that's roughly, it's just an estimation of like where I took the photo. So that's 8 feet above sea level. All right, so that's the first vantage point on the beach. This is the second vantage point. See how it's elevated above where the beach would be. This is up under at the rocks. And then this is the third vantage point. This was a lookout. This is about 25 meters above sea level. So just to give you an idea, it's just here, like right there. There's like this little lookout. You can take photos, beautiful photos of the landscape. Anyway, the results of those photos are these shots right here. So now this was, I believe, this was down on the beach. So on the sand, the 4-meter elevation shot. This is Broadwater Towers, which are seemingly obscured by the horizon. Now this is a higher elevation shot. This is up on the rocks.
Well,
a little bit higher
hold on,
elevation.
brother.
Yeah,
Hold on.
yep.
Got to stop you right there.
Sure.
So the word seemingly obscured by the horizon. I
Yeah.
don't see that.
Okay. Well, okay. Let's. I'll take a step back. I won't say that. I'll just show you the shots, and you can tell me what's going on. But
Well, that's
here's
fair.
the first shot. Yeah.
The reason why I put contention on that is because
Sure.
there's a little bit of loaded language in there, and sometimes when
Okay.
people are looking at an observation, whether it be something like this or even a person in the way they're sitting, they'll use language that describes what they know about or assume about the geometrical relationship, but it's not actually accurate to what they're seeing. And so, for example, in the arts, we do this exercise called "Tell me what you see, not what you know." Draw what you see, not what you know. And so, people
That's
actually have
fair.
to deconvert themselves from this charged language and the reason why that we have to do this in the arts, especially with young children, is that they'll draw things based on things they know. So, for example, I know my arms are the same length. So when they start drawing a picture, they try to draw the arms the same length, and you have to tell them, no, 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 no. Your arms are the same length physically, but they don't appear the same length depending on how you're looking at yourself, and that's called foreshortening or perspective effects that you have to add in. So there's a difference between how we see and what's actually going on.
That's a fair point. I totally agree. So I won't say that. I won't use any kind of assumptive language about where I'm coming from or what I'm expecting where you guys are coming from. I'll just show it. I'll just show you what I got, the photos. So that's the
fair.
first
That's
photo.
fair, but let's agree
Yeah.
you could use some factual things about in this thing. So, for example,
Sure.
I'm going to assume, because I haven't zoomed in on the image, I'm just have it in small.
Sure. Yep.
For example, I might be able to tell that I can see the buildings, but I can't
Yes.
see the shore. So I could say to myself, for a fact, I can't see the shore in this image, and that would be an absolute truism, right?
Right. Yeah. No, that's fair. So basically this is the photo, and I can give you the raw one. So this has been edited only by color, not by anything else other than just for clarity's sake of where the buildings are. Here's the second photo, and then here's the third photo. So same set of buildings, 3 different vantage points as I showed you on the map here. Like that's
Go back
basically
to
the
that photo you just
directions.
had, please. Go back to that one photo you just
Sure.
had.
Yep, this one. Yep.
Yeah. All right,
So,
good.
So these have been stacked and arranged so that basically the target of the photographs is somewhat equal in each photo. See how the target is the buildings? I've arranged them as such so that they are comparatively in the same spot in the photo, if that makes sense. You can see them stacked here on the left. You can see that they're all they've been stacked, these photos. I'll put these are the raw images if I go back. These are more, this is the raw ones. See how the buildings are changing location on the photos? But I can put them in the side chat for people to check out as well. Yeah.
Now we actually teach this too. So, for example, if you're going to frame an image and you want the image to appear as if you're looking down, you put the horizon high in the image. You want to appear like you're looking up, you put the horizon low in the image.
Right. So, so that's the first one. That's the sea level. This is the 8-meter elevation, the second one, and then the 27-meter elevation is the third one. And they should be uploading into the chat there. All right.
Oh,
So
before you go any further,
yeah,
did you already
go
say
on.
how far away the target building is?
Yes, it's roughly 18.5 miles,
All right,
according to
cool.
Google Earth. Yeah. So I was doing like a calculation because there's that. Is it 8 inches per mile squared or per mile basically? So if I've got 18.64 miles, 18.64 miles times 8 inches, is that the calculation?
No, it's per mile
100.
squared. So you have to square the miles. So it'd be, if it's
Oh,
18
right.
miles, it'd be 18 times 18.
18 times 18. Oh, okay. So 18
Or
point.
maybe I'm wrong, but it's 8
or,
inches per mile squared. So however you have to do the square of the
oh,
mile when you do it out.
right. Oh, okay. I think when you're talking about a vector, like just a line, you can disregard the squared part. Because if you're talking area of curvature, yes, but if you're talking about a line of curvature,
not square miles, miles squared. The first mile would be 8 inches. The second mile would be 64 inches.
oh, right.
Because the
Okay,
curve, it's a curve away, a drop down.
right. So I'm not great at the maths on that, like, but I understand that there is like this. There is a supposed or an apparent equation that's put forward by people that are explaining curvature, right? Of that 18 or 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah. Anyway, I was just going to ask you guys what your opinion is of why, in this comparison, I'll do it here like this, like why the buildings seem like you see more stuff when you get elevated above, like, you know, you're 27 meters higher up. Whereas here you're 4 meters down on the surface, like on the beach, and everything seems obstructed. Or, you know, pardon me, like putting the word obstruction in there, but it just seems as though you see more stuff when you're 27 meters elevated. Is there something going on there, or?
Well, that would also be true on a flat surface now.
Right. Like,
The higher
so,
you get, the more you can see.
right, like, I mean, oh, so you're saying if it is flat between the vantage point and the target being the buildings, I should see the same result or different results of by
No,
how
you are
much I
seeing the
can see.
results. You are seeing the results, and it's flat between the coordinates.
Yeah. So,
However, the question you
yeah.
would then have is, well, how do you know that based on the image? And I'm not saying it based on the image. I'm saying it based on that you can actually just measure the water and find out the water's flat. And then you end up with the fact that this must be happening because the Earth is flat. Now, to be fair, if the Earth
Mhm.
was a globe, right, which of course this is what this conversation is about. You're not just asking this in a vacuum, right? This is between flat Earth, globe Earth. So if the Earth was a globe, there'd be a hump of water in between you and that location. And you'd, you
Right.
know, you could do a curvature calculation, or you could do the circle segment formula, and then you could find out how high that arc is in between point A and point B. You can then get your observer height and the line of sight to see how much would be over the other side of the curve, so to speak. Now, the problem with those equations that I just mentioned, that's a geometric reality. So the size and hump of the curve is in a specific location relative to your position. So obviously it changes as you increase your altitude. Now, here's the problem. From the same altitude, you can observe variable effects in the location of the horizon and in the objects you can see. So, for example, this is 18 miles away. Now, we have observations of boats 30 miles away. Now, at 30 miles away, that boat would be down below 400 feet of off angle that it should not be able to be seen. There is no
Right.
boat that's 400 feet tall. So if I can see a boat 400 feet away, 30 miles away, that should be below 400 feet, then that tells me that there's something optical going on and not something geometric. Because if it was geometry causing this, then it'd be happening at the exact same point every time, consistently. Now, not only that, not only can I see things beyond the alleged horizon would block, I can also see alleged quote unquote blockage before a horizon should even exist. For example, at my lake where I live, I take observations throughout the year. I've shared them here before, where it is only 1,014 feet wide where I take my observations. And I can observe the boat that's moored on the other side of the dock, on the other side of the lake. I can witness that disappear from the bottom up. I can witness that go into miraging effects, much like people show me with certain things depending on the day. And it has the
Right.
exact same observations that happen at miles. And so if I know this observation can happen at short ranges at 1,014 feet when the horizon is not even supposed to be till like 3,000 feet, so obviously it's not the horizon causing it, and I know that I can see things beyond the alleged hump of blocking, then this puts this phenomenon in the optical category, not the geometric category. So my answer to why this is happening is because of optical reasons. And that might be multitude of factors. One is you have an angular field of view. You have an angular resolution limit to your angular field of view. And if the propagation angles of the light are lesser than the reception angles of your ability to resolve them, you're not going to see anything. Now, interestingly enough, if you're looking out across the horizon, the incoming light from that object is going to be below your angular resolution limit. And on top of that, you have perspective, which is causing things to decrease, and that's also a function of an angular field of view. Then you have atmospheric conditions added to that, right? Of which I think there's like 40 factors that have a confluence to result in what you finally see. Now, on the globe Earth side, the ubiquitous factor is that the Earth is curved. And as we already said, the Earth would have to be curved a different amount every day. Now, there is an excuse for this that Globers will employ, and I have to be honest and tell you what it is, and that is that it doesn't matter how many close observations you have, how many supersedery long distance observations you have that are beyond globe geometry, because even the Globers appeal that it's not about geometry, it's actually about optics. So, in other words, no matter what happens, the light travels to the observer in a manner in which it goes over the hump that's allegedly blocking the object. So even the Globers have to appeal to the optical category to save their world. But we already all know this is optical. So then that begs the question. That begs the question: if the Globers are claiming there's an underlying geometry necessarily proven by these photos, they have to prove that underlying geometry separately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to push like my opinion on what I think's happening. It's just like, oh, I just want to see who can unpack what they think's going on with these photos. That's all it was.
Yeah, no worries. I hope that
Yeah.
answered your question at least somewhat.
Yeah, I just found it's pretty fascinating that. So see that little bit there? That is the top of a roller coaster at SeaWorld on the Gold Coast. Let me just go back here. I'll zoom in on it. It's basically this roller coaster right here. The 3D model of it looks a bit funky, but yeah, it's a roller coaster.
It looked like a sandcastle when you were first zooming in.
Right. Yeah. This one looks a bit more like a roller coaster. Maybe it's that one. I'm not sure. But yeah, there's definitely a bunch of
Real quick,
trees and structures.
was that first roller coaster made of wood?
Good question. I'm gonna see if this will show up on like the street view. Of the it's like that. It's got a lot of like scaffolding, for lack of a better description. It looks like support structure to it. But yeah, I'm not sure which one of the two is showing up in my photos, but it's either this one in the distance here or it's this one in this photo.
Well, that
I think
definitely
it could be both. It could be
no.
both.
See the one on the left, bro. The one on the left that looks like a dark silhouette. That's the dense roller coaster, and the one on the right is the
one.
Yep,
Is
and
the
the one
more,
on the right is the other roller coaster.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's starkingly different. You can see, you can see the trees, you can see almost the shoreline, you can see the roller coasters, and then and this is the elevated photo, and then if you get down to this, down to the sand on the beach, I can't see the roller coaster. I can only see like the top half of these buildings. So that kind of it impressed me. I was like, wow, that's something, you know. I have had someone look at this and someone tried to suggest tides or swell, and I was like, nah, that can't be right, because a swell would have to go pretty high to obstruct that much, of the picture. But anyway,
nah.
You know what's
here's
crazy,
another
brother?
effect. Look at that.
You know
It's
what's
Look at
called
that
crazy?
effect
shoaling.
there.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called shoaling. And when you have a bay, when the tide comes in, it piles the water up in the bay. So it wouldn't have to be elevated very much because it's so much closer to you. So like like something that's 1 meter, that's 1 kilometer away, will block 10 meters, 10 kilometers away. So it's really
I'm gonna have
closer.
to
It
look that
doesn't
up.
really have to be that much higher.
What was the word? Shoaling.
Shoaling, yeah, SHOALING.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna look that up. Appreciate
Now,
it.
depending on where it is, it's worse in some places than others. So some places where it's really bad, like Corpus Christi, Texas, is one place I know about.
Yeah, especially if there's a shelf. So there's like a slow gradation from the shore, like hundreds of meters out, and then all of a sudden it steep shelves. So you have the bay, and then you also have the water forcing up when it hits the shelf, then going into the gradient of the slope of the bay. So that's even worse. And you can really see it if you maintain your altitude and do like a time lapse for an entire day. You'll witness the
Right.
horizon between you and the other side like change throughout the day.
Right. Well, hey, thanks for letting me take the time to show all that. Appreciate it.
Let me bring something
Well,
up
hey,
to the
brother.
brilliant. Did he leave?
No,
I
I'm
don't.
here. I just
Oh,
put
Oh, he
my
got closed
screen
let me
down.
his.
bring up something
Closed
that's
his.
really
Yeah.
important about that image. Is the
Yeah.
horizon itself. The horizon's not the edge of the earth. It's not where the curve
Right.
starts. It's not the edge of a ball. It's none of those things. And we know this because you can go out and you can watch the horizon for, say, 6 hours and watch it move up and down, move further away and closer, independent of the tides, just based upon the weather and the way things look. So we got observations of horizons that are, 10 times too far. Right? So if you went out like 3 days later, you might see the horizon in a completely different place.
I did
Now, if the
see.
horizon's
This
the
is
edge of the earth,
yeah.
then the earth would have to be changing size, right? So you don't think
Hmm.
that's happening, do you?
Oh no. Well, I don't know really what's happened, but
Well, I mean, the earth would have to change
yeah.
size, like physically.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, I don't think
Well,
that's
if that's
happening
where the
then.
curve of the earth starts. I mean,
Not to. I mean, this will change the topic a little bit, but is it Italy or it was somewhere in the Alps or something? This lady took a photo, or just some photographer took a photo of apparently the longest distance between like their vantage point and
it's in France.
a mountain way distant. Is it France? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Thought
in
it was
It's
France.
from
Yeah.
the French Pyrenees to the French Alps.
Oh, okay.
So it's across the it's from Canigou, and there's another one, Peak Fenestrel. It's a little further away than the Canigou Mountain, looking toward Marseille, toward the French Alps, across I think it's called the Gulf of Lyon or whatever. And there's a lot of photos of that area.
Yeah.
I think the first one that I've seen is from the 1800s. So they have a
Okay.
really, really old one looking across. The one from the
And I would
1800s is looking
imagine.
the other way. It's like 127 miles or something.
Yeah. And I'd imagine
One you're
with
talking
varying
about is
results.
443 kilometers.
Right. Yeah, that's a hell of a way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like from where I live in Boston. That's like from here to Toronto or something, which is
Wow.
Canada.
Yeah.
It's a long walk.
Oh yeah.
If you look up the driving distance, it's a 10-hour drive. I mean, obviously because you're driving through mountains, but it's still a 10-hour drive. It's far away. Now the people that do those, it's the same. It's like a group of people. They had a website. It's switched a couple times. It's called Beyond Horizons. They're not flat earthers, but they go out to this area and take long distance photography. In this area, right? Sometimes like from Marseille the other way. Sometimes like there's also they do take pictures in Italy. So like the island of Corsica. What's the other one? What the hell's the other island out there? Starts with an M. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Oh, more Mellorca or something like that. Mallorca is the name of it.
Oh, Majorca. I think I've heard that name before. Yeah.
It's like out where Ibiza and all that stuff is. It's like the same area. That must be like the flattest part on Earth because there's a lot of like long distance imagery from that area of the world. Now, supposedly, it's debatable because it's so far away. There's a 308-mile picture. There's a lighthouse on Corsica called La Garglia, and someone thinks they caught that from I think it's what's the name of the town? There's a city out there. I have to look it up. Yeah, but there's some long ones. Yeah. You're gonna need some coffee. You're gonna need to make 2 pots of coffee for that drive. I think it's Barcelona. 308. I have to find it. But tests like that, like I why they're important, I don't think they're like completely dispositive as to the issue, you know. Yes, they shouldn't happen on the flat Earth, but like I said, there's the weather conditions can do weird things. Now, I don't think that they curve right around the ball. I don't think that. I don't think there's any justification for that. Real. 325. See if the picture's still around. Come on, man. So, are you new to this topic, buddy?
Me, Rick? Not really. I sort of came in around 2 years ago, and then I haven't really revisited it since then. But yeah, popped back in just today to listen. But yeah, I try to keep an open mind. I don't really have any. I definitely believe what I see with my own eyes, and then obviously I followed a traditional education from the education system, so all of my views are like mostly the what do you call it? Like the mainstream opinion is kind of where more toward of what I lean, but I like hearing out alternative points of view. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When I first looked at
Yeah.
flat Earth, I looked at it initially for like a week, and then I just like stopped looking at it for probably like, I don't know, it had to be like 6, 8 months or something. But it was like just like eating away at my mind. It was just so weird.
Yeah.
So it was
Yeah,
like,
I asked earlier whether the movement had been like growing bigger than each year, like as each year goes by, is the growth path like maintaining, or has it been slowing down, or has it been
it's
plateauing, or yeah,
it's this is like horizontal growth, not vertical growth.
right, yeah,
It's more like it's
slow
more
and
like
steady,
permeating people's idea of what's possible or not.
right.
Like in the beginning, so I've been doing this since like 2017. So in the beginning, people's reaction was one thing. Then after a few years, they would react a different way. Then a few years, like I'm just talking about normal people, right? That like people's reaction has changed over time. There was points in time
Right.
where it was like people would get violently angry, and like, you know, telling them the earth was flat was like saying you kicked their dog. But like, before that, it was like the people that were really, really, most people just dismissed it without a thought and wouldn't even like consider it even for a second.
Right.
But the people that did engage with us were like violently opposed to it. But typically because they were like activist atheists and they thought flat earth was religious based. So they opposed it really for that reason. And then you have another group which like, they're like pseudo science nerds. I'm not saying they're science nerds. They're like I'm not saying they're nerds of pseudoscience. I'm saying they pretend to be science nerds, but they don't actually know any science, right? They're kind of like you know, the fake smart kids that'll talk about, the sun's 93 million miles away, and black holes and
Right.
blah blah blah, right? But
They
like
know
if you
how to
drill on them,
sound smart.
yeah,
Right.
but if you drill down on them, they don't actually know anything,
Right.
So they would
They're
try
just
to,
rehearsed, essentially.
yeah, they
They're
know
just
it at
well
a very
rehearsed.
surface level,
Yeah.
kind of like almost in the
Yeah.
Discovery Channel. I watched on the Discovery Channel about black holes from Neil deGrasse Tyson, so I know all
Here's an
about them.
opinion. Kind of like Greta Thunberg. She's a lot of people would say that she's just very well rehearsed with whatever she says.
Yeah.
That's if you're a critic of her. But yeah, wasn't there a point where I'm not saying this is all of the flat earthers out there, but there's been different concepts and theories put on it. But there was one point where they were denying that Australia existed or the flight
No,
path.
that's
Was
a
that
joke.
ever a thing? That was
No.
never a thing. Okay.
No, it was a Reddit post.
Right.
It's like a Reddit
So it was
post
like
in
satire,
2015.
basically.
Yeah, it was someone
Right.
just taking the piss in 2015, being
I
an
see.
ass.
Yeah.
And there's other things, right? Like flat earther tried to prove the earth was flat and blew up in a rocket, right? Ever heard that one? Steam powered rocket guy.
I haven't
Guy's
heard
name
that
was
one.
Mad Mike. So there's a flat earth conference. He wasn't even a flat earther, he was a globe earther. But because he, flew up in a rocket, he tried to get flat earthers to fund his rockets because he was like a amateur rocket maker. So he would go to the Flat
Yeah.
Earth Conference and try to, I'll prove the Earth is flat, pay for my rocket. But he wasn't a flat earther. He was trying to use flat earthers to
to
get
fund
money.
his project. Right.
Yeah. Because he
That's
was trying to
interesting.
make a steam-powered rocket, which is as stupid as it sounds. Needless to say, he flew up in a steam-powered rocket and didn't stick the landing. And now he's pushing up daisies with his dick, as they say.
Uh-huh.
But for a while, I mean, we've had to deal with like so much like stupid stuff like that over and over and over and over again. Different gimmicks and LARPs and distractions and just beyond the curb and Jeranism paid $20,000 for a laser and like all sorts of shit.
Oh yeah, I
Prove
remember
the Earth
hearing
is
about
flat
that.
and all that.
The point that I sort of bowed out and got, just busy with other things in my life, was the point where they went to Antarctica, that group. And I think, yeah, I saw that like Dave McKeegan was part of it. He's like a,
Yeah, I
he
know
comes
he
from
is.
the whole globe Earth guy. Yeah. And there's a few others that went on that trip.
Yeah, it's funny because when they came back, like the very first day, I put a thing on Twitter. It was like, okay, now you went, you saw 24-hour sun. How does this prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth? That post is still sitting there. No one can say how it proves a globe or a flat Earth.
Right.
And even it's funny because Duffy, because they were told all this before they ever went. It's like you can't look at the sun and prove whether the Earth is a globe or flat. It's just not even possible as a matter of logic. I can't look at like your house and prove what my house is. I have to look at my house, right? You can't. No, you can have inferences and say, well, I think if the Earth was a globe, the sun would do X, Y, Z, and it does X, Y, Z, so it's consistent with my idea. That's all you can say. You can't say it proves it. That's a whole nother
Do
thing.
all humans have spleens?
Who cares, dude? This
Well,
isn't.
I mean, wait, if
We
I
don't
look
do
in one
medical
person's
advice.
body
We
and
don't
I
do
see a
medical
spleen,
advice. Just go on mute. Anyway, so it's very funny that in a debate, Will Duffy, the guy that ran the whole thing, someone brought up the sun and he goes, this is a debate about flat Earth, not the sun. So even he admitted that the fucking sun can't prove the Earth is a globe. And he's the one who went there and hosted the whole thing, which is quite hilarious. He has all sorts of problems I'm not going to get into. But if you dig down into like, all they could ever disprove with that is some claim about the sun. If you think the sun is supposed to do X, and then you go see it do not X, then whatever reason you thought it did X is wrong, right? So, I mean, it was a waste of time because they could have just measured the curve, and that would have been that. Instead, they want to spend like I don't know what it was. To be honest, I'll tell you what the deal is, and I think he's still working on it. He's going to try to make a documentary out of it, and he had a plan on selling it, and nobody wants to buy it because it's boring. And Whitsitt said he wasn't going to go unless he had that nobody could film him, no one could quote his words, no one could do anything, and that he had complete control over any uses of his image or anything. So Whitsitt hasn't played ball with them. So it's like even if they accidentally catch him in footage, he has to pay like some freaking penalty for using him. So I think
Yeah,
I'm just saying is like I think Duffy's plan was this is an investment. I'm gonna go do this. and then I'm gonna, sell a documentary to Netflix. You know, whatever. The final experiment, how I proved the Earth is a globe. He's still trying. He actually reared his ugly head. I don't know, was it a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, he was on. Melissa Daugherty is a not super famous but prolific Christian apologist to talk about flat Earth, and he actually made this claim that because of him, flat Earth is all but stopped debating the topic. Like the dude is literally delusional. Debates about flat Earth went up after what he did, not down.
Yeah, and then after that, he did some podcast where someone like presented him about evolution. So now he went. Not only did he like, I'm a globe believer. I also support evolution because he's a. Did you know this dude's a minister? So he's a minister. He's a preacher who actually said the Bible doesn't prohibit lobbying, which is crazy, but you can make of that what you want. I'm just saying this guy doesn't matter. He had an ulterior motive, and whatever that is, who cares? He made the observation. Doesn't matter. We told him it wouldn't matter anyway, and before he ever did it, it was a waste of time. I asked him, and he answered. I said, "How does this prove the Earth's a globe or the Earth isn't flat?" He said, "Okay, because the Earth has to be symmetric." Says who? And then he just ghosted.
Well, to be fair to him, he didn't say the Earth was simply. He said whatever's going on in the south. And so, for example, like trees, animals, which isn't the same in the north and the south. The south is different than the north. Kind of weird.
Yeah. But the symmetry that he's talking about is symmetric is the celestial sphere. Why does the Earth have to be symmetric? Why does it have to even be symmetric under the celestial sphere? Don't. And here's where it gets even more humorous. If you ask these guys, how is the 24-hour sun predicted in the first place? Oh, they use a globe to do that. That's what they'll tell you. They use a globe. But then when you look at the formulas, there ain't no globe in those formulas. There's the celestial sphere. There's that. But you're not on a globe. The entire model is you at the center of the coordinates, right? It's an observer-centric model. So the map itself doesn't even have a globe in it. Yeah, it gets it's silly. It's a waste of time. It's a complete waste of time. So we're still wasting our time about it, talking about it, because it doesn't prove anything. It can't prove anything other than things about the sun. You go to a place in Antarctica, stand at this place at this date, you'll see a 24-hour sun.
Hey, I just want to butt in and say it was nice to talk to y'all and meet y'all and everything.
All right. Yeah.
I'm brand new here, so I'm a bounce, and I just wanted to say bye and good to meet y'all.
Yeah, we're here all the time.
Thanks for coming by.
Yep. Bye.
So, India, the 24-hour sun thing isn't. It's not just that. It's that it goes different directions at the North Pole versus the South Pole. So it's a little bit more the way you claim.
Different directions relative to what?
Like at the South Pole, the sun makes a big circle around you, going from right to left, and then 6 months later at the North Pole, it makes a big circle around you going from left to right.
Okay, dude, how do you know you're at the South Pole or North Pole?
Well, how about in the South and in the far South and in the far North?
You see how that's circular?
And well, I mean, you can tell where you're at, right?
Yeah,
Well, how
because you
about
look at
this?
the sun and then you designate a spot. When I go to this spot and I see the sun do this, I'm at the South Pole. Yeah, if you didn't do that, if you didn't see the sun do that, you wouldn't be at the South Pole, right?
Yeah, you could just say
You
some
couldn't tell
there,
from geography.
yeah, it's true. Looks all snowy both places. How about this? And there's a place on Earth where the sun is up 24 hours going from left to right, and then 6 months later, there's another place on Earth, a different place on Earth, where the sun is up 24 hours and goes the opposite direction.
Oh, that's fine. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was the exact. I don't think that was the exact claim from the final experiment. They were all basing this off an AE map that flat earthers were claiming and stating that there couldn't be a 24-hour sun because of the AE map and that the Antarctica was the ice that held that in. Yeah, so I don't believe they should have been claiming an AE map to start with. But yeah,
Well, I find that is intriguing that the sun would go, and they do show it, so it's going what, left to right. So is it still going east to west?
It's pretty much saying, staying the same direction. If you're at the exact North Pole, everything is south, right? But so it's going left to right. The South Pole would be going from right to left.
Yes, it's going east to west, right? It doesn't stop going east to west. I don't think.
Well, yeah, right. But I mean, it's so close to the horizon, it's just more sort of staying in the same, going, east to west.
Hey, hey Matthew.
So,
Hey,
Give me a
yeah,
challenge.
hold on, AI. I just thought of something I've been wanting to tell
All
you.
day. All right, go
Have you
for
heard
it.
of AI? Have you heard of Schrodinger's horizon?
I think so.
Yeah, it's like there's a geometric horizon until you go to look at it.
Oh dang!
It's in a superposition of states.
I don't know, dude.
Depends on the argument you're
Glovers.
making.
Yeah, true story. Some Glovers have basically went into that. If the Earth is flat, then reality is just one big giant. Who knows what the heck? Throw reality under the bus. Globe or die. Matthew, I want you to read the screenshot I just posted. You don't have to read it out loud, but just read it, and I just want you to tell me if you agree with it. And if you don't agree, are you willing to go on to Melissa Daughtry's channel and tell him that he's actually false result of his
so
alleged nonsense?
just to make sure I'm looking at the right thing, the thing you posted at 36 past the hour has like 2 people. It's like tiny.
Yeah, that's Melissa Daughtry
Oh.
and Will Duffy. Obviously, you know Will. Oh, well, he's looking at that, Indio. I think, man, I might not be able to remember this. We're having this conversation with somebody today in regards to their salvation. And I think I told them, okay, you guys think the Earth is a globe, and you need it, and things are supposed to not be seen, right? But then you need an excuse. Well, what if the Earth's just flat, and when you see things, when things aren't seen, that's what's the excuse? Dang, I butchered it. Never mind. What about Oh, optical conditions. Okay, so if you think the Earth is a globe, the geometric horizon's blocking everything, supposedly, but you can see all these things, and then you say it's optical effects. What if the Earth is flat and when you can't see? So the globe says when you can see. What if the Earth is just flat and when you can't see? Isn't that more reasonable?
You can only hear like half of what you said. Your audio's cutting out.
Dang it! All right, I quit.
Speaking of optics, though, is anybody here earlier when I was talking to some people about FE core and stuff like that?
Not me.
It's an interesting experiment. Seems a little odd that they talk so much about refraction in the beginning and then essentially concluded there was zero refraction happening during the experiment.
It's almost as if it stayed in the same layer of air the whole time.
Yeah. A layer of air that is probably like ideal conditions to cause reflection. Like it almost makes me wonder if like the experiment was explicitly designed to refract so that the laser would be visible from low altitude across the lake.
You're saying it was designed in a way to appear flat by knowing certain atmospheric conditions.
With well, I mean, using a cold lake seems like actually the ideal way to like apply Snell's law if you wanted to make the laser refract and literally curve, like track the ground essentially at that height. As they actually show it with a laser at the beginning of the video, like how a laser can curve.
Well, that's a nifty thought and all, but there's several of these laser transit tests, and they all appear flat. Now, you want to talk about using Snell's law? That's for light traveling from two different indices. We're talking about a laser that is traveling in the same layer of air. Of course, there can be temperature changes throughout the track that can cause refraction. But it's not as if the laser is going through two different density mediums. Where
Right.
Snell's
No,
law
I think actually more accurately, it would need to be calculated in an integral, like over time, like over the distance, continuously, as opposed to simply once. I'm not sure why it was done that way.
Well, what model would you apply it to?
I mean, I think like using Snell's law probably makes sense, but
no,
just like apply it differently on an integral.
Snell's law is a discrete condition, right? It applies to a discrete condition, which is a boundary between two isotropic media of different refractive indices, right? So how could you possibly apply that to a condition which would be variable?
Right. So you'd have to actually measure at points along the way. Like they'd have to like it makes it really hard to do, I think, over water. Period.
Really? So let's say that's true. Well, how would they quote unquote calculate it?
Well, as close to an integral continuously as you can. So measure it, as many times as you can, and then essentially, as you said, apply it.
Well, no. Why do you need
discrete
an
slabs at
integral
each
in the first
interval?
place?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, sorry, I asked the wrong question. Go ahead.
Like apply it as if each measurement was a different slab of air, and do that as many
No,
times over smallest
yeah,
interval
yeah.
possible over the distance, so that you could get like the closest to a continuous integral essentially across the whole distance.
Okay, that's interesting. How come they've never done that in the history of measurements using optical?
You're breaking up again, but I think you asked why it's never been done. It seems very hard to do. I don't know. I
No,
don't know why it's never
hold
been
on,
done.
friend. Not why it's never been done. Why has it never been done with the application of alleged globe measurements with optical methods?
I don't know. I think
I know
I
why.
think y'all's community is probably the only people trying to do
You
these
got it.
experiments.
Yeah, you're correct,
Perhaps.
brother. You are correct. The
Yeah.
globers already assume the Earth is, and so they don't actually measure anything. They apply it to a model, which assumes curvilinear gradients in a curved atmosphere above a curved. So they're already begging the question from the get. And then after they apply their math, right, it accentuates the amount of alleged curvature that the path variability would be taking. Because here's how it works. They say, I already know the globe Earth geometry. I know that this observation can't be possible if the globe Earth geometry is constant. I can't change the geometry because, a geometric object is what it is. The only thing I can change and maintain the Earth being is the path of the light. And so I therefore, ex post hoc, change the path of the light in math or on a piece of paper. That's how it actually works.
Yeah, there's probably another like a whole lot of ways you could go about experimenting, and yeah, I'm sure these experiments are not common in the scientific community, but you guys kind of engender that sort of exploration, which is interesting. But yeah, I'm not sure the FK core experiment is like a good example to point to. I think actually, like, if they were trying to create ideal conditions to refract and essentially curve the light so that it appeared at the same height over that distance, this is probably like where you would
what
go,
conditions?
what you would
Okay,
do.
let's say that's true. What conditions would be necessary to allegedly around a radius of 3,000 expressed in an arc segment of 25 miles in length?
Yeah, so it seems to me that actually like laser experiments like that, from the research I did, it seems like over like anything over like 6 miles, it probably isn't a good like a good medium to do your tests in, just because of the atmosphere. Like lasers in a vacuum just
but
act
keep in mind,
differently.
right, true story. But you know what? You know what's common is lasers curving upwards, not downwards. There's plenty of evidence of lasers curving upwards. There's very specious evidence of lasers curving.
Yeah.
And not only that, what would be necessary for trajectory curved, quote unquote, redirected in the downwards direction in regards to the air that it's encountering?
I'm sorry, man. It's like it's just hard to hear you because you're breaking up like in the
Yeah,
middle of
your
your
mic is
sentences.
shit, bro.
Dang it! I'm sorry. I'll listen. I'll self-flagellate as remuneration and penance. Okay.
Okay. It's very Leviatarian of you.
I'm glad you noticed.
Yeah. I was looking into like just like real world easy things to observe that would be kind of a good test, like mental test for this sort of stuff. And like I think the easiest one I can think of is like star trail photography. Like when you put like a time lapse photo of stars like on your phone or whatever, you don't even need like a telescope. Um, if you're in the northern hemisphere, there's a circle around Polaris, and there's no visible center of the circle in the south sky. And if you're in the southern hemisphere, there is a visible circle around essentially the South Pole, and you can't see Polaris in the north sky. And I'm not sure how flat earthers would argue that works if we're not on a globe.
I just got through this with the other guy. There's a lot of loaded assumptions, mixing worldviews. So you're basically asking, how does the globe work if the Earth is flat? Which is incoherent.
I know. I'm saying, how does star trail photography only show one circle, like one center of a circle in the sky, if we are not on a globe?
What?
He's
No,
saying
dude,
we'd see the same stars on the northern and southern hemisphere if we were on a flat plane. We
Why?
would.
Why would
Yeah,
you see all? Why would you
we
see the
wouldn't
same stuff?
see
No.
like
Hold on, bro. When I
we
just
wouldn't
finished
see
said
only
we would.
one circle of star trails and then the other circle without
It
a
wouldn't
center.
change. There wouldn't be there wouldn't
Why,
be a
why not?
discrepancy.
Why not?
Because when you breach past the equator, you're no longer able to see Polaris. And that's not a vanishing
Yeah, but
point.
you
Like
didn't.
like if you draw,
I know,
it's not
but
like a vanishing point thing. Like you guys have posted the street light thing for me before. But essentially, like there's a circle with a center in the sky with Polaris in the center of that circle. If you do
yeah,
star
there
trail
what
photography
appears
in the
to
northern
be a center
hemisphere.
of rotation. You got it.
Yeah. And then when you look at the south sky in the north hemisphere, you cannot see the center of a circle. But when you are in, like, as you go from the north hemisphere to the south hemisphere, like you can just see this. Like people all over just do star photography. They do time lapses and showed star trails.
Yep.
And there's no center of the circle in the north sky when you're in the southern hemisphere. There's only a center of the circle in the south sky in the southern hemisphere.
Yep, and I'm still waiting for the part where.
Well, I mean, I already asked the
that's
question:
impossible.
how would flat earthers explain
Can I
that
try and,
works if we're not on a globe?
So you're asking basically, how can a flat Earth have 2 points of rotation? Am I correct?
2 points of rotation.
Well, yeah, you're sort of saying, well, when we're in the south, we see this point of rotation, and when we're in the north, we see this point of rotation, but you can't see either.
I would
Like
say
you
we
can't
only
see the north
observe
from the
one.
south from the south from the
I would say we only kind of observe one axis of rotation either way, and that one end of that axis is not visible when you're on either end of the when you're on either hemisphere and not like directly on the equator. Like when you're directly on the equator, essentially you can see it almost looks like the stars go like east to west almost perfectly. So you see like a half circle on the north sky and a half circle on the south sky.
Which is natural when you're standing on opposite sides or almost opposite sides of a rotating sphere, not a rotating disc.
Oh my goodness, dude! I'm so glad that you put collision sphere so we.
I mean, I feel like nobody else understood
Hold
that.
on.
I mean, he said it like 3
Hold
times.
on, dude.
He said it like 3 times.
Yeah, did you just use circular reasoning thinking that you dunked?
No, I'm just trying to
Yeah, pretty
explain.
much.
It seems like nobody can understand it.
We understand
That's what you
it,
did.
dude.
You don't even
We
understand what you
understand
did.
it.
Yeah, okay. Well,
We've seen this dunk contest
go ahead.
before.
It's not
It's
a
not a
dunk
dunk contest. I'm actually just trying to like
Earth
ask how flat
No,
earthers
the
would
other guy.
explain this
The other
phenomenon.
guy.
There's no explanation from the other side. What's the mechanism?
Prove to me the Earth is flat.
My goodness, dude.
Let's not
Yeah.
devolve.
Who wants
Okay,
to prove it? Because
let's
I
not
used to
devolve.
believe.
Okay.
I used to believe the firmament cosmology.
Right. Anyway, who was actually asking the question legitimately?
You muted the wrong guy, you dumbass.
You're right. I should have
No,
muted
it
you.
was the correct
Yeah,
guy.
mute
It
me,
was the
you
guy with
fucking
wings.
idiot.
It
You're
was the guy
stupid,
with the
bro. All
wings.
flat earthers are
Why would I
fucking
mute?
Oh,
wrong.
he's gonna melt
Shut
down.
up.
This is
Shut
great.
up.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Circular
Yeah,
reasoning
whatever.
guy.
Hey, hold on, old hot. I'm just here to help clarify because it didn't seem you guys understood we meant. Oh, flat earthers are the biggest losers on the face of the planet. Oh yeah, your true colors came out real quick,
Yeah,
bro.
that mask fell off quick. So let's back to Muffuggin. You seem to be able to keep it together. Your buddy really flamed out there, huh?
Oh, who muted my fucking man? It was legit. Hey, who muted him after he got
Wait.
unmuted? Hey.
What is happening?
Listen, dude, my mute shotgun like shoots out 70,000. No, I can't help who gets hit.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, what assumptions are necessary that the star trails can only happen if it's globe?
So we see the star trails, and I mean, what assumption?
Stars making circles?
Yeah, stars making circles.
No, they're not.
Well, I mean,
So
it's something you can do with like a time lapse photograph in your backyard.
okay,
And
yeah.
anybody
What?
can do this, and people do
Yeah,
this all
that's
the time.
awesome. That's awesome. But they're not making circles. You see the trails from some stars going to the trails of other stars, and that makes them look like circles. But the stars
Right.
themselves ain't making circles, and they
Right.
couldn't in the
Sure,
heliocentric
I mean,
model
they
because of the
appear.
shut up, because of the orbit
Oh my god.
processes the seasons, so they would make spirals.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. So the
So
Big Dipper, its
let's talk
handle
about.
points from a different direction as the year goes on around to Polaris.
I'm just talking
How
about
does
one
that
night.
change position if they go in circles?
I'm just talking about one night.
What, even in one night, you're gonna miss a circle by 1/365th of a circle.
Okay. So star trails appear circular when you do a photograph during one night, right?
No,
Well, I mean, there's
He
plenty of
doesn't
imagery
realize
out
that
no,
there.
there isn't.
you
Don't
told
make
him he
shit
was
up.
connecting
The
the
longest time lapse that exists of star trails is 14 hours. You need a 24-hour one. Okay? And you
24
would
hour
miss,
star trail would
and
only be
it would
possible
miss,
in a place like where
and I
there's no
told you,
sun during the daytime, right?
and I told you it would miss by 365th of a circle. It wouldn't line up. It wouldn't form a circle.
I see what you're saying. And I'm not saying that they're perfectly circular. I hope I didn't give that impression. I was just saying that they appear circular.
Yeah, because they go into other star trails. They go into the trails of other stars.
Exactly. I know what you're saying. I'm not trying to disagree with you. But when you're in the northern hemisphere, you only see the center of one such circle. You don't see the center of the other circle. Do you know what I mean?
You don't see the circle of any circle. There's no circle. You don't have a circle.
It's not a
You have
perfect
the
circle.
stars taking a bunch of arcs.
But we agreed
Those
they're
arcs
circular.
overlap, and because you're looking at a shortened view of what they're doing, to you in your temporary slice of time, they're going to look like circles. But they're not actually making circles. You're just perceiving them that way. If you watched longer, they wouldn't be circles.
I agree. But they
Okay,
appear
then
to
stop
be
saying they're circles.
circular in fashion, right?
Yeah, but they're not circling anything. Meaning they're not equidistant from a single point, dude.
Sure. They're not perfect circles. There's no like direct point that you could point to that is like the center point of the circle.
So
Like
what
this
you're really
image as an
asking is,
example that I just posted inside chat. They're not perfectly circular.
what
They're
you're
obviously
really,
a little they're ovular, and but there is like a point that you could say that is less spinning than the rest of the image in the center of that kind of circular
Nothing is
pattern,
spinning,
right?
bro. Nothing is spinning.
sure, can I?
You're breaking up hard, AJ.
Nope. Nope.
Okay.
It's a little tough.
So this is the issue. You're trying to use your explanation as a description. You don't see circles, okay? You don't see rotation. Nothing's rotating. If you drew an arc on a sheet of paper, even if you drew a circle on a sheet of paper, you wouldn't call that a rotation. You're trying to insert your explanation as the description of what you see.
I mean, if I had a compass and I rotate a pencil on one end of the compass, it creates an arc, which is very similar to what you see in this image.
That's what you're asserting. You're asserting that's how it's done.
Well, I mean, this is just a time-lapse photograph that anybody
Yeah.
can do in their backyard right now with their
That's
cell phone.
fine, but you're asserting you know what causes it. Do you understand? Just like you just used the compass example to say, hey, I can cause an arc to happen if I rotate a compass. Okay, how do you know that's what's causing this?
What's causing what? The image?
Yeah, the image, dude. The circles.
So the stars do move in the sky over time.
That's right. That's right.
And this is simply like a long
What's the
exposure
cause?
shot.
What's the cause?
What's the cause of the stars
What's
moving
the cause
in
of
the
the
sky?
stars tracing arcs in the sky?
I don't know, and actually, I'm not sure that's or
Well, you
I'm
gave us
sorry,
what
I
you think
might
the
know.
cause is.
Even
You
if
think
I
there's a
know
rotation.
exactly, or if I think I know exactly, I'm not sure that's important to the argument
You
I'm
gave
making. In
us
fact,
what
I
you thought.
think it's
You already
not
gave
important.
us what you thought.
I think
You
it's
gave
not
us what you
important to
thought.
the argument.
You
I'm
gave us
making.
what you thought.
Well,
You
why'd you
said
bring it up then?
rotation. You gave us what you thought it is. You said, we see the stars rotate. That is your explanation. That is your cause.
Oh, no, that's not a cause. That's an effect.
Oh, yeah. So you see
Of?
the stars rotate.
Right.
Spit it out.
We see the stars appear to rotate and create a circular
They're
pattern.
not
such as
rotating, dude. In no definition of the word rotating or rotate are they rotating. Even in your picture, you take the star in the center, right? You can see this time lapse isn't even 12 hours. You can see it's like a 10-hour arc.
Right.
And they look like circles because they're going into the arcs of other stars.
So, how do you define arc?
A curved line, an arc.
Right. Well, I mean, it's also a segment of a circle, right?
Yeah, it can be. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Well,
these
you
are
said these
segments of
weren't
circles we're
circles.
seeing.
Look, they're not circles. They appear as
Well,
circles
you called
because
them
they're
arcs.
overlapping. Yeah, I said to you because you have a temporary viewpoint. That's a segment in time, right? So it's a brief segment of time, and the star trails are overlapping into other star trails. They appear as circles. But if you look at any individual star, they're taking an arc. That star itself isn't going in a circle. And any individual star would never go in a circle in your worldview. They would spiral across the sky
Over a long
because
enough
of the
period of
orbit.
time, yes.
Okay. So when you say rotate, what's rotating?
In this example, I'm treating the sky as a 2D image.
Okay, what's rotating?
He won't answer because
What's rotating is the image of the star, the light of the star.
He's rotating the camera?
No, is rotating around Polaris if you're in the northern hemisphere.
They're rotating around Polaris.
Yeah, the image of the star. Not the star itself.
Look,
Just
at
the
best,
image
you
of
could
it
say
as
they're
we see
circling
it in the
Polaris.
sky.
That's not the definition of rotation.
I
Look,
am
if you walked
being
around
a
your house,
little bit.
if you walked around your house in a
listen,
circle,
I feel like
you
we're
wouldn't say
having
you
like this
rotated your
really
house.
deep, like epistemic, like discussion about
It's
what
not
rotation
epistemic, dude.
means. But like,
No,
I'm just trying to
it is
like
important.
have you look at this image.
Yeah, and I'm
And
not going to have you insert your
understand.
fucking explanation as the description.
Motherfucking, why are you afraid to say that you believe this is caused by the Earth spinning? Why are you so afraid to say that?
Or the sky spinning.
I actually. Whoa! Oh,
Yeah, because
I'm not
that's
afraid to
really
say
the
that.
only
I'm not
that's really
afraid
the
to
only
say that that's
that's
what I
the
think is happening, but I don't think it's important to the
okay.
question
We'll
I'm
say it.
asking.
No, I
Yeah,
feel like
because
the question is a little bit lost now. We've sort of lost track, but that's what I was going to try and simplify it maybe earlier because I was a bit lost as well. But okay, I know that the conversations that's occurred, your point was that you believe that these stars are rotating around in the north around Polaris. Your question basically was, why don't we see Polaris from the south? Because you were saying, why don't we see that central point in the north from the south? And then you're saying, why don't we see a central point from the south to the north? Yeah?
Yeah,
So
exactly. And the
that's your
vanishing
basic
point
question.
argument doesn't really apply because
Okay.
it's further down, as you guys would say, it's further down than the vanishing point, where Polaris should be if you're in the southern hemisphere, especially if you're in the deep southern hemisphere.
You
Yeah.
know that.
So the question is, why can't we
Go
see
ahead,
Polaris
AJ.
from the south?
Sorry, what was that? I think you guys talked at the same time there.
Let AJ go.
Oh, I was saying, so basically your question is, why don't we see Polaris from the south and why don't we see Sigma Octavis from the north? And I think you actually answered your own question when you said that another flat earther had given you an image of perspective and angular resolution to a streetlight.
Yeah, the vanishing point argument. And I was just saying I don't think that applies because the center of the circle, the Polaris kind of point, would be far below what you guys consider to be any vanishing point if you're in the deep southern hemisphere.
You mean below? Below what?
Well, you guys say that things get smaller and go down, right? That's how you describe
Yeah, they
the
appear to go
vanishing
down.
point thing, right?
Appear to go down, but the vanishing point, you don't go under the vanishing point.
Right.
You
So
merge in,
Polaris,
visually
in
merge
my
into the
example,
horizon.
Polaris goes far beyond the vanishing point.
Says who?
It's simply observable, and all the star photography, star trail photography that's out there in the internet
So it's
shows it.
simply observable that Polaris goes far beyond the vanishing point.
Yes.
Okay. Describe exactly what you observed to see that. Exactly.
The arcs.
No, the vanishing point. Polaris. You said it would be far under.
Yes.
Okay, we need you to substantiate that.
The arcs are a part of a circle, right? An arc is a part of a circle. That means that the circle is has a center, right? So what I'm saying is, to point to the vanishing point in your model would mean to point towards the horizon in my model. But to point to Polaris when you're in the southern hemisphere, the deep southern hemisphere, would require you pointing to the center of a circle that makes these arcs that's far below the vanishing point.
Says who?
How did you? Yeah, listen, real quick, bro. You're mixing the world models, okay? You're literally committing a
I'm using one to talk about the other because, yeah. I mean, the argument applies, like the vanishing point argument only really applies, I think, to the flat Earth model. I'm trying to
no, it
talk in
doesn't.
y'all's language.
Listen, if the Earth doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is, you still don't have an infinite resolving field. Okay, that's just a fact. Doesn't
Do you
matter
have
what the
an
Earth
infinite
is.
what?
Resolving power.
Oh, you
Okay,
mean like
so the
resolution of a
whole
camera?
reason. No, not even. Resolution of a camera is in the
I just don't know what you mean by resolving power.
saturation.
Sorry.
Right. So you have an angular.
Rayleigh criterion.
I'm sorry. What criterion? Hit me with
The
the layman's
Rayleigh
term.
criterion.
Hit me with the layman's term. I'll be honest.
The inability to distinguish 2 points of light. You know how a car is like very far away? It's got 2 headlights, but they look like 1 headlight.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, so that.
Yeah. I think
You have to be
actually
able to distinguish the stars from the horizon. and actually be able to distinguish as unique objects or unique visual features. When the
Sure.
angle between them is too small, it's impossible.
I think I chose a good argument then, because I think this kind of avoids that problem.
The problem's unavoidable. It's a physical limitation of the wavelength of light. I don't know what you're talking about.
Not of the question I'm posing, though. We really have to distinguish individual points to be able to see that the center of the circle that makes an arc is below the vanishing point.
Yeah, but that's fair.
Not
But you're
below
only
the
really
vanishing point.
below. Hey, let me ask you this, friend. Do you think the streetlights go below the street?
No, which is precisely why I think this is an important question I'm asking.
Right. So a literal light, right, affixed to a pole. When you look down the street, poles get shorter and the light approaches the ground. Now, if you had an infinite street that you look at, eventually the lights themselves would, and eventually you wouldn't even be able to see that.
Which is why I'm not talking about the Polaris itself. I'm talking about kind of its position based on the arc. I'm not saying you can see or can't see, like Polaris
Right. Yeah.
itself. I'm
Right. So
saying
you're creating a geometric relationship in 3D space for this alleged
Anyone,
arcs relative to Polaris, dude. When all you have is apparent locations in your field of view. So you're mixing categories. You're mixing visual spatial field with the three-dimensional geometry. You're making a category error.
I am simplifying from 3D to 2D. I know.
No,
It is a simple fact.
not
It
what
is
I'm
a simple
saying.
fact that you can't
No, it's
see
a straw
the
man,
center.
dude.
I
Straw
mean,
man.
I'm,
You don't understand. You don't understand what you don't understand. You're mixing Euclidean geometry with projective geometry. That's your problem.
wish I was better versed in geometry.
Then why are you making a geometric argument?
I'm just saying I
Take it from-
observe this
Yeah, but
phenomenon,
real quick.
and this phenomenon is easily observable, and it doesn't seem to
What
match a
phenomenon?
flat Earth model.
What phenomenon?
That Polaris, star trails made by the Polaris end of the sky are not visible in the southern hemisphere.
How far? There is no southern hemisphere. You need a sphere for that.
In my model, right? So this is tough because I want to talk about particular latitudes. But how do I say that to
You
you
don't
guys?
really know anything, do you? Okay.
I really don't. I'm just talking about a phenomenon that
Okay.
I'm
So this
observing
is the
here.
first problem you're making. You're positioning yourself on Earth using latitude, longitude, North Pole, South Pole, things like that. Those are the celestial sphere. They
Well,
are
I
not
mean,
the Earth.
So like,
They are
based
not the
on
Earth. You understand what that means?
I do understand that you guys don't
You
agree with
can't
that,
be
but how
on
do
the
we
equator.
talk
You're
about
under the equator.
locations? How do we talk about locations
You
with each
said
other?
latitude. Did you not just say latitude?
Yes, I
Did you
did.
not say North Pole? Where's the North Pole? Listen, let me ask you this. How do I know when I'm at the North Pole? What do I look for?
Well, I'd venture to guess Polaris would be directly
Oh,
above.
I look at the stars, not the Earth.
Kind of hard to look
So
at
you
the
can't
Earth and
find the
determine
North
your
Pole using.
location.
So you
Kind
can't
of
find the
hard. I
North
mean,
Pole using the Earth.
that's why like sailors use sextants.
Yeah, so I can't find the North Pole using the Earth.
Maybe there's a way to do it magnetically. I'm not sure actually.
No, you can't, because the whole coordinate system is based upon the sky. So
So
when you say
here's my question.
no, listen, dude,
How do we
listen.
discuss locations on this Earth together
Because you
if we
said when I
can't
go to the
talk
south,
about?
because what you said when I go to the southern hemisphere, I can't see Polaris. But if
So
you
then I can just say
define southern hemisphere as when I don't see Polaris, what does that mean?
I see what you're saying. So maybe I just say Australia then.
Okay. And what does Polaris look like from Australia? Can't see it. What do the
Right.
stars look like? Do they appear to be circling Polaris? No. They look like they're, if you look south from Australia, they're just going like basically almost left to right across the sky.
Well, no, if you're an Australian and look in the southern sky, you do see a circle in your star trails.
If you
It's
look south, I'm
yeah,
talking
if you
about
look
if you look
south.
north.
And if you
Yeah, if
look
you look
north,
north.
you see star trails, and they appear to center on a point that is below the vanishing point.
No, they don't. You can't see it from that point of view.
But you can
Can't
see
see
the
it from that
arcs.
location. No, you don't. You're just making shit up. Bro, there's plenty of images on the internet of star trails from the equator, star trails from the so-called northern hemisphere, star trails from the southern hemisphere, and the arcs they take across the sky. Okay? The arcs they take in the south don't arc around Polaris.
What do they arc around?
Behind you. South.
Nice job burning away old.
So you're saying they all arc, but you're saying in the northern hemisphere they arc around Polaris?
Yeah.
So
And at the equator, it appears to go straight left to right.
you're saying then that somebody on the equator, or can I say that? Can I say equator?
Under
In
the equator.
Central
Oh, yeah.
Africa, could be looking at a star that both someone in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere could also be looking at.
You don't
And
have
that
a hemisphere, dude.
Bro, okay, sorry, that someone in North America and Australia could also be looking at the same time, and it would arc around what? It would arc around Polaris for the
Yeah.
person in the North America, and the person in
Nope, they would
South
look in the
America,
sky,
or the
and that's what
person
they would see.
in Australia would see it arcing around the
Yeah,
opposite
they would
point.
look in the sky, and that's what they would see. So what?
Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying.
Now, you're taking a leap of logic and saying, hey, because I see the stars do these things, that means the Earth is the sphere. You understand? That there's not a celestial sphere.
I'm actually not
Yeah.
saying that at all. I'm just asking how flat earthers explain the phenomenon.
There's nothing to explain.
Hmm. Hmm.
Well, I mean, you can't even state what you see accurately without trying to insert your explanation as a description.
I feel like I've explained it very plainly.
Well, no, you tried to skip over the part where you actually have to explain it and just insert your explanation into the description and say, yeah, this is what we observe, as if your explanation is the evidence for the explanation. No, you have a hypothesis on what creates these arcs. Okay? These arcs are caused because I'm on a big ball, that ball's spinning. And when I look up, I see the stars do this, that, and the other.
And what is your
Right?
explanation for these arcs?
I don't have an explanation because I don't care.
Well, if you don't care, I mean,
Because they have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. And nothing about them can prove the shape of the Earth.
I would say that they get closer to proving the shape of the Earth than having no bearing on it.
It's literally impossible to prove the shape of the Earth looking at the stars. It's not just, it's logically impossible.
Really?
Yes.
Not.
Oh, yeah, it is. Sure is. It's a matter of logic, it's impossible.
And why
I
is
had a
that?
gentleman
Because it's
here
it would be an
earlier.
inductive, because it would be an inductive inference.
I had a gentleman in here earlier
In
who
which, listen,
said,
all inductive inferences contain the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay? If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. That doesn't exclude all other explanations. There's an infinite number of possible mathematical models for any arbitrary data set. And in fact, that model, the actual mathematical model used to predict star trails, sunrise, sunset, all these things, doesn't even use a globe in the first place.
but
See,
this
you have an
isn't a room.
explanation. See, you have an explanation, but the description doesn't match the explanation.
This isn't a room where you guys say that we can't make a determination. This is a room where you guys say
Yeah,
there
by
is
measuring the
no
Earth.
curvature.
That's right. You measure the Earth, there's no curvature.
So then, using your model, explain the arcs and how they're observed.
I'm not using a model. I'm using measurements.
Well,
I'm not
use your
going into it.
measurements.
I'm not going into
I can
abstraction.
explain it. I can
Go ahead.
explain it. So simple. It's so obvious, dude. So what do you want me to explain again, real quick, just so we're clear?
Oh shit, that
He
was
wants you to
funny.
explain why the stars look like they do X, Y, and Z if the Earth is flat.
Okay. So let me explain it. The Earth is flat. The stars appear to do something because the stars are moving. There you go.
Oh man.
Wow, that was so hard. Wow, that was easy, bro.
Look, we listen, brother.
So
we could make
deeply
up
unserious.
we can make up any explanation, and we'd have the same evidence you have for your explanation. Not a fucking thing.
Let me go again. Let me take another try. Hold on. 3 strikes, you're out. Okay, come on. All right.
Why is it
The
always
stars. Hold on, brother. The stars are an 11-dimensional manifold
That's a good
of
question,
ascension
man.
agent singing
Let's
into the
ask him
ether. There you go.
Did you hear his explanation?
No, sorry. Go for that again.
He said the stars are on an 11-dimensional manifold.
Oh boy.
Well, it's an explanation.
Yeah, if they were on an 11-dimensional manifold, look like they make circles in the sky, 2 different points of rotation depending on the observer-dependent location relative to the axis. I know that's true because they look different depending on where you go on the Earth. Therefore, the stars are an 11th-dimensional manifold. See?
Who's like the Jesus of flat Earth? Who's like
You didn't
the
even- you didn't
Neil
even-
deGrasse Tyson of flat Earth? I want to talk to them.
Repeat back just what AI just said. Because AI just illustrated why your whole nonsense is just bunk. He used the same method to prove that the stars are in an 11-dimensional manifold. He used the same logic you do.
What is an
And
11th
you missed
dimensional
it.
manifold?
It's one more
We'll
than a
take a course in
10-dimensional
topology.
manifold. Duh. Holy
I mean, this
crap.
is
What
like
is the
so
11th
deeply
dimension?
unserious. I really will like.
No,
who's
it
the
is
Neil
serious.
deGrasse Tyson of
It is
flat
serious.
Earth?
No,
Who is
the
he?
funny thing is,
Who is she? Who
the-
are they?
listen, the thing
It's
that want to
Pride
know
Month.
what's funny is that you think using sound logic is unserious.
You think that my question earlier is on the equal footing of saying, okay, stars 11th dimension manifold. What is 11th
No,
dimension
your
manifold?
rationale.
It's one more than a 10th
no.
dimensional manifold.
No. Your rationale for reaching the conclusion that the Earth is rotating or the stars look a certain way because the Earth is a globe is the same logical structure as the one he just used. It's affirming the consequent.
I haven't affirmed. I'm just asking a question, like how you guys explain this given your model. That's literally it.
He just did explain it.
Okay, let me try and make it even
You
simpler
don't get
for
it,
you because
dude.
I feel like you're really
Explanations are useless. I could come up with any fucking explanation. It doesn't matter. I could make up anything.
I'm not sure that that's the own that you think it is. I think it's more of a cell phone.
No, it is the owned because it's showing you the flaw in your logic for reaching the conclusion that the Earth is a spinning ball.
You're basically
Because
doing
you're
like
using the
sophistry.
same
You're
logic.
basically saying like, hey, guess what? No argument's ever going to be good enough.
No, I agree with you. Listen, I agree
No,
with you
that
that India is
methodology, that inductive methodology can't prove anything. And it's well known, it's been known for 1,000 years.
True story. And now, listen, I'll critique Indio that he did do a cell phone, but he was doing a cell phone to show you that that applies to you as well. So that all of the selves get owned. They use that type of reasoning. That includes yourself, sir.
So to summarize the conversation, I said, hey,
Yeah,
this
try to
doesn't make
spin it,
sense
dude.
to me given your model. And then
It
you
doesn't
guys
make
said,
sense to me. That's your
no
criteria.
explanation can ever be an
What's
explanation.
our model? No, hold on,
hang on.
brother. Hold on.
Who
Go ahead,
presented a
AJ.
model? Who here has presented a flat Earth model? I believe
You don't even have a
the
model.
model you're
Yeah,
referring
you guys
to
say no
is the
curvature.
model. Hang on, the model
It's not
you're
a model.
referring to is the model in your own head. Yeah.
You guys say vanishing point. You guys say
It's
no
not a model.
curvature.
Those aren't models. The
So-
vanishing point exists because the 3D world is projected onto the 2D surface.
To what model do you guys believe in?
None. We believe in reality. We haven't abstracted reality away.
If you've abstracted reality away, then how can
We
you
have not.
say
You have.
I have?
McGuffin,
Dude, you
if you want
couldn't
to
even
empty your
describe
mind,
what you saw, dude.
true story. You'd fail my art test, which is draw what you see, not what you know. Then you'd have to get remediated art classes. But anyway, McGuffin,
I would
empty your
simply
mind.
take a picture of star trails with a lapse of photography.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah, we
call them
know.
circles.
Yep.
And you would call them rotating circles like a retard.
So I want you to pause for a second. I'll tell you the closest thing to a flat Earth you're ever going to get.
I really
if you
thought we
want
were
me to
going to
tell
have
it.
like a good conversation here.
No, I'll tell you,
Those are
brother. I'm
good.
trying to tell you the flat Earth model, but you for some reason everybody.
Okay. What
Especially
model
You
do
have a
you
blind
guys
spot
believe
for your own
in?
behavior, McFuggin. You have a huge
I know.
blind spot.
We all have blind spots. That's what I was trying to
Yeah,
ask.
well, I
Like
pointed out your blind
questions.
spot, and you're being willfully ignorant. Okay? I pointed out like a dozen times. You're using faulty logic to reach conclusions. You are so in the abstract and in fantasy world, you think explanations
I haven't
are
reached any
descriptions.
conclusions. I came here with a question, not a conclusion.
Then why did you say you see stars rotating in circles around the central point when that's not what you see? That's not an accurate description of what you see. And you still think that. You still think you see that. Not
Do you-
realizing
I'm
that
the
you
one-
inserted
Do you
your
not see that?
causal mechanism. No, in your mind, in your imagination, that's why you think it happens. But that's not what you see with your fucking eyes. Do you understand? There's a difference in what you see. So I'll give you an example. This is a perfect illustration. Have you seen a solar eclipse?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you see the moon go in front of the sun?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. You can't see the
Um,
moon during a solar eclipse. It's a new moon. So there you go. You just inserted your explanation as a description of what you saw with your eyes. You didn't see a moon. The moon is the explanation on why you saw what you saw. You guys are so far gone, you don't even realize that you're doing this.
I know
You know what's funny,
but what am
Indio?
I?
If I
Now
asked
tell
him,
me
if I
again
asked
that
him
you
to
saw the
draw,
moon. Hold on, I want this guy.
Why?
Did you
Why
see the
you gotta
moon
be
during the
angry
solar
about
eclipse?
it, dude?
Did you see a moon during the solar eclipse? Yes or no?
Yes.
I
You
saw
saw
a
a new
black
moon.
dot. I saw a black dot.
You
Okay?
saw a
I
new moon.
I saw a black dot.
You
That's all
saw
I
a new
saw.
moon.
All I saw was a black dot.
Did you see a new moon? Yes or no?
I saw a black dot go in front of a white dot, and then it got dark around me. That's what I saw.
Okay. But you didn't see the moon.
No, I don't know what I saw. I saw a black dot go in front of a white dot. It got dark around me.
Yeah, that's not what happened. You made all that up. But you're going to double down and say you saw the moon?
No, I'm going to say
Solar
that I saw a
eclipses
black
only
dot
happen.
go in front of a white dot, and then it got
Well,
dark around me.
solar
I have a
eclipses
video
only
of it. I
happen.
have a video of me.
Yeah,
I
solar
went to
eclipses.
Tennessee, like it was like fucking
That's
7 or 8
great. You
years
can
ago.
have a video, whatever. You didn't see the moon.
I saw a black dot go in front of a white dot,
That's
and then it got dark
fantastic.
around me.
That's great. But you didn't see the moon.
Okay, what did I see?
You saw the moon
You
block.
can't
Doesn't
say.
matter.
Doesn't
You
matter.
didn't see the moon.
Doesn't matter.
Well, you didn't see the moon.
What if I did?
Well, that means you'd be seeing in fucking ultraviolet.
Let me ask you a question. You're standing in front of a really, really bright, blinding light, and I see your silhouette. Does that mean I didn't see you?
Well, it depends on if you saw me before so what happened. You
He opened
can't
he opened
see.
his eyes while you were in front of the bright
Bro,
light.
it's a new moon. Do you know what that is?
It's a black dot?
No, dude. A new moon, the moon's not fucking visible. Are you guys stupid or something?
Yeah,
No, I would like
and
to. I would
and
like to
hold
be
on.
able to debate though without yelling
No,
at each
seriously,
other
you
and
Okay,
get
being
stupid.
aggressive.
well, there is, and you
You
say, oh, yeah, you're comparing someone standing in front of a lamp and asking for a silhouette. Well, at the beginning of a solar eclipse, there is no silhouette of the moon. There's like a black thumbnail that enters into the sun. There is no object creating a silhouette. If the sun's shining behind it, right? You say.
In the months leading up to a solar eclipse, you can see the positioning of the moon in the sky, working its way closer and closer to the sun,
Yeah, that's
night after
horseshit. You're
night after
making
night.
that up. You're making that up.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are making up because I'll show a video. I'll
Why
post
you
a
gotta
video
yell
right
at
now.
me?
Look, because you're making shit up, and I hate that shit.
No.
People have actually done this.
You don't
Taking
think
a
anybody can
goddamn
track the moon's movement? Like the
yeah,
astrology
people
has been a
can do
thing for
it,
thousands
and
of
people
years.
have done the thing you said was done, and what you just said happened doesn't happen. You made that shit up.
Galileo did that shit.
That's not how eclipses are predicted. They don't use a globe. They don't use the heliocentric
I
model.
didn't say they
You're
predicted
making
it. I
shit
said
up
you could
because you're
see the
dumb.
moon.
You're
I said
making
you
shit
can
up
see the
because you're
moon.
dumb, dude.
You can
What's
see
great?
the moon
He's gonna
travel.
He's gonna even
Look,
before you allow you to post what you were gonna
He's not letting me
post.
speak.
look, because
Yeah,
you don't know your own model. I'm not going to
I
sit
don't
here
have a
and
model. I'm not talking about models, man. I'm talking about what's
Galileo did not
observable with the
predict
human
eclipses.
eye.
Look, Galileo did not predict eclipses.
I'm not talking
Galileo,
about predicting eclipses. I'm talking about being able to predict where the moon's gonna freaking rise and set in the sky. If you look at it every night and you record its location along the horizon
you
of the
mean on the
sky with a
horizon?
naked eye, no tools, no nothing. It's just every day you watch the moon rise. It rises here. Now it rises here. Now it
Yeah,
rises
so
here.
what, dude? You can
Now it
do that with a
rises here.
stick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
you can
still
do.
don't even get the reason why you even said it in the first place.
The reason is because you can track the moon's movements and you know that it's like the moon that's going to go in front of the sun.
That's not even the point he was making, dude.
Now, look,
I just
the
don't know
moon and
why
the
everybody's
sun.
got to yell, man. I just came here to be like, like chill. I want to. You heard me
It
Because you're
earlier.
not
really
I
actually
want to
feels
chill.
listening
like
to.
coming in here and talking
Okay, let me
calmly
ask
is
you.
just rage
This is
bait.
why I'm yelling. I'm going to ask you. Tell me, Steelman, one thing I've said to you. Repeat back to me one thing I've said.
One thing you've said is that you didn't see the moon
Okay, there we
in
go.
a solar eclipse.
And then when I said, "Did you see the moon?" and you said, "Yup."
And you guys were also talking about an
Did
11th
you see the moon or
dimensional
not?
manifold, which is used in string theory and M theory.
Yes, did ChatGPT tell you that?
Yeah, I actually had to look it up because I don't know that level of but like I still don't see how having 11 points uh, to describe a
You
location
don't
in
understand
space
the
time.
argument. Okay, you
Yeah,
I
don't
would
no,
agree
understand.
with what Dylan just said in the side chat. We have to be able to agree on observations here.
Yeah, and that means accurately describing them in the first instance.
Yeah, like the star trails.
Yeah,
right.
which you
And
can't seem
like
to accurately
the
describe.
11th dimensional manifold.
That's so ironic that you said it's like the star trails when you still can't accurately describe them. This guy can't accurately describe eclipses.
Just
He
like
still
send a
thinks he
picture.
sees the moon.
Just like send another picture.
That's just rage baiting, man. That's like seriously gaslighting on a whole
Yeah,
other
you
level.
can see. Like, look, where's the rotation?
But that's a
Let's talk
static
about your
image.
picture.
That's a static image, my friend.
Yeah. So, are they rotating in a circle?
No, there's a static image.
Yeah,
That's a
would they?
time lapse image.
Okay, you're just going on fucking mute, dude. I'm not playing games with you. Gonna be a pedantic douche. Now, you didn't understand the argument. That you don't. Do you know what affirming the consequent is?
I'll be honest with you. I came in halfway through this argument, so maybe
Do you
I
know
didn't
what
get the
affirming
full
the
meaning.
consequent is?
No.
Okay. Okay. It's a logical fallacy to the form if P then Q, Q therefore P. If I eat pizza, I'll be full. I am full, therefore I ate pizza. Right? That's illogical because I could be full because I ate French fries or chicken noodle soup. Okay? Now, when you say stars will make circles around its center point, if the Earth is a globe, or if Earth is a globe, stars will make circles around its center point. Stars make circles around its center point. Therefore, Earth is a globe. That's affirming the consequent. And AI did the same thing, but with 11 dimensions. If the Earth is flat, Earth is stars in an 11-dimensional manifold. We see if they make it circles around the central point. We see them make circles around the central point. Therefore, the Earth is flat, and the stars are in a 11-dimensional manifold.
If the central point means that the stars are in an
My
11-dimensional
God.
manifold, then what are the 11 locations that the 11 numbers that pinpoint
You're
the
missing the
location of
fucking
any star?
dude. You're missing the point. The form of the logic is flawed.
Okay, let's forget about the stars. Let's forget about the moon. Let's
You
look
have
at
to
what we
make a
can see.
logically sound argument. Do you understand that? Are
I'm
we
trying
using
to.
logic and reason here, or are we just
Yes, if you
fucking
stop
winging it?
interrupting me, you can hear my logic and reason.
You're trying to defend affirming the consequent.
No, I'm not. I'm talking
You
about
know,
something totally different. I said forget about the
I should have
stars.
used.
Forget about the 11th
Listen,
dimensional.
friend.
Yeah, you're
I should
talking
have
about the
used a
substance of the
Google.
matter, dude, instead of dealing with the problem with the soundness of the argument.
I don't even know what your argument is, bro.
Yeah, we know.
No, you could chart the surface of the Earth to any shape, and then have an observe a dependent instance as a dot on any point on that shape, and then have an expression of the celestial sphere as location, and then permutate them simultaneously. So you essentially have a trillion upon a trillion points, right? And then you'd have a near infinite dimensional manifold. Doesn't matter.
So here's a question that I wanted to bring up. We were talking about not being able to see the moon and the rotation of the stars being because of an 11th dimensional manifold. Okay. What about the fact that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, man? Every day.
No? How does that tell us the Earth is flat or a globe?
So the sun is spinning around a flat Earth?
How does it tell us the Earth is flat or a globe? What the sun does.
Well, explain how the sun would rise in the east in the same
How about you
area
answer my
it's
question instead?
in the west.
Instead of me explaining, how about you answer my question? Why are we wasting
Okay.
our time on this if this question can't answer the question? Is the
I can
Earth
answer
flat
your
or not?
question. It's really simple, man. The Earth is round because when it
So now
sets
you're gonna
in
start
the
chanting.
west, when it sets in the west, it moves around the backside of the planet and comes back up around the east side, and then you
Yeah, it's a
comes with
cool
the
story.
daylight and you can see it. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
but the
already
Earth
know. I mean,
measures
it's
flat,
simple.
so it's not a globe.
I never
See
said
how
it was
easy that
flat.
is? No, the Earth measures flat. So if I measure the Earth and it's flat, doesn't matter what the sun does. The
How
Earth's
did you
not a
measure
globe.
it?
Lasers.
Lasers.
Yeah, lasers.
Okay.
See, there's a reason you guys want to talk about the sun, moon, stars, and everything but the Earth. Because you know if we talk about the Earth measures flat. In that everything about the sky is that you have there's a celestial sphere model that you try to say the Earth is the sphere, not the sky. The Earth is the sphere.
Have you
When
written
all
any
you do is
papers?
what?
Have you written any papers on your findings?
What do you mean?
I mean, you have such great insight. You must be valuable to the scientific community. You must have written some papers.
What does that matter?
Well, that's the scientific
What kind of
process.
argument is this? Most
If you
peer-reviewed
write
research is
papers,
wrong.
then they can be peer reviewed by your peers, and
Most peer-reviewed
findings
research
can
is
be.
wrong. Why would I want to do that?
I mean, respect.
Well, hold on, Indio. Hold on. Yeah, you just skipped the part of experimental validation of what you're going to write up first, right?
Not at all. No, I'm interested in that. The experiments are
McFuggin
great.
just said you backed down when he mentioned
I just don't
refraction in
understand
regard to
why you're
epichlor.
being so aggressive to me. I feel like you're fighting me, man, and I'm not trying to fight
What?
you. I'm
Who
trying to
backed down?
Because you're
reason.
being dishonest.
I'm not being dishonest. I'm trying to explain things to the best of my capability.
Yeah, by not listening?
I'm listening. I've
Yeah,
heard
okay.
everything you've said, but you've been yelling at me, which kind of makes me retain maybe a little less of it.
Now, if I directly measure the Earth being flat, does it matter what the sun, stars, and can anything about the sun, moon, stars falsify that?
The Earth being flat? Well, it depends on your model.
No. What is it with models? You don't even have a
Well,
globe
if the
model.
Earth is flat, what is everything else in our solar system doing?
What
Oh my
solar
goodness.
system? You don't even have a solar system.
Hey, real quick, bro. I just want to throw this idea out there. It may be retarded, but I just got this intuition based on the post that McGuffin made earlier, and it looks like a vortexual tornado, not like star circles. So what if the celestial sphere is a pseudosphere, constant negative curvature? Oh, get wrecked. All right, go back to your conversation.
Dude, I have spent a lot of nights out in the wilderness, man. Just looking at the stars with no light pollution, no time-lapse cameras, no bullshit. And I can see the movement of our planet throughout the
You're
solar
not on a
system.
planet, dude.
He can see
This
the
isn't a
movement of
planet?
the planet by looking at something
You're
that's
not
not
on
the
a planet,
planet.
bro.
Were you
No,
laying
yeah,
face
you
first?
can. It's the backdrop that we're moving against. What's out there does exist, you know? I mean, when you
You're
look
in
up, what's
totally
out there does
fantasy
exist.
land, man.
Am I? So you're telling me stars don't exist?
No, we see them. They exist, yeah.
So then when you watch the stars move across the sky at night, I mean, you ever just sit on your back and
That's
just
right.
watch the
I
stars for
watch the
hours?
stars move across the sky. Correct.
So
Why is that?
which way are they moving?
They're moving. That's right. The stars are moving.
Is it
We aren't
consistent
moving.
every day?
Look, brother. The stars are moving.
Okay, so the whole universe revolves around us. We're stationary in space, and everything else moves around
It's
us.
not revolving around us per se, not in the way you think.
So I'm trying to understand here. So we're not moving at all.
We see the sun move. We see the moon
stars
move.
are
We
moving.
see the stars move. They're moving. We're not moving. We are stationary. The Earth isn't orbiting the sun. Okay, planets are not
universe
orbiting
isn't
the sun.
expanding. The universe isn't
The universe is
expanding.
not expanding.
Oh God.
What makes you think the
That
universe is
breaks my
expanding?
brain. That breaks my brain to think about.
It breaks your brain that your fucking
Yeah.
fantasy bullshit is not
Dude,
real.
let me ask him. Let me ask
Honestly,
him.
I could yell at you. I could yell at you and
Hold
say
on
your
the fuck,
shit's fantasy
bro.
bullshit too.
Hold on,
But I'm
brother.
not
I
being
just want to ask
aggressive.
you, dude. I want to ask you a sincere question. I don't want any
Yeah.
bullshit. When have you ever observed the universe expanding?
Oh, you can see it through the James Webb Telescope. You can see it through. No,
Please.
seriously. Seriously.
Hold on.
The
You were
further out
able
you
to.
look, the further out you look, the further back in time you're looking.
Oh my Jesus
Whoa.
Christ, bro.
Whoa, dude.
Cool story, dude.
No, it's light travels at a
Hold on.
certain speed, right?
It's
You already know
it's
this. I know
strange.
you guys are smart enough to know this.
You're right. I
I know
apologize for
you're
yelling
smart
at
enough.
you. You're
I
fucked
know
up.
you're smart enough to know this shit.
Look, we know the story. They're just fucking stories, dude. What can't you understand about that? That you've been told all these stories. They're cosmological stories, right? They're stories just like they told 1,000 years ago about what the stars are and about what the heavens are, what that all
So
means.
we just take all
There's
these
no
steps back
difference
and just
between what they said then and they say now.
so we just take how many steps back to how many thousands of years ago before we had any idea?
Just
No,
one step back to
steps back.
reality.
There's been no steps forward.
You mean hundreds of years of technology are just discredited?
What technology?
The last 200 years, we've had massive technological advancements,
That have to do with the stars?
including the ability to see light that comes from 100,000 freaking million light years, like millions of light years away, dude. Like,
why?
No, you said it wrong. You said it wrong. You were supposed to say 1,000,000 years from.
you realize what I'm saying? It's not.
We realize you're just repeating a story you heard. You have no idea what the evidence for those claims are.
The science is called the story is called science. And
The
those claims have
story is
been
called science.
those claims have been made through lots of research and
Dude, you have no idea what the basis of those claims are.
so why are they
Not the
lying to
fucking.
us?
You have no clue what they are.
Why are they lying to us then? What's the point?
Who's lying? They're just wrong.
And how do you know you're not?
Look, because I use sound logic and they don't.
It all seems pretty logical to me.
What's the logic? They said a story, you believe it?
No, I've seen models that work.
Oh, models that work. Give us a model that works. Model of what?
Hey, you ever watched The Dark Crystal?
The Muppets? The Jim Henson
No,
shit?
the Dark Crystal.
Oh, that was a good movie.
That was.
What does that got to do with this?
The Great
You know,
Conjunction.
remember
What else,
Olga?
brother?
You remember Olga?
Yeah,
No, not the great, not the Great Conjunction. None of that astrological bullshit.
Oh, dude, it's
Remember
cooked.
Olga had the
Oh my God. No, I gotta mute you, bro. Okay, because I'm the nerd and you're not. So showing the Great Conjunction. That's the whole reason for stupid. All right, go ahead.
Dude, it's
Am
so
I
cooked,
unmuted?
man. Dude, you're cooked, bro. You've taken. Look, you've been hearing all these stories. I've heard them all too. But different than you, I looked into them and said, hey, dude, is there actually any evidence for this shit? And it's bullshit, dude. All of it. The entire cosmic distance ladder, bullshit. Redshift, bullshit.
Well,
CMB,
let me ask
bullshit.
you this then: if it's all bullshit, then how are we able to accurately calculate the trajectory of freaking asteroids?
Okay. I don't know where you got that information.
They don't
And they don't
believe in
use a dynamic model to even do that.
They use mathematics and redshift.
years?
Okay, I'm going
I've
to tell you
asked
how
it-
that's done.
I've
They use
asked in the
something
chat
called
many times
Why
for
are
a
you
flat Earth
fucking interrupting me?
explanation of impact.
Why are you
craters.
interrupting me?
They have no
Bro,
explanation.
put the meth pipe down.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because you guys are hand waving dishonest losers. That's why.
What did I hand wave? You don't say
All of
very
it?
specifically.
All of it just now.
All of it. No, specifically what?
How many teeth do you have?
Let's go back through the recording. You just made a list.
Okay, you're banned.
Oh, you're banned.
You can be next.
Do it.
Fucking
Shut up,
dumbass.
fish.
Redshift is fake. I looked into it. Yeah, you looked on Facebook. You found Redshift was fake. Good job, dude.
No, I go by what Halton Arp said, who is Edwin Hubble's PhD student.
Right, so an
You know who
opinion.
that is, right?
Okay,
You know who Halton Arp
so
is?
opinion is more important
You know
than
who?
science.
No, it's
Got
not an
it.
opinion. It's not an opinion. He wrote the Atlas and Compendium of Unusual Quasars and Galaxies back in the 1970s.
He put his opinion into a compendium. Nice job.
It's not an opinion. He
Yeah, you
worked
care about
at
testimony
USC.
more than
He
you care
worked at
about
USC
science.
Berkeley. He worked at
It
USC
doesn't
Berkeley
matter. It's an
at the
argument from
Wilson
authority. It's a
Observatory.
logical fallacy. Good job, dude.
No, yeah, okay. So you actually have nothing to refute what
Argument
I
from
said.
authority. Nice.
It
Way
is
to
an
reduce your
argument from
position down
authority.
to
I'm
absurdity
giving you
on
the
your
evidence.
own, bro. On your own.
You said I'm
did it
giving
to
you the
yourself.
evidence. I'm giving you the evidence. You're just a troll. Beat it. Beat it,
Why
McCarthy.
you're so angry, man?
This dude's a troll. Did you call him here?
No, I don't know who that is.
That's
I'm here
floundering,
alone,
by the
dude.
way, Indio.
I'm
If you
here
don't know.
alone.
Yeah, so okay, where was I? Okay. So the way you think planets and all that shit are predicted doesn't use gravity, doesn't use mass, doesn't use any of those things. See, this is something that you guys, when I say you guys, I mean globe earthers, a lot of you people that are like into science but don't know anything about science, don't know anything about physics, just like watch the Discovery Channel, maybe watch fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson a couple times. No, everything is a very superficial level. You don't know how any of it works. You have no clue. Okay. So you probably think motions of planets, where they are, where they appear to be, all these things, they have some model where they're modeling the planets with gravity and orbits and all this shit. That's not how it's done. They use something called Keplerian orbital elements which is a kinematic model, which is just based upon time and period. There's no forces. There's no gravity. None of that shit. None of that shit in the model for predicting this shit.
You believe that we've gone to space?
No. Why would I believe that?
Do you believe that we've tried to go to space?
I believe people probably tried a lot of things. People certainly tried to go as high as humanly possible. Why would I believe in that outer space story?
We just keep sending?
Why should I believe in any of that?
Well, I mean, does your cell phone work?
What's that got to do with anything?
Satellites.
My cell phone doesn't use satellites. I connect to cell towers. This is just embarrassing, dude.
Where do you
You
think
should not
cell
talk about
towers?
this topic.
How do you think cell towers relay the data?
They're connected by cables that go under the fucking
And
ground to data
satellites.
centers. They don't use satellites, dude.
Satellite phones.
The idea, like, I haven't actually talked to somebody that thought
Starlink.
I haven't talked to somebody that thought satellites connect to cell phones in almost a decade. I can't fucking believe you're this dumb.
No, there are satellite
You
phones.
should not be in here.
There
You're too
are
dumb to
satellite
be
phones.
having this conversation.
No, I'm not. You're an asshole, though.
Yeah, no, I just have to call it the way it is. If you think fucking cell phones connect to satellites, you're dumb as rocks.
Satellite phones do. Do you know what Starlink is?
Do you mean an Iridium phone?
No, Starlink.
Yeah, Iridium phones are satellite phones. Starlink is not a satellite phone.
No, I didn't say
Starlink
Starlink
is
was a
just the
satellite
satellite
phone.
internet.
My
But you
point
know
is
what?
that satellites exist.
Satellites don't exist, not in space.
Yeah, they do.
How do you know that?
Work?
How do you know that?
How does Starlink
It works
work?
by radio waves, the same way radio waves have always worked.
What?
The same way radio waves have always worked. There's no ball in the way of the radio waves. Right? So the longest transmission, okay,
Shortwave radio?
is how long? Is how far? The Earth was a ball. How far can you send a radio signal? Well, they were doing it in 1918, 10,000 miles. How were they doing that?
10,000 miles is like a fucking freckle on the Earth.
A freckle. So they were in the United Kingdom talking to Australia.
Yeah, it's a freckle.
Now you're just being dishonest.
Well, I feel like you are when you say satellites don't exist.
Why would I believe they exist?
Because we use them for communications.
Who is we?
Earth.
Who? Tell me the last time you used a satellite to communicate.
I'll do it right now, actually. Hold on. Give me a second.
Oh, my Jesus Christ.
Now watch.
You think your GPS connects to satellites too?
That's not what I'm doing.
Some brain dead's giving me a headache. McFucking still posting that bullshit?
Yeah, he is. I asked him if he was presenting it as the stars moving, the Earth moving, or just enthusiasm along the explosion photography, and he said neither. Just an observation that we can all agree on. So yeah, that's my
Apparently not. Apparently we can't agree on it. He thinks it's something else. He thinks arcs are rotations. He thinks frickin' arcs are circles. He thinks spirals are circles.
Here you go. This is a satellite tracker. Communicating with satellites in live, real time.
Yeah, and how do you know that, buddy?
Look at it.
Oh, look at it. It says I'm talking to satellites. Hey, dude, I'm gonna go to the website. It's a live stream of fucking Nessie, the Loch Ness monster.
Am I allowed to get angry and loud like you?
Your standard of evidence is shit, though. You'll just look, bro. You just believe anything you want to believe. Literally.
So I
Oh,
believe
I like this worldview.
I'm starting to believe that flat Earth is just a argument fucking meta that people use to argue and yell and get angry. Because I'm not doing
We haven't
any of
even
that, and
talked
you're
about
still
flat
yelling
Earth.
at me.
We haven't even talked about flat Earth. We
I
talked
know
about
exactly
everything.
my point. So now we're just looking at basic personality traits.
Oh no, you're going like now. You're just going meta. Okay, I've asked you how many times did I ask you why should I believe in satellites, and how many times did you answer?
I just gave you a website to track
I
stuff.
asked. Okay, so now 5 times I've asked you.
I just gave you a website.
Why
to track
should
stuff.
I believe that fucking website has satellite data on it?
Well, let's put it this way. Why the fuck would Elon Musk be launching so many fucking rockets?
Why are you
and
asking me a
satellites?
question?
Why?
I asked you a question.
Why should you believe in satellites? Because they're fucking used. It's a part of fucking the current technology that we have in the modern day. We have this technology. We've had it since Russia launched Sputnik.
Okay. How do you know that? Now imagine I'm an Indian, right? I'm an Indian I've been living in the Amazon rain. Listen. I'm an Indian. I'm an Indian that's been in the Amazon rainforest for the last 100 years, and I come out and I find you, and you're like, dude, there's shit up there. We have satellites, and you go, well, we have Sputnik and all this shit, and he goes, the fuck's all that shit? How's that proof of satellites? All you're doing is telling me a story you heard. That's all you're doing.
And all you're
doing is stacking claims. So there's a claim.
You too.
You're repeating. No, I'm not. I haven't stacked any claims.
Yeah, you have.
What claim have I made?
You've claimed that satellites don't exist. You've claimed that we've never been
No,
to
I asked
space.
you the question. Why should I believe them?
You've claimed that the Earth doesn't move. You've claimed that the
Don't.
stars are moving. That
Why did I say the Earth doesn't move?
You said that we're not even a planet.
Why did I say the Earth doesn't move? Did you ask me that?
No, I didn't ask you that.
There's a very good reason. Because all attempts to measure the motion of the Earth have failed.
Look up at the stars in the sky.
Look up at the stars.
And the
Well, the Earth could be geostationary, and the stars could be moving.
Right.
So there's the replica. So this is the part where you said you believe in science, and I'm going to show you don't actually believe in science. You believe in stories. So there's the Michelson-Morley experiment. There's the Michelson-Morley experiment. There's the Rebka Pound experiment. There's the Aries failure experiment. Okay, I can sit here and list experiment after experiment after experiment where the motion of the Earth was they tried to detect it experimentally and failed for 100 years. And hundreds of scientists saying that the motion of the Earth can't be proven and has never been measured.
I could prove.
But listen, you don't care about that because you're not interested in any science. You're interested in fucking story time. You know the science is the experiments, right? It's not the stories. It's the experiments and their experimental results.
What experiment have you? What experiments?
Michelson-Morley.
No, you. What experiment have you done?
What the fuck does that matter?
Because everything else is just a story.
Look, the experiment is not the story because you can replicate these.
Well, what experiments have you replicated?
I've replicated measuring the Earth to be flat.
How did you do that?
Well, I went to the
single-handedly
beach
with the
and
laser.
He
That's your
said it
only
himself.
experiment.
Everything else is a story. He said it himself.
he doesn't really care about any experiment or any empirical evidence.
No, I
See,
want to
you
know
don't.
what experiment you've done because you're so
Why? I filmed a boat
adamant
for
that you're
30 miles.
yelling at me, man. Like I listen to these things a lot. Actually, my friend is really into this. I'm usually pretty reasonable about it,
No,
but
you're
I
not.
always
You're
run
the
into.
fucking most unreasonable person here. You're
You're
a fucking
yelling
phony.
still.
Yeah, because
You're
you're a
yelling.
phony, and I see
I'm
right
not a
through you.
phony.
Yeah, you are. You're
What
a
am I
phony
faking?
phony.
What am I faking? I'm
That
sitting here
you
as a real
actually
person.
that you're actually just calm. You have no opinion. You're just
I
here to
didn't say I had no
listen.
opinion. I definitely have an opinion, but I'm being calm and I'm not yelling at you.
Who gives a shit? You're dishonest as fuck.
You're cursing and
I've
calling
asked you the
names and
same
fucking
question
acting like a
5
little
times.
kid, bro.
I've asked you the same question 5 times. You still haven't answered.
Which one?
Which one?
You've
I don't
asked a
know.
lot of
Actually, there's a
questions.
whole bunch of questions.
Yes,
And
I
how
know.
many of you
That's a lot
answered?
of them.
None.
How many of you answered to mine?
Everyone. I don't dodge questions. Ever.
You ask questions that are loaded as fuck. Ask me the main question again. The one that you said I didn't answer 5 times. I'll
Look.
try to answer it. I will do my best. If it's possible.
What I asked you was, why should I believe in satellites? You didn't give me a reason why I should do anything.
I did. I answered that 3 fucking times. I said
You
because
said
we use
because we
them in
use them
current
every day.
technology.
You don't use them though. You're just making that up. So you have a fantasy view of the world and what you're doing and how you're operating in it that doesn't actually exist. You think you're running around with your satellite cell phone, using a satellite GPS? All this shit, dude, is a fantasy in your head. And what I'm telling you, and what I've been telling you is, the way your explanations of how the world works don't actually match how the world works. I explained to you, hey, dude, said, you don't think the earth moves. Yeah, there's a good reason for that. All the experiments show that the earth doesn't move. Now, you'd rather believe the story, but science is empirical. But you said you were for science. Well, then you have to be for the empirical evidence. But you don't seem to be for that. You seem to be for, oh, magic science guy told me this, told me about black holes, told me the fucking universe is expanding, told me this, told me that. You don't care about what the empirical evidence is for an expanding
Okay, I
universe.
just asked Google, is there an experiment that shows that the Earth doesn't move? And it said, sorry, no relevant information found for that search.
I named the
Show me a
experiment.
fucking experiment that shows the Earth doesn't move.
I'll quote Einstein instead of Google.
Nope, just give me a link. Something I can search, something I can do my own
Michelson
research on. If you have
Morley.
information that I'm missing, share it with
Michelson
me.
Morley. Well known, dude.
Share me a link.
Michelson Morley, go on the Wikipedia.
It's one guy.
It's 2 guys. Michelson Morley.
Oh, Mike,
It's the whole reason they came up with the theory of general relativity is because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. What are you going to look at anyway? You won't understand it. Never looked at any scientific shit in your life.
Actually, that's where you're wrong.
Yeah, okay.
Science is my favorite.
Then you have
subject.
heard of
Always has
Michelson
been.
Morley. It's fucking basic. They teach
There's
that in fucking
thousands of
freshman.
scientists, dude. Yeah,
They teach
fucking
that in freshman
thousands.
physics. They teach Michelson Morley in freshman fucking physics
All right,
at
so
university.
They were trying to detect the
I'm gonna just
ether.
call
They
this out.
weren't.
You
They
are
weren't
one of
trying to
these
make it.
people that like to
They're
belittle
trying to
other
measure the
people.
motion of the Earth through its static, through the Fresnel's ether theory.
You
Don't
like to
say
belittle other
bullshit.
people to make
They were trying
yourself
to
feel
detect
more
the ether.
relevant.
Didn't
You
disprove
like to
the.
belittle other people to make yourself feel more relevant.
Dude, no. You're a bullshit
Yes,
artist.
that's why you're in here. That's why you thrive on this.
Yeah, okay. Listen, brother.
I bet
You
if I
can't
come in tomorrow,
psychoanalyze
you'll be
me, bro.
talking to somebody else like this.
Dude, stop
You're
being a
goddamn right I
snowflake
will.
every
This is how I
5
talk.
minutes. Just relax, dude. Stop being a snowflake, please. Complaining
Little bitch.
for someone who's so cool. You're complaining a lot. Just calm down.
Being yelled at.
We'll have to unmute Fish or something.
Being yelled
No.
at. Well, you don't answer it.
Relax.
Maybe you should take the criticism instead of fucking being all butthurt.
Maybe you
You don't
should stop
actually
just
know any
sitting there calling
science.
people assholes and retards and
You don't know
idiots.
anything.
Hey, it's me, Goku. I hate beaners.
You don't know
Get your
anything about.
That's
feelings out.
racist. It's fucking racist as fuck.
Look, the fact remains is you don't know anything about science, scientific method, scientific experiments. That nitwit that just said that was about the ether, that's nonsense. Fucking nonsense.
Wow.
They weren't trying to detect the spinning of the Earth. That you
They were
brought up the
trying to detect the
microscopic.
motion of the Earth in its orbit.
No, they were trying to detect the ether.
Don't tell me fucking no, okay?
I mean,
Have you
you can
read the
look it up.
paper? Have you read the paper?
Yeah, I've read probably more of it than you have.
You read more of it? Okay. When was it? When was it? How'd they set up the experiment? Tell me experimental
They
setup.
have actually. I got you
Shut
on
up,
this,
dude.
man.
Shut up. Tell me experimental setup. Tell me
Dude,
experimental setup.
An
Tell me
interferometer.
experimental setup.
The
It
experimental
takes a
setup.
year.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
You want to get on this bad slide?
Tell me experimental setup. Don't fucking look it up, you
They
weasel.
use beams of light, and they use beams of light pointed perpendicular to the expected motion of the Earth and parallel with it, so that if light was traveling in a medium and the Earth was traveling through this medium, then what they were expecting to see was a change in the speed of light, either added to the motion of the Earth or subtracted from the motion of the Earth. They were trying to detect a change in the speed of light from these two beams in order to show that the medium of light that the Earth would be traveling through
Based upon what?
Has a velocity which
What
would
was
have
the
been Earth,
basis? Why did they think that they would detect a phase shift?
because they believed that light must have a medium.
But there had
So
to be a bait. That doesn't mean just saying they believed it must be a medium doesn't tell me anything.
if they were
Because
trying
that
to
when,
detect,
but just the existence of a medium in and of itself does not incorporate a phase shift. Okay.
if you were in air, for example, and you make a sound, the sound of the traveling through the air is gonna add and subtract to the velocity of the air.
Okay.
So it's the same principle. They were trying to
No,
detect
it's not the
that
same
change in
principle.
speed.
They weren't
It's a
trying to use the
wave
Doppler
traveling
effect.
through a medium that
They
has a
weren't trying to use the Doppler effect. Good try though of making shit up you don't know anything about, Dylan.
You don't understand what they were doing.
Okay.
You said
So
they
there
were
was
trying to
something.
detect
There's
the
something
motion
called
of
the
the Earth. They were
Fresnel
trying to
effect.
detect the
There's something
ether.
called the Dylan. There's something called the Fresnel effect, the Fusel effect. If you have a medium that's in motion and you shine light through it, there'll be a phase shift, and light will be deflected in the direction of the motion of the medium. Okay. So if the Earth is in motion, the light will be going through a medium with a motion, and light will be deflected, causing a phase shift, depending on the axis. You don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what you're
I will
talking about. It's
quote
hilarious.
Einstein myself. I'll read the quote. This is the whole reason they come up with the theory of general relativity.
Oh my god.
Quote from quote to address.
You have your
How I
alternate.
treated the theory of relativity. I was thinking of this problem in my student years. I came to know the strange result of Michelson's experiment. Soon I came to the conclusion that our idea about the motion of the Earth with respect to the ether is incorrect. If we admit Michelson's null result as a fact, it was the first path which led me to the special theory of relativity. Since then, I've come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. So, signed Albert Einstein, go fuck yourself.
You said it
Bullshit
right there
artist.
at the beginning of the quote. They were
That
trying
it
to detect
cannot be
the motion of
detected.
the ether.
That it cannot be detected.
What he's specifically
That it
talking about
cannot be
in that last
detected.
part,
We don't need the fucking Einstein whisperer. He said it.
with these optical methods by trying to detect the motion of an ether. You think Einstein didn't think the Earth was spinning?
Okay, that's irrelevant. He
Well, you
said
can
that the
take a
motion of the
quote
Earth
out of
cannot
context
be
if you don't
detected.
understand what he's
Dylan,
talking about.
you're not the Einstein whisperer. I'm gonna go by
You're
what
taking his
Einstein.
quote out
Shut
of
the fuck
context.
up, dude. Shut the fuck up. You're not the Einstein whisperer. I'm gonna go by what Einstein's words were and what he said, not Dylan's fucking Dunning-Kruger interpretation of them. Irrelevant whether they thought it was there. The argument is the reason the motion of the Earth has never been measured. Period. And now they say it can't be measured because there's no such thing as absolute fucking space in the first place. But all that's destroyed by Newton's bucket. You guys are fucking children, dude. Fucking children. Yeah, look, it doesn't matter if it's an optical method or not. If there's no absolute space, then the motion of the Earth can't be detected. Because it has to be spinning relative to something. Okay? Newton's bucket. Okay? If you have a bucket, you fill it with water, you spin the bucket, surface of the water will become concave. Now let's imagine that there's nothing in the universe except for the bucket of water. And you spin the bucket. What are you spinning it relative to? And why is the fucking bucket, why is the water surface becoming concave? This means there is absolute space. My voice is cracking because I have laryngitis. I've had it for like a week. Good try, though. You can go back and look recordings a week ago. Same thing. Oh yeah, Fish, you're gone now. Good job. You'll never be back.
So the Earth isn't moving relative to the sun?
There's no evidence the Earth is moving at all.
Days, years, months?
There's no evidence that the Earth is moving at all. But don't you get, dude?
Seasons, the precession,
We see the sun move.
the
though.
wobble?
What wobble?
You don't know about the wobble? The seasons are created by
Oh
the
my
wobble.
god, dude. Those are just stories, dude.
They're not stories that's the reason we have summer, winter, fall, summer.
Oh
Can I
my god, dude.
can I confirm something? Yeah.
Please, someone else talk to him. I gotta take a leak, so someone else talk to him.
So you're saying seasons occur because the Earth has a wobble. We know the Earth has a wobble because seasons occur.
Nice play on words. It's
Well, I know.
like,
I'm
do
asking
you
you to
know what you're
clarify.
talking about, or do you know what you're talking about?
No, it wasn't a play on words. It was a question. Yeah.
Obviously, the seasons occur because of the wobble, because of the positioning of the sun.
So how do you know that it wobbles?
Because you can see it. That's the reason that. Oh my
I don't
god!
see
Not
no
only can
wobble.
you, I do.
How do you see a
You
wobble?
got to pay attention. You got to pay attention to what's going on around you.
How do you see the wobble?
I'm gonna say stars, and you're gonna say that's bullshit. The stars are moving. Okay, like look, anything that
What,
has
the
ever been
stars wobble?
said, any scientific argument for what we know about physics and the solar system, the universe, flat
Tell us
earthers, the
about
flat
these
earth
stars
community
wobbling.
has
I need some
found
There
a
is
comedy.
no
way.
scientific.
Flat
There
Earth
is no
has only
scientific
found a
evidence
way
for the.
to.
There
There
is
isn't
no
a scientific
scientific
evidence for
evidence
flat
for
Earth
the.
either.
There's no scientific evidence for what you're claiming there is. The
Neither for what
scientific
you're
evidence to
claiming.
do with the universe and the planets and the stars. What
And
scientific
certainly not
evidence?
for
I'm
what
glad.
Yu-Gi-Oh is
I'm
claiming.
epically glad that you pointed out there's no scientific evidence for what we're claiming. If you listen carefully, we ensure people that there's no scientific evidence. It's a question of geometry, my friend, not science. You're in a category error, and you've made a very big mistake.
Mhm.
Most excellent. You understood. Good.
It's a lot bigger than geometry, man.
So,
Yeah,
so,
the
no,
Earth
so
is
this is not a question of science.
the
You're
shape of
claiming
the Earth.
science is a question of geometry. I know.
Well,
You just
no,
have to
let me
measure
just
it.
get this. Let me
That's
get
it.
this much then. If the Earth
So
is
what
flat,
science deals with shapes?
Let me ask a question. If the Earth is
Yeah,
flat,
yeah. What field of science deals with shapes?
geometry?
So not science then. Excellent. You've learned something today. Good boy.
It's mathematics. Yes, I know. But let me ask you a question. How does your geometry of the shape of a
Wait, you
planet
just said what field of
explain?
science deals with shapes, and then you said geometry, and then you said not science, but you just called it science.
I
You just
said it's
said that.
mathematics, actually.
No. I'm not talking to you. I'm saying the other guy who just asked you that question.
So it's not
Yeah.
science.
No, you just said what field of science, and then you said geometry. You said so not
He
science.
listen
and you just
carefully.
called it science.
He
I
was
would argue that
claiming a
mathematics is a
field
very
of
important part of
science.
science.
It is not. It's a tool used within science.
So it's part of science.
So no, it's a tool used within science, and you don't even need to use it all the time.
But why are you offended?
It's just a tool.
Wait,
I'm not offended.
wait,
You're
when would you
claiming.
not use
Well,
math?
why
How
is
does-
this idiot talking? Shut up. Silence. Let the other one talk. You were claiming that the shape of the ground is a scientific inquiry. It is not. It is just a question of geometry, a subcategory of mathematics. All we have to do is measure it to confirm whether it's flat or curved. That's it. You pointing to the sky has absolutely no relevance to the shape of the ground. You claiming wobbles and sun moves, everything that's not the ground means absolutely nothing. So please point to the sun some more. Tell us about your star wobbling.
Well,
I'm
actually,
entertained
forget
by
about
it.
all of that. Forget about all of that, and just explain to me how the flat Earth explains the 4 seasons.
Well, the sun follows its circuit daily, so there's two. There's a daily and yearly circuit. So daily, day, night. You've probably worked that out already. And that path changes over the year.
Why?
And as the sun gets closer to you, it gets hotter, thus called summer. As it's further away, that be winter.
But why does the sun's path change in space? Where
I don't know why it changes,
no-
but it does. That's what it appears to do.
Oh,
We
in
look each day.
space.
When you go outside, you see the sun moving overhead. Yes or no?
Yes, but in space.
Excellent.
There
You
is
know, well, no, there's
there
no
is
but in
atmosphere.
space. You see the sun moving, not the Earth moving. So
Well,
you
in
claiming the
space-
Earth moving is just like
Hold on.
weirdness.
Let me finish. In space, there is no atmosphere or.
That's
wind
a
or
great
anything
claim. How are
to
you going to
change the path
validate,
of the
verify,
sun.
or prove that? How are you going to prove all that shit? So here we have an excellent story, a really cool story. So now
I'm
go and
pretty
prove your
sure-
story.
I'm pretty sure that the people on the International Space Station could prove that.
What, out of a swimming pool?
And let me ask another question. If we've never been to space, then why are billionaires throwing all their fucking money into going to space on a regular basis?
They're also throwing heaps of money into digging underground caves and hiding in those too. But why don't you question that? Listen,
Well,
this is the
because that
basics
has
of
a
it, bro.
purpose.
No,
That
listen,
has a
that's good. No,
purpose.
it's got absolutely nothing to do with anything. This is the basics of it. At school, you were taught a particular story. The Earth has a radius, blah, 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 flying through space, blah, 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 and all these cool shit. All we've got to do is confirm or deny these factors. So number one, we're supposed to be on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. So let's go and confirm that first. Oh my God, it's flat. There's no curvature. All of your cool stories require us to be on a ball tard. All of your cool stories of space and all the rest of it require a 3,959 mile radius. If that doesn't exist, all of your space shit falls in a heap.
Well,
you
you
do
haven't
know
proven
that,
it
don't
doesn't
you?
exist.
Easy. Go and have a look at any one of the laser tests. How about I provide a couple for you? Would you like to see some?
Sure. Sure.
Excellent.
How far can you point a laser?
Well, so was it Dayton University cracked 149 kilometers. Is that good enough? You only have to go 10 mile, mate. That's a 66-foot drop by itself. If you're on a ball. What's that? 5-story building or a 7-story building? Something like that. So there's a couple to start off with.
Oh my God, they're gonna freak out. Don't talk about the Earth. They want to talk about the sun, moon, stars,
I noticed.
freaking dark matter, black holes,
There's a
anything
couple
but
more.
what's real.
There's also a PDF loading up right now, which accompanies the very last one by Decimal Z. Any more questions?
Let me look at what you got there.
I don't expect you to watch it all
that
straight
PDF
away. There's
right
probably
there?
a couple of hours with it. Yeah, PDF accompanies the very last video. So just so you know, if we're on a ball with that given radius, 39, 59 miles, at 10 miles it should be a 66-foot drop. At 20 miles, 266 foot. 30 miles, about 600 foot. 40 miles, over 1,000 feet. When they're doing these tests, they are hitting targets on the other side. One of them, they put up a target 8 foot squared, and they hit it cleanly. The target should have been, 200 and I think it was 290 feet below the line of the laser, and they still hit it. There's supposed to be Earth curvature in the way, blocking the laser from hitting that target.
So in the same way that you say that you don't believe that rockets went to space, I'm going to say that I don't believe
That's
they
not
hit
the
the
reason
target.
why. You don't even know why I don't think rockets went to space. So you saying I don't believe it, and I haven't even mentioned that yet.
I said they don't want to talk about the Earth. Anything but that. They want to talk about their fantasy that they saw on TV.
So tell me something. Outside of your mobile phone, your computer, and your television, where have you ever seen the curvature?
Honestly, when I flew
Yeah,
to
honestly.
when I flew to Germany.
Every fucking time.
Now, check this out. I will give you a globe of a radius 3,959 miles. Mathematically, you are still not high enough to see the curvature. Even if you actually have a globe, you are still not high enough to see it. You've probably got to consider that on your aeroplane, they've
matter
got
of
laminated
perception.
windows.
It's not perception, dude.
Yeah, it is.
Tag, you're it, India.
Uh-huh. Oh, how do I deal with that? Uh-huh. No, it's not even close. 10 miles above about 8,000 miles in diameter, dude. It's not even close. One of your priests, Neil deGrasse Tyson, said 128,000 feet.
I don't even like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Fuck that dude.
Well, he spews the shit you believe in.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does. He says
He
exactly.
speaks to fucking kindergartners, man.
And
I
you
rest my
swallowed
case.
up.
No, I actually don't pay him any attention. I am actually taking the time to read through this PDF. So give me that much credit at least.
Take your time, man. There's heaps of information there. So have I missed out on any meltdowns, Indio? I haven't had a good one for a while.
I was melting down, dude.
Why?
There's been many today.
Humanity
That's
was
just
in
the
this
thing.
morning.
We should be able to approach this with a level head and not melt down, huh?
Yeah, but you
Yeah, but
guys are
why
like
can't you
talking to
do
a
it?
fucking brick wall.
That's how we feel. That's how I feel about, you know. I mean,
What you'll
honestly, I've
notice,
been.
if you sit in here often enough and just chill, and just listen to people, you'll notice the same dumb shit coming back over and over again.
I know. I'm
We
pretty
ask
sure
pe-
everything I've
we
said you've
ask
heard a million
people
times, right?
we ask people for proof of the ground or what shape the ground is, and the first thing they do, oh, because the sun does something. And it's like, bro, we're talking about the ground. Oh, yeah, well, what about the stars? Bro, we're talking about the ground. Yeah, but eclipses. Bro,
Okay,
we're
all right.
talking about the ground.
No, here,
You get it?
let's talk about this. Let's talk about this then. Let's talk about the ground. If the Earth is flat, then why can you be at sea level or thousands and thousands and thousands of feet above sea level? It's a mountain, bro. The fact that there's a
Why can you?
mountain there means the Earth isn't
Why can
flat.
you? Okay, when
It
we
has
say
texture.
flat,
Wide
when we say
spark out,
flat,
shit like that, dude. That's the reason.
yeah, so just
Maybe even
random shit like
pedantic,
that.
dude.
Okay, when we say flat, we say that because it's easier than saying stationary planar with topography. So it's just flat. So when we're saying flat, we're not thinking flat like a sheet of glass. It is planar, but with topography, hills, valleys, mountains, rivers, shit all over it. So no, not flat like a billiard table. If that was your perception of what we're saying, that is incorrect.
Though it's smoother than that.
Well, technically, yeah, the boffins claim that if Earth as a ball was shrunk down to the size of a billiard ball, it would technically be smoother. But anyways, if they're going to make claims of a ball, they should at least measure for curvature. They'd be doing us a favour.
Really, the biggest question here is if the Earth is flat, how wide is it?
Why would you need to know how wide it is in order to validate whether it's flat or curved?
It's not about if it's flat or not. Let's just say it is.
Yes, it is. That's what the question is about.
Then how wide is it?
What? No, again, why do we need to know how wide it is in order to
Well, 'cause I'd
validate
like to know
whether
how
it's flat
far
or
I could
not?
go. I would like to know
Well,
how far I could go.
I'll tell you something now. I'd like to know the same thing. So when anyone goes further than what I've been as far south as Melbourne, and I've been far north as a trip around Lake Superior. So if anyone's been further than that, I'm quite open to, by the way, I've been to here. Please post your videos, photos, anything in the side chat.
You think we think the Earth is a disc in space? Floating around?
Well, I mean, there's probably a end somewhere.
Why?
I mean, the flat Earth model that everybody points to always says that there's an ice wall, and then what is there on the edge, beyond the ice wall?
What edge?
Well, the ice wall would be your edge, wouldn't it?
It's great for you. Go tell you someone who gives a shit. Because they're not in here.
When you say everybody that claims the ice wall, it's usually globers that are claiming the ice wall on behalf of flat earthers to try and make flat earthers look silly, when in fact the ice wall claim is a globe claim, and you can go and look it up for yourself in
Fuck
National
that! I never fucking
Geographic,
heard of no ice wall.
etc. Yeah, they call
Doesn't
them
mean it ain't
ice
a globe
walls,
claim.
or
It is.
I
they call them
personally
ice
believe that there's
walls, or they call them ice
Antarctica.
shelves. Do you like to just talk over people, or
No.
yeah? They're called
But, I
ice
mean, it's
walls
happened to me a lot here.
or ice shelves, and there are images of these walls or ice shelves as well that you can look up. So it is 100% something that we see in reality and is a globe claim, but it's usually attributed to flat earthers to try and make us look silly.
They're glaciers. They're not walls.
Go and have a look for yourself, dude.
They're glaciers. They're not walls. If you walked up to a glacier that was 150 feet tall, would you consider that a wall?
No. Let's consider it a glacier.
No. Look, we don't think that there's a Game of Thrones fucking ice wall surrounding the Earth.
Okay.
Nobody
So then
thinks that.
that little model that everybody shows is not the one that you with the sun and the
Gleason's
moon
map.
spinning in a circle around the top of it. That's all bullshit.
Those are just representations to give an idea how the sun and moon circle above the earth. It's because you guys need cartoons.
Well, even that cartoon doesn't make sense at all, because if that was the case, the sun pretty much moves in a straight line
Yeah, like
across
water
the sky.
sticking to a ball makes sense.
Gravity.
Water. Yeah, great. Yeah, water sticking to a ball in vacuum. Yeah, that makes sense.
Water does stick to a ball in vacuum.
Really?
I'm so glad Triangle's not in here.
I know, dude. He'd fucking whip out his vacuum chamber.
But he can do
What
that in
happens?
zero gravity.
Can I
He
ask?
has his vacuum chamber in zero gravity.
What happens? What happens to water in a vacuum?
Water behaves very differently in zero gravity, and water is attracted to.
No, we're not worried about the gravity. We're worried about the vacuum bit. What happens when you put water into a vacuum?
Well, I mean, you have to worry about gravity because in space.
No, we're not. Just hold up. We can deal with gravity as a separate issue. We're worried about the water standalone in a vacuum chamber. You place a glass of water in a vacuum chamber and turn it on so the air gets evacuated. What happens to that water?
Was the water in there before or after the air?
You put it in there, in a glass.
And then you move all the air?
Then you turn the machine on and start sucking the air out. What happens to the water?
It stays in the glass.
No, it doesn't. It actually boils off.
Wow.
Oh, it would boil off. You're right.
Yeah.
Actually.
So that's a bit of a problem.
But
and that's
it's not a
inclusive of.
problem.
Hey, hold on. And that is inclusive of your gravity.
But
so
it's
you've
not,
got your
no,
gravity,
no,
you've got your water,
no.
and it still boils off.
Yeah, but you know why
Excellent.
water doesn't
You
boil
understand.
off the earth? Oil doesn't boil off the earth because it's not in a vacuum. We have an atmosphere.
What's outside of that? An alleged vacuum.
Space.
And what does air normally do when you've got a high pressure system next to a low pressure system?
Gravity holds the atmosphere.
Indio, I'm losing fucking IQ points here. Please take it away from me.
Well, I mean, he's just like, you know. He's just parroting what he's been led to believe.
My point that you guys don't care if the earth is flat or not. You want to belittle people to make yourselves seem more relevant.
Well, let me ask you, do you think claims are evidence?
Claims are not evidence now.
Okay. So the claim is gravity can hold gas away from a vacuum. Do you have any evidence of that?
The earth.
Can we do an experiment which would show that this is possible?
Are you breathing?
Yes, I'm breathing.
How?
Because we're not inside of a vacuum.
The earth is in a vacuum.
No, it's not.
Space is a vacuum.
Yes, it would be. That means the earth is not in space.
Then where the fuck is it?
Not in a space vacuum. Because if it was, all the air would fuck off into that space.
Gravity.
That cannot hold air away from vacuum.
Yes, it can.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of that?
Gas has a mass and a
Do you have
weight.
any evidence of that?
Yes.
Actual evidence. That means experiment.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
good to you, experiment.
Put gas
experiment.
in a fucking put a gas in a fish tank. It's heavier than air. That gas will fall and fill the fish tank, and you can
So what?
float.
We're trying to keep it away from vacuum. We're trying to keep it away from vacuum. Not other air, from vacuum.
You know what?
So if I take a vacuum chamber and I put gas inside of it, will all the gas sink to the bottom and it'll be a vacuum on top and gas on the bottom?
Well, is your vacuum chamber actually?
I'm gonna put it on the surface of the earth where the gravity is the strongest, and I'm gonna put some gas in my vacuum chamber. Is all the gas gonna go to the bottom and the top gonna be vacuum?
Is your vacuum chamber actually
Yeah, you're not gonna
recreating
answer.
the environmental conditions of the planet that we're on, including the space that we're in?
You don't know those conditions exist. Okay? We're
I'm
trying to
living in them.
demonstrate whether the principle that you're applying that say pertain to the planet can actually happen in the first place. We're looking for the evidence, dude. There is no evidence that this is possible. There's not even a theory that says this is possible. Because if you look at the kinetic theory of gases, there's no gravity in it. There's no G in it. There's no thermodynamic theory of gravitation. Gravity doesn't turn solids into fucking liquids and liquids into solids. Because it would have to do that. It would have to be able to do thermodynamic work. You understand? You understand what thermodynamic work is?
Hmm.
The phase diagram, gases, liquids, solids.
Yo, I'm sorry. It's been great talking to you, but Bitcoin is doing a change after a freaking $2,000 or $20,000 drop. I gotta go do that. I'll be back.
Yeah. Sucked into the vacuum. Peace out.
Oh, I'm a day trader. I gotta go trade. Sorry.
I knew that was going to happen. As soon as I finally, I've been fucking with that guy for a while. And I'm like, how am I going to get through this guy? Oh, I'll just ask him if claims are evidence because he's all in on the fucking space fantasy shit. So I'm like, okay, we'll just fucking start drilling down into evidence, man. Got to go trade my Bitcoin. Evidence. Fuck evidence. I got fucking, I'm a crypto guru.
Fucking crypto. I blew up when Butterfly Labs scammed their shit ages ago. That was the end of me.
I got out of Bitcoin when, well,
I bought using Bitcoin a 5 gigahertz ASICs miner from Butterfly Labs, and I was one of the ones that got fucked over with that deal. 30 Bitcoins it cost me.
Was it broken?
No. When the ASICs miners first come out, like I used to just mine Bitcoins, go to faucets and just grab random coins here and there. Didn't realize how much these things were going to go through the roof. But the Butterfly Labs, what they did was they would produce the miners, they would run them in their own factory, mining
Yeah, they were selling the
Bitcoins,
old ones, right? Yeah.
and then they'd sell them. And what would happen is by the time you got your ASICs miner, the next 3 had already come out and people were purchasing those. So the guys would buy 1,000s and they would run them at the factory and they'd get the 500s out or the 5s out. So when I finally received my 5, they were up to, I think they were up to 100. And I paid 30 Bitcoins up front for my 5 gigahertz miner. By the time it turned up, I was already 6 months behind everyone else. So yeah, I was pretty dirty with that.
Would you believe it? They're doing it again. If I told you.
What and
they're doing it again.
anyone-
Not with Bitcoin.
What,
The
with
AI.
something else.
The AI
Yeah.
stuff. Now none of
surprise me.
these data centers are going to be even built for like 2 or 3 years. But they already have the cards now. So
Wouldn't
they're going to
surprise me.
stick 3-year-old cards in their fucking data centers? No, they're going to dump them. They're going to buy new cards. All these companies that have dumped money into the shit, billions of dollars, like OpenAI and all these places. I also did think it's weird that they started referring to because they had been charging people subscriptions and they're trying to move to a different type of pricing, and they started calling it token economy. I'm like, where the fuck did I hear about tokens before? Where did that terminology come from? It's like they're using all the same shit for the same scam. They're using the same words. They're using the same rhetoric for this AI shit. It's crazy, dude. It's like the same scam all over again, but just with a different, vaporware technology.
Sorry to interrupt, but just asking about a thing you said earlier. Do you think that there is evidence of a constant force roughly similar on Earth going down?
I don't know if gravity is a force.
Well,
Not a
I'm just
force.
asking. Do you agree that that's roughly correct? There
Do
seems to
things
be a force
fall?
going
Yeah,
down,
things fall. I have no problem with it. Things fall.
and it's roughly constant.
Well, it's generally there's some experimental results which show that there might be situations where it's not constant, but I'm not gonna
Well,
get into that.
just in the case of like pendulums, like if you solve the math, you can get it to was it 2g over 2l over g, something like that, is the
Yeah,
period of.
little g we know empirically. We just know that from measuring it. That's not controversial.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was just checking on that.
But there's no little g in the kinetic theory of gases.
Oh yeah, I mean that's because statistical thermodynamics doesn't really deal with that portion of it.
Yeah, because that means it would be doing work.
Well, I mean, it does kind of do that. We get gas columns, and then you get higher density things at the bottom. It's similar to like liquids, but that's just because of the G, right? You would see like a density difference because
But you're
there's a
talking
flow
about liquids.
fluid.
I'm talking about gases.
Yeah, gases do it as well. The higher
Well,
density
yeah, you can
gases go
say
to the
that.
bottom. Sorry, the higher mass gases end up at a higher density if you put them in a column.
Well, that's not true because of Avogadro's law.
Well, Avogadro's law is not spatially dependent.
What would be the same number of molecules per volume?
Well, in a mole of gas, sure, yeah, but that's just a count of the number of molecules, right?
No,
That
in
doesn't
any
account for the
volume, say it's
density.
a cubic frickin' meter of volume.
Okay.
You have oxygen, nitrogen, and frickin' gaseous fucking copper, right? If they're all the same temperature and pressure, it's going to be the exact same number of molecules of each element.
Wait, say that again.
Same number of molecules
Well,
in a
so
volume.
are you saying that's like a given? Like if you just have a volume, all those will be equal?
Yeah, say we have a cubic foot of oxygen, a cubic foot of hydrogen, cubic foot of nitrogen, and they have
Okay.
the same temperature pressure. And we count the number of molecules in each volume. It'll be the same number of molecules, regardless of the gas.
Yeah, because it's well, no, that's not true.
Well, then it can't be the
Because
same. Well, that's
the
Avogadro's
temperature
law of
would be
states.
no, the temperature would increase if it was a higher mass molecule with the same velocities, with same momenta. Well, actually, no, with the same momenta, it would actually cancel out. You're right. I see what you're saying there. Yeah.
Yeah. The point is that it's easy to claim that gravity would hold gas away from the vacuum. There's no experimental evidence that that's true. And no one can show in any experiment that it's possible. And the consequences are crazy. Meaning, like, gravity would have to be doing thermodynamic work.
Well, but you agree that it does do kinetic work, right?
I mean, we model it that way. We do use an equivalency where we have temperatures and we have a kinetic energy equivalent to the temperature of the
Well,
gas
because
molecules.
I mean, temperature is just the average kinetic energy, right? It's
Yeah,
one
and then
half
model.
mv squared.
Yeah, that's a model.
Well, but that's statistical thermo says that model too, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Whether it's an actual fucking velocity or whatever, because then there's a
Well, I
pressure.
mean, sure, but it sounded like you were accepting statistical thermo as like a thing, because I agree with that. The model just works really fucking well.
What I don't accept is just saying, "Oh yeah, we can have gas pressure without a container because the gravity did it. I don't accept that. I need evidence.
Well, what about it doesn't make sense? If you agree there's like a
Who cares if it
downward
makes
force,
sense? I only care about the empirical data. I don't care about the making sense shit. I don't give a shit about the explanations.
you don't care about the empirical data? Sorry.
I only care about the empirical data.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
We can tell all kinds of stories about what should have been, could have been, would have been.
Would you agree that something with a higher mass experiences gravity more?
I can agree with whatever. Doesn't matter. You have
F
to show it
equals M-
experimentally.
F equals MA. That's all I'm
Yeah,
asking
that's
for that
right.
one.
Show it experimentally.
Okay. I mean,
that's the point. Is like you can talk about gas, gravity holding gas away from a vacuum all you want. You can blah 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 blah. Come up with all sorts of theories, math, models, do all the sorts of shit. But they're not. It's not a scientific claim unless you test it experimentally and demonstrate it.
sure. Do you agree that there's gases of different molecular densities?
Why are you
Like
trying to get me to agree with theories? Told you I
No,
don't give
just
a shit about all that.
do you think that there's more than one gas?
In existence?
Yeah.
Yeah, more than one gas exists. Yes.
What's the difference between these gases?
Well, usually their atomic weight.
Sometimes their color.
Bunch of protons, neutrons, and electrons.
Okay, so something to do with their atomic, like the nucleus is like a different amount of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that if
it doesn't
we
matter,
agree,
this is all theoretical. It doesn't matter. I can believe and agree with everything you say about the current model, the Bohr model of the atom, fucking atomic weights, the freaking entire chart of the elements. I can agree with all that crap. Doesn't matter. Because when it all comes down to brass tacks and you want to call your claim scientific, you're going to need to do the experiment.
well, but you I may be putting words in your mouth, but you kind of agree that there was a constant force down that's roughly similar across the surface of the Earth, right?
No, he said he agrees with things going down, not the constant force.
Well, what do you mean
Gravity
by
isn't even
going
a
down?
force in modern physics.
I know. I'm just doing
Yeah,
Newtonian
so
right now.
that's why I'm just like,
I'm just getting you to accept Newtonian first.
yeah, you need to accept anything.
You don't have to, no. But evidence kind of leads towards it, is the only thing I'm pointing at.
No, right? Look, bro, you like you're lost in the sauce. Okay, as typically most people that are still in university, you're lost in the sauce. You don't know the difference between the claims of the textbooks versus the experimental results. Okay, you're still in the same lost world of, yeah, the models. Yeah, great. Doesn't matter what your model is. You can make all sorts of predictions with your models. Ultimately, they have to be verified by experiment. So if you want to
I mean,
claim
yeah, of
that
course.
gas can be held down away from a vacuum because of gravity, you have to show it with an experiment.
Yeah.
I will
Like
only accept an
higher
experiment. I will not
like a
expect
higher
anything the textbook says. I don't care who fucking wrote it. I don't care if it was fucking Aristotle and fucking Archimedes collaborating with fucking Isaac Newton and fucking Leibniz. I don't give a shit.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with you. That makes sense.
Yeah, so until they take a vacuum chamber, stick it on the ground, fucking stick gas in it, and all the gas sinks to the fucking bottom, and there's vacuum on top, I ain't
Well,
buying it.
you wouldn't expect it to all go to the bottom, right? You just expect a slightly
That's
higher
what you're
density.
claiming gravity would do.
Well, no, once you have a Earth-sized gravity,
that's the theory.
Then it would go
That's
up
the
about a mile.
hypothesis.
Then it would go up about a mile while still having gas.
That's the hypothesis.
More than that, I think.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's the hypothesis.
Yeah, and so you would expect maybe 51% of the gas went to the bottom half of a 1-foot container, and 49%
Yeah,
of it
but
went
none
to
of
the
the
top,
gas is
right?
going to go to the bottom. None of it.
Well, some of it, right?
It's going to, no, none of it. It's going to reach thermodynamic equilibrium within the container.
Yeah, which means it's bouncing off the walls, and because of the bouncing off the
That's
walls,
right,
the thing's
meaning
going to
it's
be
evenly
roughly
distributed throughout the container. It's not all
evenly.
cuddled on the bottom.
Yeah, it would be roughly evenly distributed, but it would be slightly higher density at the bottom.
That's a cool story.
Well, because I mean, we're working with
Why are
Earth-sized
you saying
gravity,
that's what would happen?
and we know that
Wait, no, hold
Earth's
on. No, don't tell us
gravity.
what we know. Why are
Okay.
you saying that's what would happen?
Because that's
You
what
know that
is
because you've seen an experiment.
thermodynamically
So
expected,
because
and also
so your
yes,
hypothesis. So your
I've also done these
hypothesis says.
experiments. Yeah,
So your hypothesis says that was what would happen.
right. If I put water in a container, it goes to the bottom because it's higher density.
Wait, so you're back to liquids. We're on gases, dude. Good try though.
Yeah.
Second
Do you know
time.
about fluid dynamics?
Yeah, but we're talking about gases.
Well, what are fluids? Could you just
Gases
answer?
have infinite degrees of freedom. Fucking liquids
That's
don't.
untrue.
No, they do.
They have 3.
Look, gases have an infinite. Dude, we're not talking about metrical dimensions, dude.
We're not
Talking about
talking
infinite
about.
vectors. Isn't it
Wait,
going
we're not
infinite
talking about
direction?
metricable dimensions.
I'm not talking about X, Y, and Z axis, dude. I'm not talking about that. I'm
I
talking
just said
about
3 dimensions. You could also do radial. You could do cylindrical
I said
coordinates. You
degrees
could
of
do all.
freedom. Like
Yeah,
degrees
it's
of
the
freedom
same
can
as
be
the
used, and
dimensions.
you're doing a word context fallacy. Okay, so degrees of freedom can mean lots of things. When I say degrees of freedom, I'm talking about degrees of freedom in a radial dimension. Okay, from
Yeah,
from
so
a center point.
radial's a good one, and there's
Yeah, from a
3
center point.
degrees of freedom possible.
No, there's an infinite amount.
In a radial system, you could define it by a 3-degree system. Yeah, a
You
3-dimensional
can,
system.
but you don't have to.
It spans the whole thing with 3 dimensions. You don't need more.
You're going into fucking pedantic realm. The point
No, it's
is that
linear algebra.
gases don't behave like
That one's
liquids.
just linear algebra for spanning dimensions.
Yeah, but you don't have to use that. Okay.
You don't have to, but why not use the things we figured out, man?
Okay, yeah. So no one gives a shit about your preference, dude.
Sorry, what?
It's funny when you say you state a preference and as if your preference is the correct one because you prefer it.
No, linear algebra is just the way that we deal with matrices and
Who's we?
vectors and things. People who have studied Euclidean math and not only Euclidean math, I guess.
No, where you learned it. You think if I went to Europe, they're teaching the same methodology?
Yeah.
No, they're not, dude. God,
Yeah.
don't say anything.
Math is an objective game.
They don't use the same. Not every place uses the same techniques to do physics.
Well, yeah, they do different techniques, but they're still working in the same spaces, correct?
It depends. Depends on the country.
Really? I
Go
mean,
look
I
at some
could give you
foreign
like
textbooks.
Germany. Germany deals with like 14 dimensions way too easily, but like most of us are dealing with, I mean, the 4
Most of us.
base ones.
Silly shit.
Yeah, the people who are doing physics. Yeah.
You have no idea what most people are doing, dude. Okay, just
Oh,
stop
okay.
it, dude.
That's fair enough.
Anyway, the point is, in which you're running away from, so I don't give a shit about the theory and the hypothesis. I don't give a shit about the experiment. You can
You do
pile
give a
on
shit about the
and
experiment. You do give a shit about the experiment. You
only
said
the
that one before.
experiment.
Yeah, but you just said you didn't, so I was just correct, making sure I was following.
No, I only give a shit about the experiment. I don't give a shit about the theory, the hypothesis, textbook, all that shit. Those are great.
Yeah.
Still have to be validated by experiment.
Yeah. Which, I mean, which experiment do you disagree with? Then I guess is the way to
Which
go about it.
experiment was done?
I mean, we got Aristophanes
Oh,
back
Jesus
in
fucking Christ.
200 BC. That's like when to get us toward a spherical sort of
It's
Earth.
not an experiment, dude.
I assume.
Well, it was. It was testing a
No,
hypothesis.
it wasn't.
And
He
what
was
was the
assuming a lot of
hypothesis?
stuff.
That the Earth is a sphere?
What was assumed?
That the Earth is a sphere, that the sun's light's rays are parallel?
Okay, so light goes in a straight direction, and that the Earth is a
Oh, that they're
sphere.
parallel. They're parallel. I didn't say in a straight direction, that they're parallel.
That was an assumption. I don't. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's a soft
yeah, when you
assumption because of the size of it. I give them that. I'll give you that. Yeah, sure. It was assuming parallel lines.
admitted even in the academic literature that you assume shit.
Yeah. So he assumed parallel lines, which is a reasonable-ish assumption. And then the spherical thing was the hypothesis that he was testing. He was holding constant that they're parallel, and then testing the assumption that it seems spherical. Right?
Okay. So he was supposedly measuring the circumference.
No, he was testing that it was round.
He was supposedly measuring the circumference. He already
No,
believed it was round.
he came out. He came out with a circumference. That wasn't the test, though.
Do you think it like what would his results be if he assumed it was flat?
He assumed it was flat. Then he would assume how far away the sun was. I would think would be the pop out.
Okay, so he wasn't trying to prove the Earth was a sphere. He assumed it was a sphere, and he reached a conclusion based upon the angles of the shadows. That's bullshit too, because they didn't have angles in degrees when he was alive. So it was another
Yes, they did.
300 years after he was dead. They were introduced in Greece.
Untrue. They had
Dude.
number systems back then.
They didn't use degrees in Greece.
Yeah, they didn't use degrees, correct.
Yeah,
But
so
did
you
they have a
can't measure
measurement of
7.2
circles?
degrees when they don't
Did they
exist.
Did they measure circles in any way at that time?
Yes, and they subdivided them into 12.
Okay. So is that translatable from 12 to 360?
Look, even in so there's a famous, I don't know about famous. It's called Eratosthenes' Geographer. It's written by a historian. A lot of historians don't even think this guy ever existed. There's no primary sources. There's no secondary sources. The words he uses are only used by him and never used in any other fucking Greek literature.
Then why are you bringing it up then?
You
You
brought
got
up
some rare ass
Eratosthenes.
shit.
You're
You
the
got some
one that
rare
brought
ass
him
shit.
up.
You brought up Eratosthenes.
I brought Eratosthenes, yeah. Are you saying that that didn't exist as a measurement?
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that everything about it is trash. It's not an experiment. It's just trash, dude. Propaganda.
What do you think an
Bullshit.
experiment is?
Find the cause and effect relationship of a natural phenomenon.
Wait, like definitively find the cause to effect?
Yeah, of a natural phenomenon.
So what's an experiment that's happened that you think then, if that's your definition?
Figuring out what causes plants to grow.
What? What makes
Figuring
planets
out what
grow
causes
hot?
plants to grow.
How is that an experiment? What
What do you mean,
was the
how's that
controls?
experiment?
Where's the cause and effect?
Sun, water, soil.
What?
You never grew a plant before?
That's how the Earth formed?
Dude, you do it one more time, you're getting kicked out. Who the fuck said that?
I'm trying to figure out. Are you saying how the Earth grows, or how like? I didn't quite understand your statement.
How did you ask me what an experiment was?
Yeah. What? Well, I asked you one experiment that you think happened.
Yeah, not about the Earth. I was just talking about any experiment.
Okay, so what's an experiment that's happened that you
With
would
the
like
Earth?
agree happened,
With the Earth?
or just any experiment?
I just told you one. Dude, just
The Earth is an experiment, and you figured out the cause and effect from the experiment.
shut up, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Those
No, not doing it, dude. Not doing it. Is it just me?
I'm actually confused. I'm not sure if he understands.
I clarified myself, and then he went back and did the exact same thing.
No, I know. Like I followed you completely. I just can't tell
Oh,
if he
okay.
just
I was just
somehow.
making sure that isn't me
Yeah.
going fucking crazy, dude.
No, that I was like, what the fuck? I can't tell if he like honestly like didn't understand you for some reason, which I
Is
don't
he
know
on
how.
dust?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man.
I'll ask him if he's on drugs. Are you muted him? Are you on drugs, brother?
muted still?
Are you on drugs?
Nah.
You sure?
That like, is this how you go about it, man?
No,
When
because
when you
I
can't answer things, you just get real
no, I
defensive.
answered fine, and then I even clarified it, and then you did the same thing, as if I didn't answer it.
No, no, the
So are you on drugs?
clarification. And that's what I'm asking
We
for.
record this.
Sure. What
Yeah, see the bots
experiment
up
do you
there?
think
We
happened? It
record this
sounded
on
like you said
YouTube.
the Earth was an experiment that happened.
No.
Okay. Then what was the
You
experiment then?
asked me, like, what do you think is an experiment? I gave
Yeah.
you one. And then you said, ask me how that was the Earth, whether
No.
plants
So
grew on Earth. I never said it was an experiment that had anything to do with the Earth. And then I
okay.
clarified that, and then you just did it again right after I said that.
Yeah.
So
So
either
you
you're
had said.
retarded or you're on drugs.
So you said that an experiment is something that shows as a cause and reaction relationship. Like we know
Okay,
that
so
causal pathway.
experiments, right, have parts, right? So you have independent, dependent variables, hypothesis. So the first part of an experiment is you observe a natural phenomenon. And then you come up with a hypothesis. What's the cause of that natural phenomenon, the effect? And then
Okay.
you do an experiment to figure out what that is. That's an
Okay.
experiment.
Cool.
The experiment is technically the hypothesis prediction.
Well, it's the testing of it that's the experiment. The
Well, yeah,
hypothesis
but
prediction's part of it, but it's the beginning part before you actually test anything, right?
that's the hypothesis is the prediction of the experimental result.
Exactly. Yes, I agree. What do you think is an experiment that has happened and has shown a causal relationship?
Growing plants from seed.
Deja vu.
Jesus fucking Christ, are
Okay,
you
so it's growing
stupid?
plants. It's growing plants. So I understand what happened now. I heard planets instead of plants.
Oh, okay. Plants, dude, plants.
All right. Yeah. So you put a seed in the ground, you get a plant. Can you predict what the plant is going to be?
I guess if you know what the seed is, yeah.
Well, like what it's going to look like, how well it's going to grow, things like that.
No, that would be its further experimentation, dude.
Okay, so
You don't
so
answer
you're
all
saying
questions with one experiment, okay?
causal relationship between seed going in
Spoiler,
ground and you get a plant.
dude,
I'm with you
spoiler
there.
alert. Spoiler alert. Some of your little seedlings might not even make it out alive out of the experiment.
Yeah.
The
You know the
ones that
bit.
don't get any water or light.
You know the
Yeah.
bit that concerns me. We've grown something from seed and it's grown into a planet. Most normal people would have went, "What the fuck?" But he just assumed that's what you said.
That was the perfect storm. That's crazy.
No, I was thinking you were talking about planetary formation. That's what I was thinking he was talking
I
about.
was so
Anyway,
Okay, so
scientific
yeah,
scientific
we've got a
theories are about
we've got a
natural
pretty good
phenomena.
we've got a pretty good relationship between seed and plants. They don't always show up, sure, but like pretty well established. Okay.
Yeah, it's figuring out the cause and effect relationship of natural phenomenon. What are you confused about?
How you're not getting to how gravity makes sense. That's the bit I'm confused about.
Gravity making sense is a statement about a human's fucking mental state.
True. The same as with seeds growing into plants. That's a mental state. We're both working with those,
I
right?
should just left you on fucking mute, dude.
All right.
Yeah, mental for sure. Mental. Like,
Yeah. My mental state grows plants now. Fucking retard. This guy seems familiar, like he did this before. Same thing. The gaslight.
hello, India.
Who are you?
Just perfect storm. Earth is flat.
Oh,
Okay.
Somebody else
I
knows.
I just watched the debate you had 9 months ago with Dr. Blitz. It was kind of funny.
Oh God, dude, there's a train wreck.
Mr. No Hands. He's a sped.
He gave up the ghosts too early. He said, I can't be sure of anything. I mean, what else do you want me to say? So why should we follow you into uncertainty? I mean,
98% certainty is quite certain.
so what? But that's his self-evaluation, how certain he is. Who cares?
How
What do I
certain
care
is
about his
98%
own
of you?
evaluation of his own confidence? What does that tell me? Nothing. Why should I follow him into his confidence, his self-confidence
Well, because
evaluation of
people
himself?
who are 100% confident and don't leave that 2% space of doubt are usually the Dunning-Krugers. So you want to avoid that level of ignorance, don't you?
And how
Yeah, but
sure
it
of you
doesn't
of
tell
this?
me whether he's correct or not.
Well, with a 98%
This was a why
assurance,
question. Why
with a
should I
98%
follow him?
assurance, I'm pretty sure that he's sure of his
I don't
stance
care
there.
about
And
his
if he
mental
knows, and
state.
if it's correct, well, it might be correct.
What do I care about his mental state? The question is, why should I follow him into his uncertainty?
Because it's the best grasp of truth you have.
His uncertainty is the best grasp of truth I have. Make that make sense, dude.
You're not following the 2% doubt. You're following the 98%.
Why should I follow him at all to believe anything?
Because he's credentialed and knows what he's talking about.
Oh, because he's credentialed. Oh, I should just fucking get on my knees
knows what
and
he's
slob
talking
his
about.
fucking knob because he's credentialed.
Why are you getting so angry and riled up?
Why are you being so stupid?
You do realize that other
disagreeing
people,
with me
Perfect Storm,
means you're
that come
stupid,
in here that have got more
Credentialed?
credentials than Blitz.
Fucking cares if he's credentialed. He didn't even know he's talking about neutrinos. He didn't even understand his own fucking argument.
Yeah, sure.
He was using another person's argument. Person that I have talked to. Okay? So I knew the argument that he lifted from his buddy, right? That he hangs out on, I think it's who's the guy? Omnivore or whatever his name is. They all hang out on that fucking server, or did at one time. Okay? He was borrowing somebody else's argument, and he didn't know the particulars of fucking neutrinos and didn't want to go into the details. He brought them up because he thought he could bring them up and I wouldn't know anything about them, and that he could fucking baffle everybody with bullshit. Like, oh my God, this guy's credentialed. He knows all about neutrinos. We just have to defer to his fucking goddamn big brain
Your
and his
only argument
knowledgeable
is the ad
fucking
hominem.
background. He didn't know anything about neutrinos.
So that's an ad hominem. It doesn't invalidate anything about neutrinos or anything that he said about not neutrinos.
You don't know anything about neutrinos
No.
either.
Okay.
We can't even have the discussion with you to invalidate them or validate them. The detection methods. He said shit that wasn't even true, such as the tilt of the plate and all that shit. He just made it up.
Yes,
but
of course.
he's
Every
credentialed.
science is made
He's
up.
credentialed, so
Yeah.
you believe him. You believe
Yes,
any bullshit that came out of his mouth. He's
I wasn't even
credentialed.
done explaining why you should follow him. So you're just cherry picking the credential part and not letting anything else slide. So
Because
that's
the
an error
first
on
reason
your
is
part,
dumb as
by the
shit.
way.
Well,
Take
why
the
should I follow
whole,
him in his
not the
uncertainty?
cherry pick.
Why should I follow him into his uncertainty? He said, "Hey, I'm uncertain."
See, why aren't you asking me why should I follow him in his certainty instead of uncertainty? Why
He
are you
isn't even
asking
certain
me
about
the
that,
2%?
dude. Don't you understand? This is a snake that eats its own tail.
Okay,
He can't even
being
say he's certain.
98% sure
Shut
is
up,
not
dude. Shut up.
uncertainty. Just
Shut up.
saying.
Shut up. You asked me a question. I'm going to answer. Okay. So you say follow him into his uncertainty. His claim of certainty is also uncertain.
When did I say follow him into his uncertainty?
No, certainty. You said follow him into his certainty.
Okay.
Even
So
his certainty.
98% is a certainty. It's not
The
an
claim
uncertainty.
of 98% is also uncertain.
No, 98% is very certain.
Dude, you don't understand. Dude, are you dumb?
Can
when
I
the
answer
guy
that?
says, I am 98% certain and 2% uncertain about anything, you're like, okay, including that claim? Yes. Which is what I asked him. That means that claim itself, that certainty evaluation, he's also 2% unsure of that. You know
It's
that
called being
fucking
intellectually
you know
honest.
that converges. Shut up. You know that converges to zero, right? Because it's a loop that keeps looping on itself.
No,
And it
it's
converges to
not.
zero.
That's just your misinterpretation of it. It's called
It's
being
not a
intellectually honest. Do you not know what
Dude, it's not a
intellectual honesty is?
misinterpretation, dude.
Do you not know
It's
what
not a
If you were
intellectual
be- if
honesty
you were
is?
being
No,
intellectually
it's a
honest,
logical
you'd be
consequence of the
listening.
statement, stupid.
India,
Look, if I
we'll
say
give
I'm
him a
98%
India,
certain. What?
we'll give him a demonstration. Ask me how certain I am. You watch what happens, Storm.
Okay. How certain are you?
99%.
Okay. How certain of you are that?
99%.
How certain of you are that?
99%.
You understand now, dude?
I mean,
We're asking
you're
how
committing
certain
the
he is of his
fallacy of just
uncertainty.
repeating the same question infinitely. So the problem is you
That's
ask
right, it
That's the
reduces to
problem.
zero.
etc. That
That's the
doesn't
point.
apply to us. That's not how we think. We
Storm,
don't
Storm,
infinitely
that's
Doesn't matter how
Storm,
you
shut
fucking
up.
think.
That's the problem. It reduces back to zero. That's what India is trying to tell you, bro.
No, it reduces back to zero if you do this mental gymnastic that you're trying to do that
Not
we
mental
don't do.
gymnastics.
Yeah, it's called mental gymnastics. You're trying to
No, it's a
formulate a
self-defeating
narrative.
argument.
You can do
Pointing
this
out that his
infinite regress there to everything.
that yes, there is. His argument is self-defeating.
No, yours is.
Yeah. Nuh-uh, you are. I know you are, but what am I? It's a self-defeating argument, and I pointed it out at the time.
So, I'm sorry, but you misinterpreting the argument and strawmanning as this
It
loop
isn't
that you just
strawmanning
did
it.
with the other guy. That's not what happens. That's not how it
Isn't
works.
strawmanning it. How did I strawman it?
It is because
What
you're
part?
pretending that we're applying
How did
it
I
like this
strawman it?
when we're not.
Be specific.
So
How did I
we apply
strawman
it
it?
with epistemic standards that you don't agree with.
How did I strawman it?
Because we're not looping the same question over and over again. We're certain to
I asked
99% about
I
things,
looped
and we
it.
don't need
I
to.
looped it. I asked the question.
So, how about this? I
To
am
point
certain
out
of
the absurdity of the
99%.
statement.
How about this? Let me fix your problem here. I'm going to demonstrate. I
There
am
is no
certain to
fucking problem.
99% of
The
something.
only way you can fix it, Storm, is to drop the 98% certainty and say, I am 100% certain that this is the cause and effect relationship. That's the only way to get out of it.
Maybe if you would
Yes.
listen to me and let me make my argument,
Maybe if you shut up and
don't
start
have an
listening to
argument,
India,
can't
you might
fix
learn
it.
something.
So you don't want me to provide an alternative?
You can't fix
There
that
isn't
logic,
one.
dude.
Well, of course there isn't one because you won't let me say it. But there is one that I could say if you would let me say it.
Oh, let's hear that.
Okay, enlighten us with your stupidity. This will be entertaining.
Okay.
Fuck,
I
we got
am
2 minutes.
99% sure about these facts about reality, and I am 100% sure about being 99% sure about these facts about
Yeah,
reality.
but he didn't say that.
It is fixed.
That's not what he said.
But that's not what he did. He said he made a universal claim that he can't be certain about anything, including the statement
He
that
is
he can't
he.
be.
Am I he?
I'm talking about Blitz, including the statement that includes the statement
Yes, and
that
I'm not
I
talking
can't
about
be.
Blitz.
Why are you interrupting me? That includes the statement that he can't be uncertain about. He can't be certain about anything. He said he can't be certain of that statement. So there's a situation where even though he says, "Hey, I can't be certain of that," he's certain that he's uncertain of that. You understand? It ends
Okay,
up either a contradiction or if it regresses to zero.
Okay, and?
It's a self-defeating argument.
No, it's just his framework that is different to yours and mine.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a framework. His framework is, I'm
No,
a
it's a
fucking coward,
framework
and I don't
where
want to take a
he
position.
is open to being wrong if new information challenges what he believes as true.
He doesn't believe anything is true. He doesn't believe in truth. That's what you're not getting.
That is how you interpret it.
No, he said I don't believe in truth. He says Nothing can be proven. He said, I'll only say that I'm confident in things. Stop telling me what my interpretation shit is. You're like, all of a sudden, even though I was the one in the fucking debate talking to the person, you're the fucking whisperer of Indio and fucking Dr. Blitz. And you're going to tell us what we fucking really meant. The fucking arrogance of you guys is off the fucking chart.
But yours isn't?
No. I'm talking about a conversation I was fucking in, douche nozzle.
He was in the fucking debate, you dumbass.
And you're going to tell me what he meant.
He was yanking your chain a lot in that debate from what I saw.
That's because you're a fucking retard.
Just be nice to each other. Damn.
I'm nice to honest people.
I'm alright. I'd be very careful considering you're a copy-paste clown.
What's wrong with that?
Well, to be honest, you're not the first person today that's copy-pasted the exact same shit in the side chat. The only one you missed was go climb a tree. And if I look, it's probably there anyways. Like, seriously.
What the fuck does go climb a tree have to do with any of this?
Well, that proves
What's that
COVID.
gonna
Haven't you
do?
read the stupid shit on the internet?
Yeah, a lot of it's flat Earth related.
Well, if it's not curved, what shape is it?
Not flat.
If it's not curved, what shape is it? I didn't ask what it's not.
Oh.
Spherical.
Well, it is curved.
No. If it is not curved, what is it?
Square.
Could be any shape if the shape isn't curved. But the shape is curved, therefore it's a curved shape.
Fuck off, clown shoes. We've just established I've got an item in my hand. It is not curved. What shape is it?
Rectangle.
Excellent! So, when you said before it is not flat, this is now false.
No, that makes no sense.
Rectangles are not flat. A two-dimensional fucking shape. Flat. Long side, short side. Really? So why did you copy paste all that shit? Yeah, don't carry on with that stuff, mate. You'll get booted pretty quick, smart. They're low tolerance for dumbasses. Why did you copy paste all this shit about pointing to the sky? You know, pointing to the sky ain't gonna prove a thing. Well, not near.
You were only asking for ways to debunk flat Earth.
And how do you believe pointing to the sky will debunk anything?
Because you have to observe everything around you and not just the thing you're standing on.
Excellent. So, if I go outside and point to the sun, what the fuck has that got to do with the shape of the ground? I might as well point to an aeroplane or a flock of birds flying over. It has absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Well, if you're simple-minded about it.
So how does pointing to the sun prove the shape of the ground?
Because the universe is a lot bigger than the ground you're standing on. And all these elements all together.
How is... That's claims you've got to back.
The story?
Yeah, one part of the story is the ground being curved or not curved. So how is you pointing to the sun saying the universe is bigger, how does that establish what the ground is?
Because the way the ground reacts to the universe around it.
How it reacts to the universe around. So what? The universe is like a bottle of acid, and you're going to tip it down, and it's going to melt the fuck out of everything.
All you guys do is like...
No, all you've got is just dumbass statements.
And
at the moment, you've given absolutely nothing.
It seems like
it's like you're a whole level of Dunning-Kruger that we haven't come across before.
God, you guys are Dunning-Kruger in a box. I swear, man.
Listen to what you've
Look,
just told us. You're telling
yelling
me
again.
that no, I'm not yelling. This is just normal everyday fucking talking, bro.
You're angry because I brought.
I'm not angry. I'm highly
science.
disappointed with the IQ level of the person I'm supposed to be conversing with. I've kicked doormats that are fucking smarter than you. Seriously, bro. Excellent. So now you know how disappointed I am. At the moment, you've given me the Earth is a globe because I've pointed to the sun and the universe is bigger. That's what you've given me. Like, seriously, are purple crayons your favourite flavours or not?
That's abusive behavior, and I'm not gonna actually have anything to do with it. If you want to talk like a man, not like an asshole. So right now you're talking.
Well,
like a little
stop
kid.
being a fucking idiot then. How are you going to establish the shape of the ground? You'd measure the bastard.
Condescending asshole.
Stop being a fucking child then, and I'll stop treating you like one.
No,
How
you're being
is pointing to the sun going to establish what shape the ground is?
I don't know. You tell me, man.
The correct answer is it's not.
Yes, it is.
So it's probably best you point to the ground so we can converse about the ground as opposed to random shit in the sky.
How about you don't dismiss everything else about the world other than what you can see?
Well, so I'm just dismissing the sun. I'm dismissing the
all
sun
of
because I can see it. Enlighten me.
dismissing all
What
of
science? What science are you going to present to us that proves the shape of the ground?
Tons. There's so much evidence, and you're dismissing it all.
Excellent. Present it. Present something. Post it in side chat.
I did. And
What
who
have you
cares if I
presented?
fucking-
You've
who
presented
cares
no
if I had to-
science.
Who cares if I had to copy paste it?
So what science have you presented?
You want me to write a book for you?
No, I want you to post it in side chat. What science have you presented?
Tons. Read it. Did you read it?
Tons.
Or are you just mad because it was copy paste?
No, I'd like to know what science you've presented, and I can't find any science.
You can't find any science at all.
So what do we got? Number 1, Earth's shadow on the moon. That's not science. That's an observation of something in the sky, not related to the ground. Number 2,
Earth's
ships
shadow.
disappearing over the horizon. So what you're claiming within that is the horizon is a dedicated, hard position. No, listen carefully. This is your shit. You have to pull me up and translate if I fuck it up. If I'm not steel manning you correctly, just pull me up at any time. So number 2, ships disappearing over the horizon.
Heart attack. You
I'm
give
not.
yourself a stroke, man. Calm down.
The only thing you're stroking is your fucking body parts. Ships disappearing over the horizon. Are you claiming the horizon is a fixed position based upon your elevation? Yes or no?
I'll let you think about it.
It's your claim. If you don't answer, I dismiss it and I fuck off to the next one.
That's how you treat.
Excellent. Number 3. Eratosthenes' measurement, ancient and repeatable. No, that was an assumption. Next one. Different star constellations by hemisphere. Yet again, pointing to the sky does not prove anything about the shape of the ground. Number 5. Gravity and planetary formation. Let me check this out. Things going down. Yep, that went down. My table is flat. Obviously, gravity doesn't prove anything about balls. Planetary formation. Yet again, pointing to the sky. Wishes and dreams.
Oversimplified.
Excellent. Oh, it's simplified. Okay, unsimplify it. Which bit was simplified? The gravity or the planetary formation?
I don't know. I don't know how to respond to people yelling.
I'm not yelling. I've told you that before. Stop being a dumbass. Which bit did you have oversimplified that you're offended by? Gravity or the planetary formation? Which bit are you having trouble with?
I don't respond to yelling.
All right, 5's out then. Number 6. High altitude and space evidence. Oh. Well, what high altitude evidence have you got?
It's out there. You can find it.
None. Okay then. Number 7. Time zones, sunsets, and flight paths. Well, flight paths, flying from point A to point B, proves absolutely nothing.
Why are you so angry about it? Jesus.
I'm not angry. I'm waiting for you to say, that steel man is incorrect.
Hey, destroying your fucking claims. This is hilarious.
Go
Dude,
for
this
it.
is
Time
so
zones.
funny.
Time zones are political. Sunsets. Oh, they're pretty to watch. Yet again, looking up into the sky proves absolutely nothing.
That's one way to just discredit it with one sentence that's being recycled. So much deeper than that.
Well, oh, it's deeper. Please add some depth to it.
Hang out outside, touch some fucking grass.
Sounds like you've been smoking grass. You've
Sounds
touched
like
too much, bro.
Sounds
Anyways,
like I can see.
so obviously, me going outside and touching grass is going to prove that sunsets prove the shape of the ground. If the Earth was flat, would the sun be able to set? That's a question, bro. It was aimed at you.
No, it shouldn't. Actually.
Excellent. You wouldn't believe this. A little while ago, a whole pile of these clowns went down to Antarctica, and the sun didn't set for like 3 days.
Well, that's simple.
Looks like the Earth is flat. Sucks to be you. Number 8, Foucault pendulum and Coriolis effect. Ooh. Foucault pendulums are powered. You know that, don't you?
Did you know that the sun does
You
set
do-
in Antarctica,
you
but
do
it sets
know
for like
that,
90
don't
days?
you?
Did you know that the sun does set in Antarctica, but it sets for 90 days?
Yeah, but they witnessed it not setting. You just said if it was flat, it wouldn't set.
I've witnessed
They
it.
witnessed
I've
it not
witnessed
setting.
it setting and not setting.
Oh
I've
well,
witnessed
so
days of like days of
you're not
dark,
helping.
dark
You're not helping your cause, bro. You're not helping
days of
yourself. You know
days.
that. You're
Do
not
you
helping
guys-
yourself.
You
I'm
guys
just
also
telling you.
know that Antarctica is one of the flattest regions in the world. You know that?
I knew that. I knew that. He doesn't.
Do you know that, sir? Antarctica is like really, really flat.
It's evading the point of why the sun doesn't set in Antarctica for so long.
Well, it doesn't
It's
set.
the spot.
You
it's the
said.
spot of the globe that
You said if it was flat, it wouldn't set, and I just pointed out that it didn't set.
No.
What do you mean? This is recorded. We can play it back to you if you like.
Yeah, your position on the globe would fucking affect the day night cycle. It could absolutely.
Do you
that's
do you know
because the
the
sun
south?
moves.
Do you know the South Pole is called? It has a region called the Antarctic Plateau. It's called the Great Antarctic Plateau, right? And it's over 1,000 miles in diameter. You know that? And plateaus are
But
flat.
nobody knows everything except for some people that act like they do.
Well, anyways, I'm going
I'm
to
at
finish
least
breaking
humble
his
enough to
stupidity.
admit that I don't know it.
Cop this. His last bit was bottom line. Every single observation from naked eye astronomy to modern technology.
You skipped pendulums.
No, I didn't.
And the Coriolis effect.
Where's pendulums?
Number 8.
Foucault pendulum and Coriolis effect. Well, a little bit of trivia for your pendulums. They don't work if the ground moves.
Yeah, they do.
No, they fucking don't.
The same way you can hold a cup of coffee in an airplane.
Actually, go and look it up. Hey, bro, go and look it up. If the ground's moving, pendulums go out of whack.
No.
They don't keep their time properly. Seriously, I'm not fucking with you.
bullshit.
No, it's
Pick
not
up a
bullshit. Go and look it up.
pendulum and swing it.
Go and look it up. Don't fucking argue with me. I'm trying to save you some embarrassment.
Just pick
Anyways,
up
that one's out.
anything and
Bottom.
hang it.
Look, you're only hanging yourself. That's the fucking problem. I'm trying to save you from this.
Yeah.
Bottom
what
line.
happens if you hang yourself?
Can you
keep
shut up?
fucking going out of whack forever? You're gonna fucking settle
Bottom
down and
line.
stop moving.
Bottom line. Every single observation from naked eye astronomy to modern technology matches a spherical Earth. Okay. What modern technology do I have to observe proves or matches a spherical Earth? Please enlighten us. Very vague statement.
How about computer models?
Computer models. So if I make a model on a computer, therefore the Earth is now magically round.
No. But you make a model of all observations.
So if I make a model, of a hot dog on the computer, if I make a model of a hot dog on a computer, does that mean the fucking ground is a hot dog?
No.
So your models. Listen carefully. Your models on computers mean nothing.
Computer models.
What you've got to do, computer models don't do shit. I'll tell you why. You're making a model and you're trying to match it onto something. How about you go and measure the fucking outside first and then go and put that into the model? That'd be better.
You're too small to see the curve, dude. That's your problem.
Hang on a minute. Hold on a second, boys and girls. Did I read something back here? I'm too small to see the curve, but if I scroll back to number 2, ships disappear over the horizon. Which is it? Am I too big to see the curve? Am I too big to see the curve? Or am I too little to see the curve? What is it?
Which one is it?
Professional at arguing. That's all you are. I haven't learned anything from listening to you.
That's because you're retarded.
Because you're a fucking idiot, that's why. So tell me, is it too big or too small? Mr. Earthman?
So is this a flat Earth channel or a condescending prick channel?
Oh no, it's a slap fucking idiots channel. And you're on the ride.
Just crying.
So which is it?
Cooked.
I know, he's getting his argument, all his stupid copy-paste stuff is getting destroyed. Look, bro, please don't copy-paste dumb stuff. Feel free to ask questions, but just copy-pasting stupid shit that everyone else comes and does is a fail. That's why I'm having fun doing this. Everyone else will just sit back laughing. It's just cheap
It's
entertainment.
fucking hilarious, bro. I was on. It's all
stupid
stemmed
fucking
because you
funny.
said it was scientific evidence.
So it's not a question of science, it's a question of geometry. So if you wish to go and measure it, you're more than welcome to do so. If you do, please bring back your photos, videos, and all sorts of shit. We'll happily check them out. That's what we actually like that when people do it. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just copy-pasting dumb shit off the internet.
Actually flat
It's just a
earthers,
fail.
or-
It's
Let
measured
me
flat,
ask you
bro.
one thing. How much time do you guys spend on this?
On this?
Thing isn't
Oh, it
working.
depends what day it is.
Oh, really? Like, how
Like
much
today,
time
today
do you
I've
think
got
you've
about
spent
15
on
more
this?
minutes and I'll be going, but yeah.
But how much time total in your life do you think you've spent on this?
Spent on what? Doing
More
what?
than you've
Figuring out if
spent
Earth is flat.
researching your
Actually
beliefs.
flat earthers, or
Or yelling at other people for not believing your beliefs.
More than no, it
Not believing
stop.
your beliefs.
Just stop, dude. You're the only one here with
No, I'm
beliefs,
just
dude.
no, I'm serious. Like, how does it help you in life? Are you wasting it?
Why would I be wasting it?
Wouldn't it be better to go out and live? Who cares if the
I
Earth is
do
round or
live.
flat? That's one of the first
Apparently
questions I
you
asked
do.
when I came in here.
Yeah, who
You
are you
do.
to tell anyone how to live?
Yeah,
I'm
no
not.
shit,
I'm just
right?
saying that like one of the first questions I asked when I came in here is, does it really matter if the Earth is round or flat?
It matters to you.
Dude,
It matters
I
to
go
you.
and live my life, yeah. I've got 4 kids, a wife, I've owned my own businesses.
Well, I'm not going to
So,
discredit
hang on.
everything I've
But you know
learned
what?
in my
But
life.
you know what? I've spent a lot of time in here in my spare time, and I have learned more in here than I would ever thought, or I'd ever thought that I would learn in my life, including things that I never thought that I would learn about. And it's always good to continually learn.
Let me tell y'all something. I've been listening to
Well, you
y'all
know
for like
what?
the
I would
last
probably.
check this out.
Sorry,
I've been
bud.
listening to y'all for like the last 6 hours. And this is the best channel ever. I'm coming here every day. And I'm gonna hang out with y'all.
Sure.
It gets boring.
No, this is great.
Mansky's
What do
been
you
in here
think,
for 2
Dirty?
years trolling.
I haven't even been in here for a year.
I'll just crush motherfuckers in here, yo.
Okay. So I'm a ride. It obviously matters to you. You've incorporated the whole globe idea, cosmology, Big Bang, probably evolution and all that shit too. You've incorporated it into your entire identity. It is your identity.
Not really.
If the earth
I
was
only
flat,
thought
how would
about
you
I
feel,
only
bro?
thought about all this stuff today because of y'all.
If the earth was flat, how would you feel?
Wouldn't give a fuck.
You wouldn't give a fuck.
Not.
So why are you getting upset when I tell you all your things in that list
Oh,
are
I'm not
broken?
getting upset about that. I just don't like being yelled at.
You have
Oh,
an
I wasn't
You know,
yelling.
Dirty, about
entire
that, Dirty
view of
actually knows me,
reality.
dude. Matter of
Your
fact,
ent-
Dirty will tell you I've been extremely cool, but you know,
your
the way I've been
entire
talked to, like,
your entire view of reality is based upon a cosmology that A, you number one don't understand, and B, have no idea what the evidence for is.
I wouldn't say that.
I'm not saying anything that's what I just said is objectively true by any metric. You don't understand what the cosmic background radiation, why they say the universe is expanding, why they say stars are,
Yeah, I understand all of
light
that. You're
years away.
fucking
Oh,
crazy.
you do?
I know exactly what cosmic background radiation is.
Okay, what is it?
Cosmic background radiation is the
Tell me about the
fucking
cosmological axis of evil.
what?
The cosmological axis of evil, which is a result of the cosmic background radiation. Tell me about
Okay,
it.
that you got me on. But cosmic background radiation would be the point in which we can't see any further.
No. That would be the cosmological horizon.
Oh yeah, you got me. Yep, you got me on that. Okay,
So,
cosmological horizon. No, I'm
okay.
sorry, dude. You know what? No, for real, dude. Like, fuck.
Look, brother.
Look,
I know the globe model and the cosmology better than any fucking globe earther that you could ever bring in here. Regardless of his degree, status, I don't care. Bring anybody in here. I know more about it than they do. Okay? By far.
do you know why the Navy uses Earth's curvature in their ballistics calculations?
They don't. You just listen
they
to
do.
rumors, dude. No, they don't. No, they don't, dude. Look up the USS Iowa. You know what that is?
It's a battleship.
Yes, it's one of the old battleships from World War II with the 16-inch guns.
Mm-hmm.
You can throw a shell 30,000 meters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now they have firing tables. Nowhere in those firing tables do they account for Earth's curvature. You know why? Because the correction is smaller than the uncertainty of where that round would land in the first place. The way they actually fire shells is they have a forward, what do they call it? Forward fire controller that locks the shells in. Okay. They don't just fire the shells where they think the fucking
All right.
the thing is. So
You know,
like you're just parroting shit that you heard. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Your whole identity is based upon fiction.
It's not my whole identity.
Okay.
No,
My whole
It's your
identity is
I can I
far
can
from
vouch
that.
for this. I can vouch for my ninja. His identity is pretty solid. He's a straightforward guy.
No, his identity, his self-identity, dude. Understand where he thinks he is, where he is placed in the universe. His existential identity, dude.
Yeah, I think his
He's telling me that everything
identity
I've
is
learned in
straight.
school and everything that we know about the universe is false.
All you learned was a bunch of
The
stories.
Earth isn't moving. Stars are moving around the Earth. The Earth is flat.
Yep. Correct.
There is no fucking Earth shadow being cast on the moon. And when the moon goes in front of the
Correct.
sun, it's not the moon that you're seeing. If it's not the
Correct.
moon that moves in front of the sun during an eclipse, what the fuck is it? Is it
Correct.
somebody turning on a light bulb or turning off a light bulb?
Who
Like,
cares?
what the
We
fuck
know
is
the
it?
story that they're telling us is not correct.
Well, what are you seeing then? What is it?
It doesn't matter. We know that their story cannot be correct. It's a
Okay, so their
geometric
story
impossibility.
cannot be correct.
Yes, because it's a geometric
So
impossibility.
then now all of a sudden we erase all the science that we've known
There
throughout
is no science.
generations.
We're not talking about any science, dude.
There's tons of science that's being
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking
denied.
about. You're like your
You're
whole
denying it.
identity. You think that no, there
You're
is no
denying
science.
it with no
And tell me
replacement.
that you give me the science that I'm denying. Tell me exactly the science I'm denying.
The moon moving in front of the sun during
Okay,
a solar
what's
eclipse.
the science that supports? What's the science that supports that? That's
Yeah, it
the
is
claim.
science.
No, the claim is not the science. The science is the experiment. So give me the science. The experiment.
He still doesn't get it.
This is how far gone you are. You don't even realize you're this far gone.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You're so lost in the sauce, bro.
Okay, I'm lost in the sauce. You guys are right. The Earth is flat. And
Yeah,
God
like your
created
little gimmicks aren't gonna
So
work,
this is
dude.
God
You're just
versus
hoping.
How do they account for meteors or things that hit the Earth that come from
How
other
do they
places?
account for us being
How
able
do you
to
know they come from
calculate
outer
when a
space?
meteor is going to hit
Well, where do you
and
think
where it's going to hit?
meteors
Who
come
cares
from?
where I think they come from? You claim they come from outer space. Why would I think that?
I'm claiming that. Yeah, I'm asking you, where do you think they come from?
I
They
don't think
broke off
about
of
it.
the firmament.
I
Well,
don't make up
listen,
stories. I don't
I've-
make up stories to fill in gaps in my knowledge.
Well,
okay,
what's the firmament then?
so where does it come from?
Nobody
We
knows.
don't know, ding dong. Are you listening
Do you
or what
believe
the
in the
fuck?
firmament?
No. Firmament's just a description of what the sky looks like. It's not a thing. So now you're going to straw man flat Earth because you can't defend your shitty worldview.
So if it's flat Earth, what's on the bottom side of the Earth?
The bottom of what?
Of the Earth.
Well, if it's a disc, then what's on the bottom side?
So I'm a ride. I already told you earlier, an hour and a half ago, that we don't think the Earth is a disk in space. So you ignored that and just did it again.
No, I didn't. Because then I asked, where does it end and where does it begin?
Okay. Nobody thinks the Earth is a disk in space. Nobody thinks outer space is a thing. It's not in outer space.
Whoa.
Asking where the Earth is, what's it's inside, it's like asking what the universe is inside. There's nothing outside the Earth. There is no outside. That's fantasy.
Now that sounds like fantasy.
So, because I said your fantasy is fantasy, what I'm saying is fantasy.
Well, no.
You don't
in
have
fact,
anything to
there's nothing
support what
outside
you
of the
think is.
Earth?
No,
You
there's
have
nothing
anything to
outside the
support
Earth.
There's nothing outside the Earth.
No.
Then what blew up over Croatia?
Okay, why are you asking?
What's up
So
with all
you
these
notice how your
fireballs that have
evidence
been
is.
hitting us?
Notice how your evidence is. You
What is a
don't have an
meteor
alternate
shower?
story to my bullshit story.
Yes, I do. What is a meteor shower?
No, listen. The evidence for your story is that people don't have an alternate bullshit story. That doesn't make your story correct.
Well, meteor showers exist.
Okay, just
Meteor
because
impacts
they say
exist.
Spider-Man was created by getting bitten by a radioactive spider, and I don't have an alternate story to that, doesn't mean that that story's true.
Do dinosaurs exist?
In what sense?
Did they ever?
There's an idea of this thing. No.
Fossils?
Fossils exist. There's fossils of all sorts of shit.
Yeah, so fossils show that dinosaurs existed.
You think they have dinosaur bones, buddy?
Yes.
Okay. Well, they're not bone. You know that, right?
I've seen them.
They're not bones, dude.
What are they then?
Rocks.
What?
Dude, you're not this slow, are you? So
A
even
rock
fossils,
shaped like a T-Rex
fossils,
skull, really?
fossils are supposed to be mineralized bone, which is now
Yes.
rock. They're rocks, though.
But it was a bone. It was an animal.
How do you know that?
Because it's a skull with teeth.
Because it's a skull with teeth, dude. Really. That are all bone.
We have so many freaking animals.
But you don't have the skull and you don't have the teeth because it's bone. All the bone material is now rock.
Okay, so rocks just randomly appeared in the shape of a T-Rex skeleton?
No, no. They carved rock out of the ground.
So they
It said,
carved
look,
the
here's the
T-Rex
tooth.
skeletons.
Dude, tell me why they found
See, how many levels of science do you deny?
what science? You haven't presented any
Geology,
science.
geometry,
You're just
astrology,
brother,
astronomy?
you're just telling stories. You haven't said any science. You didn't even know why you even believe in dinosaurs. You thought they were bones.
They were bones.
How do you know that?
I know what a fossilized bone
How
is.
do you know that? How do you know that?
Because I've seen them. They've been
You
carbon dated.
bones. How do you know they were bones?
We found woolly mammoths with food still in their mouth, frozen.
Last time, I'm going to ask you before you get muted. How do you know they used to be bones?
Well, because we found flesh on one.
We found flesh on one. On a 47 million year old bone, there was flesh on it.
Yes, woolly mammoth frozen with food still in the mouth.
They're not. That's not a dinosaur.
Same era.
No, it's not the same era. They're fucking 47 million years apart.
Yeah, but that was a fossil.
Cool story.
It wasn't a fossil. Jesus Christ, it was a carcass.
God, dude, you are so like.
It was a frozen carcass.
You guys are
found
just
in the tundra of Siberia.
arguers. You just deny every single word that comes out somebody's mouth professionally.
You're just
to get views on YouTube.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
The issue you've got is you're telling us we deny science when what you're pushing forward is the bits that are claimed science are actually pseudoscience.
And the parts that are backed by science, like the existence of a woolly mammoth found in the permafrost in Siberia, you're getting it wrong. You don't even know what they fucking found. Or how old it is. You're just making shit up.
I know that we cloned a woolly mammoth.
Oh, Jesus fuck. Just go on fucking mute. You're a retard. God damn. Dude. Views on YouTube?
Shit.
You're going to get us all the views on YouTube, dude. You're like, holy shit, look at this fucking pinata. He's fucking getting smacked. I'm back to don't shoot me, please. For your fucking, which account is this? Count 9? Don't shoot me. Who you DMing with?
What's up, guys? New here. Just joined in.
Yeah, new
listening.
here.
I was to his whole fossil thing. He's not wrong about the woolly mammoths. They were during the same era. And
47 million years ago?
I get what you're saying about the dinosaur
There was
bones
no
being,
mammals. There was no mammals during dinosaurs.
I know that some people go into museums
There
thinking
was no
that the
mammals
dinosaur museums.
during dinosaurs.
No, I'm listen. Let me say it. What people think they go into museums and they're looking at actual dinosaur bones, not knowing those are all made somewhere. And we know that fossils.
Okay, who gives a shit? You said they were the same era. That's categorically fucking false.
Well, how could you say that when there were definitely during the same era?
Woolly mammoths and dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Okay, there was no mammals larger than a fucking field mouse when the dinosaurs were alive.
You think that there were humans and animals and dinosaurs alive at the same time?
Larger than a mouse when dinosaurs were alive, according to the modern paradigm. There was no woolly mammoths. They're not the same era. You're making shit up. What aggravates me is liars.
There's definitely shit found in tar, in those tar holes in California and shit
It's
like that.
great, not woolly mammoths.
They have mammoths in it. They have saber-toothed tigers. They have all sorts of.
But that's not the carcass. Okay, they found a woolly mammoth's carcass in the Siberian permafrost. It happened when I was a fucking teenager. It's not the same era. The woolly mammoth's like 10,000 years old. Dinosaurs are supposed to be 47 million years old. Not the same era. What's more alarming is you defending stupidity.
No, I was defending the guy. You're attacking him personally, talking about his life.
Who
I'm just
gives a
saying.
fuck? Are you his girlfriend?
No, I'm just. You seem very angry. The way you defend things is you just seem like you're denying and yelling.
What did I deny?
Dude, we asked about the meteors, and you were just mad about that. We asked about what
I
was in the
asked you a
bottom of
question.
the
Did you
earth.
answer it? I asked you a question about the meteors.
Yeah.
Did you answer it?
What was your question?
Oh, you didn't even hear it.
No, you were yelling.
I said, how do you know they came from space?
Because they fell from the sky.
So what? That doesn't mean they came from space. Things that fall from the sky don't ipso facto come from space.
So if it didn't fall from the sky, where do you think it fell from?
So why are you asking me a question? What's your evidence that it came from space?
I mean, I think that
This is like the 90th time today
freaking things
that I
collide
asked you
in the
guys for
sky,
evidence,
and then when
you
they
guys,
collide in the sky, then I think the fragments fall onto our planet.
Yeah, you think. What's the evidence that that's true?
They carbon date and they test these things and see what
They carbon date them.
Mm-hmm.
Meteors.
Yeah, they do. They test and see what
You
they're
heard
made
this
out
guy?
of and where they come from,
How does carbon dating work?
how much carbon monoxide, how much carbon's in him, how much whatever's in it.
Well, that's funny because they have to use the carbon on Earth as the scale. So if it came from space, how are they carbon dating it using the Earth carbon as a scale? Yeah, you done making shit up?
Yeah, I don't know how they do the carbon dating. I mean, you're probably right. It's probably based off our carbon.
Yeah. You don't know they came from space. It's a story you heard. I just think it's funny when I ask for evidence. What I hear is, "What else would it be?" As if that is evidence, or somehow me not having an alternate story is evidence that your story is correct. It's not evidence your story is correct.
What about planets colliding with each other, crashing,
Oh
and
my!
creating other
Who's ever
things?
seen that? When was that observed?
That one planet that was between Mars and Venus, or
Who saw that?
where the orbs are. What do you call it?
Yeah, who saw that?
The meteor orbs that
Who
surround.
saw that?
This happened millions of years ago.
Oh, so nobody.
Yeah, I guess nobody.
So how do you know it happened?
Well, these are all hypotheses, just like your hypothesis of Earth being flat.
Oh, that's not a hypothesis. We observed that. We observed
And
it,
measured.
we observed it 1,000,000 years ago, and we observe it tomorrow.
So one more question. So what you answer my question? I tried to answer yours as best as I could. What's under? If it's flat, what's
The
under
Earth
it?
is not a disk where there's something that's under it. It's not
Okay.
in a vacuum. It's not in
What
a
is
larger
this?
space. There's nothing outside the Earth. There is no going under.
So is that why you think that that there's no edge and that the government protects the edges, doesn't allow people near them?
Nobody thinks the government protects the edges. No one thinks like anything about an edge. That's you guys' bullshit. You guys make up in your own head.
Well, okay. Well, what's on? Is there an edge then? If it's flat?
No, there's no edge. Edge doesn't mean anything when you're not inside of something. You understand? There's something called an embedding space. Within the embedding space, there would be an object embedded. Earth is the embedding space. It's not within something. It is the space from which everything is embedded. Everything is within the Earth, not outside of it. There is no underneath. There's no going outside. There's no. That's it.
So I'm not here to offend you or anything. I'm just trying to question you. So does that mean that we're more of like a program inside of a simulation program
Oh
like
my
thing?
Jesus fucking Christ! Anything but a flat Earth.
Anything,
Simulation
please.
theory.
Anything but a
Concave
fucking
Earth.
flat Earth for
Hollow
real.
Earth.
I
Globe Earth.
don't,
Anything but flat Earth.
I'd rather
No.
listen to you talk about hollow Earth than flat Earth, to be honest.
Of course.
I like the hollow
Anything but
Earth
flat
theory.
Earth.
Well, it just sounds like you're
Anything.
talking about a program. Like if there's no outside of it, there's no inside of it, there's no nothing, there's no edge.
What?
It sounds like it's a simulation to me.
Yeah, that's because you're Dunning Kruger and have the IQ of a fucking turnip.
Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just denying your truth.
It's not my truth. What's
Well,
outside the universe?
I would suppose God.
So, what's outside of God?
I would suppose his daddy,
What's outside of God's daddy?
his mommy.
What's outside the mommy?
Are you on YouTube?
Yeah, you see the infinite regression? See how
Okay,
silly it is?
yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
quantum
So
entering the
I'm
quantum
demonstrating
inside
that
of
your
the inside.
question of what's outside, what's underneath, in that like you think that it's some bizarre idea. No, they were concerned about these ideas 2,000 years ago. It's famous by Zeno's paradox. What is the boundary of reality? Like? Is it contained within something? Is it not within something? These are
Okay.
age-old philosophical questions that nobody has the answer for.
No, and I think it's good to question everything and anything. I'm not bashing you for that. I'm actually not
Nobody has
even.
the answer for these questions.
Yeah, I can. I
Well,
mean, I
okay. Do
I
you
can
think
agree.
someone knows whether the all of reality has a boundary or no boundary?
No, I don't think anyone knows that.
Okay, and that's what I'm telling you. The Earth doesn't have a boundary. There's no boundary, but there's also not no boundary. And because of the way we think as human beings, we try to put stuff in this like dichotomy. Okay, but that's a failing of our human mind. Has nothing to do with reality because reality doesn't have to confirm with what we can understand its concepts.
Right.
Earth is not inside of something.
I think we
There's
need
no
to
in. It's like even if you had a computer, like say the reality was a simulation. Say if you were in the simulation yourself and someone said, "Hey, where's the edge?" What would that even mean from within a computer simulation?
I would say it's at the end of a gun. It'd be suicide. That'd be the edge.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that I often say that that's the only way out of here. That's the
Yeah,
only way you're going to find an end to the Earth
I'm
is
not
to end
saying
to your
that's a
life.
good thing. I'm not saying that's what you should do. I actually don't think anyone should do that. I'm just thinking, technically that's the end to it.
What the hell does any of this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
I mean,
We fell
you
down
don't
a
want to
rabbit
talk about
hole.
that.
But yeah, I mean, flat Earth. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I delved into that like 5, 6 years ago and thought it was an interesting idea or thought,
Not an
especially.
idea. Well, that's where you got fucked up. You thought it was an idea. It's not an idea.
Well, I'm not judging you by that. I'm just saying. I'm just
Doesn't
speaking.
matter whether you're judging me or not. It's not an idea. We
Ah,
all of us, you, me, your mom's mom, your mom's great grandma, your great 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 grandma, Barrington, me,
keep
fucking
Doris
Matrix,
out of this. She's a great woman.
all of us, and everybody that's ever lived has observed with their eyes, with their senses, the Earth to be flat and motionless. That's not an idea.
It looked pretty curvy when I was skydiving.
That's bullshit. You're lying.
I swear to God, it looked curvy when I
You're
was
lying.
skydiving.
Why would you lie?
I'm telling you, it looked.
It's nowhere near high enough, even if the Earth was a globe. You're just lying. Why?
I'm
This is what
not
I don't
lying,
understand
dude.
about you guys, is why you come and say, I saw a curve from a plane. I saw a curve skydiving. I saw a curve from the top of a mountain. It's just a lie. Why? I don't get it, dude. That's one of the things I really don't get. Especially the lying about, I saw a curve from a plane. It's just a blatant fucking lie.
So I'm gonna assume you don't believe in the moon landing either.
It's irrelevant. Don't change the subject, dude.
Just because if you're on the moon, you can see Earth and it looks round from there.
How do you know that?
I don't believe in the moon landing. I'm just saying, like, if you were on the moon, wouldn't it look
Yeah.
round?
So that's an idea. You know, how you said flat Earth is an idea. No, what you just said is an idea. See how that works? See how we can go out? I can go to the ocean. I can observe a flat Earth. I can go on top of a mountain or in a plane, and I can observe a flat Earth. I can just sit there sipping Mai Tais and demonstrate the Earth is motionless. And I can just experience these through reality, through perception and senses. I can just say, hey, dude, this is the way the world is. It's exactly the way it presents itself.
So in 30 seconds, explain it to me.
That the world is exactly the way it presents itself. It's not an optical illusion.
Okay, it's not moving and it's not chasing the sun, and it's not being
No.
pulled by the sun's gravity.
No. What's the evidence for that? Have you ever asked yourself, what's the evidence for that?
I'm thinking right now. I'm trying to think of this. What about how the constellations change and how how the Earth spins on its axis and how we see different star formations throughout different times of the year? How about that?
What about it?
How do you explain the movement of the sun, of the stars?
How do you explain that the Earth matches flat?
That's what I'm wondering. If the Earth were flat,
Who
technically the
cares about all
stars.
those things?
No, I'm just
Who
saying
cares?
technically the stars would stay like where they were and they wouldn't move. But
As who?
and since the Earth moves, you see different stars through different
Yeah, that's
periods.
the
In the
claim.
summertime, in the wintertime, you see
Yeah,
different
that's the
stars.
claim. That's the idea. It's not what you experience. You see the stars move. You see the sun move.
Yeah,
You see the
technically I've
moon
seen
move.
during the summertime I see the Big Dipper in a certain angle, and then during the
Yeah.
winter time I'll see the Big Dipper kind of on a different part of the sky, moved, almost like turned slightly.
Yeah.
Not massively, just like a slight difference.
Yeah, exactly.
So did the stars move or did I move?
The stars moved.
Hmm.
Why can't it just be the way it is? Why does it got to be something special? Why does it got to be different? Why do you got to add shit to it? Why can't it just be the Earth looks flat because it is flat? The Earth seems like it's not moving because it's just not moving. For some reason, that seems absurd to people. And for some other reason, it seems absurd that, hey, the Earth looks flat because it's actually a giant ball. That seems to make sense to them. When it's contrary to frickin' all logic, common sense, just basic reasoning. When you start from the premise, hey, dude, the whole world's an optical illusion. Why would you think that? Everything else, we see it because it's there. A flat Earth? Nah, dude, that's an optical illusion.
Are we getting into brain in a jar territory with him, Indio?
Nah, I don't think we're that far down the rabbit hole yet. We had some other doofus trying to defend. He's still in here. Trying to defend Dr.
Yeah,
Bliss.
I heard that other doofus. That guy was a special breed of nutcase.
Everybody thinks it's crazy till they have the courage to investigate for themselves. That's what we were programmed. Programmed to emotionally reject even the concept that reality could be what we observe it to be. Isn't that wild?
And I always love how they have that gusto. Like, boy, they're gonna show up Indio or whoever. He was just gonna show up Indio. And now he's just gone.
I mean, that's what keeps people from being able to learn. That going ego, and it's kind of funny if you really think about it, because you know it takes a bit of ego to be able to say, well, I think the rest of the world might, doing things wrong, might be incorrect, you know, and you got to let go of your ego to learn it, but then you got to have, you know, belief and just being honest and looking at the evidence. The first step, you can't expect to learn the truth if you haven't learned to be truthful with yourself.
Yeah, in my experience, most people have a difficult time separating an observation from what they think. So to them, it's as if their mind observed something, even though it's not actually an observation. And that's what makes this really hard, because then you first have to crack through that, and then they feel stupid. And like you say, you can't set that aside and say, well, everybody's stupid from time to time. Let me just hear what these people have to say. I may agree or disagree with them, but let me just listen a bit.
Humility, man. All about being humble, having humility, and you can't. And this is a big conversation, and people think, this is something I've looked into for years, and people think they can just come in here. You know, it takes a little bit of work to even have the conversation.
Or the other key, I look at it a bit selfish, that if somebody's talking about an issue and I think they sincerely hold it, I want to find out what the hell is it that they might possibly know. And so I've always wanted to go and hear, especially those who say that, the rest of the world is wrong and what we know here is correct. Oftentimes you walk away, maybe not with the same understanding that they have, but most of the time you walk away with some updated understanding of something. And that's the thing that I can't fathom with the GT, is the GT comes in claiming they know everything there is to know. And then just on slight examination, not even strict examination, but on slight examination, they just fall apart and disappear.
Yep. I mean, it's at least almost everyone I've ever talked to about the subject, it's it's gonna be, very abrasive at first just to come across it, because what we've been taught, and it's sometimes you gotta set it down and come back later when the emotions have settled over the matter. But like you were talking about, it's you it blows my mind when people don't have that curiosity about, well, what are these people trying to say? What do they have here to support what they're trying to say? When people don't even have that curiosity, it yeah, I don't understand that. And and like Mark Twain said, if you ever find yourself on the side of the majority, it is time to pause and reflect.
Yeah. And the other thing I love about the GP is they expect replacement theology. So my favorite thing is, they were giving thalidomide to pregnant mothers, and it was ever dubious the mother ever needed them. But at the end of it, there was no replacement theology. They just figured out this ain't good, and they stopped it. And so I find it really interesting that they can't even consider something till they have a replacement theology that they can kind of plug and play. And oh, that sounds good to me. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, I like that idea of hollow earth. Yeah, that sounds really cool. Actually, I'd love to talk about that.
You know what that tells you? That tells you that they're afraid of being in limbo. They're afraid of not knowing, admitting to self that they do not know.
100%. 100%. That's the key. Is they can't admit that they don't know everything.
I gotta step away for a couple minutes here. I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get out of here myself. Have a good night.
You too, man. Good chatting.
Well, I told him have a good night. I guess I should have said have a good morning.
And the last few hours were amazing.
Damn, I missed most of it.
YouTube.
Woke up around 3. India was going at it.
Oh, fuck, it was awesome.
Fuck.
I love his high pitched voice when he's mimicking them. It cracks me up every time.
Yeah, incidental castrato moments. Or intermittent castrato. Yeah. Has Storm been in timeout? Should we unleash him?
Might as well.
Fuck him. I mean, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's get a round 2 of bullshit.
Let me put my wading boots on real quick.
Oh, it's dead.
Is no one here?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's boring.
Yeah, I guess no one's here.
Go to the one
But
below
hey,
it.
at least we're graced upon the profile Flat Earth Batman.
Flat Earth Batman.
We're going to the firmament.
Let's just learn about
Nigga,
God.
I'm already in the fucking firmament.
Learn about God. You guys want to do that one?
Learn about God. Where's that one?
The one right below it.
That one was dead too.
Yo, wait, Flat
No.
Earth Batman.
Oh, Flat Earth Batman.
Yo, Flat Earth Batman.
What do you need to know?
What?
What do you need to know? I'll teach you.
What about what?
Hey,
Anything
it's a
you like.
flat Earth channel, dumbass. What do you think?
Oh, my bad. I want. It's round, dude.
Yeah, can you prove it?
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
You're just saying it. Now go ahead.
Oh,
Prove
oh,
it.
he just said no, you can't. So now you can't.
I can't. My fault,
I
man.
can. I can. Without a doubt, I can.
Then do it.
Do it. Why would I have to?
Because I want to see that you can do it.
All right, then just click on my profile, go to my YouTube channel, and have a look.
Oh
There's
no, he's
videos
gonna.
that I've personally
Where's
taken.
the
All right,
channel?
I'm done.
Where's
Bro,
the
you'll get
YouTube
all.
channel?
He's gonna get all that ad revenue.
He just
No,
wants
I've got
money.
no ads on my. I've got no ads on my channel. I'm not interested.
Which video? Which video?
Cliffhanger wall, fathead racing. There.
Let's see.
Where's the flat Earth?
Oh, I used to be in that server. Server's fun.
Funny face.
Huh? I didn't hear what you said.
Rylan.
His mic sucks.
Rylan, we are going to the firmament.
I am.
Can you prove that?
That was pretty funny.
Can you prove that?
Oh my god.
Can you prove that? Yo, boo.
All right, let's go to U.S. politics.
Hello, fellas slash females. Hello? Allahu Akbar. Never confuse education with intelligence. You can have a pretty huge dick and still be an idiot. Or nah. Flat, 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 big pepper, man.
Oh, hello everyone. Just saw that I'm unmuted. Interesting. Guess it takes silence here to get me unmuted.
Damn, I just so you guys are flat earthers.
Oh, I'm not one, that's for sure.
Finally a reasonable person because I feel like I'm gonna lose my mind.
Actually, you're gonna say that I'm reasonable, but then as soon as you know that I'm atheist, I'm no longer reasonable because you're Christian for life, right?
No, that's also reasonable. That's also based.
Okay, so you find it reasonable for me to be non-Christian and atheist. Interesting.
Yes.
Maybe you are one of the
it's
few
just
reasonable
faith.
Christians out there.
You either believe or you don't believe. It's just faith, you know, at the end of the day. Thought you were gonna say I said you're reasonable because I have a cognitive bias. Because, you know, we agree on the same thing.
Not sure. You might have to repeat that because I wasn't really paying attention.
I said I thought that you were gonna say I agreed with you because I have a cognitive bias.
Well, a lot of Christians fall into cognitive biases, not gonna lie, so do Muslims and religious people. I'm not going to say that every single theist on the planet is under that because I haven't met every single theist, and maybe there are ones that are less biased. So,
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but
to
that
my
would be what
experience,
if you said that that would have been a reasonable assumption. Quite, you know, to some degree.
yeah, I mean, the most theists that I've met, they literally just abandon logic for their special pleads, and it's kind of oof. But there are some that don't do that. I've met a few. Just that the majority really don't make it look good.
Yeah, for real. So what are you guys discussing in this side chat?
Dr. Copatine.
Oh yeah, finally.
Finally, what?
Finally, I have
Someone's
been
got proof of
unmuted.
curvature.
Finally, I have been unmuted, and I can speak to the loyal viewers of YouTube.com. Hi, loyal
YouTube.com.
viewers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. Hey, you got any proof of curvature while you're there?
No, because I believe that
Oh,
the
you're no
Earth
good to
is
me.
flat.
So you believe the Earth is flat. What brings you to said belief?
Because I have seen it, mother friend.
Because you have seen it. What bit did you see?
I've observed it to be flat. I've seen the whole of it. And also, even if I hadn't, through living, you can only ever experience the Earth as flat. You will never turn as if you're on a bastard ball. You'll never spin about. This is not the case. I have had a little fly and I've had a little look, and it's sort of really rather flat. And there is a spheroid firmament, of course. Missiles proved this. And so does your nan when she flies around, as she's known to do, God bless her.
Whose name?
Yours.
My nan passed away like 5 years ago, bro. Probably best you don't bring that up again.
Well, that's exactly what I meant when she flies away, as she's known.
Yep, we're just going to leave you right there. I think I understand why you were muted in the first place. Alright. Do I really want to talk to him and wreck my dinner? That's what I'm left with now. Hey, 20, is this going to be worth my effort, or is he just going to keep carrying on just like that?
I like trains.
Looks like we missed the clown car, Timbo.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, expectations, as per usual.
I caught the tail end of some chaos this afternoon.
Oh, nice. Which one was it?
There was a few people in. That guy from this morning was back in, right?
That humanity idiot?
No, that guy. The guy before him, we actually ended up getting through to, but this afternoon he sounded like a moron.
Is that the I
McBooger or
swim
something?
McLovin? No.
No, it's I don't know. McGoober or something like that. We were talking to him this morning, remember? I think when you jumped in, I was talking to him early this morning, like 6 o'clock this morning.
Right.
And then he was in this afternoon again. And then there was that other guy who just kept on blabbering on. I caught Indio about maybe 2 hours of Indio. So
yeah. I copped in for a while. I was taking the piss out of all these shit in the side chat.
Yeah, I know. I heard you as well.
That was funny. I mean, I'm just cracking myself up. It was good.
He was a
dumbass
unit,
clones.
mate. Yeah. Well, that's all they were, right? I don't know how these people don't get it. They just don't get it. And it's explained to them simply, right? Like, I just think if I was talking to Indio and he said that to me, I'd go, okay, that makes sense, right? And these guys just go, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Well, even if it didn't make sense, you'd go, hold on, bro, that bit there, I don't understand that. Oh, not a
Yeah,
problem.
can you
Maybe I've worded
elaborate?
it incorrectly or some shit like that. But they just, nah.
No. Earth's a
Oh,
globe
shit.
because of stars. Fucking hell, 10 times today. The Earth's moving because stars are moving. Earth's a globe because stars rotate. And what? I can understand.
Why don't you say
where
Earth's a
they're
globe
coming
because
from,
I
though.
like chicken sandwiches? You know, like it's got just as much fucking backing.
Yeah.
Fuck me dead.
Earth's a globe because of chicken sandwiches. Chicken sandwiches, therefore Earth's a globe.
That's right.
That's what they're doing.
It fits.
Fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
Dude. Yo. Yo. Can we stop barking or something?
Why not?
What did you say? Did you say meow or yo?
I said meow
Why?
because I like saying meow.
Really?
I like muting
Why?
people too, but here we are.
What makes you say meow? What?
Lots of things.
Because he's a furry like bloody McToon.
No, I'm not.
So there's no necessity for you to meow.
Just a pussy.
Just the standard
I didn't want to say that.
expression. I'm not the only human who says meow sometimes. Like, what?
You're the only one I've fucking heard. I don't think I've ever heard anyone in Australia say meow when greeting someone.
Australia isn't the whole world. Maybe you are in a place where the
They
culture.
say, what country am I going to where people will greet me with a meow?
Come to Quebec. There's a lot of people who meow here.
Where's it French, is it?
What's wrong with
Meow.
saying meow? Or yo?
Meow. Meow.
My cat is meowing, so I just say meow.
Do you
You're
believe
gonna
that
come
Earth's
off
a
some
globe?
fucking drugs, dude.
Believe the Earth's a
I
globe?
don't believe the Earth is a globe. I know the Earth is a globe, but of course that's another discussion.
Awesome. No, that's the discussion that I want. Meow. So how do you know the Earth's a globe?
Well, on my perspective, there is sufficient evidence that fit my epistemic standards. They probably don't fit your epistemic standards, but for
So
my
it's a
epistemic
belief.
standards, they fit them very perfectly fine.
So it's a
not
belief.
knowledge then. To know the Earth is a globe would say that you
What
have
does
knowledge.
epistemology deal with?
You have knowledge that the Earth is a globe, right?
According to the epistemic standards and the evidence, yes.
Now just speak English, dude. Who gives a fuck?
You've not presented any evidence, so your epistemology is just a belief system. You've been handed zero evidence to back up any claims of globe, and you just believe those stories.
That's
so if your
poisoning the well, my
epistemology is a
friend.
belief, you're a believer. Enjoy
Okay,
it. We're not going to fight you
poisoning
for it.
the well, my friend. So
That's not poisoning the well. That's what
yes.
you've given us.
Okay,
That's not poisoning the well.
I've been here for we've been in this discussion for 5 minutes, and I'm supposed to have presented all the evidence on every subject. Come on, man.
Okay, let's
why have I have not made a claim of you presenting every evidence of every subject? You're the one who's claiming that you have knowledge of curvature, of living on a ball. And then you started battling on about epistemology and shit because of my epistemological beliefs. Bro, you've got a belief system. Why not just be upfront about it? You believe you live on a ball because of, and that's where you fill in the blanks.
That's cute.
Go ahead.
I mean, I don't mind having a discussion, but that's not how discussions work. If you're just going to say, you can't present any evidence.
So now you're coping about coping, and you've just fueled me up.
That, I mean,
so how about you present your beliefs?
Why are you so aggressive, bro?
No, it's just how
because I know what you're like. Timbo may not have crossed you before, but I know what you're like, and I just want to drill it out of you. What proofs have you got that you live on a ball, Tard?
I mean, the proofs that fit my.
Give us the knowledge. The knowledge we're after.
I mean, these are all pieces of evidence that you've all heard about.
Yep.
You've all read.
So, what knowledge have you got?
You know these things. You know these things.
What knowledge are you presenting?
To me, it's knowledge. To you, it's not.
Yeah. You keep saying you've got knowledge. We'd like to hear about it so we can know it's a ball too.
Yeah, but I mean, you're just trying to monopolize the thing and interrupt me when I.
No. You've made a claim that you have knowledge that you live on a ball. I would like you to present said knowledge so we can know that we live on a ball too. So present said knowledge.
Okay. So, knowledge according to. Ever heard of that?
I'm waiting for your evidence.
Well, my evidence, it fits my standards. It just doesn't fit yours.
Yeah, you've said that before. Stop repeating yourself. You sound silly.
If I post, let's say, Eratosthenes, I know you have an excuse for that. So it's pointless for me to.
You've got to validate the claims of Eratosthenes, as you called him. So, hey, perfect storm. Have it. Stop. Hold up a second.
There you go.
All you've got is a. Why are you still talking, dude? All you've got is a really cool story. You've got absolutely nothing to back up his claims.
We're not in the lab. We're on Discord. We're not in the lab. If you want,
I didn't say I was in a lab. Why are you telling me I'm in a lab? Oh, why are you saying I'm on Discord and not in a lab? Where have I mentioned anything about a laboratory? What the fuck are you talking about? You started rattling on about shit.
Discuss things, right?
As you can see, Timbo, complete fuckwit. This is why I like handling him. He won't answer anything. If you want to play with him, you're more than welcome to. But now you understand what you're going to be in for.
Yeah, I'm nearly home, and I'm going to grab the dogs and go for a walk. So I'll be back in 5 minutes, and then maybe I'll play with my food.
Oh, he's a melt. Everything is a duck and a weave. You press him for anything, and it'll just poison the well. I can't give you information because you won't accept it. Well, how about you give your information first? Here we go. And now he's coping in the side chat. Check it out. And there we go. Suppression of competing viewpoints. Well, you gave us Eratosthenes, and yet you're too stupid to understand all the assumptions in the Eratosthenes argument. And interestingly enough, when you look up the history of said fellow, there's fuck all information on him. Prior to the last 5 years, I'd never even heard of the man. Yes, we have listened to you before. We know how much you cope and you swim around in bullshit. Have a look how you started the conversation with your epistemology as opposed to, I know the Earth's a ball because of 1, 2, 3, and laying it down. It took us nearly 5 minutes to get you to mention Eratosthenes. So how about you lay your proof down, this knowledge? At the moment, you are a believer. You believe Eratosthenes did something. This is not knowledge, this is a belief system. So let's try again. What knowledge have you got?
Everything's a belief system to you, I guess.
Well, you're not Eratosthenes. So
see,
what knowledge are you going to put forward
you want me
so
to
we
present-
know we live on a ball?
You want me to present knowledge that requires...
We're happy for you to present anything.
There you go. See, I can't even speak one.
You haven't presented anything. You're talking
Yeah, because I
about not
can't speak a
presenting
sentence.
something.
I'll present something when you let me speak.
So present it.
To present something, first of all, we have to establish...
I'm not interested in your bullshit about presenting something. I just want you to step up to the plate and fucking do it. Just send it. Don't tell me how you're going to do it. Don't cry about you're not able to talk and all this bullshit. I just want you to lay it down.
I was here to have a discussion about these things, not post random stuff that you
lay your proofsies down.
See, you can't let anyone speak.
You left a gap for me to talk. Lay your evidence down. Go for it.
Pointless if you're not even going to listen.
Well, I'll show you what's pointless. Letting you talk at all. Like, seriously. If you're just going to sit there and go, nah, I can't lay evidence down, when a fucking moderator is telling you to do what you want to do, it just shows you're a fucking tard. I can't help you. You want to put your evidence down. You're being told to put your evidence down, and then you're crying about not putting your evidence down. I can't help you. There's nothing we can do for you. Seriously, bro, man, that is messed up. And what's this? Show me empirical evidence as if we're both together in a lab. Where the hell have I mentioned anything to do with a lab? Stop making shit up. This is why you have so much trouble comprehending what people are saying, because you don't bloody listen. No one's mentioned anything about a lab except for you. Making shit up again. Anyways, we got someone new. Dr. Xavier, welcome. Or not. You can talk to us. Howdy. G'day. You're pretty quiet there, dude.
So I'm just listening.
Oh, I don't know why you wouldn't listen. You've had multiple opportunities to speak multiple sentences, clown show. You had to just present your evidence. But no, you wanted to talk about everything else other than. You claim to have knowledge of living on a ball. That's all we want you to do, is put forward your knowledge so we can know this also. At the moment, you've given us, I believe Eratosthenes did something.
And surely he understands the difference between knowledge and evidence, right?
Well, you good to go?
Because evidence, you can just yeah, I'm fine, man.
Oh, Matt. Oh, I'm going to sit back and enjoy the show. He's all yours.
You there, mate?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. All right. So you said you had knowledge of living on a globe, right?
Okay. Yes. Do I need to present empirical evidence, or can I use argumentation to defend.
I was just well, what do you mean by knowledge? Like,
Well,
what's your definition of knowledge?
Here's something I can say that is
What's
knowledge.
what's the definition of knowledge?
It's a gnosis or something.
So it's to know something, right?
The gnosis. Facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education, the theoretical or practical understanding of a subject.
Can you post that in the chat?
Oh, yes, sure.
Yeah. Following that definition, what have you got?
Now, within the definition of the word prove and proof, it says to
No,
demonstrate.
knowledge.
Yeah. I posted that in the chat already. So can I move to the definition that I wanted to talk about originally? Because
I bet you start listening to what he asked for.
Is proof in knowledge, or?
I mean, how do you prove something is important, and I wanted to discuss something so that we can establish this fact. So I just wanted to establish a basic fact so that we can discuss appropriately without like having a go at each other in violence.
Yeah, that's fine. You can't get violent on the internet.
Yeah.
All right. So are we going to have to? Do we have to discuss proof then, or what?
Yes. Just a definition. I just want to establish that the definition of proof is to demonstrate the truth or about a fact by
any
either
evidence, information, or logical argument that establishes the truth, validity, or certainty of a fact. You agree with that?
By evidence or argument.
That's not in
Arguments
there.
are valid
Evidence
to prove
is
something. Just
sorry.
saying.
Evidence is
Argumentation
not.
is a valid way to prove something.
Yeah, evidence is not proof.
Proof is
Evidence goes
demonstrating the
towards
truth of a
proof.
fact.
Yes.
Demonstrating the truth of a fact by evidence or argument.
Okay, so you're saying proof and evidence are the same.
No.
Okay, so what's the difference between proof and evidence?
Proof demonstrates the truth of the fact through the evidence and or argument.
Okay, so through evidence. Okay, all right.
And
I can agree with that.
argument, not just evidence. And or argument.
No.
Or argument is valid.
Not just argument, because it's got to be a validated argument, right? Otherwise, you can argue anything and you're just going to call that evidence. You can't just say it's an argument. It's got to be a validated argument.
If the argument is valid, yes. If the argument is valid, then therefore it's sufficient to say that it proves something.
No, that would be okay. A validated argument would be evidence, not proof.
So, proof. The evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement, and to prove, demonstrating the truth or existence of something by evidence or argument. So, it's or argument. Evidence, and the proof itself is the evidence or argument that establishes the fact and or the truth of a statement.
Fact and validation, right? We agree.
Good. So that's just something that I needed to establish first.
Yeah, great.
So when it comes that I'm trying to make an argument about something, and then the person's like, "What's your evidence? What's your evidence?" Dude, can I make my argument?
Okay, go ahead.
It just derails the conversation.
So are you going to present proof or evidence?
I mean, it depends on how receptive you are. If you're receptive, we can discuss these things, and I can probably post a few things here and there that are related to what we're discussing and so on. See, there's a dynamic that we should follow here, right? So proper
because I'm confused because you said you had knowledge, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So knowledge of evidence or knowledge of the truth?
Knowledge of the truth would be a gray line.
Okay. Knowledge of evidence.
Yeah, and I have the understanding of the information on the subject that we're talking about, which is the globe, right?
Okay, so it's not. So I think you need to restate what you said before. Then you have knowledge of
Which is an
evidence that
understanding
you live
of,
on a globe. Okay,
which
don't
is an
interrupt me, dude. I'm not interrupting you. Okay.
got it.
You have knowledge of evidence that you live on a globe, right? Is that your correct statement?
Yes, understand.
Right.
I have an understanding and or information about subjects, and experience and study about the globe. So yes,
Of
either known by
evidence
one
of the
person
globe.
or by people generally.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I'm okay. I'm okay with that definition of knowledge.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can go ahead.
Yeah. What are you presenting?
Well, I mean, it depends. What are the subjects that you want to tackle that you have misconceptions about?
Yeah, sure. You said you had proof. You said you had knowledge of evidence that you live on a globe. So go. What's your strongest one?
I
Don't wait
mean,
for me.
hey, can you give me embed perms?
I'm not giving you it. Can I give you what?
So
In here,
I'm
I can't
supposed to
do anything.
embed evidence into the chat without the
Can't do
embed
anything in
perms
here.
to embed the
How
evidence into the chat.
how
Congratulations.
long have you been? How long have you been in politics?
Long enough.
Well, why haven't you got embedded perms?
I have no idea, and now my perms to text chat were just removed for some reason. Now I can't even post anything in the text chat.
I find that hard to believe. Man.
I mean, I can DM you a screenshot. I'm not in bad faith, my friend. Oh, now I just got unmuted from
It's
the.
because you're a level 2.
Okay.
Which means you're a numpty class, so there's no embed perms for you.
Uh-huh.
You can send it to either me or.
Okay, well.
Do I really need to say your new name
Here's
matrix?
one video I would like to discuss.
Okay.
It's a small short that someone released online. And,
Maybe don't send it to me
post
because
links. He can still post links. They won't just pop up as videos like for other people. That's all that happens.
It's not in link form. It's like directly on my computer. It's a computer file.
Right. So we're going to have a file sent to us that can't be validated or verified. Excellent. I'm quite happy to accept it and post it on your behalf. If it doesn't break TOS, I can post it.
And for the record, one single piece of evidence, one single video, that doesn't mean the whole thing. So it's a body of facts that will establish if
That's
Earth's
great. How about we look at the video
That's
first?
just one single thing.
We don't
so
need
one
your rhetoric
single
to go with
thing,
it.
There's excuses for one single thing all the time. But when we combine the observations and the facts together, that's where we get something a bit bigger.
Okay, fair enough.
So I'm not going to say that like this one piece of evidence, therefore globe. That's not how it goes. It's this piece of evidence.
But they need to relate to each other though, right?
Yeah, well, not necessarily. Even if they're on different
If they
subjects,
don't relate to
etc.
each other, then they stand on their own.
I mean, if they don't relate to each other, their observations. Let's say an observation from Paris doesn't necessarily need to be an observation from Australia. They don't need to relate like that because you can make an observation about volcanoes and an observation about, let's say, satellites. They're not satellites and volcanoes are not related, but both can give you information.
Then they would stand alone on their own argument, then, right? Then they would stand alone on their own argument because you're not relating anything to the argument. You're not adding anything to the other argument, so they stand alone.
Yes, it's the combination of these facts to have them work together.
If you present evidence on one subject, and then you present evidence on another subject, they stand alone on their own subjects, right?
To a degree, sure.
Yes. So just get on with it, dude. Starting to lose my patience.
I posted a video in your DMs already. Never been reposted.
Oh, did you send it to me?
Yes, I sent it
Or
to you.
I'm not very good at this. Okay. Kind of walking and discording at the same time. Right. All right, where are you? You just went somewhere. There we go. Okay. So, right, I'm just going to try and copy this link. And post it in the chat. No, that's not it. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you would have to download the file and post it.
Are you serious, dude?
It's a video file.
I think the "Are you serious" is to do with what the video file is showing.
Okay, so if
All right,
you
here.
don't like what it's
Post it for
showing,
everyone
or
else.
you're saying that doesn't fit anything or whatever, we can talk about
Oh,
the video as to
no,
what
now
is.
everyone else, just stop talking, dude. Oh, now everyone else can watch it. Let's all
Yes.
watch it together, and then you present what you're saying. Right? All right. So what are you saying here?
Well, just from the first frame, the reflections on the visor are very, very consistent with what I would expect from real footage, and
But
especially
don't worry about
when
the visor. Wouldn't we be talking about the curvature of the Earth?
What? We're talking about the video that I posted. Well, that
Yeah,
you
I know.
posted from. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
about this video. So first of all, key points that like pretty much show me that this would be very hard to fake. Just a glare in the visor. Then when he lifts it, you even see the person's face. Okay, the natural human movements that are being done there. You can see that they're actually in a zero gravity environment from how the objects are
No, you
displayed.
can't.
This
No, you
is
can't.
basically in space, pretty much. So
Sorry, dude. Sorry, dude. So,
Hmm?
so you posting a video
from the
of a
ISS.
guy who lifts a helmet and then goes to the curvature of the Earth. So this is from 250 miles up, right?
This should be the ISS if I recall correctly.
Yep. So do you see that? Did you see that last picture where it showed almost half of the Earth?
That's not half of the Earth. Just saying.
Okay, so it's a fisheye lens then.
Yes, there is a fisheye lens, of course. I won't deny that there's a fisheye lens being used.
Okay, so what are we showing then?
Well, the ISS is clearly an object that's floating in space.
Sorry, can you just restate your argument?
Hmm?
What's your argument with this video?
That the ISS is actually real and floating in space, therefore space is not fake. So I'm tackling that
Because you
argument.
saw it on TV.
Hmm?
Because you saw it on TV.
Oh,
How do you
because I
verify
saw it
that
on
this
TV.
video?
You think that that's just seeing it on TV? That's kind of a straw man, if you get what I mean.
Not a straw
So
man.
this is actual footage. I
It's not a
can
straw
clearly
man because
see
you
the
did see
footage.
it on TV,
Well,
right?
if you haven't seen it on the TV, you've seen it in person, so it's definitely not a straw man. Have you seen it in person?
No, it's still real
Well, there you
footage,
go.
right?
So you saw it on a screen, right?
Okay, sure. Yeah, I saw it on the
Sorry,
screen.
I'm a bit older, so I just call them TVs.
Like I said, my epistemic standard accepts footage as empirical evidence.
Okay, how do you verify that this footage is correct?
Well, I can look at the footage myself, and I can see that there is no discrepancy and nothing that would suggest that this has been altered, faked
How would
in
you know
any
if there's
way
a
or form.
discrepancy?
Because everything that's faked has discrepancies that we obviously see.
Incorrect. The way you'd know is you'd have to be there and actually seen it so you could know, oh, yes, that's definitely real because I've done that or been there. You have not done that or been there, so you've got no validation of what is true or false in this
Yeah, and
circumstance.
I'm not saying it's a fake video either. I'm saying you can make these videos.
Okay, sure.
And it can be a real video. It's just not depicting reality, right? You agree with that?
How is it not depicting reality?
No, I'm saying you can make these videos and it not depict reality, right?
Yeah, you can
agree?
make videos of things that don't depict reality.
Yeah. So what's to say that this isn't one of them?
Well, what's to say that this is
You just
fake
trust
in
me,
any
bro,
way?
right?
Like for instance, the detail of the graphics and the glare on the visor and the face that's being lifted there,
Yeah, have
it's
you ever watched
identical to
movies?
the graphics we see in reality. What
Have
my
you ever
eyes
watched
see when
video?
I'm
Have you
down the
ever
street
watched a
and looking
movie
at a
before?
face and the lights and everything. And
Hello?
when we
Have
fake
you
these
seen the
things,
movie Gravity?
Yeah, have
and
you ever
when we
watched a
fake
movie?
these things, when we try to fake these things, let's say for
No
a
one's
movie
saying it's
set,
fake.
etc., the
No,
light is
hey,
not
perfect.
consistent with
You're having a
that.
meltdown. No one said
I'm
it's
not having
fake.
a meltdown. I'm just speaking.
So
and making an
why are you strawmanning us? Nobody
I'm
has
not.
said it's fake. You are. Your straw man is assuming we said it's fake. We have not mentioned any fakeries yet.
Okay.
So why are you going off on a tangent, assuming we said it's fake? So
Because
just listen to
that's the
Timbo.
argument you're trying to make here. You're trying to make me believe
Timbo
that it's
Timbo hasn't said that.
thinking that is
Hey,
fake.
hey, Storm, shut up. Listen to the questions that Timbo asked. Answer them.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. All right. So the other thing in the video is curvature. So the other thing in the video is curvature, right? So you've already thrown that out because you said it's a fisheye lens.
So a fisheye lens means that a curving object will be not curving due to fisheye lens. Is that what you're saying?
No.
That is incorrect.
I know that that's
This guy.
incorrect. I'm asking you if you're saying that.
Did I say that?
So if you have a fisheye lens and a curved object, what happens?
Well, if it's in the lower half of the screen, it'll curve down more. And if it's in the upper half of the screen, it'll start to straighten out. Or if it's flat, it'll curve up the other way.
So it will curve up more or less depending on the angles and so on.
Depending on where the screen is, but that
due to
would
the fisheye
be
lens.
the screen.
But
that would be the lens of the camera. So
is
you can
the
always
originally
change.
curved object not curved?
Hey, if you interrupt me one more time, all right, before I finish my sentence, I'll fucking kick you before a doctor does, all right?
Yeah, here comes the threats now.
All right. So the problem is, right, on a screen, you can crop a screen and still make it look like it's in the bottom or the top half, but it's not the bottom or the top half of the lens. You agree with that?
Okay, and?
Yes. So, with a fisheye lens, can you make it look like it's above the halfway mark of the screen or below it?
Sure.
Yeah. And you would agree that in the lens, if it's below the halfway mark, it will curve down more. If it's above the halfway mark, it'll flatten out or curve upwards. Right? You agree with that?
Maybe.
Okay. So in this video, we can throw out the curvature. You're just claiming that.
No, because you're not listening to my side here. I have my questions for you that you won't answer, right?
Okay, go ahead then.
Okay. First of all, if an originally curved object is under a fisheye lens and curving more due to that, is the originally curved object not curved?
What?
It depends which way it bends. If it bends towards the existing curve, it will be exaggerated. If it bends the opposite way, you get a like a dual sine wave effect.
Okay, so is it possible to know exactly how much the fisheye lens itself is distorting the curvature of something, no matter
Not
where
really.
it is?
Well, you've accepted a fisheye lens, so you've got no proof that You can't substantiate
I'm not
anything.
done
You've got to
talking about
remove
fisheye
the.
lens.
Hey, Storm, you've got to remove the fisheye lens from the equation now in order to validate your pictures.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
If you change the position of that lens, it's going to make the surface look different, right?
So basically, I could just pretty much undo the curvature that is given by the fisheye lens by
Actually,
using
no.
the
You should throw your
value.
videos to the shithouse
Why can't I finish a sentence?
because you're a bumbling idiot and you don't know how to.
Or
So how are
maybe
you
because
gonna?
what's at the end of the sentence debunks your position?
Okay, so how are you going to work out what percentage it's
Can I
extra
finish my
curving,
sentence first?
and then reduce that? How are you
Can
going
I
to do
finish
that?
what I was saying before answering your question?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So again, I can remove the distortion of the fisheye lens.
How?
And I will still have a curvature. That means the
Okay,
object was
how?
originally curved. It's that
Okay,
simple.
how?
There are plenty of editing tools that allow you to take the value of the fisheye lens and remove it.
How do you know what they're using?
Excellent. Go and do it.
Except that those are your epistemic standards, not mine.
Do you know what percentage of the claimed size of the Earth you can see from the ISS?
I know it's a very small percentage. Yes.
It's like
I don't
2
know the
to
exact
3%,
number, but
right?
I know it's not like
I just told you it's 2 to 3%.
Yeah, 3%. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, 2 to 3%.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
In
So does that
basically
does that
200
image?
miles, we're basically seeing 200 miles over 26,000. Yes.
Yeah. So does that image look like
2,000 miles.
what you'd see from up there?
You would see clouds just like we see in this image. You would see pretty much some of the surface of the Earth. You would see the blackness of space. You would see the sun as well that you
No,
see
not
in the
wood.
video. Yep.
Would you
Plenty of-
expect to see what you saw in the video if you can see
Yes.
2 to 3% of the Earth?
Yes, no problem with that.
Okay. So that curvature that you see at the bottom is more than half of the Earth, right? So it's a fisheye lens. So how do you rectify the fisheye lens and show me the actual curvature of the Earth from the ISS with 2% of the Earth?
Well, see, you take that frame where you have a straight object, and the straight object is bending to the fisheye lens. So when doing your undistortion, you make sure that that straight object is no longer curved or bending, because you know that that object
What
is straight.
straight object?
And as
Because
soon as you've done that adjustment, well, then you see if the rest of the thing that you're looking at is still curving or not. And if it's still curving,
okay, so things
then the fisheye
closer
lens
in the
wasn't
camera.
making.
So in the fisheye lens, right, things closer to you don't curve as much as things that are further away. Do you agree with that?
That's probably possible, sure.
Yeah. So if the Earth behind it is 255 miles away, and what are you going to use to straighten in the foreground? Like the windowsill or what?
So don't fisheye lenses tell you, like, when you get the fisheye lens, don't you have like the information on the fisheye lens and how much exactly?
Excellent.
You
Give
don't
us the
have
information
you don't
then.
have the information, do you?
So basically, you take the value of the distortion that it gives, and
So what's the value then?
When you bring up the
What's the
image-
value then? Stop telling us about all these hypothetical things you can
depends on
do.
the fisheye lens.
Hey, Storm. We understand fisheye lenses have values. I'm an amateur photographer. What we want you to do, instead of telling us about these great hypotheticals, you can take these numbers, go and do it and see what happens.
Okay, have you done it?
You're the one
just
making the
told you.
claim. It's you that has to do this.
Yeah,
Again,
to me, you've got a flat
back
surface.
to-
You've got a fisheye lens, and the fisheye lens makes the flat surface look round,
Back to
right?
when I
Look
was
curved.
discussing the
Would you agree with that?
proof definitions. Okay, like I said, I'm here to present some valid argumentation, not
What you
ascribe
posted
to
was not a
your
valid argument.
demands of what you want me to do to prove it to myself.
No, okay, so what you
The
posted
evidence is
was not
enough for me. I don't
Hey,
need
dude.
more than this
Okay,
to
so
understand.
what you posted was not a valid argument. You posted a video with a guy who lifts up his visor, and then you say that's what I would expect in space. But you've got no experience of space to know what you'd expect in space. Right?
So I have no uncut video footage of amateur
No,
rocket
just
launches?
answer the question. You've got nothing to relate it to. You said this is what would happen in space. This
See,
is
that's
what I
what I mean, taking
expect
the
would
route.
happen in space. Don't overtalk me. Now, do you have
You're
any
what I mean. I was
do you
talking
have
first.
any experience of what would happen in space? Do you?
Yes, it's called amateur rocket launches with uncut footage. Those give you quite the
Okay,
experience.
so you presented a video of a man in a helmet, and you said this is exactly what I would expect in space. Do you have any experience of what would be expected in space?
What was the context of what I was expecting to view in space? What was the context?
I don't really care. I'm asking you a question. Can you please answer my
I
question?
don't really care because I'm changing the context to get a gotcha instead of,
It's not a
being
No, this is not a
honest and
gotcha.
applying that, yes, I would expect
This is
to
not a
see
gotcha.
clouds
Hey,
like
Storm,
this from
Storm,
space.
you claimed this as knowledge. That means you have done this firsthand. You've been to space, and when someone presents you that video, which is from TikTok,
That's not how
you
knowledge
can
works.
look at that. Hold on, I haven't finished. You can look at that video and say, yes, that video is true and correct because I've been to space and I know that that's what happens. So how do you know that's true and
But
correct?
that's what the epistemic standard. See, you're trying to.
So your epistemic, stop it.
Your
Hey, so
standard.
knowledge. Do we have to read this shit out again to you? You're the one that presented the definition of knowledge.
Yeah, and
It's
it's
your
knowledge
definition,
according
bro.
to my epistemic standards.
It's your no, not your epistemic standards. The definition. So how do you know that that video is true and correct? Because of you've been there? How about you just be honest and say, yeah, it's a belief?
Because I have
All right,
basic
here,
epistemology knowledge as well.
okay,
So
here
the
you
how
go.
you know
Knowledge.
things, that's what epistemology is. So
Okay, stop. Here you go. Knowledge. Understanding of or information about subject that you get by experience or study, either known by one person or by people generally. Now, how do you know that this is what you would expect in space?
because I've seen plenty of footage from space, I've also been above clouds, so I know what to
So
see.
Is he fucking stupid or what?
From being higher up from the clouds. Again, why can't I
Okay.
finish one sentence? You see, you ask me a
Okay, is
question.
that
Because you're not answering the fucking question. That's why.
I am answering the question.
At what time have you gained experience? At what time in your life have you gained experience in space to validate that video? Maybe we're just not wording it correctly. At what stage in your life have you gained first-hand experience to validate that TikTok video? Please.
I'd love to see you make your
yes or
argument
no?
with
At what
questions
time
without finishing
in
a
your
sentence.
life?
See?
It's because you don't answer fucking questions. You dick around. This is why people get pissed off with you. Because you're a dumbass. You are claiming the TikTok video is true and or correct. I've got no problem with that claim. Now we're questioning your experience. Thus knowledge. At what time in your life have you, Perfect Storm, ever gained said experience to validate that video as true and or correct?
Maybe there's a reason I don't answer loaded questions.
It's not a loaded
Because you can't.
No, because they're a loaded question. That
So
you're
when have you
formulating with a
gained
narrative. How about
first-hand
you ask a
experience?
question
When have
genuinely
you?
without
How about you stop coping and just answer the question honestly? That's all we're asking from you, instead of being a weasel. When in your life have you gained first-hand experience to validate that video?
That's what I mean by loaded question.
It's not loaded.
Let me explain how it's loaded.
No, I don't need your definition of loaded. I need you to tell us when you've gained experience to validate that video.
See, you
Or
want
just
me
admit
to
that
answer
it's not.
honestly to your
Or
question, but you can't.
Or just
Not
admit that
interested
it's
in the
not
code.
knowledge.
Yeah, he knows he's jammed himself into a corner. He's got no knowledge. It's just a belief. I'd rather him just be honest and say, yeah, it's just a
Yeah,
belief. I don't
exactly.
give a fuck.
You'd have a better conversation with him. Because I can understand a belief. We all have beliefs.
Storm, do you believe in Santa Claus still?
So can I say something beyond one sentence?
We just want you to be honest, bro.
Well, I am honest, but you're not
No,
letting
you're
me
not. You're a lying sack of
finish my
shit. We can see through you.
I didn't even finish my sentence.
You didn't have to.
Of course, because you won't let me.
No, because you're a lying sack of crap. We can see through you. I just said that.
Yeah, sure.
So when in your life have you gained knowledge, experience
Why don't
to
you ask
validate that
why
TikTok
when
video?
have you went to space instead of formulating a narrative in your question?
Okay,
That's what I mean
when
by
have you
loaded
been to
question. You're
fucking space?
formulating a narrative. You're trying to push a narrative.
I'm not pushing anything. We're trying to get information out of you, and you, being the typical slime that you are, don't seem to want to answer. Let's try the easy way. When the fuck have you been to space?
I've never been to space.
Excellent. So you've got no validity on any videos that are space related. Please present your next proof of curvature.
That's a fallacy right there.
It's not a fallacy.
Why would that be
I
a
have a
fallacy?
question. During lunar eclipse, when you can see the Earth's shadow on the moon,
How do you know it's the Earth's shadow?
What did you say?
How do you know it's the Earth's shadow?
Because from using the telescope, I know that there is nothing else around there that can pose a shadow, like impose a shadow on the moon.
How do you know it's a shadow?
Hmm?
How do you know it's a shadow?
Well, what else would it be? I mean,
That's not an
it's
answer.
the
You got to validate why
it
you
is
think
an
it's a shadow. You don't just say, what else can it be?
because it only
You're saying
happens
it's
when
a
the
shadow.
because it only happens when the Earth is in between the sun and the moon, and the sun
Are you sure? Are
casts
you sure about that?
light.
Are you sure
Yes.
about that? Okay, what about
Yes.
a Selenalian eclipse? Ever heard of that?
What about what?
A Selenalian eclipse.
What is that? Can you how do I spell it?
It's when the two bodies, i.e. the moon and the sun, are both in the sky above the Earth's surface. And then the thing that's supposed to be casting the shadow on it is the Earth. How does that shadow get up on the thing that's above the Earth's surface when both is not a syzygy? How does that work? Look up Selenalian eclipse. It'll save you from making these silly arguments. Anyway, if the Earth's creating a shadow, right? Like, let's go with it. Okay. You say the Earth's creating a shadow. So that's a curved surface, right? So it's a curved shadow. So is the moon curved or is the moon flat?
Moon is curved.
Moon's curved. So have you ever tried to project a curved shadow onto a curved surface?
Well, yes, I tried that in 4th grade.
And what happened?
It projected.
As a curve?
Yes.
Or a straight line?
No, it wasn't a straight line.
Can you show me that?
Well,
every
I
time
don't
I've done
think I
it,
have
it's
that equipment.
come
You
out as
asked
a
me
straight line, or it should be like an S shape. An S shape. You know the yin yang. Have you seen the
Well,
yin yang
it's
symbol?
not S shaped. It's more like a curve.
Yeah, I know, but it should. Have you ever seen a yin yang symbol?
Yeah. What about the yin yang
Like that.
symbol?
Yeah, so if you've got a curved surface projecting a shadow onto a curved line, a curved shadow onto a ball, you don't get a curved line. You don't get a curved shadow on the spherical surface. But let's even say that it does happen, right? So I'm giving you two arguments. That would mean that the Earth's curved, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you got any measurements of the Earth curving? Like drop over distance, or anything like that? That would be the crux of the argument. The argument would be the Earth's curving, and I'm seeing a curved shadow on the moon. Therefore, the Earth's a ball, right? So then you have to go back to the main statement that Earth is a ball, right? So, have you got any measurements or evidence that you live on a curving surface? I.e., like a measurement of drop.
disposal.
Has anyone ever
But
measured
I
a
do have a question.
drop over distance, right? Are you gonna concede the argument that the eclipse doesn't prove the Earth's elliptic? Right, because you don't have enough evidence for it. Right?
Well,
Okay, maybe
where
not.
do you live? Where do you live?
Australia.
No, in your city, what is the tallest visitable building that you have access to?
I don't know.
He can climb up on his shed.
Once I turn the corner, see the city. So 5 minutes, I turn the corner and I can see the city from where I am. I'm outside walking the dogs. Why? What are you going to say about the tallest building? I don't know. I think it's about 400 meters or something like that, maybe taller. I know we've got some tall buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can you get on top of it? And I think you can, from on top of there, you can see the slight curvature of the Earth.
Negative.
No.
Well, can you try it?
Well, you can't even see it from a plane. So what's the point of?
Unless that building's
Well,
taller
yes,
than
you
10
can.
kilometers, then it's probably not going to happen, bro. Because that's what planes fly at 10
Yes,
k's.
from a plane, I've actually been on one, and you can see it.
And you haven't
no.
seen curvature, dude.
We'll tell you why.
I've seen some. Well, I
We'll
didn't
tell you
see
why.
a straight Earth.
No, we'll tell you why. Even if I give you the globe, okay, mathematically, in a plane, you are not high enough to see the curvature. Isn't that interesting?
How come?
So,
Wait.
Because you're not high enough
what
off
is
the
the
face
cruising
of it.
altitude?
38,000 feet. You've got to be like ISS. They can only see 3%. I think it is 2 or 3%. It's bugger all.
It's
Now, something else you've
kilometers,
got to look at
12 kilometers above
with your
sea level.
planes. With your planes, what you got to look at is they've got laminated windows, and the vehicle or plane is pressurized, so those windows flex. So whilst they're flexed out, they distort the image. Sorry, dude.
But they're not flexing enough to distort that much.
Yes, they are. They're flexing
No,
just
they're
enough
not.
to bust it up for you. And
Do you have
anyways,
any
like
proof
I said, you are not high enough mathematically. Even if you do live on a globe, mathematically you're not high enough to see any curvature anyways.
Can you see the?
Well, he's got to Google it. Excellent.
Sure.
I'm going to post you a plane window diagram too.
Actually, I've got that somewhere. I'll chuck it up for you.
Well, yes, it is theoretically detectable, but barely perceptible to the naked eye. You can see it, but even with that, you can see it.
It's detectable, but not perceptible.
No, it says barely
That's
perceptible.
it. Yeah, that in Australian lingo, that would come out as a yeah, nah.
Well, I don't know what yeah, nah means in your lingo. You
Yeah.
can't see it.
I mean, it can mean whatever you want.
It
Really.
is subtle, but you can't see it.
Yeah. I'm gonna put something in the chat for you too, just while we're on it. So that's what a plain window looks like. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. So it's going to distort what you're seeing, what you're looking at.
Well, the plain window is no way.
Yeah.
How is it gonna distort?
Well, you've got three. What do you got? Yeah.
Well, the dust cover and the
Four
electrochromic
layers,
panel
right?
is straight, so
So
how is
you've
it
got
gonna distort?
So you got 4 layers, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think 3,
So
but
4
I don't
layers.
know.
Do you know anything about refraction?
Yes.
Yeah. So the bending of light through a medium, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got 2 straight ones, and then you got 2 curved ones. So would you agree that that would distort vision?
Action index from air
Sorry?
to no, but it still follows. The light comes, refracts, travels from light to glass, and then back to air inside the cabin.
Yeah. What do you think? How do you think
It's not
glasses
significant
work?
enough to distort anything.
Sorry. How do you think glasses work? You know, the ones you put on your eyes.
Yeah.
They work through refraction. Right?
Yeah.
Yep. So the light goes in through the glass, changes speed, goes into your eye. Yep. So if you've got 4 layers of glass, is that going to distort what is seen?
Wait.
Yes? No?
Wait, I gotta go right now. I'll be back later, okay?
Okay. See you, dude. Come back, man. Don't,
No,
come and
I'm
have a
gonna come back. I will come
Yeah.
back.
All right. See you, dude.
You too.
I think Mum just walked into the bedroom and caught him.
Yeah, who is these weird men with weird accents you're talking about glasses?
Yeah, nah. That was a good call. Come on. Oh man, it's a shame there wasn't a few more Aussies on. That would have fucking barreled everyone.
It's detectable, but imperceivable. What?
Wow.
And he got that off Google too.
Yeah.
All right. He's still in here. What's his name?
Oh yeah,
Bart or something?
it'll hang around for a long time. This thing.
I think he's mixed up about what proof, knowledge, and evidence are.
No, what he's done is he's created his own little bubble, his own epistemological standards. So he locks himself into that bubble, and it doesn't matter what you present, because his standards are so fucking low. He can just accept shitty videos off TikTok. My epistemological standards, that fits within my epistemological framework. You see, Timbo, because it fits in my
Yeah, but that doesn't
framework.
follow. Yeah, that doesn't.
It doesn't
follow
matter.
What he posted.
What he's
about the
basically
meaning of the word.
done, he's lowered his standards that low that he'll accept globetard. It doesn't matter what you present or what we break and show that it doesn't work. he will just blindly accept Globetard because his standards are so friggin' low. When he first asked you, right at the very start, when he asked you, do you need empirical evidence, you should have said, yep, fucking oath. Bring it.
Yeah, I knew I was never going to get any anyway.
I was blown away
kinda
when
like-
you put that TikTok video up. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it was going to be something better.
Oh, man. Yeah, I thought he was going to show me something like disappearing from the bottom up or something like that, right?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting a shitty TikTok video. Oh,
Hey, sent a man in a spacesuit. This is what I'd expect from space.
but what I thought was funny is him having his little blurb about us only cherry picking data and not accepting the video as a whole. If you watch the video as a whole, 28 or 29 seconds, flat. That's why I posted that image up. I took a screen cut of it and posted that up and just went, yeah, okay. So you've got to take the video as a whole. It shows a section of flat. So your lenses are not doing you a service here. You might as well just throw the whole lot of the shit house.
It also shows 2/3 of the Earth.
Yeah.
When it goes
Which is
down,
not what you'd
when it
see.
when it pans down.
Looks like our Christian for Life fellow doesn't like talking, but he's quite happy to chat. What's he got? This is all I know about light refraction, and I don't know what you mean. Glasses have concave, convex eyepieces. And he's put a little diagram up there.
And?
Oh, he's going for more. He's going for more. Hold up.
Yeah, if it goes through one piece of glass, gets distorted, then it goes through another piece of glass, it distorts the distortion. And then it goes through two sets of curved glasses, distorts the distorted distortion, and distorted distortion distorted.
So what's he posted? Glasses have convex eyepieces. Then underneath that he's gone curved and not straight. I don't know what.
Yeah, that's why I
Come
showed
back
you
in.
two straight pieces and two curved pieces.
Okay. Drop back in and translate.
I need to copy it again, so show him.
I don't know.
I don't think he was too much of a listener. Yeah, two straight, two curved.
Well, his little picture's got your classical Snell's law.
All right, now I can see the city. What am I looking for?
A really tall building that's over 10 k's high.
Yep, I can see it.
Fuck, imagine going up to something like that, to be swaying and bobbing around and holy.
I hate those viewing platforms anyway. That I can feel them fucking moving around. Like that. Have you been in that one in the Gold Coast?
No, I went to over in the States. I went to it's on the other side of the river. It's called Skyline Tower, and had to check out Niagara Falls. That was pretty cool. Yeah, give me camera workout. I wish I had other lenses there. I had my wide angle, so you look at it and there's like curved horizon. Nice photos, but curved horizon. Actually, I'll dig them up. I'll dig them up. I can post them. I just gotta find them. Triple Z USA. Come here.
Hey, you got all yours organised.
Oh, I have to. Is that one from up on the tower? Yes, that's off the tower. I think that's looking east.
Right, shut the server.
Nice shot of the falls. There's Goat Falls. and there's half a river flowing.
Went to Niagara Falls when I was a kid. I was born in Toronto.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
Other people from other countries and shit listen to us must be just going, "What the fuck is wrong with this lot?"
That's why I'm semi-retarded.
I can eat with a knife and fork, but I still drag me knuckles when I walk.
You eat with a knife and fork?
Actually, tonight I use chopsticks.
Oh, very civilized.
Noodle bar. Win.
Actually, the only time I don't eat with a knife and fork is when my missus isn't around.
What's beyond the ice wall?
I don't know. You let
Boss.
us know. It's a globe claim.
Nah, the Earth is flat, bruh.
So,
there we go.
So do you know where the ice wall actually comes from? You know where that's safe?
Nah, I don't actually know.
Yeah, so it's the U.S. Geological Service. So when they did an expedition down to Antarctica, they said, and we encountered a huge cliff of ice, i.e. an ice wall, surrounded us for as far as we could see. That's where it comes from. So you got to speak to the U.S. Geological Services about the ice wall. Nothing to do with us.
I think I've actually been to the ice wall.
Have you?
Oh, I've been to the ice wall.
You've been to Antarctica?
Yeah. Oh,
When did you go?
I guess you could call it Antarctica. It's called Argartha or whatever that place is called.
Argartha.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah. We can have a serious conversation if you want.
Nah, bruh, like, I've been on a
You
plane.
don't need to come in troll.
Yeah,
Oh,
don't
if
worry.
you do, I don't really give a fuck.
I'm just a little interested on it.
I like when the trolls come in,
Like,
Timbo,
okay,
and they think they're all that, and then they get wrecked. That cracks me up.
Like, I love hearing about like conspiracy theories. Like when I'm sleeping. Like, I like hearing like random shit, you know.
Why do you think this is a
Do you know
conspiracy theory?
What if not a conspiracy theory?
Oh yeah, the Earth is 100% flat. I believe that.
So how did you work it out?
Well, you know, like, oh, the way I know the Earth is flat is because like anytime I have like a rocket. I mean, usually what's a better
Come on,
explanation?
just admit you don't think it's flat. It's fine.
No, I know it's flat. When I look at the ocean, I see China at the other side. So that's how I know the Earth is flat.
Oh my god, how old are you, dude?
Huh?
How old are you?
20.
Sound like jokes I was making when I was like 10 years old and stuff, you know.
Bro, I'm 20, bruh.
So, really? You're a very
Yeah.
mature 20-year-old.
Yeah, I guess you could say that of a child's mindset type shit. But that's mostly because like I'm like super lazy.
Yeah, lazy. You don't want to look at things. You don't want to study. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what interests you then?
I do coding and 3D modeling, but I did get my drawing tablet working again, so I'm gonna get to drawing idea one actually.
Awesome.
But yeah, like I do commissions for like certain games, and usually they pay out like 100-ish on average. But usually I have to write like 3,000 lines of code for one project. That's like below minimum wage.
Oh no.
But I do work at McDonald's actually.
The problem is you can't go out on your own. You could, well, you could contract, but most companies do it in your house, so they
yeah,
can save
like,
money.
well, I don't work for companies. I just work for like independent creators.
Yeah. But, yeah.
You know, they pay like
But
nothing.
in games and stuff like coding, when you're coding games, do you ever code a sphere, or do you code the world as flat? Or
Well,
code it as flat.
okay, so
Would be retarded. It would be retarded if you coded the game in a sphere, right?
no, so there's this one game that I want to dev for or make a copy of it, but it requires a sphere. It's like called Rise of Nations. It's like on this thing called Roblox, but it like requires so much like coding. Like one of my friends made it, but he had to like I don't even know how he explained it. He was like, yeah, when you
Give
like
up,
zoom
right?
in, okay. Uh, basically, it was
Yeah, because then
geometry
you
and a
got
bunch
to
of
add
random
in,
stuff.
well, not only straight perspective, then you got to add in curve perspective as well, right? So it starts getting really complicated.
Well, you can easily do it on like Blender. You can just like, copy the map from a photo and then you can just make it into a sphere. The hard part is the actual like coding. That's about it.
Yeah. All right. So you believe you live on a sphere, right? It's fine. You don't have to pretend. Right? We're not going to say you're a fucking globe-tart. It's what we grew up with. It's what we learned in school.
Yeah.
90% of people that are, that are earthbound believe that we live on a sphere. Right? You're not the minority, so you can admit it. It's fine.
Yeah, like the earth is flat because like, like if the earth was round, then how come I don't see it round? Like look at the corner of a street, how come it doesn't curve?
Do you know how big the Earth is supposed to be?
Evan?
Right. So based on the Earth's size that they tell us, over 10
They
miles,
tell us.
the Earth. Yeah, like people who told us that the Earth was a ball. Right?
Yeah.
Those
Well,
people,
yeah.
they gave us a size. Right? So based on that size, over 10 miles, the Earth should drop 66 feet. So you do this over water, right? Because water is supposed to be conforming to the shape of a ball. Gravity issue. Right?
Yeah.
Agree so far?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well.
So we shoot lasers over this distance over water, right? Further. A lot further. We just say 10 miles because it makes it easy. 66 feet is a 7-story building, right?
Yep.
So if you shoot a laser level from your point, then when it gets to the 10-mile point, the laser should be able to pick that up. The height, 7-story building, 66 feet in the air. Do you know how many times that happens?
How many times?
0.
Whoa.
No curvature detected.
Oh, so that's why, like.
That's why
Actually,
we
never mind.
say the Earth measures to be flat.
Yeah, like every other planet, like in the sky, yeah, it's round, except for the Earth, though.
Depends what you think planets are, right?
Well, do you think the sun is flat or round?
Well, it just looks like a circle to me. But I got no idea. I'm just talking about the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can measure the Earth, right? Because we're on it.
Yep.
So if the Earth was curving, we should be able to measure drop over distance, curvature from your point. It's the only way that you can determine that you live on a curving surface or a horizontal, level, flat surface.
Yeah.
Of course, when we say it's flat. Yeah, there's a horizontal reference.
Oh, cool. There's
Everything up.
a flat Earth Discord. Oh my god.
Yeah, man.
That would be home base.
If you're interested in the topic, chat with people. You don't need to believe in the flat Earth, but it's good to listen to other people's points of view. And
Oh yeah,
huh?
like I heard that the Germans in World War II, they actually like researched the flat Earth or something crazy like that. But I I did see like a whole like 4-hour documentary of like the flat Earth and what's beyond the ice wall. When I was like falling asleep.
4
I found it
hours.
pretty
Which one
cool.
was that?
I don't even know. It's like what's beyond the ice wall or something.
Oh,
Let me try to
is
find
that
it.
what's that weird guy's name that lives in Thailand? Matrix.
Oh, I love Thailand. I've been there like 20
Eric
times.
Eric Eric
But
Dubay.
no, it's Gal Brown or something. Wait, no, it's no, this one. Spoogly, yeah. The Ice Wall Theory full documentary.
Yeah, see, I don't know about this ice wall thing. So, all right, you can say, okay, get to the edge of an ice sheet. It looks like an ice wall. But how do you determine that that surrounds the whole known Earth? Right? This is the problem I have with it. You can't say that there's an ice wall around the outside of the known Earth. You can't determine that.
I don't even know, to be honest. Like, ever since
It's
the
weird.
Epstein
It's
files,
weird.
I believe anything, bruh.
Just a weird claim.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it would be really cool if there was actually like an ice wall.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, like
I agree with you.
when like imagine you're just like chilling at home, and then they're like, oh yeah, like on the news, it would be like, oh yeah, China broke through the ice wall. And then like in 20 years, we
Yeah.
just went to vacation there. Like I just start seeing ads like, want to go to the ice wall today? Well, it's gonna be $200 for a plane ticket.
That's cheap. I'd go.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Like I want some like big news like that. I feel like if anything big happens, I feel like people wouldn't really care. Like no matter what it is. If like aliens show up, nobody would really like care that much, you know?
I think a lot of people would just go, oh yeah. Right, gotta catch the
Yeah, I
bus
feel
to
like
work.
yeah, because we're all like desensitized to like everything.
That's the plan, isn't it?
Yeah, that is true. We'd just be like,
You've heard about
oh
the
yeah,
fake. You've heard about the fake alien invasion, right?
um, in the mall, like the Florida mall.
That's in the Bible too, right?
Well, Israel wasn't in the Bible, so like,
Israel wasn't in the Bible. Are you sure about that?
I'm joking, it was. But Antarctica
I
was
think
never
it.
in the
I
Bible,
think it's
so
mentioned more time than Israel's mentioned more times than
Jesus himself.
more times than Jesus. Actually, yeah.
Well, was Israel? No, I mean, was Antarctica in the Bible?
No.
Exactly. So why should we protect Antarctica when we could just mine it for its resources?
I agree with you. Anyway, I've got to leave.
All right, take care.
Nice chat. Nice chatting with you. See you, Matrix. Right again.
Catch you, man.
Spend some time with the family.
Family man.
Ciao.
Yep.
See ya.
Hello, Dr. Peterson.
Don't be a hero.
Hello.
How's it going?
So what are our thoughts on the Earth, guys?
What are our thoughts on it? It's measured flat.
So what gives you that impression, though?
The measurements.
Who's measuring that?
Dudes with lasers.
No, but they proved that wrong, though.
Where did they prove that wrong?
Where? Have you not seen, like, the tests?
Chuck them out in the side chat so I can have a look. I like when people bring me information. This is good.
Okay. Let's see here.
Oh, you might be. Oh, yeah, you might be able to post up. You're level 2.
What am I doing?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes with the levels, some people can't post in the side chat. It's just a level thing. It's nothing to do with us. It's a server
Oh, I
side
got you.
thing.
So, you see your third image from the bottom, right?
Bottom, count, laser.
The one with the curvature?
Yep.
So what you're telling me is you expect the laser to, like, drop, or?
Stays. No. The curvature bit's the Earth. The straight bit's the laser.
I'm sorry, you said the curvature bit is what?
That's supposed to be the Earth.
Oh, okay.
Oh, are you one of these clowns that just go for gotchas? Yeah, don't bother. Seriously. You're going to get
What?
wrecked
I
if you do
literally just
that.
laughed because you said that it was
Supposed to be the Earth. So if you look above that, there's actually the chart of what the expected drop over distance rates are. If we're on a ball with that radius of 3,959 miles, and that's what that's calculated from, then these are the drop distances we should expect to see. If we go out and shoot a straight line, at those distances, that's how much drop there should be. And this is what happens when they go out to test for this, it fails.
So who actually, like, went out to test for it, though?
Well, how about I post up some laser tests and you can watch them for yourself? That's probably the easiest way. Where are they? Right there. And the very last one, there's also a PDF which is loading up now that goes with it.
Okay.
It's good. I remember
Howdy.
one of y'all.
You remember one of your... Which one?
I don't know. I was talking with them some days ago, but I'm gonna join the server to troll real quick.
Really?
Yep, not this one, a different one. Because I
I was
actually
going to
like
say.
this one. I actually like
Yeah,
this
you'd
one.
probably get wrecked if you be a troll in here. Because that's what happens to all of them. But anyways, yeah, probably the last one would be the best one to watch. It's got that PDF that accompanies it so you can check out all the data.
I was watching Dr. John D.
Which one's he? He's the first one or something?
The second one.
Second one. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting stuff when you start looking into it.
Okay.
Just like little things, like physical properties of water. Takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface. Okay, so that's nothing overly complex. So then you get posed the question, if it's got a flat level surface and the known world has 72% covered in water, how can you have a sphere?
So, what do you say on the astronauts? Is that just fake?
Yeah. We call them actonauts. If you have a look at the NASA footage, it's riddled with mistakes and green screens and things floating in and out when they shouldn't be. I think someone actually put together something like a 7-hour compilation of NASA bloopers. It's just seriously, it's horrible. It really is.
So, what do you think the most recent mission was?
I didn't even bother watching it. Is that Artemis one?
I think it's Artemis 2.
Something like that. What I found
Yeah.
interesting about that, I didn't watch any of it. I don't really give a shit. I used to be a real space nerd, believe it or not. I loved it. What I found interesting about that is we've had heaps and heaps of just normies coming in here going, it was bullshit, it was horrible, it was crap, it wasn't what we were expecting. We've had heaps of people just having a bitch about how low grade it really was, which I found like
What do you
really
mean by
interesting.
low grade?
Just shit.
What was shit
Not
about?
worth
Like,
watching.
I'm not understanding. The
Shit
quality, or like
everything. The whole layout of it was just fake as. They just thought the whole lot was just bollocks. No good. Shit. Not worth watching. And this is coming from Globers, normies. Not like hardcore flat earthers or anything, like just like your everyday, run of the mill, John and Jane.
right?
Then they're just shooting it down. It's like, wow, I wasn't expecting that.
What exactly are they shooting out about or down about it?
That just in general, bits of it look like CGI, just random stuff. Like normally you get your space fans. Oh my god, it was so fucking great! I loved it, and everything is great about it. But people are just going, and that's them being excited. And it's like, well, that's great. Enjoy your fake videos and space crap.
I mean, I think I know why they were like that. It's because they didn't actually land anywhere. It was more of a precursor mission to actually land.
Well, their next lot of missions, they've already said they're not going to land anyway.
Okay, but if it was all CGI, why would they not just land?
Why does CGI dictate whether you land or not?
Because you would want it to be believable. You would want it to be awesome and amazing for the American public to continue to support the organization that's putting this on.
If that's what you want, then I'm not going to stop you. Like, if you want to be just a hardcore believer, then go right ahead, man. I'm good with it.
Whoa, I'm trying to have a conversation here.
No, well, you're telling me about your beliefs. I'm not really worried about it. See, because as you can read up the top, this is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 Rocketeers.
Right, so I'm trying to understand you and I'm asking questions given my current knowledge and like thoughts about
Excellent.
why they
So,
wouldn't.
why would I have knowledge on rockets when they don't prove the shape of the ground?
So let's go through just really quick what just happened, right? So we were talking about the current mission, or not the current
Yeah,
mission, but
I
the
don't
most
need a
recent
recap.
mission.
I'm here. I don't
But
need
it
a
seems that
recap.
we're on the wrong page. Like that's the problem.
It seems like you want to run the conversation to somewhere where it's not going to prove the shape of the ground. Seriously, if you've got your own YouTube channel, I'll save you the heartache. There's 2 bots up the top. You can just play it back later on. Excuse me.
Okay, so nice. So why are you even here if you don't want to converse? Like I don't understand.
I do. Except you pointing to Artemis 2 and rockets doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
That's
So,
me
yeah.
inquiring, asking why that. I'm trying to like get more information about why that mission they wouldn't do X, Y, Z if it was all
Here's an
CGI,
idea.
like you're saying.
How about you go and contact NASA and ask them? Because they were the ones that put it up there, allegedly.
So you don't have an answer.
Why would I have an answer to something that I'm
Okay.
not interested in,
Gotcha,
or that
buddy.
doesn't
Thank you.
prove the shape of the ground? So now you're just going to run away. What a fucking weird one that one was. Yaga, I'm blaming you for that. Have we got someone called Albanese in here? Like, seriously? No offense, you're probably a super nice person, but that's our Prime Minister's name. He's an absolute doorknob. So, you, like I said, you're probably a super nice person. And look, okay. Easy question. Can you tie your own shoelaces? I know this sounds out there, but if you can tie your own shoelaces, you're already 3 steps ahead of our Prime Minister. You wear slip-ons, don't you? Actually, we have the bot that we can play in here, can't we? I might chuck a song on. Oh, is it going to let me play his ones? Please let me play it. No, it's not. Weak.
They told me light falls down like it's chained to the ground. Said the sky poses softly, and that's why the ships go down. But I watch the shimmer dance, no curve in its romance. Just the air breathing slowly, not the earth taking stance. Pressure's not the story, it's optical density. Warm air, cold air, humidity. Oh, changing what we see. Light don't bend that way, not just cause we say it may. If the air stays still and true, it keeps a straight line view. You can twist your numbers, you can model the globe all day, but reality don't sway. No, light don't bend that way. They drew it all orthograph, traffic, forgot perspectives play, turned a living sight into plastic, made the real fade away. Said standard refraction like gospel, but the test said no, my friend. If the gradients don't flip or topple, that line won't curve to mend. Humidity's lighter, heat makes the air thin, cold above, warm below, the curve bends up, not in. Light don't bend that way, not uniform, not all day. If we saw through that much haze, the world would warp and sway. But the skyline's steady, every color holds its place. Nature's got her say, light don't bend that way. You can't force the beam to follow faith, can't curve a truth, a chosen wraith. The lens remembers every lie we've spun, and straight lines tell what's really done. Pressure's up, temps down, humidity turns it around. No miracle curve today, just light doing what it does, straight and no matter what they say, when you measure, you see the line still walking free. You can model the heavens, but the air won't play pretend. Reality won't sway, light don't bend that way. So teach me what's real now, what to believe. Let the eye and the mind agree, 'cause the truth in the air we breathe ain't curved, it's clear to see. Same script, different voice, they talk loud, I've got choice. Everyone a fool, every claim a deja vu. I've run this loop since the start. True facts line up, they don't flinch, the logic folds inch by inch. I don't push, I don't shout, just let the data call them out. Every time, same sound, every time they spin around. You keep running that same old line. I mapped the route 1,000 times while you believe I just checked the signs. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. Yeah, same script, same show, I've seen it all. Before you know how you talk, I mark the lines. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. They say prove me wrong, then close their eyes. Cherry pick dreams dressed up as wise. I bring evidence calm and clear, they dodge the mirror they fear. I don't rage, I take notes, count the claims as the logic floats. Every fallacy's got a name, every story ends the same. Every time, same sound, every time they spin around. Every time, same sound, every time they spin around. You keep running that same old line. I mapped the route 1,000 times while you believe I just checked the signs. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. Yeah, same script, same show, I've seen it all. Before you know how you talk, I mark the lines. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. It's not pride, it's pattern sense. I see the loops in every defense. No thrill, no spark, no book to write, just the quiet glow for getting it right. Seen it rise, seen it fall. Nothing new at all. Time, same sound, every time they spin around. You keep running that same old line. Step in the lab, I'm a falsification hunter. Models break fast when the numbers pull asunder. Optical G on the climb, altitude test. Signal shift sideways, put the theory under stress. Hold up. If Earth spins constant, drift should stay tight. But the waveform bends when I change the flight height. Why though? Empirical strike, I don't care who said what. If prediction don't match, then the premise gets cut. Snip, snip. Snip, snip. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. No data over doctrine, that's the realist saying. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. Boom. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. Too flat, no hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. I'm the signal, the noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Pendulum swing, yeah, I clock that phase. But anomalies pop in eclipse time haze. Call it alleys, alias, whatever the craze. But the system misbehaves in repeatable ways. Accelerometers chill when the orbit should bite. No tangential pulse where the model needs might. You can't conjure motion from a theory and fry. You test it on the ground in the dark and the light. Let's go. Jersey flatline, baseline too pure. Survey chains close with a radius and shore. What radius? If the ground stays level way beyond the brochure, then the comment stack cracks, no foundation. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. Beta over doctrine, that's the realist saying. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. That's right. No hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. Yup. I'm the signal, the noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Fall back. Non-circular logic, yeah, I slice through claims. If the premise loops back, then I torch those frames. No assume spin, no narrative game. Show me raw data or retire your aim. Facts only. Framing varying truth, that's the path I chase. Rotation relative, not a trophy for the play. If the cause ain't fixed, don't force it to the case. We revise, refine, never fall from grace. Keep sharp. Belief it's epistemic discipline. Scrutinize the roots till the false breaks thin. Yeah. Foundation cracked and the tower caves in. Cosmic scale trembles when the earth's not pinned. I'm a flat status, but the real definition empirical, bigger, not a faith-based mission. No belief, follow data, conviction. That's the one true position. I'm the falsifier general, science not tradition.
Well, we better give a shout out to our man, Drace AI. Dao Duo. Legend. Nice one, Drace. Now we keep abusing your songs.
They set the rays all curved down low, 'cause the glow told them so. But I traced the lights, watched them stay straight as truth in broad day grey. They talk of air and magic bends, yet never test, just defend. I checked the temp, the humid sway, the light went straight. Stay that way. Every claim, same tone. Every time it falls alone. You keep bending the light in your mind. I run the math, your curves confined. While you preach, I watch the signs. Truth stays flat, belief declines. same claim, same show. I've seen that script. You know, while you talk, I mark the lines. Truth stays flat, belief declines. They call it standard refraction fame, but no 2 days are ever the same. Humidity fights the heat below. Upward bends the normal flow. If light could grow around every mile, we'd see horizons twist in style, but it stands still calm and clean. No warping sky, no abandoned sea. Every climb it falls alone. You keep bending that light in your mind. I run the math, your curves confined. While you preach, I watch the signs. Truth stays flat, belief declines. Yeah, same claim, same show. I've seen that script. You know, while you talk, I mark the lines. Truth stays flat, belief declines. They draw with rulers, not with eyes. Forget the air, forget the skies. Perspective lost to orthograph. A perfect curve built from a draft, but the lens remembers what's real. The shimmer, the calm, the silence steel. No need to fight, no need to rage. The data writes the final page. You keep bending that light in your mind. I run the math, your curves confined. While you preach, I watch the signs. Truth stays flat, belief declines. Yeah, same claim, same show. I've seen that script. You know, while you talk, I mark the lines. Truth stays flat, belief declines.
How's it going, Aries?
Same time.
You like our songs? Who else we got? We got Bubba Biscuits.
What?
Oh, what? How's it going, man? We also got Legion Explorer. What are you exploring today?
Nothing much.
Nothing much. Oh. So what brings you chaps here? Or you just listen to tunes? I can chuck another song on if you want. I'm good with that.
I like the theory of flat Earth.
You believe in a flat Earth? That's cool.
No, I just like the theory.
Why do you like the theory? What if it's not a theory?
I mean, basically, the Earth is flat. Like, makes sense.
I've got no problem with that so far. What do you think, Bubba? We live on a ball 72% covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography?
Is Antarctica just a giant ice wall then?
Is Antarctica a giant ice wall? Antarctica is a what's it classed as, a continental shelf or something. I don't know about ice wall, but it's supposed to have like the highest average elevation of all the continents. So if it's got a high elevation, well, at some stage you've got to go up from sea level. But I've never been to Antarctica to confirm any of this, so I can only go off what they show on
like documentaries and things like that.
Are you Australian?
Yes.
Cool. Is it hot in Australia?
In summertime, yes.
Mm. I'm from Iraq.
Is it hot there?
Yeah, it's hot.
Very similar temperatures, I think, from what others have said.
It's hot all year round in Iraq.
Who else have we got? Lee. Welcome, Lee. Well, if you'd like, I can chuck another song on. For those that are not asking questions. If you do have any questions that just randomly pop into your heads, when the song finishes, I'll have a little gap at the end of it. I won't just play multiple songs in a row. So I'll give you time to think, or maybe the song might inspire something. Who knows?
Yeah. They hide conclusions in the premises, buried in the phrase, and dress the claim as scientific, but the logic still hazing. Before the drums hit, listen, we're stripping down the reasoning, blazing. Critical minds never fear the inspection. Empirical eyes cut straight through deception. This is the calm before the fire, the quiet before the method takes the pyre. 808 land. Now the logic gets loud, fallacies scatter when the truth hits the crowd. Yo, question begging loose with the premise in doubt. Smuggling models in the setup like a thief in a shroud. Circular claims masquerading as fact, but the moment you check them, the spine goes crack. We don't take a globe baked into the tack. That argument instead, the second it's unpacked. Strip the claim of the model they hide. Burn the premise, watch the fallacies slide. If the logic don't stand on its own 2 feet, that's a signal the reasoning's incomplete. Don't mistake a model for the world outside. Use the method, let reality decide. All models fail, even ones that seem tight. Useful don't mean accurate, and pretty ain't right. False dilemmas everywhere like a mental blockade. Only works on a globe, yeah, that line's handmade. Never tested the rivals, never stepped in the shade. That's a logic malfunction in academic parade. Argument from ignorance, no alternative shown, but you never searched, so the gap stays unknown. Non-causa, pro-causa, false causes thrown, assigning truth to a model that ain't fully grown. A model is not the world, just a tool we wield. Maps ain't mountains, words ain't the field. All models are wrong, yeah, that truth's revealed. Useful doesn't grant the power to be real. Strip the claim of the model they hide. Burn the premise, watch the fallacies slide. If the logic don't stand on its own 2 feet, that's a signal the reasoning's incomplete. Don't mistake a model for the world outside. Use the method, let reality decide. All models fail, even ones that seem tight. Useful don't mean accurate, and pretty ain't right. Yeah. Hasty conclusions sprinting with no evidence weight. Consensus paraded like the arbiter of fate. But logic ain't democracy, it doesn't relate. Truth don't shift cause the crowd took the bait. Premise artists crush every weak foundation. Fallacies fold under examination. Critical realist empiricist station, where arguments die under clear observation.
got some pretty talented guys and girls out there, haven't we? Questions, queries, concerns? Just shut up and play the next one. Okay.
Cold mind, clean line. Let's separate method from myth. People call things science when they're barely observational. Man-made objects poses proof that's operational, fictional. Pseudoscience copies language, but the logic's imprecisional. Skips the steps that make a theory verifiable or conditional. Real science starts simple. Watch a natural event, something happening by itself. Not a gadget you invent. A phenomenon's an action, so the effect is what sense. The dependent variable, the thing you measure at the end. If you're testing human constructs, then the method's misapplied. Cause science needs nature's behavior, not a diagram supply. Method over myth, that's the line we draw. Truth comes slow when the steps stay raw. Observe what nature does, no tricks, no props. And follow each phase till the falsehood stops. If the test don't break it, the cause might stand. If the test disproves it, rebuild your plan. That's real science, no faith, no guess. Just the world revealing what the world is best. Now once you've seen the action, you presume a cause. And if the structure built with precise mental laws, if heat then water boils, simple conditional clause. Not assumed as truth, it's a model that waits for flaws. And a hypothesis ain't fact, it's a testable prediction. Two outcomes on the table with symmetrical conviction. One heat, no boil, that's your no condition. Two heat boils, that's causal recognition. But you need both options open or the method gets derailed. Cause a test that can't be falsified has already failed. Method over myth, that's the line we draw. Truth comes slow when the steps stay raw. Observe what nature does, no tricks, no props. And follow each phase till the falsehood stops. If the test don't break it, the cause might stand. If the test disproves it, rebuild your plan. That's real science, no faith, no guess. Just the world revealing what the world is best. Revealing what the world is bad. Yo, prediction is the hinge must swing. Cause a good hypothesis risks losing everything. Pseudoscience fears failure, locks outcomes tight. Science needs the chance it could prove itself wrong tonight. If you can't break the model, then your test ain't strong. And the claim ain't knowledge, it's belief dressed long. The method's not glamorous, it's repetition and grind. It's letting nature dictate what you get to find. No authority, no school rule, no movie design. Just data exposing what aligns in the mind. Cause an effect emerged from the predictions fulfilled. Not from stories or symbols or the things we're told to build. It's a discipline of failure, sharpened and distilled. Where the world writes the answer and the ego stays still. Cold mind, clear sight, let nature speak. Yeah, you pointing at the sky like you solved the case, saying satellites prove curve with that smug ass face. But your chain of logic's brittle, man, it's barely a trace. Cause you start with assumptions that you never replace. You build your little model like it's truth on command, but a model ain't reality. Try to understand, you confuse what you claim with what's actually at hand. That's a category error, rookie, learn the damn plan. You don't test alternatives, you don't scan for conditions. You just leap to conclusions like your speed running missions. But logic don't care about your tribe or traditions, it cares if your reasoning survives with competition. You got equifinality, baby, many cause the same effect. Under determination, your conclusion ain't correct. Hidden premises smuggled in like you think nobody checks. Your argument collapse, what do you expect? Model that evidence, better show some respect. Cause logic gon' expose you if your reasoning's a wreck. You shout they orbit like that proves a whole plot, but orbit is a model, not the evidence you got. You assuming parallel forces, distance, unstable ride. Bro, you baking all the answers straight inside the mixing pot. That circular reasoning, congratulations. You smuggling conclusions like covert operations. You claim it's empirical, nah, it's fabrications. A house built on models, not observations. Oh wow, objects moving far in the sky, congratulations. Sherlock, so does a fly. Relative motion, genius, did you even try? Many models fit the data, your certainty's a lie. Equifinality, many causes, one display. Underdetermined logic, your conclusion ain't the way. Hidden premises everywhere like you hit them in the clay. Your argument is fragile, I could break it any day. Model that evidence, remember what I say. Logic don't bend cause you wanted to play. Cling to the narrative like a comfort blanket, but logic don't care, it ain't soft, it won't thank you. Your whole reasoning shaky, man, I'm here to bank it. Appearance ain't ontology, rookie, you can't fake it. Interpretation now fact, that's the realest vibe. Stop mixing up the map with the world outside. You want truth, then learn how logic's applied. Till then, take a seat, you ain't qualified. Don't point to the sky like that's all you need. Reality's subtle, it don't follow your creed. You skipped every premise like you're trying to speed, but logic wants rigor, not belief, not greed. Equifinality, many roads, same sight. Under determination, one view don't prove right. Hidden assumptions dragging you into the night. Bad logic ain't science, it's just noise on the mic. Model our evidence, get that locked tight. I'm done teaching basics, go study alright. Yeah, next time you flex with your half-baked claims, bring an actual argument, not your model's remains. Logic's a game, you ain't learning the lanes. Class dismissed. Yeah.
Any comments, queries, or concerns, Aries? Or you just want me to keep playing? Y'all allowed to talk, we ain't gonna bite ya. Looks like I'm just gonna have to put another song on then.
Yeah. Step into the ring of reason, where claims get tested and logic gets seasoned. You say orbit proves it. Let's take a closer look. Yo, you size satellites like that's airtight truth, but I'm seeing hidden premises sitting right in the booth. You said orbit proves curvature, but that's a disguise. Your model assumes the thing you're trying to verify. Parallel rays, distant suns, gravitational play. You stacking unspoken assumptions like it's child's play, but logic ain't Lego, it ain't built on because. You gotta show your causal chain, not the myth of what was. You lean on definitions to claim empirical fact, but that's model-dependent motion, not the evidence act. Orbit ain't observation, it's determining your scheme. You're confusing how you talk with what can actually be seen. I'm a logic warrior, slicing through the noise, breaking every fallacy you think is poised. You bring me weak claims, I break them at the joints. Welcome to the battlefield, reason over points. Yeah, I'm a logic warrior, cutting down the fluff. If your premise ain't explicit, then your proof ain't enough. Don't mistake interpretation for reality's call. You wanna claim certainty, you better bring it all. You point a satellite, say they circle above, then jump to Earth's curvature, but that ain't logical, bruh. That's a category error, mixing models with proof. Treating theory like observation, messed up back from the booth. Equifinality hitting hard, multiple ways it can look, but you clutch one explanation like it's carved in a book. You ain't ruling out alternatives, ain't setting the stage. You just pick the interpretation that fits the modern age. You claim X per se orbit, but that ain't no guarantee. That's appeal to authority, do better empirically. Show me raw measurements, not just stories you heard. Logic don't bow to consensus, it bows only to the word.
No, I don't need conclusions. I audit the chain. I'm here to check reasoning, not preach what's insane. But if you bring me weak structure and call it airtight, I'll break it apart like a fraud under light. Logic ain't biased, it cuts through the fog. I'm surgically cold like a philosophical scalpel dog. You can keep your conclusions, I'm after the why. And if your wise assumptions, yeah, I'm calling that lie. I'm a logic warrior, listen through the noise, breaking every fallacy you think is poised. You bring me weak claims, I break them at the joints. Welcome to the battlefield, reason over points, yeah. I'm a logic warrior, cutting down the fluff. If your premise ain't explicit, then your proof ain't enough. Don't mistake interpretation for reality's call. You wanna claim certainty, you better bring it all. So next time you drop claims like they're carved in stone, remember logic checks structure, not what you condone. If you wanna prove something, don't skip the trail. Make your premises explicit or prepare to fail. I'm out, but the reasoning stays. Logic warriors don't sleep, we sharpen blades for days. I'm a logic warrior. 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 I'm a logic warrior.
Hey lads, how's it going, man? Even Lats has gone quiet on me. Bro, what are you doing? Right, that was Logic Warrior. That one. Yeah, well, he's just a melt like normal. And to save everyone the hassle, just it's much nicer to listen to Drace's music as opposed to listening to that. Like, seriously.
Spin up the rotor, let the flywheel fly. See the axis hold steady while the world rolls by. A little ring of metal with a stubborn-minded grace, showing off a thing we call rigidity in space. It keeps its orientation in the frame where it was spun, not caring where you carry it or how the ground may run. Now suppose a little thought test is just case to inspect how a gyro should behave with the gyroscopic effect. We examine what the earth is. This is logic on display, a conditional deduction in a verse and poet's way. If the earth were a sphere, then the housing should twist as you wander across the surface with a gyro in your fist. But the housing holds steady, no rotation to resist. Therefore, in this logic lesson song, we insist if P implies Q and Q does not persist, then not P follows through. That's modus tollens in the mist. Picture walking across a globe with latitude to spare, from equator up to poles, or anywhere you care. If the ground beneath you curves while the gyro's locked in place, then the ring should tilt or twist to keep its angle in space. That's the heart of the example, just an objective cue, a way to teach deduction while the beat keeps pulling through. But you move it and you slide it and the angle stays the same. No mysterious rotation in the little metal frame. In our logic demo story, that is Q not observed, a trigger for deduction where the reasoning is preserved. If the earth were a sphere, then the housing should twist as you wander across the surface with a gyro in your fist. But the housing holds steady, no rotation to resist. Therefore, in this logic lesson song we insist, if P implies Q and Q does not persist, then not P follows through. That's modus tollens in the mist. This is claiming Earth is flat, not round or pear or tall. It's a formal demonstration, and the form is what we call if-then reasoning with scientific finesse, teaching our conclusions follow premises. In physics you test models, and logic you test form. Together they make learning more than merely uniform. If the earth were a sphere, then the housing should twist as you glide across its surface like a theorist in the midst. In our objective case, Q never does exist, so the inference completes with that deductive scientist. Modus tollens in a melody, clean as it can be, a song of empirical thought and fun philosophy. Step into the lab with the voltage steady, fiber coils, wound calibration ready. The model says drift where mechanical says none. Change altitude slow, now the waveform's undone. What's that? If the metric is clean but the theory mispredicts, then the culprit ain't the sensor, it's the lens through which you fix. Every instrument speaks in the language of fact, but the narrative you force is the bias you attract. Check torque vectors, baseline exact, earth spin constant, then why does height impact? That's off. I don't lean on a frame that collapses when probed. If the math starts bleeding, then the structure implodes. A theory survives only when every load is supported by data and reproducible code. If one small measure makes the scaffold corrode, then the model's just broke and the globe exposed. No cosmic ladder stands when the base is eroded. Every rung inherits flaws from the radius encoded. Triangulate long line instruments, strict chain link surveys that refuse to contradict. Baselines hold flat where the curvature picked to be meters on meters, but the numbers conflict. No bowl. If the ground stays true far beyond the allowed, then the scale magnifies blowing smoke in the cloud. Every cosmic unit's built on Earth's own shroud. Get the radius wrong, the universe is disavowed. Unstable. Not claiming the shape, I'm inspecting the drift. How assumptions cascade when foundations shift. You can keep your spin, but you first must live the circular chains that the models insist. No prior smuggled, no telegraph must. No earth spin certainty plastered and thrust. If the instrument contradicts, then the premise combusts. I don't worship equations, I interrogate trust. Checking the must. Local frame data, all relative dust. Mach and Einstein both show that's robust, but attributing the cause takes a leap to unjust. Don't ground the rotation when attribution's nonplus. No. I don't lean on a frame that collapses when probed. If the math starts bleeding, then the structure implodes. A theory survives only when every load is supported by data and reproducible code. If one small measure makes the scaffold corrode, then the model's just broke and the globe exposed. No cosmic ladder stands when the base is eroded. Every rung inherits flaws from the radius encoded. I don't preach shape, audit the claim. I test every link in the theoretical chain. If one weak point makes the whole shift strain, then the picture ain't settled, it's just framed in the brain. Empiricism first, everything else is refrain. Models only valid when the data sustain. No belief attached, no emotional gain. Just precision in the cut like a razor through grain. Come talk to me in mine, online or listen to us on YouTube. No fuss. Shout out Helio Skeptic. Thanks, bro.
How awesome is Drace's music? Loving it. It's nice to see the room starting to fill up a little bit. We've got our ball believers in there, low traps. He's still suffering, poor thing. 20, he's probably only up to coffee number 15, so he won't start talking just yet. Aries is listening to music. Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. Howdy. I know you don't talk too much. Jin. The one and only.
How you doing, everybody? Just listening at the moment. Good music that was.
I know, I guess alright, eh? That's Drace. Drace AI does that.
Yeah, that's
Himself.
brilliant. That was very
and
uplifting.
And his sister in their little band, Dow Duo. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Whereabouts in the world do they live?
Oh,
Do
what
you
are they? Iceland?
Oh, right. Nice, isn't it? They're from Iceland. Brilliant.
Yeah, very impressive tunes that he puts down. Unlike me, just slaps random shit together and go, yay, that'll do. What we need is some DJ. Yeah, that's a mistake. We'll fix that up.
Yeah, I know the Globers don't have anything of that quality at all. They don't have it. Flat Earthers are just kicking the music scene.
Well, how about, hypothetically, if you were a Glober, what song would you have as your theme song or something to prove that you live on a ball tard? There you go. Malamud's on. He'll have something good.
Yeah, Matrix, play Flat Earthers Are Coming For You. That's a good one. By Roots. That's my favourite Flat Earth song.
Have we got that over in the other collection?
Matrix, I'll also set that song to my ringtone.
Is it over in... No, Roots hasn't got a channel in... Maybe, just maybe... DJ Rakesh.
Yeah,
we got
Flat
some
of
names.
Alaska. I don't know if you remember the track from the Bad Boys, Bad Boys, what you gonna do? Well, I used to say, Globers, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when I come for you?
Oh,
Yeah.
we need... Yeah.
That's what I used to sing in Jem Panda's stuff all the time. You've got nowhere to hide because I'm everywhere like the air you breathe. You've got nowhere to run, etc., etc. Yeah, I had a few words lined up proper, you know. Yeah. Globers, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when I come for you? Oh, yeah. I'm all right menace in that place.
I'm already trying to bastardize it. Globe-tard, what you gonna do? What you gonna do if you've got no proof? Globe-tard. Must be nearly time to slap another song on. Oh, someone just dropped in. Welcome. I don't know who dropped in. I didn't see the thingy move, but I heard the chime. Booyaka 619 boy. Welcome. You were in here earlier when the music was playing. You called something out. Now you've got the opportunity to talk and you don't want to. Oh, what's a pretty solid don't want to. Alright, we better go and round up another song then.
हाँ बॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री ने दबाई झूठ को छुपा लिया पर हम लाई था स्कूल में बोला ग्लोब घूमता है मैं बोला भाई कब देखा तूने यहाँ से टीचर ने घूमा बुक दिखाया ना सका मैं बोला फोटो तो सीजीआई लगता टीवी पे दिखाते रॉकेट ऊपर जाता सब लोग ताली बजाए बस कॉपी करे जाता डीजे राकेश बोलता सोच थोड़ा डीप ये सब स्क्रिप्ट लिखा you're falling asleep Bollywood indoctrinate, हाँ indoctrinate DJ Rakesh on master से मीडिया ने brain wash कर दिया रे flat horizon पे सच्चिया रे Bollywood indoctrinate DJ Rakesh we liberate खोलो आँख देख जा straight no spinning long was level play Textbook में लिखा space is real but studio lights they reveal the deal moon पे shadow copy paste style DJ Rakesh laughing bro denial news वाले बोले trust the science but जब पूछा proof सबका silence हम तो करते observation live 21 mile like flat survive Bollywood indoctrinate हाँ indoctrinate DJ Rakesh on master से media ने brainwash कर दिया रे flat horizon पे सच्चिया रे Bollywood indoctrinate DJ Rakesh we liberate खोलो आँख देख जा straight no spinning globe bus level play DJ Rakesh mic पे आया truth vibration no rotation just revelation Bollywood indoctrinate पर हम तो awake सबको जगाने का ये DJ का break
Nice one, DJ Rakesh.
Yeah, Matrix. There was another good track. Drace AI made it, but I can't remember the name.
Snip, snip. I've already played it.
Oh.
I can check it on again. Hold on, where is it? Drace. Got the Drace folder. There it is. Everyone likes Snip Snip. It just seems to flow really good.
Step in the lab, I'm a falsification hunter. Models break fast when the numbers pull asunder. Optical gyro on the climb, altitude test. Signal shifts sideways, put the theory under stress. Hold up. If Earth spins constant, drift should stay tight. But the waveform bends when I change the flight height. Why though? Empirical strike, I don't care who said what. If prediction don't match, then the premise gets cut. Snip, snip. Snip, snip. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. No data over doctrine, that's the realist saint. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. Boom. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. Too flat, no hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. I'm the signal to noise king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Pendulum swing, yeah, I clock that phase. But anomalies pop in eclipse time haze. Call it Alice, alias, whatever the craze. But the system misbehaves in repeatable ways. Accelerometers chill when the orbit should bite. No tangential pulse where the model needs might. You can't conjure motion from a theory and fry. You test it on the ground in the dark and the light. Let's go. Jealousy flatline based on too pure. Survey chains closed with a radius unsure. What radius? If the ground stays level way beyond the brochure, then the comment stack cracks, no foundations. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. Data over doctrine, that's the realist saying. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. That's right. No hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can crown a theory when the math shows strain. Yup. I'm the signal to noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go lame. Fall back. Yeah, slice through claims. If the premise loops back, then I torch those frames. No assume spin, no narrative game. Show me raw data or retire your aim. Facts only. Frame invariant truth, that's the path I chase. Rotation relative, not a trophy for the play. If the cause ain't fixed, don't force it to the gaze. We revise, refine, never fall from grace. Keep sharp. It's epistemic discipline. Scrutinize the roots till the false breaks thin. Yeah. Foundation cracked, then the tower caves in. Cosmic scale trembles when the earth's not pinned. I'm a flat stylist, but the real definition. Empirical, bigger, not a faith-based mission. No belief, follow data, conviction. That's the one true position. I'm the falsifier general, science, not tradition.
Was that the one you were after?
No, I don't think it's that one. There was another one. It was a really good track. It's not the one that you just played.
Ah. Well, you're gonna have to give me a bit more of a hint. Well, anyways, while you're having to think about it.
Yeah, I can't remember. I think if someone plays it,
You'll think about it.
Call it a coin, a disc as a cartoon, a cheap hollow toy. They grin and they point to the infinite void, saying don't fall off of the edge, little boy. They build up a scarecrow of turtles in space, a cliff at the end of the human race. It's easier to fight a thing they invent than look at the evidence that we present. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plain. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating this silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No, it's just land. You were shown your hand, you're fighting the claim that was never ours. You talk of your globe, a spinning blue ball with gravity's magic that holds it all. You quote a textbook, a NASA clip, with that overconfident smirk on your lip. You say pizza on elephant sea while ignoring the evidence coming from me. You calculate a curve with a stick and a string, but never question the whole damn thing. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plain. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating that silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No, it's just land. You were shown your hand, you're fighting the claim that was never ours. Stand. We talk of perspective, of sun's gentle arc, of a local light circling over the dark, shooting lasers across still steady lakes, and the claims that turn out as fakes. You just plug your ears, sing your globe song, the same tired verse that we've heard for so long. You don't debate, you just want a cheap win with a joke about where the elephants have been now. Was never our stand. Never our stand. Just listen for once. Just listen, it's all right here. Just look.
That's one of my dodgy songs. So, do you think of what song it was? I can't play it if I don't know, mate.
Matrix, I can't remember, you know.
Oh, yes.
That was ages ago, and I heard it for a while. I think it's about 6, 7. I can't remember. 6, 7 months ago.
There's
I think
one
it was
that
6 or 7 months ago. I can't remember. But if somebody plays it, then
Yoda's songs are pretty
remember.
good. Oh wow, you're lagging. I just watched your microphone mute button come on and you're still talking. Holy. Yeah, Yoda's songs are pretty good, but they're YouTube links, and I've got to download them first. There's a couple I can't download for some reason, I don't know why. But yeah, once I download them, I'll be able to play them. So that'll be cool because he's got some really nice stuff.
Yeah, Matrix. Recently, this I don't know what happened to Discord. It keeps on disconnecting me and then reconnecting me, and then I would lose the sound and for about 1 or 2 seconds, and then it will come back again, and they keep on doing that. I don't know why that is. Maybe there's something wrong with Discord.
Don't know whether it's just a lag thing or you're normally out on the road, aren't you, when you're in here? There might just be a phone connection thing. I've got no idea, mate. There's a whole heap of things that could go wrong. Right, we better rip out another song, eh? Before people get bored and start throwing things at me. Alright, what have we got? Actually, Yoda's list. We'll just talk about Yoda.
Hey, Dr. Copatine. How you doing?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I had a interesting kind of debate recently. Just on like the knowledge and also belief. So, would you say like knowledge? Would you say if you have knowledge, then therefore you don't need belief?
Well, interestingly, you should say that because if I scroll back up and I just find it, oh, don't tell me. We actually had definitions of knowledge.
Probably worded it a bit wrong there, but
If you believe something, okay, let's try it like this. If I tell you I've got a round computer table, from your perspective, you can only take my word for it. It's a belief that I've got a round computer table. You don't have any actual knowledge of such. If I invite you over to my house and you look at it and you go, oh, wow, now you do have knowledge of it. It's not a belief anymore. Is that fair enough?
right. So, okay, so you can't because what I was debating with, because the other side was saying like you can have knowledge and belief at the same time.
Yeah, that's that a lot of the Globers will have that as a cop out. So when we ask them, "Have you got any proof?" and they'll say, "Oh yeah, I've got knowledge of this," and it's like, well, so that means you've got first-hand experience of it. If it's second or third hand, you just believe that the information you have been given is correct.
So
Does
it's
that
an
make sense?
oxymoron basically. Like you you can't have one or like sorry, you can't have both at the same time.
Well, that's when they start just the wordsmiths come out and the debate bros really shine because they love this shit. But if you believe in something, and then they'll add to, oh, but it's a justified true belief. Well, what justifies it? What makes it true? Because your dad told you? Because your school teacher told you? So where do you draw the line of the justification and or true? So how about we just cancel all that bullshit out? We go and measure it, and that's a justified true belief. And if you see it firsthand, it becomes knowledge.
Well, you can believe that something is true, but that doesn't necessarily make it true.
Correct, because it's just a belief. Until you've actually got first-hand experience on it, then it's still a belief. That's why we tell people to go out and test things for themselves. Go and do mirror flash tests, long-range observations, taking photos with infrared, whatever you do, everyone's got their own thing, and hopefully they're all different stuff. And yeah, that's why we're constantly telling people to go and check it out for themselves.
Yeah, and you mentioned globers. It wasn't even a debate about the globe, but
yeah, well, that's what mainly we get in here, having meltdowns.
Yeah,
and they use that same thing. So you can pretty much put anything you like on the other side of it.
yeah. So like, regardless of the topic, knowledge is knowledge, belief is belief, and they stay separate.
Correct. What is it? Belief is acceptance without evidence. There you go.
And then, like, if I look on the definition, knowledge is based off experience or information.
Correct. So like now, if I tell you my computer desk is 6 foot long, if someone else was to ask you how long my computer desk is, you can say, I believe it's 6 foot long because that's what he told me. You've got nothing to justify that, nothing to back that up, so it's just a straight up belief. But if I was to take a photo of it with a tape measure run along it, and you can see that clean and clearly, then you could go, oh yes, I know it's 6 foot long because he's given us a photograph with the tape measure on it. Or I can invite you around and you can come and measure it yourself. So yeah, it's pretty simple stuff, but yeah, whatever subject you're in, yeah, we get that quite a bit. Them trying to justify their answers, so it makes a belief as knowledge because that's what they want. But anyways, you got any particular tastes in music style? I know if Crit was here, it's there's only two types of music, country and western.
Oh, either one, they're pretty similar, aren't they? Country and
yes.
western.
No, that's just Crit having a laugh. Good value. But what I was going to play... Keep going.
Have you had any good conversations recently? Because I hopped in earlier and nothing was going on.
Oh, some of them are. Every now and then you'll get meltdowns like this clown down the bottom. He's nearly due for another reset soon. But yeah, every now and then we get decent guys that just want to learn stuff. Most of the time they just want to come in here and cope. That's why I changed my name to this, Dr. Copatine. But anyways, I'll chuck another song on.
Yep.
Hey, what happened there? Oh, looks like the bot's having a meltdown, is it? What'd they do to the bot? Make it come back.
Old Yoder had a notebook, a pencil, and a frown. Watching all the flat earth arguments go round and round. He said, I'll make a catalog of every shaky claim. And he wrote down all the weaknesses and signed his given name. Well, the faithful didn't thank him for his scholarly pursuit. They just saw a traitor digging under every single root. But the big biggest rumble came from where the debate was king. Fed was clutching Polaris by a worn-out piece of string. Oh, Yoda's list, it's a twisting in the knife, exposing all the fragile threads that hold together life on a place we call home, a solitary stage. Now his words are in the hands of a villain on a rage, and Polaris just keeps winking a fixed and icy star while they're arguing about how to measure just how far. Now the villain's name was McToon with a cold and scheming eye. He saw that list and laughed beneath the genuine round sky. He said these boys at Fed are using triangles wrong. Their math is just a sad and sorry everlasting song. We'll take their